May 13th, 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar. The first half of the Grand Line. On the Azure Sea there lay a small island covering just over 10 square kilometers. The humid sea breeze blew from the ocean, swept into the dense forest, and stirred the leaves into rustling whispers. Seagulls landed on the sandy beach, flapping their wings and chirping crisp, melodious cries. A silver-haired boy about 14 or 15 years old, wearing a blue suit with a young, yet strikingly handsome face, lay on his back, with eyes closed on the sandy beach, letting the tide repeatedly wash over his body. In the sky, the sun's rays grew increasingly scorching, warming the sand. The boy let out a soft groan, propped himself up with one hand on his forehead and the other supporting his upper body, slowly rising to his feet. Where is this? The sea. Shouldn't I still be rescuing patients in an earthquake-stricken inland area? The boy opened his sapphire-like eyes and looked around blankly. When he caught sight of his own slightly thin, pale hands, he froze in shock. These were definitely not the hands of a 26-year-old man. This was not his original body. As he tried to recall what had happened to him, a wave of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind. In a violent storm of thunder and lightning, a pirate ship flying a black skull flag attacked the large tourist sailboat where the boy had been. Hundreds of armed pirates with menacing grins stormed the sailboat's deck. Leading them was a fat man 6 meters tall with a golden braid. They indulged their twisted desires, killing, looting. The cries and screams of women and the moans and wails of men filled the air. Amid the panic and fear on the sailboat, the boy's father, to create a chance for his son to escape, endured several stab wounds to kill a pirate and snatch a lifebuoy for the silver-haired boy. The moment he put the lifebuoy over the boy, a pirate stabbed the father through the chest from behind. The father, using his last strength, threw the crying boy into the turbulent sea. Karl D. Sephiroth. The boy whispered softly, speaking the name of this frail body. Tears inexplicably streamed from his eyes. Though he possessed the memories of an adult, his heart felt little grief, yet the tears could not be. If anything, it was sympathy for the original body. Perhaps it was a physical instinct. After a while, the inexplicable emotions from the body gradually faded away. Very well. Since I have taken over your body, I will live on as you. I will avenge you. But this world. Gold. Roger. The Pirate King. After roughly sorting through all the memories of this body, a bitter smile crept onto Sephiroth's lips. It was now May 1503 of the Sea Circle calendar, the 5th year since the Great Age of Pirates began after Roger's execution. In the future, this world would become increasingly chaotic. Those without great strength could hardly protect themselves, just like the boy and his father. That pirate flag attacking the tourist ship looks familiar to me. On the black flag, a horn skull with an 8 pattern behind it. The intense hunger in his abdomen and the weakness in his limbs made Sephiroth stop his train of thought. His immediate priority was to find food to fill his stomach and regain his strength. Sephiroth took out a silver pocket watch from his clothes and saw that it was a little past 10 in the morning. Then he looked around the beach and finally decided to try his luck in the island's woods to find something edible. There were seagulls on the beach, but his body was so weak he could barely walk. Picking up stones to hit seagulls was beyond him, and he didn't want to waste effort. After all, the original body was just a weak, rich young master chronically lacking exercise, getting winded after running 100 meters or two, and even panting. As for fishing in the sea, frankly, in his past life, he was a landlubber and had no confidence in catching fish in shallow water with this exhausted body. Sephiroth's somewhat thin figure moved through the damp, dense forest. Though he wore leather shoes, he was very careful where he stepped. After wandering through the forest for an unknown time, he finally spotted a small fruit tree bearing a few unripe wild fruits. Sephiroth ran over excitedly, intending to pick those wild fruits to stave off his hunger. Suddenly, when he reached the base of the tree, his gaze inadvertently caught a round fruit lying in the grass nearby. Its skin was a purplish red with swirling spiral patterns. The secret treasure of the sea, a devil fruit. Seeing this, Sephiroth's breath instantly quickened. He took a few steps forward and scooped the purplish red fruit into his hands. If his memory served him correctly, the full name of this fruit should be Zoan. Mythical Zoan Bat Fruit Model Vampire. Once consumed, the user would gain eternal life and youth by drinking blood. But why was this fruit here? Shouldn't it be hidden in the ancient ruins of Sleepy Town? Stranded on a deserted island with no means of self-defense, Sephiroth no longer wanted to ponder the reasons. He put the vampire fruit to his mouth and took large bites, skin and all, swallowing it down. He didn't dare to eat slowly or think about what the fruit tasted like. He had once heard an unreliable rumor that eating just one bite of a devil fruit granted the ability, but eating the whole fruit could enhance the initial development of the ability. Sephiroth didn't know if the rumor was true, but to increase his strength as quickly as possible, he forced himself to stuff the entire fruit into his stomach except for the stem. Finally, he couldn't stand the explosive taste on his tongue. He fell to his hands and knees, vomiting violently, his stomach heaving. Ugh! The revolting taste of the devil fruit was something he never wanted to experience. He even felt that the so-called dark cuisine from his past life was nothing compared to the taste of a devil fruit. After dry heaving without bringing anything up, Sephiroth's already exhausted body could no longer hold on. With a thud, the boy's slight frame collapsed onto the grass, and he lost consciousness again. An unknown time passed. 3 men appeared from the forest carrying barrels of fresh water. When they saw the silver-haired boy collapsed on the grass, they all ran over. Hey, there's a boy here, but this is supposed to be an uninhabited island. How did he fall down? Looking at his condition, he seems weak, but not sick. He has a fine face, a high-quality piece of goods. If we sell him to some upper-class nobles, he'll fetch a good price. All right, let's take him on board first. The 3 men quickly decided on Sephiroth's fate as cargo without asking his opinion. Dim firelight, a slight rocking sensation of the ship, and the hard touch of wooden planks. Sister, he seems to be awake. Is that so? Let me see. Sephiroth felt as if someone had pinched his cheek a few times. When he opened his eyes, he saw a cute black-haired girl wearing a white cape over her shoulders, only a red short top and a short skirt. Beside her stood 2 other beautiful girls, also in short tops and skirts, one with orange hair and one with green hair. Sephiroth raised his right hand bound in metal shackles and called out weakly, "Water." Hearing this, the black-haired girl quickly fetched a wooden bowl. She supported the boy's body and carefully fed him the soup from the bowl. Judging by the taste, Sephiroth realized it was fish soup, but there was no meat or bones in it. Gurgle. As the fish soup went down, the hunger in his stomach awakened, instantly producing an embarrassing sound. You must be very hungry. Here. The black-haired girl covered her mouth with a smile and handed him a piece of dark bread. Thank you. The dry and hard texture of the dark bread made Sephiroth frown slightly, but hungry as he was, he had no choice. He swallowed the bread piece by piece with the remaining fish soup. After finishing the food, he finally regained some strength and looked at the 3 girls. My name is Karl D. Sephiroth, what are your names? My name is Boa Sandersonia. My name is Boa Marigold. My name is Boa Hancock, and I am their sister. Boa Hancock. The first 2 names sounded vaguely familiar to Sephiroth, but he couldn't recall anything until he heard the black-haired girl's self-introduction. He then looked at Boa Hancock with a surprised expression, carefully examining her, merging the proud queen image with the immature girl before him, blending the 2D character with the 3D person. How annoying. Why are you staring at me like that? The current Boa Hancock had none of the future pirate Empress pride and willfulness. When stared at by the boy, she would shyly turn her face away, not daring to meet his eyes. Ahem. I just think your name is very special. You will definitely become a great beauty in the future. Sephiroth noticed the strange looks from Sandersonia and Marigold, and then awkwardly averted his gaze. After all, the most beautiful woman in the One Piece world from his past life had appeared before him, and he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. As an old One Piece fan, Sephiroth's affection for the black-haired girl instantly surged, and his wariness decreased significantly. This feeling was like a fan who has been following a star suddenly meeting their idol without much prior interaction, yet inexplicably having a very good impression. However, in his past life, Sephiroth was just, ahem. Even if you praise me like that, I won't be happy. Boa Hancock raised her head with its tsundere expression, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her true feelings. The current Boa Hancock had not yet experienced the dark days of slavery. Her personality was not twisted, and she was still naive and innocent, just an ordinary girl on her first voyage away from Amazon Lily. This ship, is it a slave ship? Sephiroth tugged at the metal shackles on his wrists, a hint of gloom flashing in his eyes. The three girls also wore the same metal shackles on their hands. The cabin where the four were was sealed by a metal grating, and the kerosene lamp in the corridor was the only light source. Inside the cabin, besides the toilet for excrement, there were only 4 wooden bowls, nothing that could be used as a weapon. Upon hearing this, Boa Hancock's pretty face also showed a hint of gloom. Yes, this is a slave ship. She never expected that on her first voyage while on patrol duty on the Kuja pirate ship, she and her sisters would be knocked unconscious by slave traders using drugged handkerchiefs from the sea. When the 3 girls woke up, they were already locked in this cabin. If she hadn't been so arrogant at the time, thinking she was already a qualified Amazon warrior, and thus refused the company of other crew members, this wouldn't have happened. Boa Hancock dared not think further about what their fate would be. Sephiroth pulled hard at the chains on his shackles, a helpless expression on his face. Although after eating the vampire fruit, he could clearly feel his strength, vision, and hearing had improved. But, with his current strength, he still couldn't break the chains on the shackles. If only the fruit I ate were a Logia type, that would be great. Then I could simply turn into an element and break free from these shackles. As Sephiroth was thinking this, he felt a strange sensation in his body, as if his hands had an impulse to break away from his body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. To Sephiroth's astonishment and delight, his hands split into a swarm of black bats that flew into the air, flapping their wings. The shackles fell to the deck with a clang. Clang. Is this the power of the devil fruit? Boa Hancock exclaimed softly, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. There was hope for them to escape. Boa Sandersonia scratched her green hair, looking puzzled. Those people didn't use seastone handcuffs when they caught you. Seastone is a rare mineral. Apart from the Navy, few people have such things. Boa Marigold explained. Under Sephiroth's will, he found that he could control these bats as if they were part of his own body. Sephiroth, can you control those bats to get that key over there? Boa Hancock leaned on the iron grating and pointed to a key hanging on the wall more than 3 meters away at the end of the corridor. I don't need to control the bats to fetch it, or I can go out and get it myself. As he spoke, his body transformed into a large swarm of flapping bats, passed through the iron grating, and reformed in the corridor. Sephiroth stood in the corridor, looked sideways, and saw that on this deck, besides their cabin, there were 3 more cabins, one of which was empty. In the other 2 cabins, there was a rare animal each. One was a small elephant with tiger fur, and the other was a dog with goat horns and a goat tail. Sephiroth couldn't name either animal, and they even exceeded his common sense. In the end, he could only sigh that in the One Piece world there were all kinds of bizarre things. The idea of finding help was completely disappointing the silver-haired boy, but he quickly got the key ring, opened the iron grating door of the girls' cabin, and freed them. To Sephiroth's surprise, he found the key to the shackles on the key ring. After unlocking the girls' shackles, he finally spoke. Do you have any intelligence about the enemies, eh? Boa Hancock crossed her arms and said in a low voice. When we were captured, we saw 9 people on the ship. They all had long swords and guns. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of footsteps suddenly echoed from the upper deck of the cabin, growing louder and closer, as if someone was about to descend the stairs. The sudden turn of events startled the 4 individuals standing in the corridor. Among them, Hancock reacted first, quickly gesturing for the other 3 to press themselves against the wall near the staircase. Clearly, she intended to ambush the approaching figure. Soon a burly bald man, 2 meters and 40 centimeters tall, came into view. He held a mop in one hand and a bucket in the other, seemingly coming down to clean. The moment the bald man stepped down, Hancock raised her right foot and kicked him squarely in the groin. A bat's hearing is 6 times sharper than an ordinary human's. Having consumed the animal mythical Zoan vampire form of the bat fruit, Sephiroth also possessed this animal trait. The next moment, a sharp cracking sound echoed. Sephiroth clearly heard the sound of eggs breaking, causing him to instinctively feel a chill in his crotch and quickly clamp his legs together. The lethal strike to the groin proved highly effective. The bald man collapsed onto the corridor with a thud, clutching his crotch and letting out a piercing scream. However, Hancock did not stop there. She delivered another vicious kick to the bald man's temple, knocking him unconscious. Something's wrong downstairs. Go check it out. Quick. Move. Grab your weapons. Chaotic footsteps thundered from the upper deck, and Sephiroth could even discern the sounds of guns being loaded and swords being drawn. In his past life, he was merely an ordinary person living in a peaceful country, and the original owner of this body had never even been in a fight before. Facing the impending battle, the young man was extremely tense, and he could clearly feel his heartbeat accelerate. In contrast, the three women displayed the combat prowess befitting qualified warriors of Amazon Lily. Hancock was the first to charge up the stairs, engaging the first wave of enemies. Sonia grabbed a mop to use as a club, while Marigold picked up a wooden bucket. The three women showed no fear towards the coming battle. Hearing gunshots from above, Sephiroth gritted his teeth and prepared to follow them up. Hiding behind women and seeking shelter, letting them fight and kill, his male pride would never allow it. Just as the young man was about to step over the bald man's body and ascend the stairs, his footsteps suddenly halted. Ever since Sephiroth woke up, his body had developed a craving for blood, giving him an impulse to drink it. He knew that he needed to consume blood to fully awaken the power of the vampire fruit. With this in mind, now urgently needing to boost his combat strength, Sephiroth hesitated no longer. As soon as he opened his mouth, two sharp fangs extended from his upper teeth. Then he grabbed the bald man's right arm and bit down hard. Shilp! The blood-drinking fangs pierced through skin and muscle. The moment he drank the blood, a burst of crimson light exploded around him. Immediately, his figure and appearance underwent a transformation. The young man's height increased by nearly 30 centimeters from around 1.6 meters to 2 meters. His eyes turned blood red, his ears elongated, sharp claws grew from his 10 fingers, and a pair of bat wings sprouted from his back, covered in tiny joints. With a mere flap of his wings, he could generate enough lift to soar. The bat wings were useless in the cramped cabin. He didn't need them. With a thought, the wings instantly retracted into his body, leaving no trace of their existence. After drinking blood, the weakness and fatigue caused by hunger vanished completely. A surge of power flowed from every limb and joint, filling him with an urge to unleash it wildly. On the other side, after having his blood and vitality drained by the young man, the bald man shriveled up, his skin covered in wrinkles, and his face aged by over 30 years, turning him into a decrepit old man on the verge of death. Such was the terror of the vampire fruit. Its user could plunder the vitality of others, keeping their own body eternally in its healthiest and peak state. Whoosh! In his vampire form, his strength and speed further increased. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the upper deck. Sephiroth swept his gaze around and saw a spacious room filled with water, food, and supplies. Two corpses lay in pools of blood. The three women had picked up a long sword and firearms from the dead bodies and were hiding behind crates of goods. Just as Sephiroth burst out from the stairs from the other side of the cabin, near the doorway, 4 dark muzzles were aimed at him, and their triggers were pulled. Bang! 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 Amidst the urgency, he sidestepped and ducked behind a stack of crates. During the dodge, a bullet grazed his left arm, sending a searing, stabbing pain through his nerves, but after about 6 or 7 seconds, the sensation disappeared. Sephiroth raised his right hand and wiped his left arm. His palm was drenched in blood, but the wound on his arm had already healed completely. By consuming the vitality he had absorbed, the vampire fruit enabled his body to perform hyperregeneration. As long as he had enough vitality, he could continuously repair bodily injuries. This terrifying regenerative ability far surpassed even the pinnacle of the life return technique derived from the 6 powers of the Navy. Hearing the gunfire gradually subside on the opposite side of the room, Hancock threw a pistol in his direction. Catching the pistol hastily, Sephiroth examined its design. From its appearance, it resembled a flintlock pistol, but it was actually a cartridge-firing pistol with a chamber in the grip that could be loaded with 6 rounds. He popped open the magazine and saw that it still held 5 bullets. 2 were dead here, 1 was knocked out below, 4 were outside the door, and 2 were missing. Sephiroth listened carefully to the sounds outside the door, but still couldn't locate the other 2. Vaguely, he seemed to hear the sound of magazines being ejected. They were reloading. With that thought, the young man quickly reached out and peeked his head out. He saw 2 men still aiming into the room. Without a second thought, he pulled the trigger twice in succession. Bang! 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 3 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Then from outside the door came the sound of a body hitting the floor. Kevin! Kevin! Damn it, I'm going to kill him. Calm down. Don't be impulsive. The captain will be here soon. Calm down. Meanwhile, Sephiroth crouched behind the crates, his eyes twitching as he looked at the wound on his wrist. Just now, as he fired, an enemy bullet had also struck him. Seeing this, Boa Hancock frowned, her expression filled with concern. How is your injury? Not a big deal. But it hurts like hell. Hiss. Gritting his teeth, Sephiroth used the index finger and thumb of his left hand to dig his long nails into his wrist, forcibly extracting the bullet. As the blood-stained bullet dropped onto the deck, he slumped weakly against the cargo crate. With a rapid consumption of vitality, after just over 10 seconds, the wound on his left wrist had completely healed. His pale face, contorted by pain, quickly regained its rosy color. Even though he could regenerate at super speed, it still hurt like hell. Sephiroth muttered inwardly, while wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of steel boots stomping on the deck rang out one after another. Captain Peter is here. Excellent. Those bastards are doomed. Captain Peter, you must avenge my brother Kevin. Under the delighted gazes of 3 slave traders, a man over 2 meters tall, clad in medieval full-plate armor, holding a shield in his left hand and a long sword in his right, descended the corridor into the ship's hold. Behind him followed a man carrying a long blade with a pistol tucked into his belt. Donning full-body armor was extremely time-consuming and nearly impossible for a single person, so the two had busied themselves for quite a while before finally arriving. Captain Peter's heavy armor covered him from the crown of his head all the way down to the soles of his feet. A full suit of armor weighing over 30 kilograms would make even moving difficult for an ordinary person. Yet Captain Peter was different. His strength and endurance far exceeded normal men, and wearing the armor did not hinder him much. Moreover, fully armored as he was, he could directly ignore ordinary bullets and sword strikes. Through the vision slits of his metal visor, Captain Peter swept his gaze and clearly saw the young man lying on the deck. Damn, Kevin's been taken out too. Those bastards. He'll slaughter them. In fury, he slammed his shield heavily against the wall to vent his emotions before striding into the cabin where the 4 were staying. Sephiroth heard the unusual footsteps and quickly peeked out. Damn, there's a guy in full armor heading toward our cabin. Hearing this, Hancock's beautiful brows furrowed slightly as she said in a low voice, "First find a way to knock, then we can take advantage of his inability to get up and deal him a fatal blow through the gaps in his armor." Sandersonia and Marigold nodded slightly and began listening carefully to the approaching footsteps. Soon a tall figure clad in full armor appeared before the 4. The Boa sisters each raised a wooden bucket filled with water with both hands and hurled them at Captain Peter's head. But the armored man was prepared. He swiftly sidestepped, dodging 2 buckets while swinging the longsword in his right hand. Swish! A flash of cold light, and the wooden bucket was cleaved into 2 halves, clattering onto the deck. On the other side, Sephiroth seized the moment and charged at Captain Peter, aiming to tackle him to the ground. Yet, the next moment, the armor-clad arm slammed viciously into Sephiroth's chest, sending him flying backward into the cabin wall with a dull thud. The excruciating pain in his chest nearly made Sephiroth black out. He could clearly feel that several ribs in his chest seemed to be broken. The terrifying force of Peter's fist striking his chest made him feel as if he had just been trampled by an elephant. For a time he was unable to rise and had lost the ability to continue fighting. Seeing this, Captain Peter immediately raised his longsword, about to slash at the youth's throat. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Hancock hastily parried the strike with her long blade, barely managing to save Sephiroth. Marigold seized the opportunity to rush at Captain Peter with her longsword, aiming to thrust into the joints of his armor. But, relying on his full body protection, he quickly adjusted his stance and shoved his shield at the orange-haired girl, knocking her to the ground. From a distance, Sandersonia raised her pistol and fired repeatedly at Captain Peter. Bang! Bang! The bullets struck the armor, sending up sparks, but the fully armored Captain Peter remained unmoved, completely ignoring the green-haired girl's gunfire. As he pressed Hancock's long blade down with his sword, he swung his shield up and smashed it into the right side. By then it was too late for Hancock to dodge, as she could only frantically gather the meager armament Haki within her body to her forehead, hoping to minimize the damage. Thud! Struck by the blow, Hancock was sent sprawling onto the deck, a trickle of crimson blood streaming from her forehead. Captain Peter's attacking technique was not refined. In fact, it was somewhat clumsy, yet relying on his armor's defensive power and his physical strength far beyond that of an ordinary adult, he suppressed the 4 without giving them any chance to resist. Die! Captain Peter reversed his grip on the longsword, aiming at the black-haired girl's chest, ready to thrust down directly. On the other side, Sephiroth, pressing his chest with his right hand and half leaning against the wall, widened his eyes as the blade descended through the air. In truth, when dealing with Captain Peter's attacks, he could have actively used his bat transformation to evade, even if his bat form was still slow and couldn't negate all attack damage. Still, it wouldn't have left him in such a heavy blow. But, in his subconscious, he had never adapted to the fact that he had become a devil fruit user. That was the cause of such a mistake. Had it not been for his drag on her, Hancock would never have been forced into a hasty engagement and would not have been instantly suppressed by the enemy, falling into such peril. The girl's death would be his fault. With this thought, regret and remorse flooded Sephiroth's heart. His eyes wide with fury, he roared, "Stop!" Boom! A vast and overwhelming aura erupted from Sephiroth, and faint dark red lightning flashed through the cabin for an instant. Thud! 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 Except for Sephiroth and Hancock, everyone on the ship, including Marigold and Sandersonia, lost consciousness and collapsed onto the deck. Conqueror's Haki. 1 in a million, the quality of a king. Hancock slowly rose, wiping the blood from her forehead with her hand, and looked at Sephiroth with eyes full of astonishment. On Josha Island, many people possessed observation Haki and armament Haki, and they had even summarized a relatively simple and easy method to practice armament Haki. But Conqueror's Haki, a power that existed only in legends, she had witnessed it for the first. Meanwhile, under the power of the vampire fruit, Sephiroth's fractured ribs rapidly healed, the pain subsided, and he finally regained the strength to stand. So this is Conqueror's Haki. He stared blankly, clenching his hands, still somewhat dazed. Just now overwhelmed with regret and remorse, he felt something in his mind surge forth uncontrollably. Then a wave of fatigue washed over his brain. When he tried to recapture that feeling, he found nothing at all. If not for the crew lying unconscious all over the cabin, he wouldn't have believed that he had just unleashed Conqueror's Haki. After attempting in vain, Sephiroth decided to study it later. Together with Hancock, they first tied up the slaver ship's crew with ropes, then went to wake Marigold and Sandersonia. The slave ship was a fast schooner about 20 meters in length, divided into 3 decks, a small vessel with a wolf's head at the bow. On the deck, 6 unconscious slave traders were thrown together. What should we do with these 6? Sephiroth turned to look at Hancock beside him. Due to the shield striking the right side of her head and drawing blood, she had wrapped a few layers of white bandage around her forehead. As if the wound still throbbed, she would occasionally furrow her lovely brows and touch her forehead. Hearing this, the black-haired girl snorted first, then said, "These despicable wretches. Just toss them into the sea to feed the fish." Yeah, if we hadn't won by luck, we might have been killed by now. Marigold also nodded repeatedly, fully agreeing with Hancock's suggestion. But if we throw them all into the sea, there will be no one to help us sail the ship. Can the 4 of us navigate to the next island on our own? The youth frowned. Hearing this, the green-haired girl Sandersonia patted her already budding chest and smiled confidently. I'm confident in navigation. After all, the Josha pirates have trained me as a navigator since childhood. The 4 of us are more than enough to handle this schooner. Sephiroth looked at the 6 slavers, thinking that if he hadn't eaten the vampire fruit by chance, he and the 3 girls would likely have been sold as slaves, stripped of all dignity, subjected to all kinds of inhuman torture, and become playthings. This reminded him of those in the original story who survived being enslaved by the celestial dragons. Most suffered severe psychological trauma, and some, like Tesoro and Boa Hancock, even had their personalities warped. At this thought, ferocity blazed in Sephiroth's eyes, and the last trace of hesitation in his heart vanished in an instant. This was the world of One Piece, where human life was as cheap as grass. No longer the peaceful country he had lived in his previous life. Dealing with such scum, while still considering their human rights, would be utterly absurd. Having made up his mind, Sephiroth acted without the slightest hesitation or doubt. At his request, the 3 girls handed over the task of dealing with the 6 slavers to him, while they went down to the lower decks to move the bodies and clean up the traces of battle. He dragged the 6 slavers one by one to the ship's railing. His rough movements caused several of them to wake from unconsciousness. "Wait, what are you doing?" "I'm sorry, I was wrong, spare me." Facing the pleas of these scum, Sephiroth remained unmoved. He extended his long, fair right hand and touched each of the 6 in turn. Under the effect of the vampire fruit's power, their life forces were drained completely, turning them into a group of white-haired old men. The life force he could store reached its limit. If converted into lifespans, this life force would amount to roughly 300 years. Thud, thud, thud. Each man Sephiroth tossed over the railing sent a large splash into the sea. These 6 scum had their life forces exhausted and their hands bound. Unless a miracle occurred, they were deafened. The afternoon sun shone on Sephiroth, warming his body, yet his heart was utterly cold. Boom, boom. The sky was covered with dark clouds, flashes of lightning, and rumbles of thunder. Amid howling gales, torrential rain poured down in sheets. Sandersonia stood atop the mast, gazing into the distance as she shouted loudly to the 3 on deck, "I can see a massive whirlpool forming ahead. Adjust the sail angle to sail on a beam reach. We must not get sucked in, or the ship will be destroyed and well perish." Amid the raging storm, Molly Jalud turned the helm, while Sephiroth and Han Kyuk each stood on one side of the mast, quickly releasing and adjusting the ropes. The sail angle immediately shifted under the strong wind. Raindrops as sharp as knives lashed against their bodies, causing their body temperature to plummet rapidly. Yet none of them retreated into the cabin to take shelter. In such a situation, the slightest mistake would lead to shipwreck and death, so no one dared to slack off. After sailing a considerable distance, the temperature suddenly dropped sharply, and sleet began to fall from the sky, occasionally mixed with hailstones. Gradually the rain weakened and the wind subsided, but the sky turned into a swirl of heavy snowflakes, as if they had entered the dead of winter. The ship then entered a phase of smooth sailing. At this point, all 4 of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Achoo!" Sephiroth suddenly sneezed violently. He rubbed his nose and murmured the summer climate has suddenly turned into winter. The weather on the Grand Line is truly capricious. The storm had passed, and Sangda Suania jumped down from the mast. She smiled and said to the three, we've now entered the winter sea. Apart from the bitter cold, the winds and waves here are relatively mild. We can take a break for now. On this ship, 9 slave traders had once lived. Therefore, water, food, and cold weather clothing were all in ample supply for the 4. They rummaged through the cabin for a while, and soon found thick, cotton-padded coats. Although the 3 women were somewhat reluctant to wear clothes that had been worn by men, they had no choice but to put them on. Among the 3 young women, Hancock seemed the most resistant. She merely draped a black furry cape over herself, and didn't even change out of her soaked clothes. How she could endure wearing wet clothes in such freezing temperatures was beyond comprehension. Sephiroth searched through the crew's locker in the cabin, put on a blue cotton coat and a pair of black cotton trousers, then walked into the kitchen to start preparing dinner. Boa Hancock leaned against the kitchen doorway with her arms crossed, looking astonished. Sephiroth, you actually know how to cook. Hearing this, the young man paused in his action of peeling potatoes. He looked up puzzled. Isn't cooking a basic life skill? Why do you look so surprised? Oh well. Is it? But I find cooking so difficult. I often either burn the food, undercook it, or add too much salt. So Sangda Suania and Molly Jalud won't let me cook, even though I'm quite interested in it. Sephiroth glanced at the future Empress of the Amazons, suppressing his urge to tease her, and said, just practice more in the future. By the way, aren't you going to change out of your wet clothes? You'll catch a cold and get sick, right? It was only then he noticed that the black-haired girl before him was still wearing the soaked red top and skirt under her furry cape. Boa Hancock blinked her large expressive eyes and asked curiously, what does it feel like to catch a cold and get sick? I've never experienced it in my life. Sephiroth, the young man thought carefully. Apparently, the physical constitution of humans in the One Piece world was quite different from the ordinary people he knew in his past life. Not to mention freaks like Whitebeard, who could still rage after half his head was blown off. Take Usopp, a weakling who in the early stages frequently suffered full-body fractures and severe blood loss, yet after a while his body would recover completely without any lingering issues. Even some minor characters, after being slashed multiple times and bleeding profusely like water, could survive and later bounce back as if nothing had happened. As a graduate in clinical medicine, Sephiroth found this utterly unscientific. No. Different worlds might have different laws. Without proper research, I can't jump to conclusions so easily. I must be rigorous and scientific. Under Sephiroth's busy work, stewed beef with potatoes, stir-fried pork with cabbage, braised fish fillets, and tomato and egg soup were successively placed on the dining table in the dining room. The tantalizing aroma of the dishes made the 3 girls sitting around the table swallow greedily, staring wide-eyed. When he brought out the last dish, braised pork belly, and announced time to eat, the 3 Bow sisters could no longer suppress their craving and immediately picked up their chopsticks, feasting ravenously. Hancock picked up a piece of fish, put it in her mouth, chewed, and moaned. So delicious. The green-haired girl Sangda Suania, after tasting a bite of stir-fried pork with cabbage, felt the perfect balance of heat and flavor and couldn't help but exclaim, Sephiroth, are you a professional chef? Your cooking is far better than the cook on our Kuja pirates. That guy just boils everything in water with some salt and oil, maybe a little spice. The taste makes me want to vomit. The young man smiled first, then shook his head. Thank you for the compliment. But I'm not a chef, I'm a doctor with such great culinary skills. That's simply unbelievable. Molly Jalud picked up a piece of potato with her chopsticks and put it into her mouth. The melt-in-the-mouth texture combined with the rich sauce and beef flavor left her slightly intoxicated. Oh, that's a long story. A trace of nostalgia flickered across Sephiroth's face. He instinctively reached into his pocket, wanting to light a cigarette. When he found nothing, he remembered that the original owner of this body was a good kid who didn't smoke, which made him sigh in slight disappointment. In fact, the reason he had such excellent cooking skills originated from a cadaver dissection class. He still remembered the strong stench of decay and the cold corpse he touched through the rubber gloves. After forcing himself to endure the nausea and dissecting the body, he had no appetite for days, especially at the sight of meat, which made him want to vomit. But perhaps it was extreme hunger that made him overcome the shadow in his heart. At that time, after days of barely eating, he happened to pass by a roadside barbecue stall. The aroma of grilled meat wafting through the air completely swept away the memory of the dissection, and he gorged himself at that stall. Since then, he seemed to have developed a passion for gourmet food, becoming a foodie. First by eating out, then by unconsciously he had acquired excellent culinary skills. After dinner, because it was already dark and snow was still falling heavily. This was the unpredictable Grand Line. For safety, Sangda Suania decided not to sail further and chose to drop anchor. The 4 discussed and decided to divide into 2 groups of 2 each, taking one shift for night watch. In this way, everyone could get enough rest while being prepared for any sudden changes at sea. Tonight, Sephiroth and Hancock would keep watch. Beneath the pitch-black canopy of the night, white snowflakes fluttered gently down, settling upon the single-masted sailboat until a thick layer of snow accumulated on the deck. After arriving in the world of One Piece, Sephiroth had been ceaselessly occupied. It was only after finishing his dinner and finally having some leisure time that he realized this world seemed rather dull. No cell phone, no computer. He could tolerate that. What truly frustrated him was that aboard this vessel there wasn't even a single book to pass the time. While he had to admit that in his subconscious he had overlooked a fact. Although the technological level of the One Piece world had undergone an explosive leap due to the involvement of the Moon People, the world government, in its effort to erase the historical traces of the Great Kingdom, had discarded many things, and lunar technology was among them. As a result, they regressed the development of the entire world back to a medieval civilization. Thus, the vast majority of nations in this world still operated under feudal monarchies or even slavery. Human rights, freedom, equality. To the ruling class, such concepts were nothing but heresy intended to sway the masses. No wonder the revolutionary army led by Dragon was considered a thorn in the world government side. This world is too wretched. I want to go home. Sephiroth let out a helpless groan in his heart. At Hancock's suggestion, the four of them went onto the deck and played a game of building snowmen. Sephiroth crouched down using his gloved hands to scoop up a handful of snow from the deck and place it on the rudimentary snowman, yet his expression was distracted. Hancock placed a felt hat on the snowman she had built, used a carrot and 2 potatoes as its nose and eyes, then nodded with satisfaction. Sephiroth, what are you thinking about so intently? Hancock couldn't help but chuckle when she saw his lopsided. What exactly is Haki? How can I harness this power? Sephiroth asked with a troubled expression. Of course, as a fan of One Piece, he knew about observation Haki, armament Haki, and conqueror's Haki. But knowing about them and being able to use them are 2 entirely different matters. It's like making a grilled fish dish. You know it's made from fish, but you have no idea how to handle the ingredients, what seasonings to add, or how to control the heat. In the end, what you produce might be nothing more than kitchen waste, while the other person creates a culinary masterpiece. Sephiroth's situation was roughly like that, possessing a treasure mountain, yet unable to find the gate to enter. Hearing the young man's inquiry, Hancock nodded in sudden understanding. That afternoon, Sephiroth had unexpectedly awakened conqueror's Haki, sparing the 4 of them from death. It was only natural that he sought the method to wield such a formidable power. With that in mind, Hancock crossed her arms, a thoughtful expression on her face, and slowly explained to the young man, according to Captain Shaki of our Kuja pirates, Haki can be divided into 3 types: conqueror's armament and observation. Conqueror's Haki is an innate quality possessed by only 1 in a million, and even those with the potential are not guaranteed to awaken it. Therefore, no specific training method has been established. However, the other 2 types of Haki are quite common. As long as one's physical attributes are sufficient, they can be acquired through training. Thus, general training methods have been developed for armament and observation Haki. Armament Haki is an energy latent within every living being's body. Users of armament Haki can envelop their bodies with it, forming an invisible armor. While greatly enhancing defense, it also enables the user to touch the solid bodies of Logia-type Devil Fruit users. Beyond that, armament Haki has more advanced applications. On our island of Amazon Lily, since all inhabitants are women, in order to maximize combat power, a method of coating weapons with armament Haki to strengthen attacks is widely practiced. It is said that a very few formidable fighters on the seas can even coat their attacks with conqueror's Haki, precisely stunning enemies from a distance without contact. I wonder if Captain Shaki's words are true. As for observation Haki, it can be described as the power of hearing. As long as a person is alive, their body emits unique sounds. By perceiving these sounds, one can predict an opponent's next move and position. Through training, the range of perception can be expanded. However, according to Captain Shaki, this is merely a low-level application of observation Haki. If an enemy's attack speed approaches the speed of sound or surpasses your own reaction speed, it becomes useless. Advanced observation Haki techniques can even enable the user to briefly see into the future, but this relies heavily on the 6th sense, making it a skill that requires a certain amount of talent to develop. This talent, while not as rare as conqueror's Haki, is still quite uncommon. Sephiroth hesitated for a moment before tentatively asking, Hancock, could you teach me the armament Haki training method of Amazon Lily? Somewhat to his surprise, the dark-haired girl agreed very readily, of course. As if to reassure the young man and alleviate any burden he might feel, she added 2 more sentences, actually. This training method is already semi-public knowledge on the Grand Line. It's just that ours from Amazon Lily is a bit more detailed. So how should I train specifically? Sephiroth, well, he'll give you a demonstration. Watch closely, My armament Haki isn't very abundant right now and am not very proficient in its use. As she spoke, Hancock bent down and used her hands to mold a snowball on the deck. Then, as if holding her breath or exerting her entire body, the dark-haired girl clenched her teeth. After a few seconds, a hint of grayish-black appeared on the white snowball. Huh. Hancock let out a sharp cry and abruptly hurled the snowball in her hand, striking the snowman she had built. Everyone heard a loud bang. The snowman instantly exploded into pieces from the impact. Phew. Hancock let out a long sigh. Concentrating all her armament Haki to coat the snowball was no easy feat for her at this stage. Due to the excessive consumption of Haki, she even felt a wave of exhaustion. Did you see that light black aura? That's the effect of wrapping armament Haki around an object. Of course, if the amount of armament Haki used is too little, no color change will occur. It is said that some powerful swordsmen can even use armament Haki to forge their blades into unbreakable black swords. Teacher Hancock, please continue. I will keep every word in mind. Sephiroth nodded repeatedly, his face full of curiosity. Armament Haki, based on its manifestation, can be divided into 3 stages: hardening, coating, and emission. In fact, if the quality of the armament Haki Hancock used for coating were higher, and she released it instantly with a directional burst, it would become armament Haki emission, capable of generating shockwaves and causing internal destruction. However, this advanced armament Haki technique requires an extremely high quality of Haki. If the Haki isn't strong enough, the effect will be unsatisfactory. You might not even scratch an enemy. Armament Haki is actually an energy produced by the muscle cells of the human body, inherently latent within us. We can become aware of its presence through rhythmic breathing combined with meditation. Once you can clearly sense this energy, you need to try to use your mind to direct it during physical movement rather than relying on brute force. Sephiroth listened to the dark-haired girl's words, which strangely reminded him of the concept of qi in traditional Chinese medicine. What is it? Nothing. Please continue. Oh, everyone's talent for armament Haki varies, so the difficulty of sensing and using it differs from person to person. Some people have good insight. Even if their physical condition is not strong, they can gradually master it through prolonged meditation. If you can't sense armament Haki through breathing and meditation, then you'll need to engage in long-term extreme physical training. Once your physical fitness reaches a certain level, you'll be able to perceive it and gradually learn to use it. After Hancock's explanation, Sephiroth realized that this power armament Haki was practiced and used by people not only in the second half of the Grand Line, but also in the first half, and even the 4 Seas. Even many moderately famous pirates might be able to use observation and armament Haki. After all, Haki is a power latent within the human body. Even those not particularly strong have the chance to awaken it if they master the correct guidance method. Let alone naturally gifted users like Big Mom Charlotte Lean, there are also many like Ace who inexplicably awakened armament Haki. On Amazon Lily, numerous people have mastered armament Haki through training, and all the female warriors who board the Kuja pirate ship are proficient in armament Haki. But a person who cannot use Haki may not necessarily lose to someone who can. If their raw power is insufficient, they will be defeated regardless. Ultimately, Haki is like a buff in a game. It can enhance strength, but having a buff doesn't guarantee victory over an enemy that crushes you in raw power. Not all Haki users are top-tier fighters, but all top-tier fighters definitely use Haki. Sephiroth speculated that by the time Luffy set sail, 17 years later, very few pirates in the first half of the Grand Line would use Haki, while in the second half, even elite grunts would possess it. A plausible explanation is that the Marines had eliminated the stronger Haki-using pirates, leaving only the ones in the second half too tough to eradicate completely. Thus, among those pirate factions, relatively complete Haki training methods still circulated. After all, before Roger ushered in the Great Pirate Era, pirates roamed aimlessly without seeking any great treasure. It was normal for those unwilling to vie for supremacy in the second half of the Grand Line to lay low in the first half and the 4 Seas. For instance, Treble and Virgo of the Don Quixote family from the North Blue only chose to bow and become subordinates after learning Doflamingo possessed Conqueror's Haki when he was young. This shows that even in the 4 Seas there were people who knew about Haki, though perhaps in smaller numbers. In the deep of night, the snow had stopped. Above the night sky, the waning moon hung high, casting a boundless silver glow. Sephiroth supported himself on the deck of the swift sailing ship, performing push-ups one after another. As he completed the last one, he collapsed onto the cold deck like a deflated balloon, panting heavily. This body was inherently weak, and coupled with a long period of insufficient exercise, it could even be described as frail. Even though he had the enhancement of the vampire fruit, without transforming into a vampire, it only slightly elevated his strength above that of an average adult. Speaking of which, animal-type devil fruits allow the user to gain the wild strength characteristic of animals, enhance their physical attributes, and obtain the corresponding traits of the animal. Moreover, the user will possess 3 forms: human, half-beast, and beast. The human form of the vampire fruit is simply Sephiroth's current state, without any animal transformation. The half-beast form is when he transforms into a vampire, enhancing both his speed and power, and he will also grow wings capable of flight. As for the beast form, it was when he split his body into a swarm of bats while in prison. That was the beast transformation. In that state, he would completely possess all the characteristics of a bat, such as emitting and detecting ultrasonic waves. Moreover, in that state, if the majority of the bats were killed, as long as he was willing to expend life force, he could restore his body. Overall, this can be considered an extremely powerful life-saving skill. In addition to absorbing others' life force to maintain eternal youth and life, Sephiroth could also expend a large amount of stored life force for rapid healing. It can be said that as long as his life force was not completely exhausted, aside from Sea Prism Stone and the sea, as long as he did not seek his own demise, it would be quite difficult to completely kill him. As he consumed a little of the life force stored within him, the fatigue and muscle damage caused by his push-ups. In the blink of an eye, all of it vanished, and he transformed back into a youth brimming with energy and vigor. After standing up from the deck, Sephiroth wiped the sweat from his forehead and carefully assessed his condition, murmuring to himself, "This ability is good, but it's a bit life-threatening." Since this life force was absorbed from others and did not originally belong to him, its usage efficiency was not particularly high. Just to recover his stamina and injuries, he consumed 3 days of life. However, mental fatigue still lingered, so it seems rapid healing is not omnipotent. After finishing push-ups, Sephiroth picked up the sword sheathed against the ship's railing and drew it with a clang. Chop, sweep, lift, slash, smash, poke. 13 moves, each one a basic action, plain and unremarkable, without any flair. According to what Marigold, who taught him swordsmanship, said, even the most powerful techniques evolve from the basics. Only by solidifying the fundamentals can one learn anything quickly. Given that all 3 women were qualified female warriors from Amazon Lily, they had developed Haki at a young age and became official members of the Kuja Pirates. As a novice in combat, Sephiroth could only choose to trust the suggestions of the 3 women. Thus, Sephiroth set himself a daily task of rapidly swinging his sword 13,000 times, with each move 1,000 repetitions, striving to make these techniques instinctive to him as quickly as possible. At first, while rapidly swinging the sword, he felt his condition was quite good. However, gradually, he found the long sword in his hand became increasingly heavy, his arms grew achingly weak, and even pain began to set in. This forced him to resort to expending life force to recover stamina and alleviate physical fatigue, allowing him to maintain the rapid sword-swinging motion. Even so, he still took over 8 hours to complete the 13,000 swings. In fact, if an ordinary person attempted such high-intensity sword training like he did, unless their hands were made of titanium alloy. Otherwise, within a month their hands would definitely be ruined. At the very least, to complete the sword-swinging training, Sephiroth had consumed half a month's life. The reason he decided to practice swordsmanship was primarily due to the existence of Sea Prism Stone in this world, which could render a user powerless. If he chose unarmed combat, once he was directly touched by Sea Prism Stone, he would become weak and severe. Thus, he felt it was better to use a sword as a weapon to avoid direct physical contact with enemies, preventing them from grabbing his body with Sea Prism Stone during combat, thus revealing fatal vulnerabilities. After achieving his training goals, Sephiroth sheathed his long sword again, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and took out a silver pocket watch from his pocket to check the time. It was 4:36 in the morning. He had arranged to swap watch with Hancock at 4:36 minutes had already passed, yet the other party had still not arrived. With a helpless sigh, Sephiroth could only walk off the deck and into the cabin to wake the girl with long black hair. Though his physical condition was still quite good after the intense training, he was mentally exhausted. Now all he wanted was to take a good bath and go to bed to sleep. In the corridor of the cabin, Sephiroth, holding an oil lamp in his left hand, stood at the door of the captain's bedroom and lightly knocked on the door, but no one responded from inside. He tried to push open the ajar wooden door and found Hancock still covered with a quilt, lying in bed with her eyes tightly shut, seemingly still asleep. "Hancock, wake up. It's your turn to keep watch." The boy pushed the long-haired girl through the quilt, and she immediately responded weakly with a mumbled, "Okay." "Moi." Upon noticing something was off with her voice, Sephiroth instinctively reached out to touch the girl's. However, in the next moment he remembered that he had just finished exercising and his own temperature was elevated, which was not a reliable reference. So he extended his right hand, slipped under the quilt, and took Hancock's pulse. "She actually has a fever. Didn't she say she never gets sick?" Sephiroth looked at the girl lying on the bed with an expression of speechlessness. He recalled that she had not only gotten soaked in the rain today, but had also worn wet clothes for quite a while in the cold. If she didn't catch a cold after that, it would be absolutely absurd. Hancock propped herself up on her right hand, speaking weakly. "I'm sorry I overslept. They'll go keep watch on deck right now. If you're sick, you should rest well." He'll discuss the watch with Sandersonia and Marigold. As he spoke, Sephiroth pressed Hancock back onto the bed and helped her wrap herself in the quilt. On the desk in the bedroom, there was a first aid kit. Thus, Sephiroth opened the box using the light from the oil lamp to look inside. There were bandages, alcohol, anti-inflammatory medication needles, and thread and anesthetics, all medical supplies for treating external injuries, but there were no medicines for colds or fevers. Seeing this, Sephiroth couldn't help but mutter, "Truly foolish humans. They sail the seas without preparing sufficient common medicines, don't they worry about getting sick?" He glanced at the anti-inflammatory medication in the box, frowning slightly. Anti-inflammatory medication is effective for fever symptoms caused by inflammation, but Boa Hancock's fever was caused by cold entering her body. However, since she had an injury on her forehead, there was a possibility of bacterial infection. He thought for a moment and decided to pour out a piece of anti-inflammatory medication, preparing to give it to the girl with long black hair. Without a suitable medication, he couldn't possibly produce saline without equipment to administer, and for could he? Water, right? How could I forget about this? With that in mind, Sephiroth went to the kitchen, lit the gas stove, and boiled a kettle of hot water. Sometimes a kettle of hot water is a good choice when there are no suitable medications. When the hot water was ready, Sephiroth took the kettle and walked back into the captain's room, arriving at Hancock's side. He poured a cup of hot water by her bedside and placed the anti-inflammatory medication next to it. "You have a fever and need to sweat. Drink more hot water. That way you'll recover more quickly." Boa Hancock groggily got up from the bed and slowly took the anti-inflammatory medication with the hot water. Finally, Sephiroth also brought a blanket from another cabin and covered it over the girl. Under the cerulean sky, clusters of white clouds drifted lazily with the breeze. A swift sailboat cut through the ocean, churning up foamy wakes as it raced toward its destination. Sephiroth sprawled on the deck in a starfish-like pose, brushing aside the wet fringe plastered to his forehead. Gazing at the sun-drenched sky, he couldn't help but mutter a curse, "Damn this Grand Line weather." Just over 10 minutes ago, this very sailboat had been teetering on the brink of destruction amidst a raging storm. Along with Sandersonia and Malajalud, he had been scrambling frantically, terrified that a single misstep would send the vessel to the bottom of the sea. At the same time, Sephiroth experienced firsthand the crippling weakness that seawater inflicted on a devil. During the storm, a towering wave had slammed into him while he was working on the deck, draining all strength. If not for Sandersonia grabbing him at the critical moment, he would have been dragged into the depths and drowned. It was no wonder that top-tier fighters like Garp, Roger, and Rayleigh chose not to eat devil fruits. Once one's power reached a certain level, the abilities of a devil fruit became merely supplementary. Haki and physical prowess were the decisive factors in a direct confrontation. For those who had honed Haki and physical skills to the pinnacle, gaining a special auxiliary ability in exchange for a fatal weakness to sea stone and seawater was a terribly poor trade. Take Garp. With just his Haki and raw physical might, he could punch a mountain or even an entire town to rubble. Under such circumstances, eating a devil fruit would only make one cautious and constrained due to the fear of water and sea stone. After all, this planet was covered by over 90% seawater. Moreover, if one's Haki was strong enough, it could neutralize and nullify many fruit abilities. For instance, Law's Ope no Mi power was incredibly overpowered. But without awakening his fruit, Law's ordinary techniques could not affect Charlotte Linlin at all. Her formidable armament Haki allowed her to simply ignore the vast majority of flashy fruit powers. Ultimately, the main reason Sephiroth had been rendered powerless by a single wave was his own insufficient strength. Had it been Big Mom or Kaido, they probably wouldn't even have flinched. The boy still had a long journey ahead if he aspired to reach that level of power. "I'm hungry, Sephiroth." "Me too, Sephiroth." Under the girl's eager gazes, he sighed softly, rose from the deck, and headed into the ship's galley to prepare breakfast. The dishes he prepared were simple onion stir-fried noodles and lean meat porridge. Yet with his impeccable control over the heat, he transformed these humble ingredients into extraordinary delicacies. The moment Sephiroth set a large platter of noodles and a pot of porridge on the table, the two girls began devouring the food with abandon, utterly disregarding their appearances. Witnessing this, he could only shake his head. Instead of joining them, he scooped some noodles and porridge onto a plate and into a large bowl, placed them on a tray, and made his way to the captain's quarters. With a creak, Sephiroth pushed open the door and saw the dark-haired girl still lying in a drowsy state. The sound seemed to rouse her, and she slowly opened her eyes, offering a greeting. "Good morning, Sephiroth." "Good morning. How are you feeling?" Sephiroth smiled and set the tray on the bedside table. "My head's still a bit dizzy." The girl propped herself up against the headboard. "Oh, is that so?" As he spoke, Sephiroth brushed aside his fringe and pressed his forehead against Boa Hancock's. Their faces were so close that they could feel each other's breath. "Sephiroth, what are you doing?" The girl suddenly recalled certain topics the women aboard the Kuja pirate ship had discussed during the voyage, about embracing with men and bearing children. Though she was somewhat confused and innocent, she still felt a pang of shyness. If it's about having a baby. Not now, it's too soon. I'm not mentally prepared yet. Sephiroth thought, wait. What is she talking about? I just wanted to use my forehead roughly to check her temperature since I didn't have a thermometer. Could this gesture hold some special meaning on Amazon Lily? After a moment, Sephiroth decided to clarify, don't overthink it. I only wanted to see if you still had a fever. Oh, your temperature is still a bit high. After breakfast, I'll boil you some hot water. Remember to drink plenty. And don't take anti-inflammatory pills for now. Make sure to cover yourself well and avoid catching a chill. Once the girl finished eating, Sephiroth cleared the utensils and returned to the dining area. There the two girls were already sitting back in their chairs, patting their slightly bulging bellies with looks of utter content. He glanced at the spotless large platter and the empty pot that had not a drop of porridge left and fell into deep thought. Oh, I'm so sorry. I forgot you hadn't eaten yet. Sangdajwania's face flushed with embarrassment. Malajalud scratched her head and chuckled, sheepishly. Sorry, Sephiroth, your breakfast was just too delicious. How about I make you a new breakfast? As a youth with a mature mindset, Sephiroth could hardly get angry at two lovely girls. He shook his head with a smile. It's fine, no need to trouble yourself. I can handle it. No, let me do it. Malajalud insisted, stubbornly pressing the silver-haired boy into a chair. Then she stepped into the open kitchen and busied herself. A moment later, a plate of onion stir-fried noodles was placed before the boy. He picked up his chopsticks, took a bite, and put it in his mouth. How is it? Is it good? Malajalud asked with a grin. The noodles were a bit hard, the flavor too salty, and the onions hadn't been stir-fried beforehand. In short, there were quite a few issues, but it was still edible. Thus, Sephiroth could only nod against his conscience. It tastes pretty good. Deep down, he thought, next time I absolutely must not let you cook again. Sailing on the vast ocean is in fact an exceedingly tedious affair. As far as the eye can see, there is nothing but seawater. After 7 days of voyage, Sephiroth, who initially detested the capricious weather, gradually came to regard these changes as small surprises in his seafaring life, adding a touch of variety to his daily routine. Of course, there were also moments of big surprises. For instance, a colossal sea king suddenly emerging from the ocean surface, or relentless cascading, rogue waves that seemed never-ending. Each time could be considered a narrow escape. Had it not been for the navigator Sangdajwania and the helmsman Malajalud, Sephiroth believed that their ship would never have survived those two big surprises. The Grand Line. Sephiroth gradually began to understand why people called it by that name. The unpredictable weather, the incredible races and islands, the endless adventures. A gentle sea breeze caressed Hancock's lovely face, causing a few strands of her jet-black hair to flutter in the wind. The young girl sat on the small staircase within the ship's hull, gazing at the boy standing beneath the mast, continuously swinging his blade. In her eyes, an inexplicable emotion would occasionally surface, yet she could not identify what it was. She only knew that merely looking at the boy brought an inexplicable joy to her heart. Sephiroth, why do you train so hard? Hearing this, the boy's swinging motion paused for a moment, but within 3 seconds, he resolutely resumed, wielding his long blade. Because I want to become strong. Strong enough to protect what I cherish. And I want to take revenge on someone, for that absolute power is essential. Through the recollections of this period, Sephiroth finally remembered. The pirate ship that had attacked his passenger ship in the storm with its bullhorn skull flag. Which pirate crew did it belong to? The Beast's Pirates. This was the pirate crew founded by Beast Kaido. According to Sephiroth's estimation, by this time Kaido should have killed Guanyue Yutian and turned Hiziguo into his sweatshop. Although the sea had not yet formed the pattern of the four emperors, there was no doubt that Kaido had already become one of the most powerful pirates in the second half of the Grand Line, the New World. The boy's path to revenge seemed long and winding. A nobleman's vengeance is never too late, even after 10 years. If that fails, he'll just wait another 19 years. Wait until Minchi D. Luffy defeats Kaido, then he'll go to Hiziguo to claim the final blow and stab Kaido twice more. With this thought, the breath that Sephiroth had been holding in his heart nearly escaped, and he almost wanted to slack off. No. In this world, weakness is the original sin. Without absolute power, no matter what one possesses, it can be easily taken away. Moreover, I said I would take revenge on the Beast's pirates and absolutely kill that fat bastard queen. I must follow through on my words. As the boy's resolve to grow stronger was reaffirmed, dispelling his hesitation, his blade-swinging movements became sharper and more formidable. Hancock did not understand the emotional changes within the boy, but she inexplicably wanted to help him. Sephiroth, do you have a grudge against someone? The Beast's pirates. They killed my father. The boy's voice was calm, yet it carried a hint of murderous. Oh. Hancock nodded, and did not press further, simply committing the name of that pirate crew to memory. She didn't know why she cared so much about what the boy said. Perhaps it was just to repay him for the meticulous care he gave her during her 3-day illness. Perched on the mast, Sangdajwania, holding a monocular telescope, shouted to the three below when she spotted a massive city shaped like a fountain great. Shueiji Qidao, the city of water, we have finally arrived. Due to the extremely chaotic magnetic fields of the Grand Line, it is impossible to navigate with a compass. Thus, sailing the Grand Line requires relying on log pose and eternal pose to locate islands. The log pose can record the magnetic field of an island and then point to the next island, while the eternal pose always points toward a specific island. Merchants engaged in sea trade, as well as marines and pirates, often use eternal pose to reach an island quickly and shorten voyage time, sailing the shortest distance. Of course, there are islands that cannot be reached or found with a log pose. Such islands can only be located using an eternal pose like Lafutalu Pankahasade. These special islands. On this fast sailboat, apart from the log pose, there are only 5 eternal pose pointers: Jayadao, Xiangbadi Chiwandao, Shueiji Qidao, Achuo Dao, and Shungbapula Dao. Among them, Shueiji Qidao is the closest island to Newer Dao, and it is also where Sephiroth's home is located. Shueiji Qidao is the city with the most advanced shipbuilding industry in the world. Even the ancient weapon, Pluton, the battleship from 800 years ago, was built by the shipwrights on this island. Apart from its world-famous shipbuilding, Shueiji Qidao is also unrivaled in the construction and development of hydraulic engineering, with a crisscrossing network of waterways spanning the entire city. However, it is worth mentioning that the construction of the sea train connecting the surrounding islands of Shueiji Qidao has only just begun. At this time, Phalange was still a rebellious teenager, spending his days researching offensive weapons. The future mayor of Shueiji-do and president of Kalila Company Isibigu is still an ordinary shipwright. Now both of them are apprentices to shipwright Tang Mu at Tang Mu's shipbuilding company, working for a living. After sheathing his blade, Sephiroth saw that Malajalud seemed about to steer the ship directly into the harbor. He quickly spoke to dissuade her. "Let's not sail this ship into the harbor. Go around to the right. There's a place called Ship Graveyard over there. This ship isn't a pirate vessel. It doesn't fly a skull flag. It should be fine to dock in the port right." Hancock asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Sephiroth shook his head gently and reached out to pat the top of the black-haired, straight-haired girl. The silky hair of Boa Hancock felt wonderful to the touch, making him reluctant to let go. The girl did not feel averse to this intimate gesture. Instead, she felt a hint of joy and enjoyment. "Our ship is indeed not a pirate ship, but have you considered that since those slave traders have an eternal pose for Shueiji Qidao, then it's only natural that they have affiliated forces here, isn't it?" "I see." Hearing the boy's explanation, Hancock nodded, in understanding, grasping the reason. The 4 of them had killed the crew of a slave ship and seized their vessel. If any members of those affiliated forces discovered them, it would certainly invite a lot of trouble. Immediately, Malajalud turned the helm, steering the fast sailboat in a detour along the island's edge, heading toward Ship Graveyard. Waste Ship Island. Amidst hills of discarded ship parts, a blue-haired boy in a floral shirt and blue swim trunks fiddled with an oddly shaped long cannon. "Frankie, cannon fire." With a shout, the blue-haired youth yanked the firing cord. Boom. Propelled by gunpowder, the shell shot from the muzzle and soared into the distance. At that moment, a swift sailboat burst from Water 7's coast, driven by the wind. The cannonball struck the mainmast, snapping it in two. The mast slowly toppled. Sandasonia, perched on the mast, gasped at the sudden changed thighs. "Oh." Seeing this, Sephiroth dashed toward the green-haired girl, aiming to catch her with his hands. Yet, beneath her green skirt, her plump bottom and green underwear grew larger as it descended toward his. Sephiroth had no time to dodge. Thud. Sandasonia landed directly on his face in a duck's. He couldn't care about the awkwardness. Under the impact of over 70 Gene, his neck emitted a cracking sound of bone fracturing, causing him to briefly lose consciousness. Yet thanks to the vampire fruit's formidable healing, his broken neck vertebrae mended perfectly within seconds. Malajalud quickly released the helm and ran to the railing. Peering down, she asked with concern, "Sandasonia, are you all right?" The green-haired girl grinned mischievously and scratched her head. "I'm fine. Not hurt." Pinned beneath her, Sephiroth raised a hand and patted her buttock, his voice muffled and resigned him out. "You're safe, but could you stand up? I'm choking." "Oh, sorry." Belatedly realizing, Sandasonia stood up awkwardly and stepped back. "Sephiroth, are you okay?" The silver-haired youth rose from the deck, twisting his neck. It emitted a crack. Meanwhile, on Waste Ship Island, a Sibigu with purple hair, a brown t-shirt, and white jeans grabbed the blue-haired boy by the collar. Pointing at the sailboat with its broken mast, he roared, "You idiot, Frankie. You made such a dangerous thing again. Now look what you've done. You finally caused trouble." "I didn't mean to. That ship just suddenly appeared." Frankie, knowing he'd messed up, still stubbornly retorted to his senior brother Isibigu. "Huh. Frankie, taking responsibility for your actions. That's a real man." The speaker was a horned fisherman over 3 meters tall and heavily built. He effortlessly carried a steam locomotive on his shoulder. His name was Tom, master of both Frankie and Isibigu. He was also the shipwright who built the Oro Jackson for the pirate King Roger. "Got it, Mr. Tom." Frankie answered with a look of annoyance. Abandoned by his parents at 10, he was taken in by shipwright Tom, so the horned fishman was both teacher and father to him. Generally, whenever Tom spoke, Frankie would comply. Soon the swift sailboat drifted to Waste Ship Island. Hey, who did such a dangerous thing? Sephiroth leapt from the deck to the ground, scowling as he scanned the three men on the beach. Finally his gaze settled on the blue-haired boy. Frankie straightforward bowed. Deeply sorry, I fired the shell. Hit me, find me, whatever. I'll fix your ship too. Oh, you said it. Sephiroth grinned, fiercely cracking his right fist. If not for the vampire fruit's incredible recovery, Sandisonia's landing would have left him bettered for ages. Though not petty, he wasn't magnanimous either. So he decided to teach Frankie a lesson. Seeing Sephiroth's move, Frankie gritted his teeth, but didn't back down. Go ahead. Bring it on. Good tough man. I admire that. The moment Sephiroth's words fell, he swung his fist, smashing into Frankie's face. Blood spurted from his nose as he flew backward over a meter. Now we're even. Sephiroth shook his mildly aching right hand, muttering inwardly, damn. Frankie's face is really hard. Hasn't he undergone human modification yet? Seeing the conflict resolved, shipwright Tom burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Young man, rest assured, we'll fix your ship as soon as possible. Actually, I'd like you to dismantle it. Gazing at the wolf head bow, Tom scratched his head in confusion. This ship looks familiar. Punch for nine. Gazing at the wolf head bow, Tom scratched his head in confusion. This ship looks familiar. Punch for nine. The captain was apparently a guy named Peter. They came here for repairs a while back, as Shibuya reminded. Oh right, that fellow. You know them. Sephiroth stepped back half a pace, a wary expression crossing his face. The three women who'd just disembarked instinctively placed their hands on the swords at their waists, ready to draw. Huh. So you have a grudge against them? Don't worry. I helped repair their ship, but I'm not on their side. Those bastards wanted to capture us and sell us as slaves, Sephiroth said coldly. Tom's laughter abruptly ceased. His tone grew serious, even tinged with disgust. Slaves. That's truly unforgivable. In the world of One Piece, no race despises the slave trade more than the fishmen and mermaids. Since most fishmen and mermaids live 10,000 meters below the sea on Fishman Island, they rarely appear on land. Thus, due to scarcity, mermaids and fishmen are hot commodities in the slave trade, in high demand. Sephiroth scrutinized Tom carefully, sensing he wasn't lying. Based on One Piece canon, Tom wasn't a master of hiding his emotions. But Sephiroth still probed cautiously. Yeah, those guys are unforgivable, so I threw them all to the fish. Tom burst into laughter again. Ha ha. Well done, young man. After some discussion, an agreement was reached. Tom's shipbuilding company would dismantle the swift sailboat. The parts and the two animals on board would serve as their payment. As for the valuables, the four of them turned the whole ship upside down and found only 9 people 46000 berries. Split evenly, each got just over 5000, barely enough for an ordinary person's monthly expenses. A bunch of paupers. They divided the money, each got about 110 berries, considered compensation from the slavers. Scrap Island. After discussing business with Mr. Tom, Sephiroth led the three ladies to the entrance of Rental Bull Shop. Hancock muttered softly, somewhat puzzled. Why is the entrance to Water 7 a shop? Upon hearing this, Sephiroth immediately smiled and explained, well, it has to do with the architectural style of Water 7. Within Water 7, waterways far outnumber streets, making water travel much more convenient. Therefore, the people here use special fish-like animals for transportation. The kind of fish I have at home are still in other boarding facilities, and we no longer have our own boat, so we can't go directly by water, we have to rent some first. As they spoke, the four entered the shop. At the counter, a bespectacled, obese young man who was reading a newspaper immediately greeted them. Welcome. Do you four want to rent bulls? Yes, please give us 2 swordfish that can carry 2 people each. Right away, the fat boss nodded and agreed. He first dragged 2 small wooden boats with only 2 seats from the warehouse, then selected 2 blue swordfish from the fish pond, fitted the boats onto their backs, harnessed them, and placed them into the waterway. Is this a bull? Hancock looked at the creature, which resembled a horse from the neck up, but had a fish body below. A curious expression appeared on her face. She extended her right hand to touch it, and the swordfish immediately snorted and rubbed against her hand repeatedly. Huh, it seems to like you a lot. Renting a swordfish costs 250 berries per day. How long would you like to rent them? The fat boss asked with a beaming smile. 1 day is enough. As he spoke, Sephiroth took out a 500-berry note from his pocket and handed it to the fat boss. Welcome to visit our shop again. After the four boarded the swordfish one by one, the fat boss cheerfully waved goodbye to them. Hancock, sitting on the same swordfish as Sephiroth, tugged on his sleeve and said hopefully, let's go to the shopping street. I want to buy some clothes. He turned to look at the girl's red top and short skirt and immediately nodded in understanding. Recently, Sephiroth had noticed that Hancock seemed to have a mild case of mental cleanliness. She disliked using things that had been used by others. For that reason, the girl had even used her white cloak along with needle and thread and scissors to fashion a set of white short top and skirt. After receiving the instructions, the two swordfish didn't need them to pull the reins to be driven. Being quite intelligent, they swam autonomously toward Water 7 shopping street. Sephiroth, why are there so many buildings underwater? Marigold leaned over the edge of the boat looking down through the clear water. Rows of buildings submerged in seawater came into her view. Every year Water 7 is hit by a huge tsunami so terrifying that it can submerge most of the city's buildings. Even after the seawater recedes, the water level is still a little higher than before. Over time, the island's land has been continuously submerged. Because the water level is too high, the residents of Water 7 have no choice but to build new houses on top of the original buildings. So the underwater buildings you see are actually Water 7 from decades ago. Then won't this island eventually be submerged? Sonia said in surprise. Indeed. That's true. However, if Mr. Tom manages to build the sea train, this island will be saved and regain its vitality. The four chatted idly, but most of the time the three girls were asking questions and Sephiroth was answering. Water 7 shopping street. After tying up the two swordfish, the four went ashore. On the somewhat desolate street, there were not many pedestrians. Occasionally, a few people dressed as shipwrights could be seen gathered drinking gloomily. This city feels so lifeless, Boa Marigold muttered softly. There's no helping it. With the land being flooded and pirates running rampant, plundering the seas, the city's economy is getting worse and worse. As he spoke, Sephiroth's voice gradually lowered and his eyes became somewhat dazed. Sephiroth's father was a purchasing manager and shareholder of a shipbuilding company called Hughes Shipyard. While taking Sephiroth to negotiate deals for iron and timber, they were attacked at sea by the beast's pirates, and his father died, saving Sephiroth. As the Great Pirate Era intensified, such incidents would become more frequent. In this chaotic era without absolute power, even staying alive was a luxury at times. Hancock very keenly sensed Sephiroth's emotional change. Immediately she extended her right hand and firmly grasped his left, smiling playfully as she changed the subject. Come on, I want to buy lots of things. There's no time for you to keep dazing off. Oh. Sephiroth immediately snapped back to attention, nodded, and pushed aside the inexplicable emotions that had arisen, no longer dwelling on them. Soon the four entered a clothing store and began picking out clothes. Hancock pulled open the curtain of the fitting room and showed off the purple top and white denim hot pants she was wearing. Sephiroth, how do I look in this outfit? Nice. Sephiroth, how do I look in this? Very nice. Sephiroth. Good. Sephiroth sat on a chair provided by the store for resting, answering absent-mindedly. His gaze, however, was fixed on two stunningly beautiful women with incredibly hot figures in the store who were trying on various cool and sexy swimsuits and discussing which one suited them. It must be said that in the world of One Piece, the deviation between the upper and lower limits of girls' looks was enormous. Some were ugly beyond belief, but others were also breathtakingly beautiful. Suddenly, he found his critical gaze blocked by a cute, pretty face. The girl's face was so close that he could even see his reflection in her eyes. Boa Hancock stared intently. Sephiroth looked awkward. Cough. Hancock, why are you looking at me like that? Sephiroth slightly guiltily turned his head aside, not daring to meet her eyes. Seeing this, Marigold instinctively pressed her hands to her chest and teased with a giggle. So Sephiroth likes big ones, huh? Cough. Have you all finished shopping? If you're done, let's go. Sephiroth coughed lightly, trying to forcefully change the subject. Humph. Upon hearing this, Hancock snorted softly, turned around, and walked straight to the swimsuits. After browsing, she finally picked out a white bikini, went into the fitting room, and drew the curtain. A moment later, wearing the white bikini, Hancock's pretty face slightly flushed as she pulled open the curtain. How do I look? Her eyes held a hint of shyness. She lowered her head slightly and kept twirling her index fingers in front of her. It must be said that Hancock already exuded the grace of the future pirate empress like a flower bud about to bloom. Her skin was tender and flawless, her legs long and fair, above them lay a smooth stomach and a waist slender enough to encircle with one hand. Her budding chest, accentuated by the white bikini, was all the more alluring. A few strands of her black hair draped over her delicate collarbones, and her snow-white neck was like fine jade. The features of her pretty face were exquisite and perfect. Whether she expressed annoyance, anger, or shyness, she was utterly endearing. Very nice. Sephiroth glanced a few times, then turned his head and looked away, silently muttering to himself, oh no. This is the feeling of a racing heart. Water Capital, Central Street, No. 136. The four stood outside a 3-story garden villa. Sephiroth, laden with large and small bags, gazed at the tightly closed iron gate and let out a soft sigh. The keys had long since been sunk into the sea. Thinking of this, Sephiroth set the ingredients down on the ground, rolled up his sleeves, and climbed the iron gate with 3 finger-wide gaps. Sephiroth, is this really your home? The green-haired girl Boya Sengoku asked with a suspicious look. I lost the keys when I encountered a shipwreck. Don't worry, I have a spare. As he spoke, Sephiroth had already scaled the 5-meter-high iron gate and landed in the front yard of the villa. He hurried a few steps to the redwood front door of the villa, paused beside the palm pot on the right side of the entrance, crouched down, lifted the pot with his right hand, and felt under the bottom with his left hand, retrieving a set of keys. The original owner had actually left a spare key here secretly. Was he not afraid of burglars? Sephiroth muttered inwardly as he turned and walked to the iron gate, opening it for the three women. In the front yard of the villa, besides vegetation and flowers planted along the walls, there was a swimming pool that drew seawater from outside, 25 meters long, 11 meters wide, and 1.5 meters deep. The original owner rather enjoyed swimming and was quite adept in the water, but as for the current him, gazing at the shimmering pool, Sephiroth felt that as a devil fruit user, submerging himself in that 1.5 meter deep seawater would likely drown him. He unlocked the villa's front door with the key, and a spacious living room came into view before the four of them. The interior decoration of the villa resembled a European style, exquisitely crafted. Whether the carved patterns on the walls, the placement of the fireplace, or the arrangement of furniture, all pursued a sense of visual elegance. Sephiroth casually ran his hand over the long sofa and table, finding that after nearly half a month away, the furniture had not accumulated much dust, still within an acceptable range, and there was no need to call a maid from a cleaning service. Boa Hancock glanced around the living room before tentatively asking, Sephiroth, do you have a telephone bug at home? Yes, in the study on the second floor. He nodded and led Boa Hancock to the study on the second floor. The spacious room, apart from a desk and 2 bookshelves, also contained a glass cabinet filled with various ship models, displaying a multitude of vessel replicas. Sephiroth's father, though a procurement manager at a shipbuilding company, was also a skilled shipwright with an inexplicable passion for ships. However, the original Sephiroth was not fond of ships, believing that the island's shipbuilding industry was nearing its end. At the time, such a thought was only natural. After all, with the advent of the Great Pirate era, pirates ran rampant, and the shipbuilding business in water capital became increasingly difficult. But the current Sephiroth knew that once the sea train was successfully built, this island would be revitalized, and the shipbuilding industry would flourish once more. At this thought, a flash of inspiration struck his mind. In the original story, the Smoking Tom used a steam engine, so its energy efficiency was not high. What if it were replaced with an internal combustion engine? In terms of energy utilization, the internal combustion engine completely outclasses the steam engine. After all, this world possesses petroleum, and even diesel has been refined. However, no one has yet considered using them as fuel for mechanical power. So would replacing the power system accelerate the completion of the sea train? This place was, after all, his hometown, and he would not refuse to help if he could, and this gesture would also foster goodwill with Tom and his apprentices. Given their craftsmanship, he might one day need their assistance. The telephone bug lay in a glass box on the desk. Boa Hancock extended her small hand and gently tapped the shell of the bull's-eyes telephone bug, awakening it from its slumber. After waiting for the telephone bug to fully open its eyes, the raven-haired girl used her slender fingers to press the number keys on the right side of the shell, dialing a number. Baloo baloo. Moments later, the call was connected, and a young woman's voice emerged from the telephone bug's. Hello? Who is this? Is that Belladonna? It's Hancock. Hancock, where have you 3 sisters been all this time? We searched for you for a long time and couldn't find you. Do you know how worried we were? Sorry, it's like this. Hancock quickly explained the experience of being captured by the slave traders and escaping to water capital. Since the Josha pirate crew was currently far from water capital, it was decided over the telephone bug that the 3 women should wait on the island for a few days until they could come to pick them up and return to Josha Island. The villa had many empty rooms, so Sephiroth arranged a separate room for each of the 3 women. Noon. After the 3 women enjoyed a sumptuous lunch prepared by Sephiroth, they changed into the cool swimsuits they had bought at the clothing store. Boya Sengoku wore a green bikini, while Boya Malajal opted for a pink bikini. Due to the warm invitation from the 3 bikini-clad beauties, Sephiroth had to postpone drawing the internal combustion engine plans to the evening. He put on a swim ring, immersed his lower body in the seawater, and accompanied the 3 beauties in a game of water volleyball in the pool. It must be said that seawater had a remarkable suppressive effect on devil fruit users. Even with only his lower body submerged in the pool, Sephiroth felt a sense of weakness, his strength and speed halved, and his stamina drained rapidly. However, Sephiroth was astonished to discover that even while submerged in seawater, he could still restore his stamina by consuming lifespan if he wished, though the efficiency was much lower than under normal conditions. Seawater merely renders devil fruit users powerless and causes them to sink, but it does not inhibit the ability itself, much like how Aokiji freezes the sea. He fears seawater, but can freeze it. Does that mean if he eventually adapts to the weakness of seawater, he could convert lifespan into stamina, enabling him to barely swim in the sea without drowning? Shipwreck Island. Tom, Frankie, and Iceberg, along with a large frog, stood before a steam locomotive. This was the result of 3 days of hard work assembling it. Frankie, excited, hugged the frog and exclaimed, "Mr. Tom, great. We have assembled the locomotive. Next, as long as we can make it run on the sea track, we will succeed." "Huh, not so fast. Let's try a test run first." Tom laughed heartily as he embraced the locomotive. To test whether the train could run on the sea, the three had already built a short track near the coast of Shipwreck Island. With the terrifying strength of the fishermen, the heavy steam locomotive weighing over 100 tons was effortlessly lifted and placed at the starting point of the track. Before Tom could give instructions, Frankie, his eyes gleaming with excitement, volunteered, "Mr. Tom, let me drive." "Huh, it seems you can't wait, so you can start the train." Frankie grinned and quickly ran into the locomotive's power room to add coal and start a fire. Moments later, billowing black smoke emerged from the steam locomotive, accompanied by a booming thud, 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 as the locomotive slowly began to move, the speed of the metal wheels increasing. However, just before the steam locomotive had traveled 20 meters, it uncontrollably plunged into the sea, causing Frankie to quickly abandon the train and leap into the water to escape a watery grave. Seeing this, Tom jumped into the sea with a splash. He was not trying to save Frankie, as he was well aware of his swimming skills. As long as he wasn't thrown into a massive whirlpool, Frankie could swim back just fine. What he was trying to save was the steam locomotive. If each failure resulted in the scrapping of a steam machine, his wallet couldn't bear such waste. The fisherman race was favored by the sea, able to fully unleash their racial talents underwater rather than on land. Soon Tom emerged from the depths, carrying the steam locomotive on his shoulder as he climbed back onto the shore. Frankie, who had just swum ashore, shook his wet blue hair and said with a bewildered expression, "Mr. Tom, didn't you say this locomotive could sail on the sea? Why did it fall into the sea?" Hearing this, Tom couldn't help but laugh and scratch his head. It's unavoidable. This situation occurred because the buoyancy of the track and the floating device was insufficient, or the speed of the sea train wasn't fast enough. I am also quite distressed. If the efficiency of the steam engine could be raised from 80% to over 15%, it should achieve a balanced state, right? What if we used a different machine to provide power and the energy efficiency reached over 25% or even 40%? Hearing this somewhat familiar voice, Tom turned in surprise to see Sephiroth slowly approaching from a distance. If that's the case, then it would be truly remarkable. Perhaps the sea train could directly run on the sea. "Oh, then I think you should be very interested in this thing." Sephiroth unfolded a design blueprint in front. Although the blueprint was very rudimentary and lacked details, it was everything he had managed to recall over the past few days. "Can you tell me about its working principle?" Shipbuilder Tom gazed at the mechanical principle diagram and the rough cross-section of the internal combustion engine in the boy's hand, falling into deep thought. He dared to boast in front of the judge that he could build a sea train connecting multiple islands within 10 years. This was because his mechanical engineering skills were quite impressive. He knew that as long as he overcame certain technical hurdles, he could turn the sea train into reality. Thus, when shipbuilder Tom saw this internal combustion engine blueprint, he instantly understood many things. This is a thermal engine that uses diesel as fuel to convert thermal energy into power. Sephiroth explained the knowledge he had learned about internal combustion engines in high school as comprehensively as possible, hoping that Tom could quickly understand the existence of this machine. Frankie, who had squeezed over, immediately broke into an excited smile after hearing Sephiroth's explanation. "Mr. Tom, this thing is so interesting. I feel like we can give it a try." This truly is remarkable. Little brother, you are indeed a real man for telling me the principles of this machine. Little brother, could you show me the relevant part-size blueprints? Hearing this, Sephiroth decisively shook his head, casually responding, "I don't have such things. These are all just ideas I came up with temporarily." As a surgeon, if someone asked Sephiroth about medicine, he could elaborate in detail and sound knowledgeable. But mechanical engineering, it's like a different world. Being able to sketch a rough principle diagram of an internal combustion engine is already impressive. Asking him for part-size blueprints was truly asking too much. "Oh, I see. You're impressive too. By the way, what is this machine called?" Tom said with a smile. "Internal combustion engine." After finishing the conversation about the internal combustion engine with Tom, Sephiroth rode the flying fish toward home. He left the professional matters to the professionals. In the Sea Train project, there was little else he could do. Of course, he also gained something extra. At least he earned the goodwill of Tom, Frankie, and Iceberg. If he ever needed help from the three in the future, given their personalities, they would likely assist him as long as it wasn't too troublesome. When Sephiroth returned home, a guest was already waiting in his living room with the Boa sisters sitting on the nearby sofa waiting for his return. The guest was Hughes, the president of Hughes Shipbuilding Company. He was a burly, middle-aged man with a rugged face, dressed in a sharp black suit. Sephiroth, it's really you. I'm so glad you're alright. I heard that your passenger ship was attacked by pirates. By the way, where's your father, pal? Hughes exclaimed excitedly. He was killed by pirates while trying to protect me. As he spoke, Sephiroth sighed lightly, his gaze turning somber. The man named Karl D. Pal was a great father willing to sacrifice his life for his son. Karl D. Sephiroth's mother passed away shortly after his birth, leaving only his father to raise him. Therefore, in the original's heart, his father was the most important existence to him. Hearing this, Hughes sighed and looked at Sephiroth, saying solemnly, "How about this? Sephiroth, why not come work at the shipbuilding company? Although the company is struggling, now having you here would provide a stable income." "No, thank you for your kindness, Uncle Hilk. To be honest, I plan to join the Navy." Upon hearing this, the Boa sisters exclaimed in unison, surprise. X3. Sephiroth, why do you want to join the Navy? Boa Hancock frowned slightly, her tone filled with confusion. "Because I need not only strength, but also the power to rival the beast pirates to take revenge. Joining the Navy is my best option right now." Sephiroth's eyelids drooped, his expression unreadable, but his tone was very firm. The Navy in the world of One Piece is established by the world government to serve member countries and world nobles. The Navy has no right to interfere in domestic politics and cannot defy the directives issued by the world government. Their duty is only to maintain maritime security, combat pirate forces, and assist the world government with dirty work, sometimes even helping to put out fires when celestial dragons commit murder. However, despite the various constraints and shortcomings of the Navy, it is undeniable that they have a relatively mature system for developing talent. Anyway, after this period of training, Sephiroth realized that while he did possess the Conqueror's Haki and the mythical Zoan vampire fruit, he lacked a systematic way to become stronger and couldn't fully utilize these abilities. Even if he spent 10 hours a day training, he only felt a slight improvement in his physical fitness, while his combat experience remained almost non-existent. This world has always been filled with top-tier powerhouses who grew through constant battles, like Roger Kaido, Charlotte Lean, and Edward Newgate. But, compared to the wild approach, Sephiroth, who in his previous life received systematic education, was more inclined to trust formal training, and the Navy was one of the more reliable options. "Is that so? Both strength and influence are necessary," Boa Hancock murmured thoughtfully. Seeing this, Hughes Hilk stood up from the sofa, gently patting Sephiroth's shoulder. Sigh. "Sephiroth, since you've made your decision, I won't persuade you anymore. If you need any help in the future, feel free to come to me." The setting sun painted the sky with brilliant hues of twilight over the bustling commercial street of Water City, where the Bolton Bar stood. Inside, the lively tavern was packed with patrons, and what was truly astonishing was that every single one was a woman. These women seated at the bar all shared a common identity. They were members of the Kuja Pirates. The Amazon Lily Kingdom, situated in the Calm Belt, was so geographically isolated that almost no ships could navigate its waters. This isolation, while shielding the nation from the era's turmoil, also constrained its access to resources. Thus, the Kuja Pirates were born out of the kingdom's official necessity. They served both as the nation's military and as marauding pirates, plundering merchant vessels at sea to replenish the country's wealth and resources. Such arrangements were not uncommon in this world. For instance, the official pirate force of the Land of Flowers, the Eight Treasures Water Army, operated similarly, and even more so the Vinsmoke family of the North Sea. A whole nation of mercenaries who waged war for any who paid. To optimize the pirates' combat effectiveness and minimize casualties, Amazon Lily Kingdom selected only the elite warriors from its populace to board the ships. At the bar counter, a woman with short black hair cut to her ears and a slender figure held a glass of whiskey in her left hand and a cigarette in her right. She listened silently as Boa Hancock beside her recounted the experiences of recent days. "Captain Shaki, Sephiroth not only cooks deliciously, but is also very gentle." Shaki took a sip of whiskey, a knowing smirk on her face. "Little Hancock, could it be that you've fallen for that boy? Love? What is that?" The long black-haired girl tilted her head, a look of confusion in her eyes. Boa Hancock had grown up on the all-female island of Amazon Lily, surrounded only by women. This unique environment had left her lacking many common-sense understandings. In fact, this was the reality for many residents of the island. Most had never even seen a man. Men were wholly mythical creatures on the island, heard of but never seen. Most had only a vague notion, let alone any understanding of romance. Thinking this, Shaki chuckled and shook her head, patiently explaining, "Love. Probably it's when you feel happy being with him, sad when he's sad, want to stay by his side forever, and are willing to do anything for him. Every time you think of him, your heart inexplicably races." Boa Hancock placed a hand on her chest, feeling the fluttering sensation, and sweetly smiled. "Is this love?" At the bar, Boa Sandersonia, already tipsy from drinking, also touched her chest and giggled, burp. "Hee, really? I love Sephiroth too." "Ah, hee, so do I." Boa Marigold chimed in. "Do you really understand? Shaki looked suspiciously at the three beauties beside her. I understand. I understand too. As if recalling something amusing, Shaki suddenly grinned mischievously and gestured for the three Boa sisters to lean in for a secret. The three were puzzled but obediently leaned closer to listen. Let me tell you, between a man and a woman, this. It can be like that. Sounds interesting. At 136 Central Street, in a room on the second floor of a garden villa, cold moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the bed, where Sephiroth lay with his eyes closed, his chest rising and falling rhythmically. He relaxed, focusing on the beat of his heart and the sound of blood flowing through his veins. That sound was so faint that even with his hearing enhanced sixfold by the vampire fruit, it was barely audible without careful concentration. Preliminary observation Haki was a power derived from hearing, while armament Haki was energy generated from muscle cells. Thus, aside from daily physical training, Sephiroth meditated before sleep to simultaneously cultivate both armament and observation Haki. Though he was still perplexed by armament Haki, he had begun to grasp some nuances of observation Haki. Suddenly, he faintly heard the creak of the villa's iron gate opening. Distinguishing the sounds, he identified three somewhat unsteady footsteps entering the villa. Sephiroth considered briefly, then got out of bed, walked to the door, and opened it. On the corridor, he saw three drunken young women supporting each other as they walked. Ahi, Sephiroth, so this is where you are. Boa Hancock hiccuped, drunkenly grinning foolishly at the young man before her. Ahi, saves us the trouble of looking for you. Right. Do you need something? Sephiroth asked in confusion. Ahi, Sephiroth, I like you. Yeah, me too. I also. Sephiroth. As the young man stared in bewilderment, the three beauties dragged him onto the large bed. Boa Marigold grabbed his left arm, Boa Sandersonia his right, and Boa Hancock pressed herself on top of him. Sephiroth swallowed hard disbelief in his voice. What is this? Be good and don't resist. Sephiroth. Boa Hancock raised her right hand and pressed a slender long finger to his lips. Soon the three women fell asleep, hugging him. Sleeping. Sephiroth thought, who knew these three beauties would get so rowdy when drunk. He gave a wry smile, waited a while, then carefully extricated himself from their grasp and sent each back to her. Afterward, Sephiroth stood by the corridor window, gazing up at the bright moon in the night sky. He let out a soft sigh, his heart filled with complexity. Matters of love and passion. In this chaotic era, they were too heavy, too much of a luxury. Yet undeniably, though they had known each other only half a month, in their shared life and death struggles, the three girls had left an indelible mark on his heart. If one day Sephiroth were to lose them, he would surely be devastated. Wasteship Island. The morning sunlight spilled across the sea, and a gentle breeze stirred ripples on the waves. Moored at the shore was a large red sailing ship. Beneath the bow, two massive sea serpents supported the entire vessel. These serpents were two powerful sea kings, tamed and raised by the Kuja pirates. With their pull, the ship could navigate through the calm belt. Even in normal seas, the two sea kings allowed the perfume Yuda to outpace ordinary ships. Below the red ship, members of the Kuja pirates carried crates of supplies up the gangplank, stowing them in the hold. Not far away on the beach, a young man and a young woman stood facing each other. Finally, it's time to... Boa Hancock, draped in a white cloak, wore a red top and skirt. She brushed a few strands of hair from her temple and forced a smile onto her face, but her eyes, fixed on the silver-haired youth, brimmed with reluctance. Sephiroth, clad in a blue suit, smiled with a hint of resignation in his voice. Yes, it's time to say goodbye. Hey Sephiroth, if you become a Marine and have to face me as an enemy, what will you do? He'll turn around and run, or raise my hands and surrender. In short, no matter the circumstances, and if I'm in danger, captured by the Marines, the dark-haired girl pressed on. He'll set aside all loyalties and do everything I can to save you. His voice was soft, calm, but filled with unwavering resolve. Then you mustn't lie to me. Let's pinky swear. Make a promise. Having received the answer she wanted, Boa Hancock's face finally lit up with a genuine, radiant smile. She raised her fair right hand, extending her little finger. Pinky swear. Sephiroth smiled and raised his own little finger, sealing the most sincere vow with the dark-haired girl. Seeing the Kuja pirates' crew beginning to assemble and count heads, Boa Hancock could only wave at the youth, turn and jog quickly toward the perfume Yuda. Farewell. Farewell. Sephiroth nodded gently in reply. Young man, you sure know how to charm her. Shaki, a cigarette dangling from her lips, approached from a distance. As she passed the silver-haired youth, she couldn't help teasing him. As the current captain of the Kuja pirates and the strongest on Amazon Lily, her observation Haki was formidable. She had overheard every word of their conversation. Every word I said was true. I wasn't deceiving her. Sephiroth met Shaki's gaze calmly. She studied him for a moment before smiling. Not bad. Your heartbeat didn't quicken and your muscles showed no tension or trembling. Seems you're not lying. So my efforts back, then letting those three sisters. Ha ha. I didn't expect you, kid, aside from the dark circles, to be surprisingly energetic. My youth is... Hearing that Sephiroth's, I twitched involuntarily. He barely suppressed the urge to unleash a torrent of So it was you, teaching them all those strange things. Do you have any idea how I survived these 3 nights? To keep from laying a hand on the 3 women, he was nearly bursting with internal injuries. Captain Haki, all crew members are present. A Kuja pirate leaned over the railing waving at them. Young man, what's your name? Karl D. Sephiroth. D. Huh? Haki, captain of the Kuja pirate. Thank you for taking care of my 3 crew members this time. Let's meet again if fate allows. Haki waved, swayed her hips, and boarded the perfume Yuda. As the sails unfurled, the red ship slowly drifted away from the shore. At the stern, Boa Hancock leaned over the railing, gazing with lingering attachment at the silver-haired youth standing on the beach. At some point, Haki had come beside the girl. She blew a smoke ring, flicked the ash from her cigarette with her right hand, and said in a casual tone, "Actually, if you don't want to leave him, you don't have to come back aboard." Boa Hancock didn't turn to look at her captain. Her eyes remained fixed on the silver-haired youth as she murmured softly, "That won't do, because I'm going to become the queen of Amazon Lily and take the captain's position from you." For him. You want to become queen. How interesting. A faint, bitter smile curled at the corner of Haki's mouth as she held her cigarette. Don't worry. Once your strength surpasses mine. When that time comes, I'll gladly hand over the captain's post to you without you even asking. The sea area from Water 7 to the Sabaody Archipelago fell under the jurisdiction of Marine G3 branch. The commander of this unit was Vice Admiral Garp, known as the hero of the Marines. Whenever the Kuja pirates emerged from the calm belt to raid, they often encountered Garp's warship. The current captain of the Kuja pirates, Haki, felt deeply weary. She couldn't win in a fight, so she could only be chased all over the world by that Garp. Whoever wanted the position of captain of the Kuja pirates could have it, as she didn't care. She wanted to retire, to withdraw. Of course, Haki had also considered raiding on the other side of the calm belt. However, the other side of the calm belt was the East Blue, Garp's homeland. A few years ago, after the pirate King Roger was taken back to his hometown and executed in Logue Town in the East Blue, the Marines' crackdown on pirates in that sea had been fierce. Among them, Vice Admiral Garp, who often went home for visits, had contributed the most. Haki would bet that if she dared to take the Kuja pirates to raid the East Blue, that Garp would swim barehanded into the calm belt and come to Amazon Lily to beat her up. Feichuan Island. After watching the perfumed serpent ship sail away, Sephiroth turned around and headed toward Shueiji-do. However, from a distance, he could already hear the noisy commotion of Falanki. Fantastic. Mr. Tongmu, this newly completed locomotive will surely run smoothly. Driven by curiosity, Sephiroth followed the sound. In a clearing surrounded by piles of scrap ship parts, Tongmu, Falanki, and Asibigu stood before a shiny silver locomotive, laughing heartily. "Hey, young man, would you like to see our newly built train launched into the sea?" Tongmu waved at Sephiroth with a big laugh. The latter did not refuse and nodded in agreement. Soon, with Tangma's monstrous strength, the entire 100-ton locomotive was moved onto the tracks. This time, Falanki once again volunteered to drive the train. Do-do-do. After the engine roared to life, the train's iron wheels began to accelerate, racing along the sea track. It ran swiftly, circling the track over and over. Falanki stuck his head out of the cab and shouted wildly, "Amazing! It's really running on the sea. Amazing! It worked, Mr. Tongmu." Asibigu exclaimed excitedly. "Aha! What a truly magnificent train." Tongmu rubbed his round, bulging belly, laughing like a child of over 500 gene. "Oh, no, over 1,000 gene." Suddenly, Moawala, a colossal figure over 20 meters tall, burst out of the sea, splashing a massive wave. Asibigu stared at the giant crimson crab the size of a small hill and screamed, "It's a sea king crab. Run, Falanki. Help." Terrified, Falanki jumped off the train without hesitation. The next moment, the sea king crab swung its massive pincers, grabbed the sea train, and lifted it into the air. "Let go of my precious creation, bastard." Seeing this, Tangma's eyes blazed with fury. He let out a roar, grabbed a broken mast over 10 meters long from the debris, and hurled it like a javelin. Swish. With terrifying force, the mast shot through the sea king crab's body at incredible speed, causing it to topple backward. Bang. Phew. Good. After his outburst, Tongmu reverted to his usual smiling, good-natured demeanor, wiping cold sweat from his forehead. Sephiroth's mouth twitched, and he muttered inwardly, "What a monster! This guy is even more terrifying than the Sea Kings." But then again, Sephiroth thought the fishmen are naturally robust and 10 times stronger than humans, so such explosive strength is hardly surprising. In the end, Sephiroth silently sighed in his heart. The road to becoming the world's top powerhouse is still a long one. The hapless brat Falanki climbed ashore and instinctively roared at Tongmu. "Mr. Tongmu, didn't you say the train's noise would drive away the Sea Kings?" Why did that sea king crab suddenly appear? Hearing this, Tongmu could only give an awkward chuckle. Because this locomotive is a new model, I haven't had time to install the corresponding device. Seeing that Falanki seemed about to explode, Tongmu quickly added, but don't worry, he'll definitely prepare it next time. Next time let Asibaga do it. I'm not going. Falanki curled his lips with a displeased expression. You were the one who snatched the chance. Asibaga muttered. Young man, thank you. Thanks to your design blueprints, the sea train project has been shortened by several years compared to the original schedule. Ha ha ha. Tongmu looked at the youth and expressed his sincere gratitude. Well, I only did what I could. I hope the sea train can be completed soon, reviving the city and freeing it from its current lifeless state. After saying that, Sephiroth waved his hand and turned around gracefully, walking off into the distance. What a cool guy. Falanki instinctively touched his nose, which Sephiroth had broken. His lingering resentment vanished Shueiji Dus Edge Marine Base. In front of a seaside building, 2 soldiers stood guard at the gate holding rifles and wearing marine uniforms, their postures perfectly straight. Actually, to be precise, this was a marine logistics support point. Only about 30 Marines were stationed here, a unit responsible for replenishing and maintaining warships when they docked. Just as Sephiroth was about to enter, the 2 soldiers crossed their rifles, blocking his way. One of them, a young Marine with a mustache, asked, Young man, what are you trying to do inside? I want to enlist in the Marines. The mustachioed soldier sized up Sephiroth before asking, How old? 14, almost 15. Age barely qualifies. Alright, go inside 2nd floor, turn right, 3rd room. First register for conscription, then go for a physical exam. The mustachioed soldier lowered his rifle and gave directions. Thanks. Sephiroth nodded and stepped into the building. He entered the recruitment room and stood before the desk of a burly, bearded young man bearing a captain's rank insignia on his shoulder. I want to enlist in the Marines. Can you read? Yes. Fill this out. The bearded man, expressionless and businesslike, took a form from the folder on his desk and handed it to him along with a pen. Sephiroth glanced at the form. It contained routine information like name, home address, and family members. However, there was one unusual item in the last column. Do you have a devil fruit? Category. Type. Sephiroth murmured softly. Hearing this, the bearded man chuckled and shook his head. Devil fruits are treasures of the sea, hard to come by. Young man, don't get your hopes up. If you were lucky enough to eat one, as long as the ability wasn't too weak, you'd definitely be given priority training by the Marines. Your future rank would at least be an officer at the battalion level. Oh, what kind of priority training? Sephiroth asked with interest. At the very least, a guaranteed spot at the Marine Headquarters Academy in Malinfanguo, that's for sure. Why are you asking so many questions? You don't have one anyway. The bearded man stopped mid-sentence, clearly not wanting to indulge the kid in wishful thinking. If devil fruits were that easy to obtain, he wouldn't have had to struggle for years in the Marines, relying on seniority and bribery to finally become a captain at 30, stationed as a commanding officer in this small rundown supply post. Who said I don't have one? I just ate a strange fruit. Probably a bat fruit. As he spoke, Sephiroth's body suddenly transformed. His height shot up, bat-like wings sprouted from his back, his ears elongated, and sharp claws covered his hands. Voluntarily revealing that he had eaten a devil fruit didn't bother Sephiroth. It was bound to come out sooner, or if he hid it, and the training demanded he dive into the sea for combat, would he jump or not? So he might as well show his extraordinary side early and earn priority training. Gulp. The bearded man swallowed, instinctively, cold sweat beading on his forehead. In truth, he had only heard of devil fruit users, but never seen one. He never expected to encounter one now. The bearded man wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and said with a wry smile, All right, once you fill this out, go through the physical exam procedure. If my investigation finds no issues with your personal information, you'll be sent to G3 branch for recruit training in about 7 days. Sephiroth quickly filled out the form and headed to the medical checkup point in the building as instructed. He wasn't too concerned about the background check. Although he had connections with the Bo-san sisters, the 3 women were not well known yet, and he had never interacted with the Josha pirate crew in public. The Marines probably couldn't trace that. The Marines even let Wyrja gangster from the Tanjihide family become a vice admiral. So shouldn't he be able to sneak into the academy for some experience? At worst, if someone found out later, he could just pack up and run. The Marine physical exam was simple. It also included some fitness tests, giving Sephiroth a rough idea of his current physical condition. Normal state: height 165 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, lift 187 kilograms, grip strength 98 kilograms, 200 meters in 19 seconds. Hybrid form: height 198 centimeters, weight 70 kilograms, lift 373 kilograms, grip strength 220 kilograms, 200 meters in 13 seconds. Overall, in his normal state, he was slightly above the average adult. Only when he transformed into a vampire did he surpass human norms. However, the superhumans in the One Piece world were far too many. Even Luffy, when he first set sail, defeated the East Blue Admiral Krieg, who could casually swing a one-ton gun with one hand. Later on, during daily training, Zoro used dumbbells weighing tons and increased them by tons. Thinking about it, he had barely surpassed the level of an ordinary soldier, having become an elite soldier. After the heavy rain, the sky cleared, and the sunlight was as bright as if washed by the rain, clear and transparent with not a cloud in sight. Even the air was fresh and sweet, and rainbows appeared in some places. Water capital Commercial Street. Safei Luosi stood before the window of a weapon shop, curiously examining the swords, guns, spears, shields, and armor displayed inside. After a moment, he pushed open the glass door and entered the shop, which was filled with all kinds of weapons. At the counter stood a middle-aged man with a mustache, wearing white shirt, black vest, red bow tie, and trousers. He smiled and said, "Welcome. What would you like to buy, sir?" "I want a good blade, preferably a famous one." Hearing this, the mustache man scrutinized Safei Luosi and then said tentatively, "Famous blades. I do have 2 good swords in my collection, but each one costs over 1,000,000 belly." "1 million belly? I can barely afford that. Let me see the quality of the blades first." Safei Luosi nodded slightly, showing little surprise at the high price. Actually, 1,000,000 belly for a blade is not expensive. In this store, several full-body armor sets are priced between 2 million and 5 million belly. For most ordinary people, armor is actually more valuable than weapons. Not only can it protect against sword and knife wounds, but it can also block the penetrating damage of bullets. Therefore, in a typical weapon shop, the price of armor is usually much higher than that of weapons. To buy a good blade, he searched the whole house and finally found 2.6 million belly in cash in the bedroom of Karl D. As for the bank deposit of over 150 million belly in his passbook. Although his father Karl D. had appeared on the list of maritime casualties, his body had not been found. According to the laws of Shueiji, due to declare him legally dead, one must wait a year, after which Safei Luosi could inherit the estate. The mustache boss, without any hesitation, walked to a shelf and brought over 2 sheathed long swords, placing them on the counter. Safei Luosi picked up one of them and with a clang drew the long sword. On the straight blade, strange purple patterns spread inexplicably, sending a chill from the depths of one's heart. This quick blade is called Yugue. The blade length is 84 centimeters with 1.7 centimeters, edge thickness about 0.8 millimeters, handle length 23 centimeters with 2 centimeters, price 1 million belly. As he spoke, the mustache boss tone hesitated for a moment. Then he continued, "However, I must warn you, young man. This blade is a cursed sword. Its previous 3 owners all died tragically." Swish! Under the boss' astonished gaze. Expressionless and silent, Safei Luosi swiftly sheathed the blade, threw it onto the counter, and directly picked up the other sheathed long sword. Mustache boss. Clang. Safei Luosi casually drew the second long sword. Its straight, fiery red blade resembled autumn maple leaves, and it was slightly heavier than the previous one. This quick blade is called Chioyi. The blade length is 96 centimeters with 1.8 centimeters, edge thickness about 0.7 millimeters, handle length 25 centimeters with 2.3 centimeters, price 1.5 million belly. Safei Luosi lightly waved the fiery red blade a few times, then tentatively asked, "This one isn't a cursed sword too, is it?" Hearing this, the mustache boss quickly shook his head and explained, "No, it's not. This blade is of excellent quality, very close in sharpness to the good 50 blades." Safei Luosi thought for a moment, then extended his left hand to pick up a pencil from the counter, holding it in front of him, while with his right hand, he swung Chio-yi toward the pencil. He felt almost no resistance as the fiery red blade split the pencil in 2. Not bad. It was far stronger than the practice sword I used before. That crappy blade could barely even cut through a wooden. It was because he couldn't stand it any longer that he came to the weapon shop to splurge on a good blade. Anyway, that captain had already called and said his identity check had no issues. In 3 days, he would go to the Marine G3 branch to undergo recruit training. Therefore, he didn't need to be too frugal. After all, the Marines would provide him with meals and accommodation. All right, he'll take this blade. Safei Luosi opened the inner side of his blue suit, took out 2 stacks of 10,000 belly bills, counted out 1.5 stacks, and handed them to the weapon shop owner. Hehehe. Young man, you're quite straightforward. By the way, I have other excellent weapons here, including high power. As the saying goes, 10 years of martial arts training is no match for a single bullet. I wonder if you're interested. The mustache boss quickly counted the cash with both hands while grinningly eyeing the remaining 5 euro belly in Safei Luosi's hand. I just got a new delivery, a revolver called Mad Python. At close range, it can take down even an elephant with 1 shot, and it's only 150 belly. Buy now and it'll throw in 60 rounds for free. Oh, no thanks. Safe Luosi shook his head, declining the offer without any intention to buy. As for firearms, he had seized a bunch from the slave ship, and now they were just gathering dust at home. Although guns were very helpful to him, now overdependence on them was not a good thing for him at this stage. It would breed a slack mindset, causing him to neglect the training of his physical fitness. The top powerhouses of this world all possess extremely powerful armament Haki for protection. For example, under normal conditions, as long as Big Mom Xia Luo Lingling hasn't had a mental breakdown, she can withstand bullets and cannons without any injury. As for Baishokai Duo, needless to say, he regularly attempts suicide by jumping from 10,000 meters and still comes out unscathed, at most feeling a little dizzy. While Safe Luosi was lost in random thoughts, he unconsciously arrived at the market area. Safe Luosi thought it was almost noon and time to buy groceries and cook, so he began purchasing food to prepare a meal back home. When passing by a mutton shop, he stopped and entered. He walked past the glass counter displaying dried goods like cured mutton and blood sausages and went deeper to a corner with several iron cages. Safe Luosi extended his right index finger and pointed to an iron cage containing 3 white. He turned his head and asked the blonde youth standing at the slaughter table, waving a cleaver while cutting up a whole sheep. "Excuse me, how much for a live goat? If you buy by the head, I'll charge you 500 belly per catty." "Lily, see, there's a customer wanting to buy a goat. I'm busy now, come out and help." "Got it, brother." A slender blonde girl pushed open the back door and entered. Although she had a few freckles on her cheeks, they couldn't hide her youthful and lovely appearance. Overall, she was quite a beauty. Lily C opened the iron cage, put a rope around a white goat, and led it to the large iron scale. The blonde girl added weights to the scale while asking, "Sir, would you like us to slaughter the goat for you?" "No, I just want it alive." Safe Luosi shook his head, declining the offer. In fact, he bought live goats just to extract life force from them, replenishing the loss of stored lifespan caused by his recent training. During this time, through his development and study of the fruit, his stored lifespan increased from 300 to 500 years, and he was delighted to discover that his ability to extract life force was not limited to humans. As long as a creature had blood, he could extract life force from it. Fish, chickens, dogs, and other animals. But the amount he could extract was far less than from humans. Furthermore, he found that using bloodsucking to satisfy his hunger was more efficient than normal eating for replenishing energy. This was good for Safe Luosi, as he was no longer limited to extracting life force only from humans. In the original story, the celestial dragons had an extremely strong obsession with immortality. To that end, they would even mobilize CP0 on a large scale for a vague legend from hundreds of years ago about obtaining pure gold for eternal life. Who knows? If the world government discovered that Safe Luosi's vampire fruit could grant eternal life and youth by extracting life force from others, would they have CP0 capture him and throw him to Vegapunk for all kinds of research? That scene was too beautiful to imagine. Therefore, he had to be cautious and carefully hide his true ability. Safe Luosi's thought of joining the Marines was also due to this concern. The Marines training system was his best chance to gain strength at the moment. He estimated that once his strength reached the level of a warlord, the world government wouldn't be able to do anything to him. After all, the Ope no Mi had always been a dream of the celestial dragons, but Tela Far Jia Luo, a user of that fruit after becoming strong enough and openly joining the warlords, was not directly captured for research by the world government. A perfect example. In other words, as long as Safe Luosi grew strong quickly enough to become someone no one dared to provoke, then trouble would simply dissipate into nothingness. Lily C looked at the balanced weights and said with a grin, "Exactly 100 catties. That's 50000 belly." "Good." Safe Luosi nodded, took out a small stack of bills from inside his suit, and prepared to count out 500 belly notes to give to the blonde girl. How could a pirate ship suddenly appear in the commercial street? Bang bang. Several consecutive gunshots broke the peaceful atmosphere of the street, and people fell into panic. "Pirates are coming. Run. Help." In the Water City, within a mutton shop on Commercial Street. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Sephiroth paused his action of counting money, then tucked the bills back into his suit's inner pocket and prepared to step out to see what was happening. However, he had only taken 2 steps when 3 figures burst into the mutton shop brandishing pistols and sabers, their expressions fierce and menacing. "Hand over all the meat and money. Brother Base, there's a pretty woman here." Among the 3, a bald man pointed his pistol at Lilisai, who stood beside Sephiroth. "Hee. Not bad. Not bad. To think I'd encounter such a beautiful woman. They'll go first, and once I've had my fill, you too can have your turn." Andrew Base was a 2-meter tall, burly man with a crew-cut a face full of brutish features and a black eye patch over his left eye, a one-eyed dragon. He was the combat captain of the Wozen pirate crew with a bounty of 9.6 million Bailey. For him, looting and killing were as ordinary as eating and drinking. "Please spare my sister. Take whatever you want from the shop." The golden-haired young man's body trembled slightly, but he bravely stepped forward to stand before the three, gripping his cleaver tightly. If everything in the shop was taken, he would suffer a great loss, but for his sister it was worth it. Bang! Bang! Andrew Bass sneered, raised his pistol, and fired 2 shots at the golden-haired young man. One hit his chest, the other his forehead, instantly ending his life. Plop! The young man's body collapsed limply to the ground. Are you telling me what to do? You're a clueless fool. You have no right to negotiate with me. Tui. With that, the one-eyed man spat a thick glob of phlegm onto the corpse's face, hitting it square on. Brother. Everything happened too fast, too suddenly. The golden-haired girl, snapping back to reality, lunged toward the body. But, don't be foolish, run. Sephiroth, recovering from his shock, quickly extended his right hand, grabbed the girl, dragged her to the back door, and slammed it shut. Bang! 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 As he closed the door, 3 gunshots rang out. 3 blossoms of blood burst open on Sephiroth's back as each of the pirates fired at him. Seeing that Sephiroth's hand still pressed against the door, Andrew Bass grinned his malicious smile, growing even more savage. Another fool. Serves him right. However, the next moment, to the trio's astonishment, Sephiroth's body rapidly transformed. His ears elongated, his height rose to 2 meters, and a pair of membranous wings sprouted from his back. Roar! Sephiroth let out a beastly growl, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He turned, drew his blade, and charged in one seamless motion. At this sight, the 3 pirates were horrified. Only Andrew Bass reacted in time, instinctively firing a shot. Bang! Since he hadn't aimed, the shot went wildly wide, a mere silhouette, hitting the shop wall without even grazing Sephiroth. Sephiroth swiftly rounded the counter laden with goods and swung his long blade with force. Swoosh! A flash of red light, and one pirate was instantly decapitated, blood splattering everywhere. A few drops even sprayed onto his cheek, warm with a faint rusty scent. Up close, having personally severed a head, Sephiroth felt no fear or panic. As a surgeon, blood and severed limbs were nothing new. He had witnessed far more gruesome scenes. On the contrary, after killing this scum with his own hands, a thrill of excitement and relief coursed through him. The gruesome death of their comrade jolted the 2 pirates awake. They raised their pistols and pulled the triggers at Sephiroth while scrambling backward toward the shop's entrance. Bang! Bang! As a transformed vampire, the youth's physical abilities surged. Relying on foresight, he dodged sideways while advancing. But one bullet still grazed his left arm, leaving a bloody gash. However, in return, after evading, he lunged forward with a powerful step, his autumn leaf blade sweeping horizontally to slice open the throat of another pirate. Andrew Bass cursed under his breath, switched his pistol to his left hand, drew his saber with his right, and slashed diagonally at Sephiroth. To the one-eyed man's shock, his blade cleaved Sephiroth's head cleanly in 2. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Several black bats flapped their wings and flew out from the youth's head. Even as he took the blow, heat in Sephiroth's hand never stopped. His long blade swung through, severing Andrew Bass' neck with one stroke. Thud! The headless body crashed heavily to the floor. The one-eyed man's head stared in utter shock, unable to fathom how the youth had transformed his skull into black bats to evade the fatal strike. By now, the entire commercial street was in chaos. More than 40 pirates in small groups, weapons in hand, stormed into shops to loot. Gunfire, screams, and pleas for mercy filled the air. Sephiroth frowned, gazing at the 2-masted schooner moored by the canal, his heart full of confusion. On its mast flew a black skull flag, unmistakably a pirate ship. The commercial street was near the central area of Water City. Ordinarily, for a pirate ship to sail in so brazenly, someone would have certainly noticed. Bang! Just as Sephiroth was lost in thought, a gunshot rang out, and a bloom of blood burst from his left chest. His eyes gazed forward, yet within his line of sight, he saw no one firing in his direction. Could it be? Suddenly, a foreboding alarm flared in his heart, and he instinctively tilted his head. Bang! In the next instant, a searing pain shot through his left ear. Even with his deliberate dodge, the bullet had pierced it. Where exactly was the enemy? Sephiroth was filled with confusion and perplexity, sharpening both his vision and hearing to the utmost in an attempt to locate the opponent's position. Thump! Thump! In a state of heightened concentration, his superhuman auditory perception allowed him to detect a set of footsteps approaching his location. Sephiroth swiftly raised his long blade, with both hands positioning it before his chest, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the direction from which the sound came. Being struck by bullets anywhere but the head was a trivial injury to him. He could rapidly recover by expending some of his lifespan. Even the bullet that had just pierced his heart had already stopped bleeding and partially healed. Once he dug out the projectile, he would be completely restored. Huh. Are you a Zoan-type devil fruit user? Your vitality is indeed tenacious. But it's useless. Under my invisibility, you can only take a beating. Since you killed Andrew Bass, how about becoming my partner? He'll reserve the position of combat captain for you. Power, wealth, fame. All of these will be within easy reach if you follow me. A somewhat deep masculine voice traveled through the air and reached Sephiroth's ears. The profession of piracy was fraught with danger and cruelty, every raid came with the risk of casualties. Hence pirate crews constantly needed to recruit members, some from island ruffians, others from plundered merchant vessels. Is that so? What an honor indeed. Sephiroth said so aloud, yet his body shot forward like an arrow released. Having located the enemy's precise position through sound triangulation, he closed the distance, and with lightning speed swung his fiery red Shuya blade. Clang! Sparks flew as the blade met steel, the recoil and clangor of striking armor, making Sephiroth's pupils contract sharply. Is he wearing armor? What a pity. You can't cut me. A hint of mockery laced the man's words. He had deliberately let the youth strike him to deepen the latter's despair. The next moment Sephiroth's abdomen was savagely kicked, sending him flying backwards into the wall with a loud bang. A dull thud echoed as the wall caved into a crater, cracks spreading outward. Cough. Struggling to his feet, Sephiroth coughed up blood. Under the man's terrifying brute force, multiple internal organs had suffered hemorrhaging. This guy must be an invisible man who ate the invisible fruit. No wonder that pirate ship could slip into the commercial street unnoticed. He must have made the vessel transparent using his devil fruit ability. Could he be Absalom? Calculating the timeline, it seemed that Moria and Kaido had already clashed. The former had been utterly defeated years ago, all his subordinates dead, escaping from Wano country alone. A whistling sound sliced through the air, though invisible. Sephiroth instinctively tried to sidestep. Smack! A barbed whip lashed fiercely across Sephiroth's body, leaving a ghastly, hideous wound on his flank. The scorching pain relentlessly seared his nerves. Damn it! This guy not only has a pistol and armor, but also a troublesome whip. This is too tricky. How about it? Surrender and pledge allegiance to me, Watson Logan. My bounty is 35 million. I'm somewhat known on the Grand Line. Surrendering to me is no disgrace. But if you keep resisting, I'll have no choice but to kill you. The man's taunting voice came once more, as if he was already certain of victory. Sephiroth's gaze darted about. The enemy was clad in armor, and he could see no opening. A rash attack would only invite a beating. If I want to kill this bastard, I must devise a countermeasure. Sephiroth muttered inwardly. Suddenly, his eyes caught sight of a nearby alley. You want me to surrender? Defeat me first. With these words, Sephiroth dashed into the alley. Because of the recent rain, his shoes splashed ripples across the puddles on the ground. You refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Just die. The man snorted, immediately chasing into the alley behind him. After running a few meters, Sephiroth abruptly spun around and charged back, his eyes glancing down at the puddles on the ground. Combining the position from which the man had spoken earlier, he quickly estimated the opponent's height to be about 2 meters. In the confined space, a whip could not be used effectively, and with the puddles aiding location, Sephiroth mentally outlined a rough human silhouette. He knew that even if he had determined the enemy's size and position, striking the armor would yield nothing. But, through his acute hearing, he distinctly discerned that when the man spoke, his voice was not obstructed by any object, nor did it cause resonance with surrounding objects. Therefore his mouth or face must be unprotected. So Sephiroth stomped the ground hard, his body like an arrow shooting straight toward the enemy's location. In this state of total concentration, he truly saw the man raising his pistol to fire, and even saw the shock and bewilderment on his face. In that instant, a red glint flickered across his eyes, and his body entered an extraordinary hyper-awareness state. Observation Haki had awakened. In Sephiroth's perception, he could clearly hear his own heartbeat. Thump, thump. Like war drums pound, the surrounding buildings, water, flowers, and grass all seemed to come alive, exuding their unique auras. The moment Watson Logan squeezed the trigger, Sephiroth saw the bullet's trajectory in advance, and instinctively tilted his head, dodging the shot. Before the man could react, the youth's fiery red Shuya blade had already thrust naturally into the enemy's slightly open mouth, piercing from the jaw through to the back of the neck, killing him instantly. Plop! A burly corpse, left hand holding a pistol, right hand gripping a barbed whip, 2 meters 20 in height, wearing a heart guard and a hooded chainmail, crashed heavily onto the ground, splashing a large sheet of water. Sephiroth couldn't help but twitch his eyes at the metal wrist guards and leg guards on the man's limbs. This guy was truly armed to the teeth. To be fair, had he not possessed the vampire fruit with its monstrous regenerative ability, and had Watson Logan not been careless and overconfident in his invisible fruit, killing him would not have been so easy. Sephiroth first sheathed his long blade, then used his elongated nails to brutally dig out the bullets embedded in his body, the pain making his cheek twitch uncontrollably. Fortunately, the agony came and went quickly. After extracting the bullets at the cost of consuming his vitality, the wounds fully healed within 10 seconds. In the City of Water on the commercial street, over 40 pirates from the Watson pirate crew rampaged through the streets, brazenly looting valuable possessions, money, food, and women. At this moment, they resembled beasts clad in human skin, with the fire of desire within them burning fiercely. Those who dared to resist would be mercilessly slain. Hey, you scummy pirates. Your captain Watson Logan, with a bounty of 35 million berries, has already been taken down by me. Who among you still has a bounty on your head? Come out and face your death. As he spoke, Sephiroth, still in vampire form, dragged Watson Logan's corpse and flung it into the center square of the commercial street, a wild and manic smile spreading across his face. The looting pirates froze in their tracks upon seeing their captain's corpse, the fire of desire within them seemingly doused by a bucket of cold water. However, among the crowd of pirates, a man wielding dual pistols, wearing frameless glasses, and sporting a slicked-back black hairstyle brightened at Sephiroth's shout. His gaze instinctively turned to the distance, and he joyfully realized that Andrew Bass was also dead. The bespectacled man was George Dern, the second-in-command of the Watson pirate crew, a strategist and navigator with a bounty of 5 million berries. To be honest, he had long been fed up with the brainless first mate Watson Logan and the second mate Andrew Bass. They always acted recklessly, relying on brute strength without a single thought, just like during this heist. He had already advised them that although the waterways of the City of Water were developed, and they could reach the commercial street via transparent invisibility, the Navy, familiar with the terrain, would not let them escape easily during their retreat. They would definitely find ways to intercept their route, leaving them with no chance to escape. That foolish and damned captain, with such a convenient fruit ability, could have easily plundered merchant ships at sea and made a fortune, yet insisted on running ashore to court death. Now 2 idiots were dead. If he could take the opportunity to kill Sephiroth now, then he might just be able to rally the remaining pirates and become the new captain. Moreover, George Dern knew that Watson Logan had a devil fruit hidden in the captain's cabin treasure chest, which the latter had kept secret, likely intending to sell it at the auction in Sabaody Archipelago for a huge profit. If he could consume that devil fruit, he would surely gain powers as formidable as Watson Logan's. With this in mind, George Dern nearly laughed out loud, but ultimately forced himself to suppress it. Brothers, he is alone while we are over 40. Each of us can shoot him to pieces. With that, the bespectacled man raised his dual guns and pulled the triggers, firing at Sephiroth. Bang! Bang! The pirates felt reassured, and since this was an order from the ship's second-in-command, they had no reason not to comply. Bang bang! The continuous gunfire rang out, yet Sephiroth remained unfazed, even showing a hint of excitement in his eyes. Amidst the hail of bullets, his figure moved like a fish, using his newly awakened observation Haki to anticipate every bullet aimed at him. Suddenly, a bullet shot straight toward his forehead. Sephiroth, guided by that strange instinct, swiftly swung his Ao-Yeda knife. Swish! The sharp blade sliced through the rapidly spinning bullet, as if cutting through butter, instantly split. Amidst the flying sparks, the 2 shattered bullet fragments whizzed past his body. Sephiroth's extreme dodging move stunned the pirates. They could hardly believe that he could remain unscathed under such dense fire, and had he just used his knife to slice the bullet. While the pirates were once again engulfed in confusion, Sephiroth already dashed in front of George Dern. The bespectacled man fired repeatedly at close range with his dual guns, but Sephiroth effortlessly evaded, forcefully swinging his Ao-Yeda knife and striking at the other's neck. Blood immediately splattered forth. In the world of One Piece, people possess incredibly strong vitality. Even after a few stabs, they might not die. Thus, Sephiroth primarily aimed at the throat, a vulnerable and lethal area. If cutting the throat and hitting the carotid artery did not kill him, he would have to stab twice into the heart. Upon witnessing this scene, the pirates beside George Dern displayed horrified expressions, their hands that gripped their weapons trembling. Before they could react, Sephiroth swiftly knocked down 2 more pirates with his knife. The Navy, run! In a state of inner panic, one of the pirates shouted and turned to flee. That shout became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The pirates had already lost their leader, and with the Navy approaching, they instantly lost their will to fight, scattering like frightened rats into the surrounding alleys. In no time, the pirates completely vanished from sight. Sephiroth let out a long breath, reverting from vampire form and sheathing his long knife. He looked at the 5 Navy officers sprinting towards him in the distance and couldn't help but murmur, "They are really fast." But there are not many of them. Soon he spotted the leading figure, a bearded man. The lieutenant he had encountered when signing up for the military. "Oh, is it you, kiddy?" The bearded man looked surprised, glancing over the bloodied young man before him, and then at the fallen pirate corpses nearby. The bounty of 5 million berries for George Dern and 35 million berries for Watson Logan. "Did you kill them both?" Sephiroth scratched his head, somewhat surprised. So this bespectacled scum also had a bounty. No wonder he was so arrogant. The bearded lieutenant looked at Sephiroth with a speechless expression, secretly thinking this guy will definitely have a bright future. He might even become a high-ranking officer in the future. I need to curry favor with him and absolutely cannot offend him. With this in mind, the bearded man cleared his throat and spoke in a somewhat flattering tone. Ahem. That's Sephiroth. Do you need us to help you take all these bounty criminals' bodies back to the Navy base? After a while, you can directly go to the base to collect your bounty. By the way, according to regulations, we Navy need to seize the pirate's ship. However, since these pirates were defeated by you, we cannot let you suffer a loss. How about this? The treasure on the pirate ship belongs to you. Once you have moved all those treasures away, well, take the pirate ship back to the Navy base. What do you say? Then thank you very much. Sephiroth nodded, agreeing to the other's proposal. The reason the bearded man arrived at the scene so quickly was that he happened to be nearby investigating the background information of new recruits signing up for military service. The pirate attack occurred suddenly, but he could not stand by and do nothing. After calling for support to the Navy base, he hurried to the scene to buy time while waiting for the support troops to arrive. However, he never expected that Sephiroth single-handedly took down all the officers of the Watson pirate crew, and the remaining 40-odd pirates fled in fear, leaving the scene. Wait a minute, they still need to pursue the fleeing pirates throughout the city of water. With this in mind, the bearded lieutenant felt a headache coming on, thinking this is really troublesome. Meanwhile, Sephiroth had boarded the two-masted sailing ship, rummaging through it for valuable items. When he passed by a locked cabin door, he noticed a sign reading Captain's Cabin hanging on the door, causing his eyebrows to slightly raise. He transformed into vampire form, tensed his leg muscles, and kicked the cabin door with all his might. Bang! With a resounding crash, the wooden door fell crashing onto the ground. Stepping on the wooden door, Sephiroth entered the captain's cabin. The interior of the cabin was quite simple, featuring a set of office furniture, a large bed, a big wardrobe, and 2 rifles hanging crosswise on the walls. A quick glance revealed a locked treasure chest quietly resting in the corner. After searching the captain's cabin thoroughly and failing to find a key to unlock it, he pondered that the key to the treasure chest should still be on Watson Logan. However, he had a better way to unlock it. Sephiroth took one of the rifles from the wall, opened the bolt, and found it surprisingly already loaded. Aiming the gun at the iron lock on the treasure chest, he pulled the trigger, and with a bang, the iron lock was instantly blown open. Excitedly, Sephiroth opened the treasure chest, but he was somewhat disappointed to find only a small pile of gold coins, 3 stacks of banknotes, and a small wooden box inside. What is so troublesome that it needs to be packed in another box? He mumbled, casually opening the unsealed small wooden box. Upon seeing the green gourd-shaped fruit covered in circular spiral patterns inside the small box's heart, this is a devil fruit. In this world, the price of a devil fruit ranges from 100 million berries to 5 billion berries, and it is often a case of supply and demand, hard to come by. In actual auction processes, as long as the fruit's ability is not too trashy, it typically auctions for over 1 billion berries. Ordinary people who obtain a devil fruit often hesitate, torn between eating it to gain unknown powers or selling it for a large sum of money to secure a wealthy life for themselves. It is only the wasteful celestial dragons who can afford to have their slaves consume devil fruits to perform entertainment shows. Sephiroth recalled carefully, but still could not find any memory related to this devil fruit. Ultimately, he decided to keep this devil fruit for now and wait until he obtained a devil fruit compendium to learn its effects before deciding what to do with it. In the city of water at the naval base, a group of naval soldiers stood in 4 straight lines at the port. They stood on the shore awaiting the arrival of a dog-headed warship sailing towards them. Sephiroth wore a new recruit uniform, black military boots, blue trousers, a white short-sleeved shirt, a blue scarf around his neck, and a white naval hat, standing in a row with 9 other recruits. 3 days prior, he had taken down 3 officers from the Watson pirate crew and received a bounty of 49.6 million. However, at that time, he had not officially enlisted or become a naval soldier, so those achievements could not be counted towards his merit. Thus, Sephiroth remained just a rookie. Soon a massive dog-headed warship entered the port and lowered a gangway onto the dock. A figure draped in a white cloak emblazoned with the word justice and wearing a dog-headed hat descended from the ship and stood before the crowd. Behind him, a squad of naval soldiers marched in orderly steps, closely followed by a man with a white cloak wielding a sword. Vice Admiral Karp, thank you for personally welcoming the new recruits. Lieutenant with a beard saluted Karp along with a group of naval soldiers. On the other side, Sephiroth and the other recruits imitated them, raising their right hands with palms facing backward in salute. Could it really be? Having a vice admiral come personally to welcome a new recruit, was the Navy really that short-handed? Sephiroth secretly muttered to himself. Karp zzzzz. Everyone. Vice Admiral Karp. Vice Admiral Karp. The Karp zzzzz. Everyone. Vice Admiral Karp. Vice Admiral Karp. The lieutenant tentatively raised his voice. So noisy. I heard. Karp first yawned, then seemed to remember something, bursting into laughter as he said, Ha! Where are my sweet donuts? They are prepared for you. The lieutenant waved his hand, and immediately 2 soldiers brought over a large wooden box filled with donuts. Huh. Not bad, not bad. During my vacation in the East Sea, I kept thinking about those sweet donuts. As he spoke, Karp casually picked up a donut and bit into it, then grabbed the large wooden box, turned around, and quickly boarded the dog-headed warship. Seeing everyone still in a daze, he looked puzzled and said, We're leaving. What are you still standing there for? Set sail. Return to the G3 base. Everyone all right? You old geezer, seems like eating donuts is the main event, and welcoming new recruits is just an afterthought. In that moment, the image of the naval hero that the newly enlisted recruits had once envisioned of Vice Admiral Karp shattered completely, transforming him into a silly old man. New recruits, those whose names are called, bring your luggage and assemble on the ship. Harrisburn. Here. Code top-up. Here. Karl D. Sephiroth. Here. Sephiroth responded, picked up his autumn leaf knife and large suitcase, and hurriedly ran up the dog-headed warship. Inside the large suitcase, apart from a few pieces of clothing, was his entire fortune of 67.8 million berries. The majority of this wealth came from the bounty and gold he earned from eliminating pirates last time. As for that devil fruit, he had secretly buried it in the ground of his villa on a dark and windy night. He didn't trust carrying it with him or keeping it in a bank, so he had to resort to this method. Karl D. Sephiroth. Leaning against the side of the ship, Karp, munching on a donut, paused upon hearing this name, turning to look at the silver-haired boy sprinting up with a suitcase and a long knife hanging at his waist, forming a line with the other recruits. On my way back from vacation in the East Sea, I heard an interesting piece of news. They say that our G3 branch has a kid named Sephiroth who hasn't officially enlisted yet, took down a pirate with a bounty of 35 million. That person must be you, right? Karp stared intently with his large copper-like eyes, causing Sephiroth to feel a shiver run down his spine. Yes, Vice Admiral Karp. Sephiroth nodded calmly. His expression remained very composed. Good, good. You have potential, kid. As he spoke, Karp reached out his large hand and patted Sephiroth on the back, causing the latter to wince in pain and think, this old man doesn't hold back. Does he want to injure me? Karp? Sephiroth, whatever, he's just an old fool. If I take him seriously, I'd lose. Seeing Karp asleep, Bogart, Karp's officer, draped in a white justice cloak and holding a sword, showed no change in expression and directly issued the order to set sail and return to the G3 naval base. Sephiroth and the other recruits were all assigned to a large cabin, and after everyone received a bed, they were given orders to clean the ship. Sephiroth was assigned to clean the deck. He received a mop and a bucket from the logistics officer and began sweeping. He had long anticipated that after becoming a naval soldier, he would be given various menial tasks. In this world, strength is paramount. Those without power can protect nothing, hold on to nothing, not even their lives belong to them. Those with power can act recklessly, like red-haired Shanks, who intervened in the Marineford War to mediate the conflict. No one dared to disrespect him. This was certainly not because he had consumed the fruit of face making him so formidable, but rather because his power and influence were enough to leave the Naval High Command in a difficult position. Looking at someone like Karp, this old geezer, a mere vice admiral, dares to disregard the current Marine Admiral Steelbone Kong, repeatedly refusing promotions to admiral, leaving one of the 3 admiral positions vacant, with only Sengoku and Zephyr as admirals. Later, his son became a revolutionary leader and his grandson turned into a great pirate, yet he still lived freely and comfortably. Even the 5 elders did not dare to act against him due to his strength and influence in the Navy. Oh, I actually fell asleep just now. What was I going to say? Karp scratched his head in confusion, realizing he couldn't remember it all. Forget it, back to eating donuts. Saying this, the old man continued to battle against the donuts in front of him. Upon the azure expanse of the sea, the wind howled fiercely, while waves surged in restless undulations. Aboard the dog-headed naval vessel, the sails billowing upon 3 masts drove the ship forward through the waters. Within the crow's nest atop the second mast, a Navy soldier, clutching a spyglass, shouted urgently down. 13 pirate vessels have appeared on the horizon. Based on their Jolly Roger, they belong to the Lion Grand Fleet, led by Pirate Admiral Paul Frodo. The Pirate Admiral Lion Paul Frodo, with a bounty of 365 million Bailey, is also among the fleet. Pirates. At the lookout's cry, old man Garp instantly felt his drowsiness vanish. Reaching into a box, he grabbed a donut, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed. Bogart, have them bring up the cannonballs. Yes. Bogart, who had been standing at Garp's side with his left hand resting on his sword, gave a slight nod before striding briskly into the cabin. He ordered a group of Navy soldiers to push carts equipped with conveyor belts one after another onto the foredeck. On the distant horizon among the 13 pirate vessels stood a colossal three-masted ship with a lion's head. Perched atop the mast, the pirate lookout gazed ahead and shouted down, "Admiral Frodo, a Navy warship has appeared in the distance. The sails bear the mark Navy HQ-3. It should be Vice Admiral Garp, the hero's ship." On the lionhead prow, a towering man over 3 meters tall with a thick muscular build and flowing golden shoulder-length hair. Paul Frodo. Upon hearing this, drew the large cleaver at his waist and laughed loudly. The hero of the Navy, Garp. What's there to fear? He has only one ship, while we have 13. Sink him. This will be the perfect way for me to make a name for myself before I set sail for the New World. If I defeat Garp, it'll be one step closer to the throne of the Pirate King. Fire the cannons. Long live Admiral Frodo. Long live Admiral Frodo. After the burly man's impassioned speech, the pirates' morale soared. With wild shouts, they loaded cannonballs into their guns, ready to open fire. Under Paul Frodo's command, all pirate ships lined up in a broadside formation across the sea, their cannons aimed at the charging, dog-headed warship in the distance. When the two fleets were 3 kilometers apart, the hundreds of cannons of the Paul Grand Fleet began to fire in rapid succession. Boom, boom, boom. At the bow of the dog-headed warship, Garp stood at the forefront, a jubilant grin spreading across his face. He casually picked up a pitch-black cannonball weighing nearly 20 kilograms, tossing it lightly in his hand. Fistbone meteor shower. With a loud shout, Garp's hands began to whirl, leaving behind a blur of after. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, the 20-kilogram black cannonballs were hurled like volleyballs, sent flying toward the 13 ships 3 kilometers away. Boom, boom, boom. The cannonballs fired from the pirate ships splashed into the sea near the warship, sending up great fountains of water that soaked the deck. Sephiroth turned to glance at the deck he had just mopped clean and let out a soft sigh. Soon he'll have to mop it again. Every cannonball on trajectory to hit the dog-headed warship was intercepted midair by the ones Garp flung back, exploding in brilliant bursts of flame. Garp, when you fought Luffy, you must have held back right. Sephiroth muttered inwardly. While single-handedly countering hundreds of cannonades, Garp still found moments to lob a few shells at the pirate fleet, punching holes in their hulls until they sank slowly into the depths. Such terrifying throwing speed was nothing short of a human Gatling gun. Without a martial arts expert or effective interception measures aboard the enemy's ships, they stood no chance but to take the beating. No wonder the Roger pirates were chased all over the world by Garp. Under that terrifying blanket of firepower, most people would hardly dare to engage. With Garp's relentless bombardment, the 13 pirate vessels sank one after another. Before long, only the massive 3-masted ship with the lion bow remained on the pirate side. Even that was only because the lion Frodo had strained every sinew to block the shells. Garp stared ahead, ready to continue hurling more to sink the flagship, but when his right hand instinctively grabbed it, found nothing. He looked down and saw that the cart's cannonballs had long been exhausted. "Keep bringing up the shells. Don't dawdle." The logistics officer immediately straightened and reported loudly, "Report, Vice Admiral Garp. Those were the last 1500 rounds aboard our ship." "Huh. Didn't I tell you to always keep 5000 rounds?" Garp turned a look of displeasure on his face. "The other 3500 shells were all thrown at pirate ships during our previous encounters. Then why didn't you?" Garp stared wide-eyed, his tone dissatisfied. The logistics officer's eye twitched slightly as he weakly explained, "When we just arrived at Water 7, before we could resupply, you urged us to set sail back to G3 headquarters." "Uh-huh. So that's how it is. Then never mind. I suppose I need to prepare some reusable iron cannonballs in the future." With a hearty laugh, Garp brushed it off and issued a new command: "Forget the details. Prepare for boarding. Close quarters combat." "Yes, N." Upon receiving the order, the Navy soldiers sprang into action, raising their weapons. Some soldiers armed with rifles under the direction of their officers began firing. Bogart swept his gaze across the deck and spotted Sephiroth leaning on his mop by the gunwale, gazing into the distance. "Rookie, the coming battle is no place for you. Get down to the cabin and stay out of sight." Hearing this, Sephiroth curled his lips. His body instantly transformed into his vampire form, and he drew the autumn leaf blade at his waist. "I may be a rookie, but am not weak." Bogart started to say something else, but Garp cut him off. "Uh-huh. You've got guts, kid. Don't go dying when the fighting starts." Clearly Garp had given his consent for Sephiroth to join the fray, so Bogart as the vice commander had no choice but to cease his attempts to dissuade him. A lionhead, 3-masted sailing ship. A group of pirates stood on the deck, their eyes filled with confusion, fear, and unease as they watched the dog-headed warship rapidly approaching. "Admiral Floyd, what should we do? The enemy is about to come alongside." Paul Floyd let out a lion-like roar and activated the animal-type cat-cat fruit lion form. His body rapidly expanded, transforming into a 5-meter human-beast form with a lion's head and human body. "Don't panic. They have no more cannonballs. Prepare for boarding battle. Seize that warship." After Garp's wave of fist-bone meteor shower, 12 of his 13 ships had been sunk. Thousands of members of the Lion Pirates fell into the sea. Now they were climbing up the outer hull of this three-masted ship, converging steadily. Paul Floyd knew that in the world of pirates one could disregard the law and morality. But one could never abandon righteousness and honor. At least the pretense of them must be maintained. If the people's hearts were scattered, the crew would be hard to lead. Moreover, if the story of him abandoning most of his crew spread, his reputation in the pirate world would be utterly ruined. Then how could he recruit new crew members? Who would trust someone who had once abandoned their comrades? To boost morale, Paul Floyd raised his large cleaver in his right hand and shouted to the pirates around him, "Kill those Marines and avenge our comrades." Avenged! 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 The pirates' low spirits, driven by the Lion Floyd, finally recovered somewhat. When they reached a certain distance, both sides exchanged gunfire, each taking some of the other's crew. Garp stood on the bow and shouted, "All soldiers charge with me." Then he leaped onto the Lionhead three-masted ship, starting a mode of mowing grass, knocking down one enemy with each punch. A group of Marine soldiers, seeing Garp leading the charge, roared and stepped onto the gangway, charging into the pirate. Sephiroth also mingled among the Marines, boarded the pirate ship, and wielded his autumn leaf blades, swiftly reaping the lives of pirates. Pirates kept climbing from the sea onto the Lionhead three-masted ship. On the dog-headed warship, pirates also climbed up the hull to the deck, engaging the remaining Marines. With two large sailing ships as the battlefield, pirates and Marines engaged in a life-and-death struggle. The Lion Floyd saw his combat captain with a bounty over 100 million take only one punch from Garp, spit blood, and fly back with a splash into the sea. He could no longer stay still. "Damn you, Garp!" Floyd roared, quickly coating his large cleaver with armament Haki. His figure flickered, charging straight at Garp. Clang! The blade of the large cleaver collided directly with Garp's black right fist, coated in armament Haki, producing a metallic clang. Interesting. I didn't expect to still encounter someone who can use Haki in the first half of the Grand Line. In the first half, those relatively strong pirates who can use Haki. Since the start of the Great Pirate Era, I've captured quite a few over the years. Nowadays, a guy like you with Haki barely counts as a strong one. Garp laughed heartily, and a fierce battle intent flashed in his eyes. "Don't underestimate me, you bastard." Floyd coated his left fist with armament Haki and smashed it toward Garp. Bang! His punch landed solidly on its target, but Garp seemed unaffected. He twisted his neck and countered with a right hook to Floyd's chest, sending him flying backward into the cabin. In a corner of the pirate ship's deck, Sephiroth glanced sideways at the battle between Garp and Floyd. "How dare you get distracted while fighting me?" A pirate in gray leather armor grinned maliciously as he drove his long sword deep into Sephiroth's left chest, piercing through his heart and the wooden wall behind him. However, the next moment, black bats fluttered out from Sephiroth's chest. PSHH. Under the leather-armored man's astonished gaze, the fiery red autumn leaf blade instantly severed his neck, blood splattering everywhere and staining Sephiroth's white marine uniform. How could it be distraction? That was a feint to deceive you. When Sephiroth's body fully withdrew from the sword, the black bats flew back into him, filling the void in his chest. Truly, observation Haki combined with bat transformation was remarkably effective, granting Sephiroth a quasi-logia-like ability. Even if the bats were killed or injured, he could consume life force to quickly restore the missing parts. Through this period of devil fruit development and training, he had become adept at using bat transformation to evade sword slashes and similar attacks. His next step was to attempt using bat transformation to expel bullets lodged in his body. This required even greater control. Otherwise, when he turned into bats, the bullets would still remain with them, and upon reforming, the injury would persist. The Lion Floyd was formidable, but unfortunately, he encountered Old Man Garp, who beat him unconscious with a barrage of punches. Then, under Garp's mowing grass mode like a whirlwind, all the pirates on the ship were knocked down. Those pirates still swimming in the sea, seeing this, some surrendered willingly, while others clung to drifting wood and swam desperately away, hoping to escape. After the battle, the Marines imprisoned these pirates. Floyd received special treatment, fitted with a pair of sea stone shackles. What awaited these pirates was judicial trial. The most heinous would be executed or sentenced to life imprisonment, while the rest would be reduced to slaves, stripped of freedom and human rights, and sent to the Bridge of Nations in the East Blue to be enslaved until death. Of course, some high-quality slaves would also be kept by the celestial dragons for their own use. Thus, pirates and serious criminals made up a large proportion of the world's slave sources. A law prohibiting the slave trade had long been enacted, but the world government never enforced it, and many people were unaware of its existence. If the slave system were truly abolished, the first to oppose it would surely be the world nobles, the celestial dragons. After all, the number of slaves they owned and the rate at which they consumed them ranked among the highest in the world. To meet the celestial dragons demands the Sabaody archipelago near the Holy Land Mary Geos had been turned into the world's largest slave trading region. The celestial dragons with their supreme power openly traded in large numbers of slaves. Other nobles or powerful people naturally followed suit, making the anti-slave trade law a disregarded existence. Thus, Sephiroth often suspected that the world government deliberately allowed pirate forces to grow, limiting them to a certain degree so that the noble class could have a steady source of slaves. After all, if the world government truly wanted to eliminate the Great Pirate Era, it would not be that difficult for them. The world government could directly dispatch heavy forces and marine admirals to guard the entrance of the Grand Line at Twin Cape, unleashing heavy firepower upon seeing a pirate flag, giving new generation pirates a nightmare difficulty start. The total area of all islands in the Grand Line is probably less than one of the 4 seas. Turning Twin Cape into a pirate graveyard would minimize the number of new pirates entering the first half of the Grand Line, thereby cutting off a large influx of fresh blood for pirate forces in the second half. This would lead to 2 outcomes. Either new generation pirates would risk crossing the calm belts infested with sea kings to enter the first or second half of the Grand Line with a slim chance of survival, or they would start at their peak with admiral-level combat power to forcibly break through the blockade at Twin Cape. As for pirates in the 4 seas, the Grand Line's magnetic fields are chaotic, making navigation difficult, and many islands cannot be located with a log pose, allowing pirates to appear and disappear mysteriously. Otherwise, on the open sea, without top-tier fighters on a pirate ship, the terrifying number of cannons aboard a marine warship could completely overwhelm the majority of pirate crews in terms of firepower. Moreover, Sephiroth noticed an interesting rule regarding merit. Aside from killing wanted pirates, killing ordinary pirates earned no merit. However, capturing ordinary pirates alive could earn some merit. Hence, Marines were quite enthusiastic about capturing pirates alive, wearing the cloak of justice, sailing under the banner of the Marines, yet acting like slave catchers. Back to the main story. After the battle, they did not hold a celebration. Instead, they were busy treating the wounded soldiers and cleaning the battlefield. The lightly wounded come and collect medical supplies and bandage yourselves. Those who are uninjured quickly carry the seriously wounded to the operating room for emergency treatment. In this battle, despite Garp's extraordinary bravery, fighting 100 enemies alone, the Marines still suffered casualties. 7 were killed in action, 13 sustained minor injuries, and 6 were seriously wounded. The new recruits, including Sephiroth, were ordered by officers to carry the seriously wounded on stretchers to the operating room door to await treatment. Since there were only 2 doctors and limited medical staff, 2 unconscious, severely wounded men were left in the cabin corridor, and they had been injected with stimulants. These 2 were actually in worse condition than the 4 who had been taken into surgery. Sephiroth knew that these 2 had been given up on treatment. The 2 military doctors were too busy to operate on them, and the operating room was full. To ensure the highest survival rate, the doctors had made the most rational decision, choosing to treat the less severely injured. Thinking of this, Sephiroth frowned and pointed with his right hand to the 4 new recruits in the cabin corridor. "You 4 help me carry these 2 into the adjacent medical room." At this moment, most of the new recruits showed expressions of panic and helplessness. Having just enlisted without any training, they had witnessed a fierce battle, and their hearts were filled with more or less fear. "What do you want to do?" one recruit asked with a frown. "What do I want to do? I'm a doctor. Obviously, I'm going to perform surgery to save lives." "Hurry up, don't stand there." Sephiroth turned his head and glared fiercely at the recruit, startling him into trembling, his heart filled with panic. Having just come from battle, his clothes were stained with blood, and even his face was smeared with it. Thus his words and gaze carried an intimidating aura that scared those new recruits who had not yet drawn blood into silence. Several of them quickly carried the unconscious wounded on stretchers into the medical room and placed them on the white beds. "Cut open their clothes." "Huh? What huh? Hurry, pull the curtain." Sephiroth directed the 4 new recruits as he searched for surgical tools and other items from the medical cabinet. Given the urgency of saving lives and Sephiroth's fierce gaze, the new recruits had no choice, but unbeknownst to Sephiroth, while he was busy performing surgery to remove bullets from the 2 severely wounded men, Old Man Garp had silently walked to the outside of the curtain. Expressionless, he peered through the gap in the curtain, silently watching the silver-haired youth's busy figure. After a moment, he turned and left the medical room. The 2 Marines' injuries were grave, with multiple gunshot wounds. Even after being injected with stimulants, their life force continued to ebb. Helpless, Sephiroth discreetly used the vampire fruit's life reversal ability, slowly channeling the stored life force he had absorbed into both men, halting the bleeding of their wounds. Life force in Sephiroth could be used for super regeneration and eternal youth, but when applied to others it could only enhance vitality, eliminate aging, and prevent wounds from worsening. In fact, Sephiroth could have let them die. After all, he didn't even know their names. They were merely comrades who had fought side by side. Whether to save them or not was his choice. But, having been a doctor for so many years, doing his utmost to treat the wounded had become an instinct. Thus, without a second thought, he instinctively chose to save these two severely wounded men. Having decided to save them as a doctor, doing his best to ensure the patient survived was his principle and Any of you know how to sew clothes? After extracting a bullet from a Marine's wound, Sephiroth looked up and asked the 4 new recruits assisting him. Me. 2 recruits quickly raised their hands. Sephiroth nodded. All right, watch me do it once. Although suturing a wound differs from sewing clothes, we can't worry about that now. He quickly sutured the wound, and then began another bullet extraction on a different wound, performing 2 surgeries simultaneously while directing the 4 recruits to assist. The 2 wooden doors of the operating room were opened from inside by an old military doctor wearing glasses. When he saw the empty cabin corridor, he was momentarily stunned. Had those 2 severely wounded men died? Don't just stand there, use cotton wool to stop the bleeding, then suture the wound. As the old doctor sighed with his head lowered, he suddenly heard a young man's commanding voice from the medical room. Curious, he quickly walked into the room and pulled aside the curtain. Thus he saw a group of new recruits performing surgery on 2 wounded men. No, it was a bloodstained youth directing 4 recruits as assistants. Seeing the youth's skillful incision technique, the old doctor was somewhat astonished. Such proficiency could only come from 5 or 6 years of clinical experience. As for the wound sutures done by the 2 recruits, they were a tragic sight. Finally, the old doctor could no longer bear it and shouted angrily, "You 2, are you sewing clothes or suturing wounds? Get out of the way, let me do it." With that, he pushed the 2 recruits aside, deftly took the needle and thread, and began suturing the wounds. Sephiroth glanced at the old man, but said nothing, continuing to focus on his surgery. The 2 of them worked for nearly an hour before finishing the treatment of the 2 wounded men. After the surgery, the old doctor first lifted their eyelids and checked the pulse at their necks, then said in surprise, "Incredible. I didn't expect their lives to be so tenacious." Nonsense. After wasting 10 years of my absorbed life force, how could their lives not be tenacious? Sephiroth muttered to himself as he wiped sweat from his brow. "Young man, have you studied medicine?" "Yes, for a few years." The old doctor beamed. "How about this? After your recruit training, file a report and come to the medical department. The G3 branch has always been short of doctors." "Sorry. I'd rather stay in the frontline combat unit and fight pirates." Sephiroth shook his head, peeling off the blood-stained medical rubber gloves. "I see. What a pity." The old doctor sighed lightly and did not press further. For those young people, combat was indeed the fastest way to accumulate merit and advance in rank. But how many could guarantee they would survive the next battle? Night cloudless, with a bright moon hanging high and stars glittering in abundance. On the deck of the Doghead warship, Sephiroth, clad in his marine uniform, faced the gentle sea breeze and tirelessly swung his autumn leaf blade, engaging in basic sword technique training. He had persisted for 25 days, swinging the blade 13,000 times each day. It was an exceedingly monotonous and tedious process, yet for him the gains were quite favorable. On the 10th day, he grasped the art of flexible grip techniques. On the 20th day, he mastered the skill of more effective sword swings. His next step was to make the sword an instinct. Crunch, crunch. Kapu, draped in a white righteous cloak, emerged from the cabin, a bag of crispy crackers in hand, crunching them loudly between his teeth. Behind him, as ever, trailed his inseparable adjutant Bogart. "Aha! Sephiroth, you little brat, quite diligent, aren't you?" "Vice Admiral Kapu, Lieutenant Commander Bogart." Sephiroth halted his movements, nodded to the 2, and offered a greeting. "Bogart, spar with him a few rounds," Kapu said with interest. Hearing this, Bogart raised his hand to press down his hat brim, then slowly drew the long sword from its scabbard with his left hand, assuming a starting stance before the youth. Sephiroth wasted no words. He likewise raised his autumn leaf blade, pointing the tip straight at his opponent. At that moment, he felt a prickling sensation on his back, as if being stared down by a ravenous beast. In his heart, a hesitation arose, leaving him at a loss for where to strike. Swish! A flash of blade light. While he remained still, Bogart initiated the attack, thrusting from an extremely tricky angle. Sephiroth's eyes flashed red as he instantly activated his observation Haki, predicting the trajectory of the opponent's strike and parrying it with his blade. Clang, clang, clang. Bogart's assaults grew increasingly swift with each strike, yet Sephiroth remained composed, relying on his observation Haki to block them all. But, in contrast, he found no opportunity to counterattack. Witnessing this, Kapu paused in his cracker, reading his brow slightly raised. Sephiroth's footwork was utterly chaotic, that of a complete novice in combat, yet his parries seemed remarkably composed. Has this brat awakened his observation haki? Bogart, a master swordsman, also discerned the opponent's issue after several rounds of probing. Thus, during his assault, he deliberately exposed a subtle flaw. The next moment, as expected, Sephiroth finally, finding an opening, wasted no time in swinging his blade to strike. However, Bogart's figure suddenly flickered, vanishing from Sephiroth's sight. As Sephiroth continued his downward swing, by inertia Bogart appeared behind him, resting the flat of his blade against Sephiroth's neck. Kapu, munching on his crackers, commented, "Excellent talent, but utterly lacking in combat experience and technique. Bogart, am entrusting this brat's training to you." With that, he leisurely turned around and retreated into the cabin. In battle, you need to learn when to seize an opportunity and when an opponent deliberately exposes a weakness. Although observation haki allows you to easily predict an enemy's attacks, you must know that observation haki can also be deceived. The enemy can use feints and last-moment changes to mislead your observation haki. Bogart explained, simultaneously demonstrating a few basic moves to aid comprehension. During combat, unless the opponent is far weaker, probing attacks are essential. Bogart was a man of few words. Thus what he said and the moves he demonstrated were all key points of technique, so Sephiroth listened with utmost. Compared to the Boa sisters, who were battle geniuses by instinct, knowing how to fight, but not how to teach, Bogart possessed a very systematic instructional method, allowing Sephiroth to learn with twice the efficiency. After the explanation, Bogart sparred with him a few more rounds before turning and leaving the deck, returning to the cabin to sleep. Sephiroth, after completing the remaining sword swings, then entered the cabin, took a shower, and fell into a deep sleep on a bunk in the collective dormitory. That old rascal Kapu likely noticed that he was a devil fruit user and had performed decently in battles against pirates, which is why he had Bogart guide his training. The next day at noon, guided by the Eternal Pose, the Doghead warship arrived at the Marine G3 branch. This was a sea island spanning over 10 square kilometers, housing only Marine base buildings and no ordinary residences. Unless one used an Eternal Pose or a Viver card for navigation, this island could not be found with a log pose. Thus, the concealment of the Marine base was guaranteed to the greatest extent. Conversely, if pirates similarly used such islands as strongholds, the Marines would find it extremely difficult to locate the enemy's lair unless accidentally discovered during patrols. In this world, the rampant proliferation of pirates was due not only to nearly 90% of the planet's surface being covered by seawater, but also to the highly chaotic magnetic fields on the Grand Line. On the Grand Line, once an enemy ship left your line of sight, and they used an Eternal Pose to sail toward a certain island without your knowing their ultimate destination. Pursuing after being distanced was like searching for a needle in a haystack, a futile effort. Thus, over time, many pirates actively or passively entered the Grand Line as a safe haven. Roger's dying words caused a surge in pirate numbers, further increasing the influx of pirates into the Grand Line. When the Doghead warship entered the base port, rows of Marine soldiers were already standing on the dock. Vice Admiral Kapu, your hard work is appreciated. Among the soldiers, a field officer with a mustache saluted Kapu respectfully as he descended the gangplank. This time Kapu was neither asleep nor acting like a goofball, though instead he said sternly, "The ship holds over 300 pirates and a devil fruit user. Take them down and process them properly. Additionally, 7 soldiers were killed in this battle. Make the arrangements." "Yes, sir. I will ensure everything is handled." Hearing this, the mustached officer responded with equal gravity. After Kapu left, Sephiroth and the other recruits were gathered on the dock to await assignment. Apart from their group, recruits from other islands who had enlisted also disembarked from various warships. After waiting for over half an hour, a man in standard Marine uniform in his early 20s stood before Sephiroth and the others. His face bore 2 inverted mustache-like marks, 2 scars on the left side of his forehead, and a scar on his left eye socket. "I am Corporal Kong Ming. From now on, I will be your squad leader for these recruits," the scar-faced man said sternly. Sephiroth, could this fellow be the Marine headquarters vice admiral, who would later nearly annihilate the Straw Hat Pirates through his strategies? At 4 in the morning, the sky was a hazy gray. A few scattered stars still twinkled in the distant heavens. Inside a soldier's dormitory at Marine G3 branch, aside from the clock on the wall ticking away, only the sound of snoring could be heard. Tick-tock. The steady rhythm accompanied the sleeping soldiers. On the single bed nearest to the door, Kong Ming naturally opened his eyes, guided by his precise biological clock. He swiftly got up, dressed neatly, and quietly pushed open the door to leave the dormitory. In a corner of the dormitory, Sephiroth, having heard the commotion, also opened his eyes. He glanced at the clock on the wall and saw that it was barely 4 in the morning. According to Marine regulations, unless on an external mission, all soldiers must be in bed by 10 o'clock sharp and rise at 6. Sephiroth propped himself up and glanced at the training ground outside the window. He noticed that over a dozen Marines from G3 branch had already gathered on the field, starting their morning run. Their pace was less a jog and more a sprint. Each lap around the 400-meter track took them only about 20 to 30 seconds, and they showed no signs of slowing down. Indeed, competition is everywhere. Sephiroth muttered softly, then quickly got up, dressed, grabbed his blade resting against the bedside, and headed to the training ground to begin his daily practice of 13,000 swings. These soldiers trained so hard for a reason. Every Glitter Marine base along the Grand Line had 10 annual slots for the Marineford Military Academy. Soldiers with the rank of petty officer or above under 26 years old could apply. Graduates would start as ensigns, officially entering the officer ranks. The way to earn a spot at Marineford was simple strength. The top 10 soldiers in combat ability would receive. For soldiers from the 4 Seas branches, the process was more complicated. They had to reduce their rank by 3 levels, transfer their files to Marine headquarters, and become soldiers of a Glitter branch or headquarters before they could compete for the academy. This was the information Sephiroth had gathered from Corporal Kong Ming's boasts. And from Kong Ming's words, it seemed he too sought a slot. After all, Kong Ming had gone to great lengths to apply to headquarters, demoting his rank from ensign in the 4 Seas to corporal under headquarters. It defied belief that he had no intention of attending the academy. Under normal circumstances, new recruits like Sephiroth had to serve 6 months to become private second class, a year for private first class, and 2 years for corporal. 2 years to qualify for the academy was far too long for Sephiroth. But that was without combat merit. With achievements, promotions could come rapidly. Raising his rank was one reason Sephiroth chose to fight in the encounter with the Paul fleet. At 6 in the morning, the sun rose over the horizon, casting warm light on the base training ground. The reveille sounded, galvanizing the G3 branch into activity as more Marines gathered on the field. After running over 200 laps in 2 hours, Kong Ming, panting, approached the silver-haired youth. Good morning, Kong Ming. Since the other had initiated the greeting, Sephiroth replied, while continuing his swings. Do you also want to join Marineford Academy? Kong Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and probed. Of course. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is a bad soldier. Sephiroth nodded firmly. There was no need to hide such an ambition. Then I suggest you spend more time on physical training, or you'll find it difficult to earn a spot. Kong Ming advised earnestly before turning away. He still had to urge other recruits to assemble on the field for morning exercises. Soon, under Kong Ming's lead, a group of recruits completed a 6-kilometer morning run. The run revealed much the veterans of G3 branch finished without heavy breathing, while most of the recruits were gasping for air. After the morning exercise, Sephiroth and the other new recruits, along with those from other islands, lined up on the field to receive a lecture from a major. Stripping away all the platitudes and filler, the gist was that the Marines under the world government existed to maintain order on the seas, combat the evil of pirates, and uphold justice and peace. Sephiroth scoffed at this. Such nonsense only fooled those hot-blooded youths ignorant of the world's truth. The higher one climbed in the Marines, the broader one's perspective, and the more darkness one encountered. Most countries in this world operated under slavery and absolute monarchy. The Marines were merely a violent arm of the world government with no right to interfere in other nations' internal affairs. They served the nobles of every world government member state. Stripping away all pretense, the Marines were essentially stateless mercenaries serving whoever funded them, much like the Vinsmoke family. As for non-member nations, they were not under Marine protection. Even if pirates slaughtered their people and razed their countries, the Marines would not intervene. In fact, even if Marines massacred the citizens of non-member states, it would not be considered illegal. When officers and admirals who formed the backbone of the Marines learned of the world government's dark side, they could only choose to go along coast through their duties, or even desert. Few dared to challenge the system and authority. Why? Because the Marines had no political power. They were ultimately just a violent institution. Thus those at the top like Garp and Akiji, aware of their inability to change the status quo, chose to coast, laze around, and occasionally hunt pirates to fulfill their duty. After becoming a Marine, Sephiroth's life was monotonous: training, more training, self-imposed drills, or swordsmanship tutelage from Bogard day after day. Notably, his blade speed had increased. He had reduced the time for 13,000 swings from 8 hours to... This efficiency came from perfecting his technique and improved physical conditioning. To build better stamina and adapt to the weakness brought by seawater, Sephiroth would wade into the shallow sea during lunch breaks, doing squats and frog leaps with his legs submerged. Occasionally, he flapped his wings in the sky to practice flight, reaching a top speed of about 50 kilometers per hour and sustaining flight for roughly 3 hours. Amidst this dull, peaceful life, aside from his growing strength, the only interesting thing to pass the time was the medical books he had borrowed from the old medic. They contained descriptions of unfamiliar diseases and special prescriptions. In the blink of an eye, over half a month had passed, ushering in the beginning of the second month. At the parade ground of Navy G3 branch, more than 2,000 Marine soldiers stood in tight formation, arranged in a square. On a hastily erected podium, a colonel officer clutching a draft paper bellowed, "Sergeant Maynard stepped." "Yes, sir. Last month for your outstanding performance and remarkable achievements in the battle against the Jimu pirate group, you are hereby promoted to Staff Sergeant." Recruit Karl D. Safi Luasi stepped forward. "Yes, sir." Safi Luasi acknowledged and trotted from the formation to the podium before the colonel. "Last month for your outstanding performance and remarkable achievements in the battle against the Baluo pirate group, you are hereby promoted to corporal." Safi Luasi had already learned of his promotion after the battle ended, but he hadn't expected a jump of 3 ranks. Only last night did he learn the reason during the fight with the Baluo pirates. The pirate swordsman he had eliminated using his bat transformation carried a bounty of 12 million berries. According to Navy regulations, if a Marine kills a wanted criminal in a military operation, rewards are based on contribution and involvement. For a solo kill, up to 50% of the bounty is awarded. Thus, in addition to promotion and a raise, Safi Luasi also received a bounty of 6 million berries. The Navy directly deducting half the bounty might seem exploitative compared to the 100% paid to bounty, but one must consider that bounty hunters also incur costs, travel, weapon, wear, injuries from even risking their lives. Hence, in his view, the Navy retaining only half the bounty was actually quite generous. To Safi Luasi, this was also a means for the Navy to attract talent and motivate troops to fight pirates. Otherwise, being a Marine meant constant oversight, scant freedom, and meager pay, tens of thousands or 100,000 berries, and you'd be expected to risk your life against pirates. Only hot-headed youths or the foolish would choose the Marines under those conditions. Who with real skill would sign up? With such ability, one might as well become a pirate, plunder, drink, and enjoy life. After the collective promotion ceremony, the 2,000 Marines did not dismiss, but marched in unison toward the base's exit. As the sun set over a coastal slope, the sea breeze made wildflowers sway incessantly. Not far off stood a forest of stone tombstones, each bearing the name, birth date, and death date of a fallen. Led by Karp, the Marines arrived before 34 newly erected graves, placing a bouquet on each. These 34 tombstones honored the Marines from G3 branch who had fallen last month. Salute. Amid a low, mournful bugle call, soldiers and officers alike stood erect, raised their right hands, and offered the most solemn and grave military salute to the gravestones. At the same time, they hummed a military song, one every Marine must know yet none wished to sing. It was a dirge for the living to the dead. Guidance of the great sea. The sea observes all, even the beginning of the world. The sea knows all, even the end of the world. So the path it invites is the way forward. So the direction it guides is the righteous world. Pain and suffering are embraced by me. Broad and gentle embraced by me. The sea observes all, even the beginning of the world. The sea knows all, even the end of the world. Should I vanish from this world, it is guided by the omniscient sea. Fear not, for you are here. Fear not, for comrades await. Charge forward into the azure distance. After the dirge ended, many Marines had tears in their eyes. Their flesh and blood comrades had fallen on the vast sea, now lying in cold graves beneath ordinary tombstones. Years later, who would still remember them? Safi Luasi gazed calmly at the forest of tombstones. He admired the Marines who died for their sense of justice, yet he also felt sorrow for them. The Navy under the world government essentially existed to maintain the rule of the world nobles. There was a great disparity between their ideals and reality. The funeral ended as dusk fell. The Marines filed out orderly, leaving this place of grief. Safi Luasi, kid, come with me. Karp suddenly called out to the silver-haired youth. Though puzzled, he followed. Bogard, like Karp's shadow, followed wherever he went. When they reached a sandy beach at the island's edge, Karp stopped and turned to face him. Attack me. Let me see how much you've improved lately. As he spoke, Karp cracked his knuckles with a crack. Looking utterly arrogant, Safi Luasi glanced at the autumn leaf blade at his waist and asked tentatively, can I use the sword? As you wish. Since Karp was so insistent, Safi Luasi didn't stand on ceremony. With his he drew his blade, which traced a beautiful red arc through the air as it slashed toward Karp's chest. Iron body. Clang. As Safi Luosi's blade struck Karp's chest, the latter's skin from chest to neck was coated in jet black armament Haki. It felt like striking steel, and Safi Luasi was inwardly startled. The next moment, before he could recover, Karp's fist, the size of a cooking pot, slammed into his cheek. Safi Luasi was sent flying, landing 3 meters away, rolling several times on the sand before stopping. He lay on his back, cursing, damn it, you old scoundrel, using armament Haki. Huh, didn't I already let you use the sword? Besides, no matter armament Haki or observation Haki, if your attack is strong enough and fast enough, they're all worthless. Karp laughed heartily. Pock. Safi Luasi stood up, wiped the blood from his mouth, spat out a bloody foam, and glared. Once I learn armament Haki, I'll hack you to death. To learn armament Haki, you must try to infuse your will into your attacks. With your current level of attack, you can't hurt me. Hearing this, Sephiroth sighed inwardly. He knew the old man before him was one of the world's top powerhouses. Even if he gave his all, he couldn't win. If further fighting would only mean a one-sided beating. But, roar. Sephiroth let out a low growl as his height rapidly increased from 1.7 meters to 2.3 meters, his clothes straining over bulging muscles. Swish. He stomped his right foot and shot forward like an arrow from a bow, slashing at the old man. Yet Karp stood motionless, sidestepping the blade at the very last moment and swiftly punching Sephiroth. Thump. Sephiroth's body flew again and crashed onto the sand. Through observation Haki, he had foreseen Karp's attack. But the old man's attack was too fast, exceeding his reaction speed. Moreover, Karp had no superfluous movements in dodging or attacking, combined with impeccable timing, achieving total domination. Karp grinned, taunting, "Is that all you've got? And Bogard said you had talent in swordsmanship. Get brat. Haven't you awakened?" Observation Haki. Then carefully feel the breath and rhythm of your body. Again, Sephiroth gritted his teeth, stood up, raised his blade, and charged at Karp. Thump. Again, thump. In both speed and power, Karp completely outclassed Sephiroth. Even when the latter managed to land a blow, the armament Haki defense meant he only tore the old man's clothes without leaving a scratch on the blackened skin. As the fight wore on, Sephiroth even abandoned his blade, planting his feet on the sand and trading punches with Karp face to face. One punch from you, one from me. Every blow struck flesh. Karp, relying on his formidable armament Haki, treated the punches like a massage. Sephiroth, driven by sheer tenacity, regardless of whether he could break through defense, gave back one punch for every one he took. An hour later, plop. Sephiroth, with a battered face, collapsed backward onto the sand, gasping heavily, and his vampire transformation also dissipated. He stared blankly at the moon, lost in thought. Why am I trying so hard? Forget it, it'll just lie flat. Karp looked down at the youth on the sand, then burst into laughter. You're pretty good. Lacking in strength and speed, but you can take a beating. From now on, I'll set aside an hour each day to guide your training. Sephiroth. With that old scoundrel Karp turned and left with Bogard, leaving Sephiroth lying alone on the sand, questioning his life. After about half a minute, having consumed a year's worth of life force, his injuries, bruises, and swelling on his face vanished completely, restoring him to a handsome youth. Lying on the sand, Sephiroth gritted his teeth and muttered to the moon, "Karp, you old bastard, remember that. Sooner or later I'll knock you flat." At the port of Marine G3 branch, a squad of Marine soldiers stood by the dock, led by a blonde lieutenant holding a roster. Corporal Kong Ming, present. Corporal Dong Jack, present. Corporal Kong Xiao, present. Sergeant Maynard, present. Corporal Karl D. Sephiroth, present. May all of you have great fortune in battle. During the year of advanced study at Marineford Military Academy, you can achieve even more brilliant results. Yes, sir. The 10 non-commissioned officers, including Sephiroth, saluted the blonde lieutenant, then picked up their luggage, walked across the gangplank, and boarded the small warship. Sephiroth rested his hands on the ship's railing, watching the Marine G3 branch gradually shrink and recede in the distance. He recalled the past half-month during which he endured daily beatings from Kapu and a feeling of relief. Hey, you're Karl D. Sephiroth, right? Hearing this, Sephiroth withdrew his gaze, turned around, and looked at the burly man approaching him. This was a man 2.5 meters tall, with rippling muscles and a broad chest. Beneath the white marine cap, his long black hair was tied into a ponytail. A stubble beard covered his face, and a cigarette dangled from his lips. "Oh, yes I am. May I ask what you want?" Sephiroth asked with slight confusion. "My name is Maynard, and I ranked first in the G3 branch selection. I heard you're a devil fruit user, so you didn't need to participate in the G3 branch selection and could directly take a slot to be recommended to Marineford Military Academy. I really want to know just how strong you a devil fruit user really are." As he spoke, Maynard twisted his neck and cracked his knuckles with a crack. He looked at Sephiroth with a provocative gaze. "Actually, I'm not that strong. Just enough to take down some small." Sephiroth shrugged, a helpless expression on his face. Seeing this, Kongming, who stood nearby, was worried and quickly stepped to their side, explaining, "Sephiroth once killed a pirate with a bounty of 12 million berries right after joining the Marines. I think he earned the recommendation because of his strength." Instead of deterring Maynard, Kongming's words only made the fighting spirit in his eyes burn even brighter. "Oh, I once defeated a 10 million berry pirate myself. Now I'm even more curious about how strong he really is. Sephiroth, you're not afraid to spar with me, are you?" He glanced around the deck at the other officers who were traveling with him to Marineford. He noticed that almost everyone present was watching the scene with an attitude of enjoying the show. Clearly, they all harbored some resentment that Sephiroth was directly recommended to Marineford Military Academy without going through the selection, and Maynard had chosen to express it directly. Sephiroth recognized all of these officers. They were the ones who showed up at the training ground every day at 4 in the morning for extra drills. Of course, some soldiers he also recognized didn't make it onto this ship to Marineford. They must have failed to rank among the top 9 in the selection. They had worked hard, trained fiercely, and defeated many opponents to earn a spot at the academy, while someone else got it without doing anything. Thus it was no surprise that those officers looked at him with hostility. The military was a place where strength reigned supreme. Only by showing his power could he earn their respect. With this in mind, Sephiroth let out a soft sigh, walked to the center of the deck, and beckoned to the burly man. "All right, let's spar, but we'll keep it light. Good. Let me see what you're really made of." With that, Maynard assumed a freestyle fighting stance, lowered his body, and threw a right hook towards Sephiroth. The punch whistled through the air, creating a sharp sound. Sephiroth was only 1.73 meters tall and slender, while the burly man was 2.5 meters tall with bulging muscles. In terms of height and build, there was no comparison. Yet, to Maynard's astonishment, his fist grazed Sephiroth's nose and struck empty air. Unwilling to believe it, he threw another punch, then another, swinging left and right at his opponent. But to the amazement of everyone present, Sephiroth's body swayed like a willow branch in the wind, dodging every punch Maynard threw, no matter how fast or fierce. Sephiroth owed his incredibly agile evasive skills entirely to the beatings he'd received from that old bat. After half a month of being pummeled, he still hadn't mastered armament Haki, but his observation Haki had improved significantly. Unfortunately, even so, he still couldn't dodge most of Kapu's punches. After repeatedly punching air, Maynard grew furious. He tossed the nearly finished cigarette into the sea, glared at Sephiroth, and growled, "Damn it. If you've got the guts, don't dodge. Take one of my punches, Hedon." "Fine, I want dodge." Sephiroth nodded calmly, his interest in the game fading. With the aid of observation Haki and his overwhelming speed, his opponent had no chance of winning. Maynard stomped hard on the deck and lunged forward like a wild beast. Bang! To the horror of the onlookers, Sephiroth flashed in front of Maynard's charging path and delivered a crisp right uppercut to the latter's chin, sending him crashing onto the deck. Maynard curled up in pain, clutching his jaw, unable to stand for a long time. Silence, shock, breathlessness. The result of this fight was a one-hit kill. Ignoring the stunned expressions, Sephiroth picked up his suitcase and strolled leisurely toward the cabin. Finally, as if remembering something, he said in a slightly playful tone, "Actually, before I even joined the Marines, I took down a small-time pirate with a bounty of 35 million berries." Gulp. The officers present were all elites of the G3 branch. They had defeated pirates worth millions of berries, and Maynard had even taken down a 10 million berry pirate. But none of them expected Sephiroth to have killed a 35 million berry pirate. "I told you, he got recommended to the academy because of his strength," Kong Ming said proudly. Yeah, he earned his recommendation through strength." "That's right. Maybe Vice Admiral Kapu and the others spared him from the selection test to avoid discouraging us." "Makes sense." Everyone chimed in, trying to cover up the awkward atmosphere. Maynard was dizzy for a long time before he finally stood up, holding his jaw, and staggered to his feet. He cursed under his breath, "Bah, you two bastards. You were the ones who egged me on to pick a fight." Ahem. 2 of the 7 soldiers looked guilty, turned their heads away, and whistled, not daring to meet Maynard's eyes. Upon the vast expanse of azure, the waves glistened, and the sea breeze howled. Warships one after another cut through the waves, sailing in the same direction. After a day and night of sailing, the warship carrying the group passed through the Gate of Justice and journeyed further before finally sighting an island. The Marine headquarters Ma Lin Fan Duo. As they drew closer, the imposing headquarters building came into view, etched into the eyes of Sa Fei Luo Si and the others. The white seagull flag fluttered proudly atop the watchtower. Warships were neatly moored in the crescent-shaped naval port bay. Teams of Marine soldiers scurried back and forth, with ships constantly arriving and departing, a scene of bustling activity. Behind the Marine headquarters lay the ordinary town where the Marines' families resided. Ma Lin Fan Duo held a strategically vital position. Not only was it backed against the Holy Land Mali Chaoya, but the Xiangbo Di archipelago, located over 30 kilometers away, served as the last stop for pirates entering the New World from the first half of the Grand Line, an unavoidable passage. Thus, the Marine headquarters at Ma Lin Fan Duo maintained a standing garrison of 30,000 troops. The Marine fleet admiral and admirals were on constant standby, ready to unleash a thunderous strike against any pirate who dared to cause chaos. After the warship dropped anchor in the port bay, Sa Fei Luo Si and the others descended the gangplank and lined up on the dock. Soon a lieutenant led them across Ao Li Si Plaza, passing by the Ao Kusi bell. This bell was a sacred artifact taken long ago from the historically active warship Ao Kusiluo. According to naval custom, when the new year begins, people ring the bell 8 times to give thanks for the past year, then ring it 8 more times in prayer for the new year. The total of 16 rings is called the 16 bell rings, and it is considered the announcement of an era's beginning and end. Shortly after they entered the Ma Lin Fan Duo Military Academy and arrived at the training ground. Place your luggage over there, then line up in the center of the field. The lieutenant pointed to the hallway corridor already piled with luggage, then gestured to the center of the training ground. Sa-Fei Luo-Si and the others asked no questions. After quickly dropping their luggage, they jogged to the center of the field. By then 10 squads of 10 Marines each were already standing there. Clearly these soldiers were selected from different Grand Line branches, all here to enroll in the Ma Lin Fan Duo Military Academy, just like them. For Marine soldiers from the 4 Seas branches to gain admission to the Ma Lin Fan Duo Military Academy, they had to be demoted 3 ranks in order to transfer to a Grand Line branch or the Marine headquarters and then pass the selection process. After waiting for a while, 5 more squads arrived and stood with them on the training ground. When the time reached 9 in the morning, a large group of Marine soldiers began to arrive in succession. However, these men were not from other Marine branches, but selected from the Marine headquarters itself, numbering 150, the same total as the combined 15 Grand Line branches. 300 Marine soldiers stood tall, chests out, heads high, each brimming with vigor. They were the cadets of this year's Ma Lin Fan Duo Military Academy. In the future, upon graduation, they would be assigned to various departments and become the backbone of the Marine. At 9:25, a sturdy middle-aged man, 3 meters and 10 centimeters tall, wearing sunglasses and a sharp purple crew cut, emerged from the teaching office building accompanied by a field officer. He stood before the 300 Marine soldiers. The field officer was a long-armed man with a rugged dark-skinned face. His arms were so long that when standing straight, they could touch the ground. He tied his black long hair into a braid. His name was Zhe Fa's beloved disciple and adjutant. Yo, you new recruits, I am your chief instructor Fa. Consider this your welcome gift. All of you run 200 laps around the training ground. If you can't finish within an hour, you'll be penalized with an extra 100 laps. If you can't finish by noon, then you get no lunch today. Silence. 200 laps in 1 hour. The academy's track was 400 meters per lap. In other words, they had to run 80 kilometers in an hour. If they failed, they'd have to run an extra 40 kilometers. Seeing the 300 Marines standing there exchanging bewildered glances, Fa roared, "Are you all deaf? If you don't run, get the hell out. I have no use for trash here. The countdown starts now." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Realizing that Chief Instructor Fa was not joking, the 300 Marines dashed onto the track and began sprinting for their lives. 80 kilometers in 1 hour meant their speed had to approach 22.3 meters per second to finish. These soldiers who passed the selection all possessed formidable physical abilities and had the potential to become powerhouses. However, potential was potential, but they had yet to grow. Therefore, most of them were destined to be penalized with an extra 100. Before long, differences in physical endurance among individuals became apparent. Some had already lost their breathing rhythm. However, at the very front of the 300 Marines on the outermost lane of the track, 2 figures were far ahead, with Sa-Fei Luo-Si barely managing to keep pace behind them. These 2, whenever they reached the straight sections of the track, stomped their feet against the ground at high speed, more than 10 times, using the explosive speed generated by the reaction force to move, making their forms too fast for the naked eye to follow. Only when they encountered the curves of the track did they slow down, lest they fly off the track from excessive speed. Clearly, the technique they employed was one of the 6 powers of the Navy, the shave. If they could maintain their current pace, they should be able to complete Fa's task. Both were in their early 20s, 1 male and 1 female. The man had a vulgar and ugly face with a pink charm hanging on his chest bearing the character pig. His name was Jiaji. The woman had a lovely face with a beauty mark at the corner of her right lip. Her figure was striking, and on her left thigh, revealed above her shorts, there was a spider tattoo. Her name was Ji Yuan. Soon during their high-speed run, they lapped the rearmost Marines once again from the front of the pack. In truth, with the physical conditioning he had undergone recently, Sa-Fei Luo-Si could barely manage the shave as well. However, the ultra-fast stomping placed tremendous strain on his legs. If he used it continuously during a long-distance run, his legs would surely be injured. The loss of vitality was a minor issue. He had many ways to replenish it. But, while healing his injuries, he could not maintain high-speed movement and would need to slow down. In that trade-off, using the shave was no better than simply sprinting with all his might. Just as Sa-Fei Luo-Si was considering whether to transform into a vampire to increase his speed, he heard Fa's roar again. "CMO go, if you dare to slack off by using elementalization again, I'll put sea stone handcuffs on you and make you run 300 laps. Xiaolin Goer, if you don't turn your wheel-shaped legs back to normal, I'll make you carry a warship and run." Fa held no roster in his hand, yet he accurately called out the name of every new cadet. Listening to the purple-haired old man's continuous roaring Sa Fei Luo, C could only reluctantly abandon the idea of transforming into a vampire and continued to run with all his might on the track. When Jia Ji and Ji Yuan had completed 100 laps, Zhe Fa took a notebook and a pen from his adjutant quickly, writing down 30 names on the white paper. Shios will form these men into a special class. Handle the rest as you see fit. Yes, sir. Shiozui Zhe Fa's adjutant nodded and took back the paper and pen, swiftly memorizing the 30. Then, having lost interest in watching further, Zhe Fa walked straight back into the teaching office building. If the Ma Lin Fan Duo Military Academy was a place dedicated to training officers, then the class for which Zhe Fa personally wrote down the names could be called the Admiral Star class. In Zhe Fa's assessment, these 30 individuals all had the potential to become flag officers in the future. If they did not fall prematurely, they would have the chance to become the pillars of the Marines, and thus they would receive the best resource allocation. If they did not fall prematurely, they would have the chance to become the pillars of the Marines, and thus they would receive the best resource allocation. At the Marineford Military Academy, on the training ground, over 200 naval soldiers were gasping for breath, some standing, some sitting, some lying down, and even a few with relatively poor physical fitness had directly passed out, only to be carried away on stretchers by the medical team waiting nearby for emergency treatment. Among the 300 cadets, only Guion and Ji had completed their tasks 5 minutes early. The rest were penalized with 100 laps, and over 90 of them were still running. Sephiroth had completed 186 laps when the hour ended. Though cursing inwardly, he could only spend another half hour to finish the 300 laps. If not for the vampire fruit's freakish regenerative ability, which kept his stamina at its peak, he had no idea how he could have sustained a high-speed sprint for over an hour. Zephyr's adjutant Major Shizo stood on the training ground and roared, "Fall in." With a series of crisp sounds, though these cadets were as exhausted as drowned dogs, they still forced themselves to stand up and quickly form ranks. "You've all worked hard this morning. Now." Shizo paused mid-sentence, making the cadets' hearts tighten, inexplicably fearing he would spring some new trouble. "Those who have completed their tasks follow me to the mess hall for lunch. After eating, gather back on the training ground. Additionally, those who haven't finished, keep running. No lunch for you." A collective sigh of relief. Hearing this, everyone exhaled in unison, cursing Shizo silently for his dramatic pause that had scared them for fun. However, over 90 people had to return to the track, with gloomy faces continuing to run the remaining lap. Under Shizo's lead, the group marched in orderly steps into the Academy's grand mess hall. At that moment, in the spacious hall, long tables were laden with dishes: roast meat, grilled chicken wings, steak, seafood, fried rice, vegetable salad, cream soup, and fruit. The variety was limited, but the quantity was abundant. Eat to your heart's content. There's plenty. Shizo waved his hand, grandly charging to the long table, first grabbing 4 plates of grilled chicken wings, finding a seat, and devouring them ravenously. At this point, all the cadets, having just finished intense exercise with enormous energy depletion and ravenous hunger, naturally disregarded dining etiquette. They grabbed their favorite foods from the long table, found seats, and began wolfing down their meals. One fellow even stood directly in front of the laden table, shoveling food into his mouth with his hands. That person was none other than Ji. His white naval uniform soon became stained with large greasy blotches as he gorged himself, further diminishing his already appalling appearance. Sephiroth carried a plate of food and casually found a table to sit at. He picked up his chopsticks and ate listlessly, taking a bite here and there. "You're eating so little, aren't you hungry?" A fragrant breeze swept by. Guion, 2 meters 40 tall, with long snow-white legs, sat opposite Sephiroth, expressing curiosity about the small amount of food on his plate. Sephiroth wore a speechless expression, gazing at Guion's plate piled high like a small mountain of food, unsure how to describe the incongruity in his mind. A beautiful, voluptuous lady with long legs also had the attribute of a big eater. Seeing the young man silent, Guion blinked her large, sparkling eyes and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, I just have a poor appetite." Sephiroth scratched his head and gave a perfunctory reply. Regarding the issue of appetite, Sephiroth had also noticed that he apparently wasn't a big eater. In the world of One Piece, all strong individuals share a common trait: a huge appetite. The energy their bodies require can only be obtained from food. The more they eat, the more energy their bodies store. Thus, the more one could eat, the stronger their stamina, endurance, and strength. Even when eating freely, Sephiroth could only manage 2 to 3 servings of an ordinary person's meal. Moreover, he didn't necessarily need to eat. He could sustain his bodhi's normal functions solely by drinking blood. He had once roughly estimated his daily energy consumption and intake, only to find a fundamental mismatch: consumption far exceeded intake, seemingly defying the conservation of energy. It wasn't until one time, when he was too busy cultivating to cook and resorted to drinking animal blood to stave off hunger, that he finally understood the issue. His body didn't actually violate energy conservation, rather the vampire fruit granted him a passive instinct that allowed him to extract a certain substance from blood, synthesize energy, and produce more to sustain his boda's consumption, somewhat akin to a plant's photosynthesis, similar to the effect of Aramaki's Mori Mori no Mi. His body inherently possessed active blood-forming capability, and under that passive instinct his body was constantly absorbing synthesized energy. Therefore, as long as his body could continue producing blood and generating that special substance, he wouldn't feel hunger. Guion, while eating swiftly and elegantly with knife and fork, casually asked this classmate, "My name is Guion. What's yours? Which branch are you from?" The long-legged lady was full of curiosity about the silver-haired young man with a youthful face before her. Judging by his appearance, he probably wasn't yet an adult, yet the strength he displayed in the long-distance run was only slightly inferior to hers. G3 branch. Vice Admiral Garp's G3 branch. That's the most famous branch among all, and the overall quality of its soldiers is slightly higher than others. However, I often hear Sister Tsuru say that Vice Admiral Garp can be quite unreliable sometimes. I wonder if that's true. Well, that old geezer Garp can indeed be unreliable at times. But when it comes to critical moments, he's still very trustworthy. Sephiroth first nodded in agreement subconsciously, but then seemed to think of something and looked at the long-legged lady with a strange expression. "But the Tsuru you mentioned is Chief Staff Officer Tsuru, Vice Admiral. Guion, may I ask how old you were this year?" A flash of white blade light. Guion, holding a dinner knife in her right hand, twirled it gracefully in the air, and the green apple on Sephiroth's plate was instantly split in two. Little Sephiroth casually asking a lattice age is not a good habit. As she spoke, the long-legged lattice expression was ambiguous, and a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes. Seeing this, Sephiroth's eyes twitched slightly. He couldn't understand why this woman had such a strong reaction. Could it be an instinctive, defensive behavior of an older leftover woman? In the cafeteria of the Marineford Military Academy, Sephiroth and Guion sat across from each other at a dining table. After the recent incident, the atmosphere between them had grown somewhat awkward. Given that the long-legged beauty before him seemed rather dangerous, Sephiroth instantly abandoned any thought of continuing his banter. He focused on finishing the food in front of him, picking up half a green apple and biting into it with a crisp crunch. Crunching through the apple, he ate with relish. After a while, beside the long table laden with food, Gaji, now with his white marine short-sleeved shirt stained with grease and his belly swollen to the size of a 10-month pregnancy, finally let out a satisfied burp. Then he casually took a white flower from a vase on the long table, used its stem to pick his teeth, and tucked it in the corner of his mouth like a toothpick. He swept his gaze around the cafeteria, and when he spotted Guion eating at another table, a lecherous grin spread across his face. As if struck by an idea, he took another small white flower from the vase, held it in his hand, and strode directly to the side of the long-legged beauty. Gaji, still burping, grinned widely and said cheerfully, "Belch. Dear, beautiful classmate, from the moment I laid eyes on your lovely face, I have fallen hopelessly in love with you. Please go out with me." Belch. The man's lecherous face beamed with radiance. As he grinned with the flower tucked in his mouth, one could clearly see a green vegetable leaf stuck between his front teeth. Guion was speechless. Sephiroth was utterly stunned. A sharp intake of breath. This smile was so cringe-inducing that not only were the two of them left utterly flabbergasted, but even the male cadets in the cafeteria, who had been sneaking glances at Guion, couldn't help but gasp in shock upon hearing this confession, and a single thought flashed through their minds: this guy is ridiculously bold. "Sorry, I reject." After a brief moment of shock, Guion's reply was crisp and unequivocal, without the slightest hesitation. She didn't even need to think about it. Her instinct was to refuse. "Huh. Rejected again." Gaji still wore that cheerful expression. He pretended to scratch his head in frustration, but instead of pressing further, he simply turned and walked away, displaying a carefree nonchalance. If only his looks weren't so atrocious. After lunch, over 100 cadets gradually returned to the parade ground. The 90 or so who hadn't eaten looked listless, some lying down, some sitting, their morale visibly low. Shiozwa posted 10 lists on the bulletin board of the parade ground, then turned and shouted to the crowd, "Your class assignments are out. Classes 1 through 10. Come and check your assignments yourselves, then take your luggage to your dormitories. Hurry up. You have classes." Hearing this, the cadets surged forward and crowded around the bulletin board to see which class they were in. Sephiroth looked around and found himself assigned to Class 1. Many of the names on the list looked very familiar. Gaji, Guion, Smoker, Tashiji, Kong Ming, Maynard, Domino, Dottie, Masudason. After checking the list, Sephiroth picked up his luggage and his sword, strolled around the academy to familiarize himself with the surroundings, then leisurely headed to the dormitory area, checked in, and received his room key. The dormitory assigned to him was a standard double room with a bunk bed, 2 desks, and a private bathroom. This was the standard reserved for officers. Enlisted men and non-commissioned officers did not enjoy such treatment. Clearly as cadets they were automatically regarded as officer-class personnel. The occupants of the room directly across from him were Gaji and Maynard. When Sephiroth stepped into the dormitory, white smoke already filled the room, the pungent smell of cigars saturating the air. A young man with a fierce face, silver hair cut short, and wearing a Marine uniform sat on the lower bunk, 2 cigars clamped between his lips as he puffed clouds of smoke. The cigar smoke rekindled Sephiroth's long dormant craving for tobacco. So grinning, he said to Smoker, "Bro, joy shared is joy doubled. How about passing me one?" Smoker glanced at him without a word, but immediately handed over a cigar and a lighter. Sephiroth lit the cigar, took a long drag, and then asked, feigning ignorance, "I'm Karl D. Sephiroth. Smoker. I was born in Water 7. East Blue Lowtown. The place where Pirate King Roger was executed, also known as the town of beginning and end. Did you witness Roger's execution firsthand?" Sephiroth asked casually. Upon hearing this, a hint of reminiscence flickered across Smoker's face, and his voice dropped low. "Yes, and I saw it very clearly." At that time a heavy rain suddenly poured from the sky. The man sat on the execution platform with a smile on his face. When someone asked where One Piece was, he laughed heartily and said, "You want my treasure? If you want it, I can give it all to you. Go find it. I left everything there." Back then I never understood why he would die smiling. That scene of his death has been haunting my mind. Later, I finally figured it out. Why that random bystander asked about One Piece, and why the Pirate King Roger answered his question with a laugh. That damn bystander was definitely a paid plant hired by Roger. Roger's true purpose was simply to kickstart the current great pirate era. Thanks to him, my hometown Lowtown is now in chaos, frequently plagued by pirates. By the end, Smoker's tone had unconsciously taken on a note of irritation. Clearly he harbored deep hatred for Pirate King Roger. Sephiroth also found Roger's final words. Perhaps Roger's act was intended to guide the fated one to inherit Joy Boy's will and overthrow the nauseatingly corrupt world government. However, his intentions were good, but Roger employed the worst possible method. In a spacious classroom at Marineford Military Academy, 30 cadets from Class 1 gradually found their seats and settled down. Having run over 100 kilometers that morning, the brief lunch break had done little to alleviate their fatigue. Consequently, many were yawning, looking listless as they drooped over their desks, dozing off. According to the Academy's curriculum, their mornings would be devoted to pure physical training, while afternoons would cover military theory, navigation, swordsmanship, and other miscellaneous subjects. As the bell rang, Zifa, with his purple hair, and Shozwa, who wore his hair in a long braid, walked into the class. With a thunderous slam, Zifa struck the podium without a word, causing the eraser and chalk box to bounce high into the air. "Stop sleeping. Otherwise you'll run 200 laps around the training ground." The effect was immediate. Jiaji, Smog, Menard, and others who had been drowsy and slumped over their desks all sat up straight, their eyes wide open, adopting a spirited posture. This afternoon's lesson will introduce you to the Navy's 6 martial arts techniques, the 6 styles, and the 2-color Haki power that you can only master after becoming proficient in them. As he spoke, Zifa pulled a snail, Den Mushi, from his pocket and placed it on the podium. With a press of its shell, 2 beams of light projected onto the blackboard, forming a simple slide presentation. Sephiroth silently cursed as he watched the projection on the blackboard, thinking how creatively the snail, Den Mushi, were being used in this world. The Den Mushi in this world came in countless varieties: live streaming, one's photography, one's wiretapping, one's anti-wiretapping, one's recording, one's. The list was endless. In fact, an entire academic discipline had been formed around researching and developing these snails. The 6 styles: finger gun, Rankyaku, Soru, paper art, Jeppo, and Tekai. These are techniques derived from surpassing human physical limits. Once you master the 6 styles, you'll be able to hold your own, even against devil fruit users. All the physical training at the Academy is designed to help you achieve this. Take your morning run, for example. You can try using Soru to accelerate during it. The potential of the 6 styles is immense. Once you've thoroughly mastered them, you can derive various combat techniques from them. As he spoke, Zifa pointed to Shows was standing beside him. "Show them your life return." The long-armed man nodded, let out a soft shout. "Life return." Instantly, Shozwa's long braid came to life, writhing in the air to form a hand made of hair. The black hair hand swiftly snatched the chalk from the podium and wrote the characters "Life Return" on the blackboard in a flourish. Beneath the podium, Duo Minua, with her golden wavy hair and sweet adorable face, let out a small gasp. "Wow, is that a devil fruit ability?" Realizing her outburst might have been abrupt, the golden-haired girl blushed and shyly lowered her head. Hearing the student's question, Zifa laughed heartily and shook his head. "No. He simply infused his consciousness into his hair, allowing him to control it freely." Similarly, if you cultivate the 6 styles to a high level, you can control your muscles, internal organs, skin, and other body parts at will. Once you reach that stage, mastering armament Haki or observation Haki through analogy, becomes a much easier task. The 6 styles are designed to lay the foundation for using Haki, allowing you to awaken and wield it more easily through systematic training. However, this does not mean the 6 styles are inferior to Haki. They complement each other, and when combined they can unleash tremendous power. Whether it's me, Vice Admiral Garp, the hero of the Navy, or the current Fleet Admiral Kong, we all rely on the combination of the 6 styles and Haki to overpower the vast majority of the world's strongest fighters and devil fruit users. In fact, if your Haki is strong enough, you can even negate certain devil fruit abilities. Seeing the students still unimpressed, some even drowsy, and letting the words go in one ear and out the other, Zifa could only sigh helplessly. He too found lecturing on theory tiresome. The cadets selected for the elite classes over the years all possessed remarkable strength and potential. However, their levels of education varied greatly. Some had received excellent schooling with clear logic and extensive knowledge, while others had never even attended school, their literacy limited to their own names. This was a disparity rooted in their backgrounds. Children of the wealthy received elite education, while those of the poor were denied even the basic right to learn. Such was the backdrop of the era, and Zifa was powerless to change it. Consequently, the academic subjects introduced into the academy curriculum at the suggestion of Fleet Admiral Sengoku often saw extreme polarization in scores. As a result, academic performance could only serve as auxiliary reference for assessing talent and potential, not as a criterion for graduation. Shios would go to the equipment room and bring back a 10-centimeter thick steel plate. Yes. The long-armed man nodded and quickly ran out of the classroom. Soon Shios were returned carrying a steel plate 1.5 meters wide and 3 meters long. With a thud, he dropped the 3-thumb plate onto the floor, causing the entire classroom to tremble slightly. I have a nickname, Black Arm. I earned it by using these arms combined with Tekai and Haki to defeat countless notorious pirates. As he spoke, Zifa's right arm was instantly coated in black armament Haki. With a fierce shout, he swung his fist and struck the steel plate held by Shiozwa. With a thunderous crash, to the astonishment of the cadets below, Zifa's entire arm punched through the steel plate, his fist stopping just a hair's breadth from Shiozwa's chest. With a thunderous crash, to the astonishment of the cadets below, Zifa's entire arm punched through the steel plate. Observing the steel plate, barely deformed despite being pierced, Sephiroth's mind wandered for how much piercing force was needed to instantly penetrate the plate without causing it to warp, and his fist had stopped its forward momentum precisely before reaching Shiozwa's chest. Such immense destructive power combined with precise control. Zifa, seeing his students' stunned expressions, calmly withdrew his right arm and said in a composed tone, "This is the power of the 6 styles combined with Haki. When you can reach this level, you'll be considered a formidable force on this sea." Hearing his words, the cadets' spirits lifted, and they began to focus intently on the lesson. However, 15 minutes later, Zifa roared, "Smog Jaji, you brats dare to sleep in my class. Get out and run 200 laps." He slammed his fist onto the podium with a heavy thud. The cadets, already exhausted and faced with Zifa's dry and difficult theoretical explanations, were mostly in a state of inattention, even if not asleep. Few were truly listening. But one person was an exception. Sephiroth, while listening to Zifa's theory, recalled the armament Haki training methods from Amazon Lily. Combining them with his knowledge of medicine, a bold idea sparked in his mind. This armament Haki seemed so similar to the chi and inner force described in the martial arts novels of his past life. He felt he could explore this line of thought. For now had set aside grand ambitions of creating some divine technique, but advancing the training method of Amazon Lily's Haki, that felt like a promising endeavor. At 6 in the morning, the sky gradually dawned. White mist permeated the land, hazy and indistinct as if shrouded in a silvery gray gauze. Malinfangio Naval Academy, on the training ground. 300 cadets gradually lined up and assembled. In a corner of the training ground, Sephiroth sheathed his blade and hung it back on his waist. He let out a long breath and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Only 10,000 sword swings in 2 hours, still 3,000 short. He'll have to make up for it. When Sephiroth reached the position of his class formation, he saw Gaji walking towards Zoan with a grinning "Good morning. Zoan, I like you. Will you go out with me?" Staring at the extremely lecherous grinning face before her, the long-legged bowtie's eyelid twitched slightly. She blurted out involuntarily, "Sorry, I refuse." The entire class won. "Yo, good morning everyone." Zifa appeared on the training ground with a harmless smile on his face, but the 300 cadets instinctively felt a chill down their spines. "Now, all of you run 200 laps around the training ground. Anyone who can't finish within an hour will get an extra 100. In their hearts, the cadets cursed Zifa wildly, but they still honestly started running as fast as they could. After yesterday's lecture on the theory of Rokushiki, many cadets began attempting to use the shave technique to accelerate while running. As a result, the scene became somewhat chaotic with frequent collisions due to inability to stop. However, the medical team was always standing by. Anyone who was injured and unable to continue would be taken away for treatment. This made Sephiroth wonder whether the long-distance running endurance training was also intended to train resistance to blows and assist in practicing the Tekai, iron body technique. After finishing the long run, they were given 1 hour for breakfast and rest. Then, 2,000, climb a single rope back and forth 100 times. Frog jumps for 100 laps. In short, that old bastard Zifa didn't treat the 300 cadets as human beings at all. The overloaded training constantly squeezed their physical potential. During this time, Zifa kept shouting that anyone who couldn't persist could choose to give up, pack their bags, and leave, and he would not stop them. Most of the cadets, even if they fainted from training and were carried away by the medical team, did not choose to give up. After all, as long as they endured this year, they could step onto a broad road and rise quickly in the Navy. However, there were always those who couldn't grit their teeth and persist. Instructor Zifa, I protest. Your training method is too cruel and completely unreasonable. A burly man, over 2 meters tall, collapsed onto the ground with a thud. His legs were weak and trembling from the prolonged frog jumps. His voice was dry and hoarse, but he still tried his best to voice his thoughts. Protest. Cruel. Unreasonable. Hearing this, Zifa unhurriedly walked toward the burly man, looked down at him, and said, "You frog in a well, do you know how many monsters exist among the pirates in the New World? Some of them possess all kinds of incredible devil fruit abilities capable of massacring cities and destroying nations with ease. Some of them are born destroyers with innate armament Haki, possessing power so astonishing that guns and explosives cannot harm them in the slightest. Those monsters are unreasonable existences themselves. If I don't make you train like hell to surpass human limits, who among you can confidently say from the heart that you can defeat those monstrous pirates?" Zifa raised his head, looking at the cadets with his sunglasses-covered eyes. "Do you know where this is, eh? This is the Navy headquarters representing justice. The military academy you have entered is where the Navy cultivates its super-elites, the future hope of the Navy. Do you want me to coax you like raising ancestors, turning you all into useless trash and ruining the Navy's? Who will uphold justice then? Rely on a bunch of cowards who can't even endure training." Zifa's vehement scolding made the burly man on the ground feel deeply ashamed. "I was wrong, Instructor Zifa." With that, the burly man gritted his teeth, got up again, and continued his unfinished frog jumps. "I said anyone who can't hold on can leave. But don't question my training plan. Understand?" "Understood." Hearing the sparse, uneven responses, Zifa showed a dissatisfied expression and shouted, "Louder. I can't hear you." Hearing this, all the cadets shouted at the top of their lungs, "Understood." No matter how passionately they shouted, by noon, when training ended, most of them still walked to the canteen like dead dogs staggering along. "Sephiroth, aren't you tired?" A somewhat familiar female voice reached his ears. Sephiroth was slightly surprised, and then turned to look at Zoan, who had walked up beside him. "With such terrifying training volume, my body is almost falling apart. How could I not be tired? In my Kinbunchika perception, the sound of your breathing hasn't even become disordered." Zoan scanned Sephiroth from head to toe, a skeptical expression on her face. Sephiroth twitched the corner of his mouth, not quite knowing how to explain. Should he tell her that he relied on burning his life force to quickly recover stamina and physical damage? In the end, he could only casually brush it off. "I'm a Zoan-type devil fruit user." "I see." The long-legged beauty nodded with some understanding. Zoan-type users often possess extremely strong recovery and vitality. After their fruit awakens, no matter how severe the injury, as long as they don't die, they can recover completely and be lively again in a while. Therefore, many martial arts experts, in order to break through their own innate limits, choose to eat a Zoan-type devil fruit. After a brief lunch break, the cadets dragged their weary bodies into the classroom. Ring, ring, ring. As the class bell rang, Vice Admiral Sengoku, draped in a white coat of justice, walked in holding a textbook and stood at the podium. After glancing at the listless students below, she said in a calm tone, "Today, I will teach you military theory. In the future, when you become commanders of warships, this course will be of great use to you. If strategy and tactics are applied properly, you can even defeat enemies far stronger than you on the sea. This is a course that requires deep thought and study. I hope you can listen attentively." Vice Admiral Sengoku explained military theory very well, in a simple and profound way, incorporating many actual naval battle examples. Sephiroth even heard an analysis of Kapu's ridiculous feat of using fistbone meteor shower to single-handedly sink all enemy pirate ships in a 1v20 naval battle. Of course, Kapu was a negative example, but the battle was a successful case. DRRR. Before long, except for Sephiroth, combing Tina, and a few other students who were still listening attentively, most of the others had fallen asleep, and even those awake were daydreaming. Vice Admiral Sengoku didn't say anything about this, and just continued teaching for the few attentive students. Tactics and strategy were not popular in this era of supremacy of power and low education levels. Many people fought relying on the brute courage of a single charge, believing in crushing everything with absolute power. The best example was Kapu. The initial purpose of offering military strategy courses to cadets was merely to give them a general understanding of conventional tactics and strategy so that they wouldn't be completely ignorant of them. When actual war occurred, the specific planning would be handed over to specially trained staff officers. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Vice Admiral, he promptly dismissed the session, gathered his textbook, and turned to leave the classroom without any intention of delaying their departure. Sephiroth gently nudged Smoker, who was snoring loudly beside him. Huh, is school over? Smoker woke up groggily, pulled out 2 cigars, lit them, and stuck them in his mouth. Sephiroth covered his face with a sigh of exasperation. Next class is swordsmanship. We need to change rooms. Come on, don't dawdle. Smoker scratched his head, trying to recall the schedule, then muttered, "Oh, I think that's right." As Sephiroth walked toward the door, he complained to the ever-smoking companion beside him, "By the way, aren't you planning to take class seriously? Military theory is a skill every high-ranking officer should master right." Smoker pouted, widening his eyes. "I dropped out of elementary school. Do you think I can understand that stuff?" Shortly after, 30 military cadets arrived at a spacious sword training hall. A tall, grim-faced man with long hair, a helmet, and a silver-gray suit was already standing in the hall, with Zephyr chatting and laughing, as if engaged in a pleasant conversation. Zephyr, seeing the 30 students assembled in formation, introduced the man to the group. "This is Commodore Enigmo, also your senior. He excels in both the 6 powers and swordsmanship, so I've specially invited him to be your sword instructor." Enigmo pulled a pack of cigarettes from his suit pocket, took one out, lit it, and placed it in his mouth, before speaking unhurriedly. "The essence of swordsmanship is simple speed, power, and timing. No matter how flashy the techniques, if they cannot harm the enemy or kill them, they are futile. Conversely, even if the moves are the most mundane and clumsy, as long as you seize the opportunity to strike and eliminate the enemy, that is the best outcome. The purpose of learning swordsmanship is to kill enemies more efficiently, so sometimes using firearms or other weapons for auxiliary attacks is also a very good choice." Ahem. Enigmo, this is a swordsmanship class. Please refrain from mixing in too many extraneous topics. Zephyr gave a light cough, signaling his former student not to stray too far from the subject. Enigmo said nothing in response, simply picking up a bamboo sword from a nearby basket. "All right, let me demonstrate a few basic offensive and defensive techniques." As he spoke, Enigmo proceeded to show the group a set of standard attacking and blocking maneuvers, briefly explaining how to transition between moves. Pure demonstration and explanation are boring and offer little educational value. Those kids have already practiced basic swordsmanship before coming to the academy. Teaching them a few more routines won't help much. "Enigmo, let me test how far your swordsmanship has progressed. At the same time, I can teach them some practical combat techniques." "Is that so? It's been a long time since I last sparred with you, Instructor Zephyr." Hearing this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Enigmo's eyes. He walked back to the basket, and his long hair writhed behind him, splitting into 6 hair hands that grabbed 6 more bamboo swords from the basket in addition to the 2 already in his hands. 8 swords in total. Perfect timing. "I'd like you to guide me, Instructor Zephyr, on the 8-sword style I've developed myself." Wow. The 30 cadets gasped in unison when they saw Enigmo wield 6 long swords with his. "Enigmo, you must understand that having more weapons does not necessarily give you an advantage." Zephyr said this, but he himself took a bamboo sword in each hand. As a top-tier expert with rich combat experience, Zephyr had encountered many skilled swordsmen in his youth and had undergone systematic swordsmanship training. Now that he had stepped back from the front lines to train talents for the Navy, he had also picked up the sword again. Thus, even though he was more proficient in hand-to-hand combat, his broad knowledge allowed him to hold his own against an ordinary swordmaster when wielding a blade. After assuming a starting stance with dual swords, Zephyr smiled and said, "Come on, let me see your 8 swords." Whoosh. Enigmo wasted no time. In a flash, he charged at his instructor, swinging his 8 blades like a raging storm. The cadets watched in shock as each attack came with fierce speed. Crack, crack, crack. The bamboo swords clashed at incredible speed, leaving afterimages in the air. "Your attacks are dense and powerful, but..." Zephyr blocked and dodged with his 2 bamboo swords, yet his expression remained remarkably relaxed. "You've overlooked one thing: no matter how many weapons you can control, your attention is limited." Amid Enigmo's dazzling chaotic sword pressure, Zephyr's twin blades wove swiftly, parrying the 6 bamboo swords held by Enigmo's hair. To the latter's astonishment, Zephyr tangled all those hair strands together like a messy knot, causing them to tie in multiple places. Seizing the moment when Enigmo was flustered, Zephyr spotted an opening and thrust a sword toward his throat, stopping just a hair's breadth away before finishing his sentence. "Therefore, the more weapons you control, the more flaws appear in the details. Thank you for the guidance, Instructor Zephyr. I will definitely work on developing a complete set of attack patterns when I Enigmo nodded with a look of appreciation, slowly manipulating his hair to untangle the knots. Alright, enough teaching. Now it's time for practical training. Attention, everyone. Yes, sir. 30. Now pair up and spar with bamboo swords. Yes, sir. 30. Everyone walked to the basket, and each took a bamboo sword. At that moment, Gigi, with a lecherous grin, hurried over to the long-legged beauty, Guion. But before he could finish, Guion turned to the silver-haired boy with a smile and said, "Little Sephiroth, I've noticed you always carry a sword. Your swordsmanship must be pretty good, right? How about a spar? You're not afraid, are you? But even if you don't dare to fight me, it's only natural. After all, Big Sister here has already reached the level of a sword master." Guion's provocation was too crude, and it was obvious she was using him as a shield to reject Gigi. Sephiroth initially had no intention of responding to her. But a sword master. In this world, that title carried significant weight. Of course, the gap between the upper and lower limits was immense. At the upper end, one could split mountains and part seas. At the lower end, one could only cut iron. In fact, using the ability to cut iron as the sole criterion for a sword master was not entirely accurate. A swordsman possessing a high-quality blade such as a great-grade sword or supreme-grade sword would find cutting iron much easier. Therefore, in addition to cutting iron, one must also be able to release flying slashes to be considered a qualified sword master. Currently, Sephiroth was merely a swordsman who used a blade. He still had some distance to go before becoming a sword master. Not long ago, Bogart, who had instructed him in swordsmanship, could at most cut steel, but was not yet capable of flying slashes, so he didn't qualify as a sword master. At the Marineford Military Academy's sword dojo, Safei Luo gripped a bamboo sword tightly, his face brimming with excitement as he gazed at Ji Yuan. "Come on, who's afraid of whom? Giggles. Let's do it." The long-legged beauty covered her lips with a light laugh, striding ahead, first completely ignoring the despondent Jia Ji, who could only sigh in frustration. After assuming their starting stances, Safei Luo swung his bamboo sword, first launching a measured probing attack, testing Ji Yuan's speed and reflexes. But she effortlessly parried or dodged each strike. "Him coming." The elegant lady chuckled, offering a brief warning. The next moment, whoosh. Her bamboo sword carved a perfect arc, striking at the silver-haired youth from an extremely tricky angle. If he attempted to block with his own sword, the angle would hinder his power, making it impossible to fully defend. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat while swiftly adjusting his stance and parrying. Seeing this, Ji Yuan's lips curled upward, her smile growing more pronounced. Thump, thump, thump. Seizing the moment when the silver-haired youth was at a disadvantage, she unleashed a barrage of rapid, ferocious strikes, each swing of her bamboo sword leaving faint afterimages in the air. Safei Luo had already predicted her attack trajectory using observation Haki, yet she seemed to anticipate his prediction, pressing him with one blow after another, leaving him no chance to counter. No, she predicted my prediction. Was this the observation Haki that sees the future? No, that wasn't it either. She was using her pure swordsmanship experience to drag me into her rhythm, designing a series of offensive and defensive maneuvers tailored for me. From the very beginning, I had fallen into her trap, and her ultimate goal was to defeat me. With this realization, Safei Luo's expression faltered, and his parrying motion slowed by a beat. Slap. The bamboo sword struck his forehead heavily. Seeing this, Ji Yuan smiled and teased, "Oh, I never expected little Safei Luo to lose his stamina so quickly." Hearing this, the silver-haired youth's face darkened. He strongly suspected she was making a double entendre, but he had no proof. And how dare she say he wasn't up to the task? Alas, what can I do? You kept swaying back and forth, making my eyes go dizzy. As he spoke, Safei Luo's gaze fixed unwaveringly on her two headlights. The long-legged beauty followed his gaze and nearly couldn't see her own toes. Pervert. Ji Yuan blushed, spat out a curse, and in her embarrassment, swung her bamboo sword at the silver-haired youth. However, distracted by her thoughts, her strikes lost their meticulous precision. In her impatience, she left an opening during her attack, which Safei Luo seized, striking her neck with a loud smack and leaving a red mark. Stung by the blow, Ji Yuan instantly snapped back to reality, realizing her mistake. Oh dear, is this the power of a swordsman? Really? No way. Having gained the upper hand, Safei Luo couldn't resist taunting her, which made Ji Yuan grind her teeth in annoyance. If you've got the guts, come again. Bring it on. After the grueling morning training, Ji Yuan's physical stamina had severely declined, while Safei Luo remained in peak condition. This narrowed the gap between them, making it possible for him to overcome her technique with sheer endurance. After more than a month of guidance from Bo Jiate, Safei Luo, with his quick learning, had already mastered all the techniques taught. Now the only thing separating him from true mastery was real combat experience. Every move Ji Yuan made contained multiple variations, preventing Sa Fei Luosi from fully predicting her attack trajectory with observation Haki, leaving him constantly suppressed during their exchanges. But even so, he was rapidly absorbing her techniques and experience, integrating them into his own. Oh my, little Sa Fei Luosi, are you out of steam again? Oh, what can I do? It's not my fault you're such an insatiable woman. Every time Ji Yuan struck him with her bamboo sword, she couldn't help but taunt, and he never hesitated to fire back with a sharp retort. As time passed, Ji Yuan's movements grew sluggish due to her exhausted stamina, and Sa Fei Luosi seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Tisk tisk tsk. Sister Ji Yuan, it seems you're only good with your mouth, but your body just can't. Who says little Sa Fei Luosi's skills are so boring they don't interest me at all? On the other side, Jia Ji, who was sparring with Mei Nada, and a seasoned veteran, couldn't help but feel that the conversation was taking a strange turn. What's going on with these two? Why are their words getting weirder and weirder? Is this flirting or a distracted? Jia Ji took several bamboo sword strikes to the face from Mei Nada, adding a comical touch to his already unsightly features. The bell rang, signaling the end of the sword class. The next lesson was hand-to-hand combat, to be held on the school's training ground. Thus, everyone returned their bamboo swords and prepared to leave the dojo. Sa Fei Luosi, let's have a fair. Jia Ji called out to the silver-haired youth, who was about to turn away. Sa Fei Luosi, what did you say? Why would I duel with you? Their exchange instantly drew the attention of others. Even Zfa, who had reached the dojo's entrance, paused and turned around with an amused expression. For Ji Yuan, of course, Jia Ji said with a grin. Huh. Sa Fei Luosi looked at him in bewilderment, unable to fathom what was going on in his head. A man as handsome and wealthy as I am, there's no reason for Ji Yuan not to like me. Hearing this, Sa Fei Luosi waved his hands dismissively and retorted, No, no, no. I think you've seriously misunderstood the concept of handsome. Right? Right, XN. Several nearby cadets who were watching the drama nodded in agreement. How can that be? The girls on Pleasure Street all say I'm witty, charming, handsome, and rich. No, I think you've really got it wrong. The only point they emphasized was the rich part. The silver-haired youth pressed a hand to his forehead, nearly losing all desire to argue with this overconfident fool. I don't care. Beauty belongs only to the strong. Let's have a fair duel. The winner gets to pursue Ji Yuan, and the loser steps aside. Sa Fei Luosi was silent for a few seconds before saying, Why don't you go fight Ji Yuan instead? If you win, you can lock her in the basement and cover her body with marks. If you lose, just stop pursuing her. Ji Yuan, well-versed in all kinds of geisha arts and skilled at reading men's minds, instantly understood. After being taunted by the silver-haired youth for so long, she was already seething with anger. Thus, the long-legged beauty, eager to watch the drama unfold, narrowed her eyes and gave a sly smile, fanning the flames. Oh my, how heartless of you. And here I thought you'd say such sweet things to me before. Sa Fei Luosi. When a woman gets dirty, even a man can't handle it. Zfa gently pushed through the gathered cadets and approached Sa Fei Luosi and Jia Ji, his expression stern. Hey, you two brats, private duels are not allowed in the academy. Right? Right? They'll be going now then. The silver-haired youth nodded repeatedly and turned to leave. However, Zfa suddenly grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. But the next class is hand-to-hand combat, to hone your fighting skills and pain tolerance. The next lesson will be paired matches until one person is knocked unconscious. If both are still standing when class ends, you'll run 200 laps. You two brats, if you want to fight, you can team up in the next class. Sa Fei Luosi. As the sun set in the west, the evening glow in the sky was as vivid as blood, casting its last rays upon the earth. At the Marin Vondo Military Academy, on the playground, apart from one class, there were two other classes for unarmed combat training. Upon hearing the news of a duel between two students over a girl, curiosity drew them all over, eager to see the spectacle. Come on, I have absolute confidence in my physical skills. Jiaqing twisted his neck and limbs a few times, producing a series of cracking sounds. Sigh. Even if you win against me and confess to Ji Yuan 98 times to make it, and even 100, she still wouldn't accept you. Sephiroth sighed. Huh. Then I will confess to her 101 times. Come on, Sephiroth. If you win, maybe I will consider accepting your pursuit. Ji Yuan stood among the crowd, playfully cheering him on. Seeing this, Sephiroth could only smile faintly, raising his right hand and giving her the middle finger, expressing his displeasure, which visibly irritated her. With the atmosphere reaching this point, if I continue to dodge or intentionally lose to you, it would be a bit unreasonable. I will do my utmost to defeat you. After simply stretching his body, Sephiroth assumed a fighting stance, looking seriously at Jiaqing. Come on. This is the blood and romance that belong to men. As he spoke, Jiaqing threw a right hook to bang. To everyone's astonishment, Sephiroth did not dodge, but took the hit directly on his face. Seeing this scene, Jiaqing seemed to understand something. When the silver-haired youth swung his right fist at him, he also did not evade taking the hit solidly. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. In the glow of the setting sun, Sephiroth and Jiaqing engaged in a brutal exchange of blows in front of many military academy students, repeatedly being knocked down, getting back up, and being knocked down again. It could be said that there was no skill involved, leaving the onlookers with a sense of discomfort. In the crowd, Smoker with 2 cigars in his mouth looked puzzled and said, "What on earth are these two doing?" Upon hearing this, Maynard chuckled lightly and patted Smoker on the shoulder. "This is a clash of will and determination between two men. Never backing down, never retreating." Unknowingly, their battle had already lasted half an hour, and they had exchanged hundreds of punches. Bang! Sephiroth charged forward, swinging his bloodied right fist, landing a heavy punch on Jiaqing's chin, sending him crashing to the ground with a thud. Thud! He fell to the ground, unable to get up for a long time, with only his still-rising chest confirming that he was still alive. Maynard rushed to Jiaqing's side, and upon seeing that he had passed out, shouted loudly, "The victor is—" Oh! After the result was announced, the surrounding military academy students immediately erupted into cheers. However, "You bunch of brats, what are you cheering about?" Zifa's words poured cold water over the students, causing them to deflate instantly, hurriedly, finding their respective opponents to spar. Zifa's words poured cold water over the students, causing them to deflate instantly, hurriedly, finding their respective opponents to spar with. Once it was confirmed that Jiaqing had fainted, the medical team immediately rushed over and carried him away on a stretcher, swiftly beginning treatment. "Smoker, you little brat, you like elementization, right? Let me be your opponent." Zifa grinned maliciously, pushing aside the student who was being toyed with by Smoker's elementization dark-armed Haki, instantly covering his arms. Ding 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 ding. The class bell rang, and the military students finally finished their classes that began at 6 in the morning and ended at 6 in the afternoon. Of course, some students who had not knocked down their opponents could only grimace and stay on the playground running 200 laps. Sephiroth hummed a tune as he walked to the military academy's infirmary, intending to check on Smoker, who had been knocked down by Zifa. "Miss Nurse, my name is Jiaqing. What is your name?" "Liliana." "Miss Liliana, ever since I saw your beautiful face, I have been unable to extricate myself from my love for you. Please go out with me." In the infirmary, Jiaqing, sitting on the white hospital bed, casually picked a flower from the vase on the bedside table and handed it to the nurse sister, who was applying medicine to his face. The cute nurse sister with purple wavy hair looked at Jiaqing's face, which was bruised and swollen, and instinctively blurted out her thoughts, "Sorry. I refuse." Seeing this scene, Sephiroth couldn't help but cover his face with his hand, thinking to himself, "This scene feels oddly familiar." "Yo, Sephiroth, I leave Ji Yuan in your hands from now on. I have now found my destined other half." Jiaqing laughed heartily. Sephiroth felt there were too many points to comment on, but he didn't know how to respond. In the end, he could only say, "Then I wish you all your wishes come true." Due to the recent unarmed combat class, the infirmary was rather crowded, with almost all the beds occupied. However, among these people there were also some who, under the guise of treatment and recovery, took the opportunity to slack off and avoid training. Regarding this, the military academy would not force them to discharge, but would deduct corresponding conduct points based on their recovery time, which would affect their rank at graduation. Sephiroth walked past several hospital beds before finally arriving at Smoker's bed. Looking at his face, which was bruised and smeared with yellow medicine, he struggled to suppress a laugh and said, "Are you all right? That old man Zifa really knows how to hit. Oh, by the way, he's originally called Black Arm. It's really strange. I clearly elementized, how could he still hit me? Didn't they already say in class that armed Haki can touch the physical forms of natural element users? I never heard of that. By the way, how did your injuries heal so quickly? I saw you with a bruised face before, but now you have no scars at all. I'm a Zoan-type user. Isn't it natural for my recovery to be fast? But that's just too ridiculous, right?" Smoker complained as he lit 2 cigars and put them in his mouth. On the other side, the purple-haired nurse rushed over upon seeing someone smoking, hands on her hips, looking very annoyed. "Hey, this is the infirmary. Smoking is prohibited. Since you've finished your medicine, you can leave now." "No way. Nurse, he was knocked out and doesn't need to stay for observation for a few days. What if he has any after effects?" "The doctor said he only has superficial wounds, and it's not serious. As long as he takes his medicine on time, he'll be fine in a couple of days," the purple-haired nurse explained. "Indeed, they don't know what kind of medicine they gave me. Originally my face was still hurting, but after the medicine it didn't hurt much anymore." Smoker nodded instinctively. "Is it anesthetic?" Sephiroth asked with some doubt. Upon hearing this, the purple-haired nurse immediately curled her lips, looking dissatisfied. How could it be that kind of thing? The medicines used on him were all developed by the genius scientist Vegapunk. They can stimulate the Bodhi's life potential, rapidly healing internal and external injuries. However, due to high costs and limited raw materials, they can only be produced on a small scale. Sephiroth nodded in realization, his doubts dissipating. The genius scientist Vegapunk is a user of the brain fruit, and he was originally very intelligent. Coupled with the high-tech literature from the ancient kingdom collected by O'Hara 800 years ago, it is normal for him to create such things. Speaking of which, has that guy already turned his increasingly larger brain into a super biological computer and divided his thoughts into 6 parts? If given the chance, I really want to personally interact with this awesome guy and discuss the concepts of nuclear energy application. Within a classroom, the bell rang, its sharp chime cutting through the air. As the class dismissal bell echoed, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had organized her textbooks and materials on the podium, did not immediately turn to leave. Instead, she addressed the naval cadets below. Today is Friday with Saturday and Sunday off. However, I expect you all to use these 2 days to thoroughly review, because next Monday we will hold a comprehensive examination covering both military theory and navigation. Dismissed. With those words, Vice Admiral Tsuru gathered her materials and exited the classroom. Yo, Sephiroth, want to go out for some fun? At the classroom door, Garp approached with Maynard, a broad grin on his face as he slung an arm around Sephiroth's shoulders, preventing him from breaking free. Ever since the two had scuffled on the training ground that day, Garp had abandoned his pursuit of Guion and instead set his sights on the female nurse at the medical bay. Surprisingly, the relationship between Sephiroth and Garp had not deteriorated. In fact, they got along quite well. Where to? Going to the bar in town again. If that's the case, count me out. Sephiroth shook his head. Beyond Marine headquarters at Marineford lay a town housing the families of naval personnel. On this island, there were 30,000 permanent Marine soldiers, and counting their families, the total population reached around 150,000. Thus, basic amenities like restaurants, bars, and bookstores had sprung up to meet demand. Sephiroth had been dragged out by Garp and the others a couple of times after school. But, to be honest, in Sephiroth's eyes, that town was no different from an ordinary countryside in his past life, lacking scenic beauty. Entertainment was scarce in the town, and the rowdy bar was the only place that could be considered a leisure spot. He had been taken there both times. He wasn't a drunkard, he didn't dislike drinking, but he wasn't fond of it either. The academy regulations stipulated that from Monday to Friday during regular class days, lights out and sleep were mandatory at precisely 10 every night, with afternoon classes ending at 6. After accounting for necessary chores like room tidying and meals, he had only a little over 2 hours left. Therefore, he did not wish to waste his precious free time entirely in the bar. No, it's break now. Of course, we wouldn't go back to that town. We're heading to the Sabaody archipelago. Sabaody. Sephiroth murmured softly, then turned his gaze to Smoker beside him. I want to see it. You coming? Since I've got nothing to do anyway, I'll join you. As he spoke, Smoker pulled 2 cigars from the band on his left forearm, lit them, and placed them in his mouth. Seeing this, Sephiroth, feeling a nicotine craving, casually took one of the cigars and gestured for Smoker to light. Hey. If you want to smoke by your own. What's with always mooching off mine, seriously? Despite his grumbling, Smoker tossed his lighter over. Well, what can I say? I actually plan to quit, but you keep smoking in front of me every day. I can't break the habit. How about you quit with me? Sephiroth shrugged, helplessly lit the cigar, took a gentle drag, and exhaled a plume of white smoke. Quit yourself, don't drag me into it, Smoker said irritably. If I quit, and you don't, and we share a dorm, I'll be inhaling your secondhand smoke every day. Sephiroth retorted in exasperation. Are you guys heading to Sabaody too? Great, I was planning to go shopping. Oh, Tina, are you coming? Guion, holding textbooks against her chest, overheard the conversation and approached, turning to Tina beside her. A slender girl with long pink hair and a cute face tilted her head in thought before nodding. Tina wanted to buy a newly released perfume. It should be available in Sabaody. Tina will come too. Thus, after the discussion, the 6 of them returned to the dorm to change into casual clothes, then boarded a commercial high-speed sloop bound for the Sabaody archipelago. After over an hour of sailing, they finally arrived at their destination. The Sabaody archipelago. Located before the Red Line in the middle of the Grand Line, the archipelago was filled with towering trees, and massive roots broke through the ground everywhere. Sabaody was divided into islands numbered 1 to 79, each group of 10 islands forming a district, with each district having its own specialized industries. The archipelago's most distinctive feature was the natural resin secreted from the roots of the Urukuman mangrove trees due to respiration. This resin expanded with air to form bubbles that slowly rose into the sky. Since the bubbles were only viable within the climate range of the Urukuman mangroves, once they left Sabaody's climatic zone, the resin would fail to sustain its properties and burst. The residents of the Sabaody archipelago had fully utilized their creativity and imagination, leveraging these special bubbles to form a unique bubble culture and industry chain, such as bubble cycles, bubble lanterns, bubble seats, ship coating, and other products. The first half and second half of the Grand Line were separated by the Red Line, a continent tens of thousands of meters high that encircled the entire planet. Thus, there were only two ways to travel from Paradise, the first half of the Grand Line, to the New World in the latter. The first method was to apply for passage through Holy Land Mary Geos. This not only consumed time and effort, but also required abandoning one's ship and paying a hefty fee to use the high-altitude elevator to reach the New World. This option was available only to the wealthy and nobles, not commoners, criminals, or pirates. The second method was to coat the ship with resin and then dive to the Fishman Island 10,000 meters below sea level, entering the New World. Besides the high coating costs, this method involved the enormous risk of encountering sea kings with the possibility of shipwreck and death. With the world government's tacit indulgence, many underworld forces existed on the Sabaody archipelago alongside the Marines and pirates, all entangled with one another. Slave trading, arms sales, drug trafficking. Everything was available on this island, encompassing all the darkness of the world. The Marines were powerless against the world government's connivance and acquiescence. The station Marines on Sabaody could only obey orders and confined themselves to districts 60 through 69 to prevent major incidents by pirates. If the world government truly wished to crack down on pirates and crime, the most direct approach would be to deploy heavy Marine forces to guard Sabaody, preventing pirates from coating their ships and diving to Fishman Island to enter the New World. Hence, Sephiroth harbored not a shred of goodwill toward the world government, an institution rotten to the core. He felt only disgust. By the way, the current commander of the Sabaody Marine Base was Vice Admiral Kizaru Borsellino, the Marine slacker king, and one of the future 3 admirals. Perhaps Kizaru, having seen the reality of Sabaody and the world government's actions, had adopted his so-called ambiguous justice. Sabaody's 79th Island Hotel District. After disembarking, Garp led the 6 of them to a VIP room on the 4th floor of an upscale restaurant. The room was decorated in European style, with white as the dominant color and elegant furnishings. Once inside, Garp waved his hand cheerfully. This restaurant has excellent food. When I was stationed at the Sabaody Marine Base, I often came here to improve my meals. Today I'm treating. Order whatever you like. Sephiroth found a seat by the window. Feeling the air in the room a bit stuffy, he pushed open the window and saw the lively, crowded street beneath the colorful lights. Although Garp offered to pay, everyone refrained from ordering excessively expensive items to take advantage of him. They chose dishes they liked, but at reasonable prices. Garp, on the other hand, waved his hand and ordered 3 bottles of red wine at 500,000 berries, each costing more than all the dishes combined. This is a red wine from the West Blue with a delicate and refreshing taste. Garp explained as he poured the wine into 6 goblets, filling each about 1/3 full, then gestured for everyone to taste. Zoan picked up the goblet, swirled it, gently sniffed the aroma of the wine, and murmured, "I didn't expect you to have such good taste." "Of course, but it's too late for you to discover my merits now. After all, I've fallen for Liliana. Her figure in the white nurse's uniform is etched deeply in my heart," Garp said with a lovesick expression. Zoan's eye twitched slightly, as she didn't want to follow up on that topic. Various dishes were served one after another, and before Sephiroth sat the deep-sea lobster and seafood chowder. Just as he raised his spoon to taste the fragrant, creamy broth in the bowl before him, the lively noise from outside abruptly fell silent. He instinctively turned to look out the window. Garp's ears twitched, as if recalling something. A flicker of disgust crossed his face. Liliana was a nurse at the medical bay. Garp had been visiting her frequently. Sephiroth observed the sudden hush outside. The streets, previously bustling, now seemed unnaturally. Garp's expression turned sour. Must be those celestial dragons again. Sabaody Archipelago Grove 79, the hotel district. Under the night sky, beneath the multicolored lights, pedestrians on the street leaned toward the sides, knelt on one knee, and bowed their heads low. At the very center of the street, a group of people was walking unhurriedly. The one leading them was a fat young man clad in a white coat resembling a spacesuit, wearing a square helmet on his head and sporting a rectangular topknot. He was not riding a horse or an ox, but a burly human male. The slave man beneath the celestial dragon Charles Saint wore a slave collar around his neck. His eyes were filled with numbness, his heart ashen, as he mechanically crawled on all fours. He was originally Captain Ada Arthur of the Ada Pirates with a bounty of 60 million berries. After being captured by the Marines, he was sentenced to life as a slave for his crimes of plunder alone, without any other severe offenses. After several transfers, he became a slave of the celestial dragons. Behind the two followed 2 men in white suits and masks. Wah. The silent street was suddenly broken by a baby's loud wail. Charles Saint frowned and looked toward the source of the sound. He found it was a baby still in swaddling clothes, held in a young woman's arms, crying incessantly. Startled by this sudden turn of events, the woman hurriedly covered the baby's mouth, trembling all over. Charles Saint snorted, drew his pistol, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The shot missed the baby in the woman's arms and pierced her forehead instead, causing her to collapse onto the ground. On the fourth floor of a high-end restaurant in a private room, Smoker sitting by the window with Sephiroth witnessed this scene. He immediately sprang up from his seat ready to leap out the window and kill the celestial dragon who had fired. However, bang! Sephiroth beside Smoker lunged furiously, tackling him to the floor and pressing his right hand firmly on the back of his neck. Smoker instinctively tried to turn into smoke to break free, but found himself unable to escape. "What are you doing? Don't be impulsive," Sephiroth quickly hissed. In his agitation, he didn't realize that the armament Haki he had been pondering for so long had awakened and was now being used unconsciously. Smoker's eyes blazed with fury, his voice choked with rage. "I'm going to kill that bastard." "Calm down. Doing that is just suicide." Before Sephiroth finished speaking, 2 more gunshots rang out from outside the window. Bang! Bang! After the gunshots, the baby's cry ceased, and the whole world fell silent. Smoker, pinned to the ground, clenched his fists, his eyes wide. The rage in his heart was like a volcano spewing magma. He wanted to beat that despicable celestial dragon to death with his bare hands. At that moment, the atmosphere in the room was suffocating. Though the others were not as impulsive as Smoker, they instinctively clenched their fists, struggling to suppress their fury. "Why did you stop me from killing that bastard?" Smoker growled angrily. Sephiroth forcibly suppressed the inexplicable irritation rising in his heart and spoke in a calm, almost cold tone. "If you go, you'll just be throwing your life away. Did you see the 2 men in white suits following that guy? They are CP0, the strongest shield of the celestial dragons tasked with their protection. Every single one of them is a master, at least comparable to a Marine Vice Admiral. Before you even get close to that celestial dragon, they'll kill you in an instant." Sephiroth's words finally calmed Smoker down, and he stopped struggling. Sephiroth released Smoker and said calmly, "This world is inherently cruel. The celestial dragons are exalted above all, wielding supreme authority. Even the fleet admiral or the marine admirals cannot offend them. You need to learn to face reality and do what you can instead of acting recklessly on a surge of passion." These words were as much a warning to Smoker as they were to himself. He had no background, no influence, and his strength was not top tier in this world. He could not act rashly. He must think twice before acting. If you want to right wrongs, you must first gauge your own situation. Smoker stood up with a dejected expression, glanced out the window at the woman lying on the street, and the baby that would never cry again, brushed the dust off his clothes, sat back down, took a cigar, lit it, took a deep drag, held it for a long time, and then coughed as he exhaled the smoke. Smoker seemed choked by the smoke, his eyes reddened, glistening with tears, his voice hoarse. "Sephiroth, isn't the Marine supposed to uphold justice? Was that celestial dragon just now righteous? Or were that woman and baby evil?" These questions left everyone in the room silent. At that moment, their hearts were a mix of anger, sorrow, doubt, a whirlwind of emotions, and even their faith in the Marines' so-called justice began to waver. Justice and evil are things that only the victors get to decide. The celestial dragons founded the world government 800 years ago, the largest and most powerful organization in this world, so they have the right to decide everything, to define what is just and what is evil. Sephiroth's face was impassive as he picked up his spoon and drank his soup 1 spoonful at a time, but in his heart a seed of ambition was sprouting. In this turbulent era of rising powers, if the world government could no longer maintain its rule, the status and power of the celestial dragons would vanish like a bubble shattered in an instant. Sephiroth had been confused about his future apart from revenge. He just wanted to live freely, to make his life exciting and comfortable. Whether as a Marine or a pirate, it didn't matter, just follow his heart. But after this incident, his desire for strength and influence reached an unprecedented height. To live freely without absolute power and influence is nothing but an illusion. The Marines are just a tool of the world government. He needed a force of his own. This meal was eaten in silence, each lost in their own thoughts. After dinner, on Jaji's suggestion, the group checked into a hot spring hotel. Sephiroth, citing other matters, temporarily parted ways with them and headed to the nearest Grove 20 from Grove 79. He planned to go to the lawless area of Groves 2029 to inquire about the whereabouts of the Devil Fruit. The Devil Fruit Encyclopedia was not a very rare book, but it wasn't common either. At least he hadn't found it in Water 7 or Marineford Town. Sabaody Archipelago was a gathering place for pirates from all 4 seas. Having sailed halfway through the Grand Line, the pirates must have seen devil fruits, so they would surely be curious about these treasures of the sea. Where there is demand, there is a market. With devil fruits flowing in and out of Sabaody Archipelago, how could there not be a simple devil fruit encyclopedia? On the Sabaody Archipelago, 23rd Grove, under the dim streetlight, Sephiroth held a cigar between his lips and a book titled Devil Fruit Encyclopedia in his hands. He walked along the road, casually flipping through the pages with an absent-minded gesture. After wandering for over an hour, he finally purchased a book that claimed to be the most comprehensive collection of devil fruit illustrations at a large bookstore, spending 50,000 berries. When Sephiroth bought it, he glanced through the table of contents and flipped a few pages, finding that the fruit illustrations matched those from his past life memories, so he decided to make the purchase. That said, the vast majority of devil fruits in the encyclopedia were only recorded with their names and abilities, with only a small portion having their physical appearances depicted. He flipped through the Logia section all the way to the Zoan section, but found neither the green gourd-shaped devil fruit illustration nor the vampire fruit he had consumed. Yet, when he reached nearly halfway through the Paramecia section, he finally saw a fruit shaped like a green gourd covered in black spiral patterns. Paramecia Dor fruit. Hiss. After reading the description, Sephiroth drew in a sharp breath, his heart quickly filled with a mixture of joy and hesitation. The Dor fruit, as one of the rare spatial-type fruits, was undeniably powerful. Its survival capabilities were top-notch, allowing the user to open doors and escape from anywhere. As long as the user wanted to flee and didn't court death, no one could kill him. It was just that in the original story, Blueno suffered a massive intelligence nerf. Instead of using Hitandran tactics, he insisted on using the strongest illusion of the Six Powers Iron Body to tank all of Luffy's attacks. Throughout the entire One Piece world, everyone who dared to use Iron Body for defense ended up defeated. Anyway, when Sephiroth began learning the Six Powers, he secretly made a decision: Iron Body was an offensive skill, and he would never use it for defense. Binks sake delivered to you. Day after day. In the twilight of dreams, I never see the figure waving good. Why the gloomy face? The moonlight will shine tomorrow night. Binks sake delivered to you. Let's sing a song. The sea song. No matter who, they all turn to bones. Endless without end, just a joke. On a quiet street in front of a human store's display window with iron bars, a woman with beautiful golden hair, a slave collar around her neck, and a lovely face looked at the green-haired young man outside the window. She smiled and said, "Tesoro, your singing is so wonderful. I feel like I could never get tired of listening. Stella, give me a little more time. I've already saved half the money. Soon I'll be able to buy your freedom." The young man who spoke wore a suit and had ash-green hair. Though his body was weary, his face still bore a gentle smile, and his gaze toward the woman was filled with love. His name was Guild Tesoro. He loved singing deeply and dreamed from the bottom of his heart of becoming a great star. However, he was born into a very poor family. Because of his poverty, he was ostracized by his friends. Moreover, his father was a gambler who died of illness one day, leaving him with only his mother, who beat and scolded him daily. But whenever he sang out of sadness or joy, his mother would hit him and bluntly say she hated his voice. Eventually, one day, unable to bear his mother's abuse any longer, he ran away from home and became a street thug, surviving by theft and occasionally singing in bars. With the money he earned, he made friends. Yet, this situation lasted only until the day he suffered a huge loss at the casino. The friends he trusted all fled and abandoned him. Helpless after being beaten up by the casino thugs, he barely escaped, avoiding the fate of becoming a slave. That same day, he met the blonde woman named Stella. He was covered in wounds, exhausted, and leaned against the display window, singing sorrowfully. They were strangers, yet Stella sincerely praised his singing. At the lowest point of his life, Tesoro finally met someone who appreciated him. As they met more often and talked more deeply, his heart was quickly filled with a feeling called love. Tesoro, he deeply loved Stella. For her sake, he turned over a new leaf, stopped doing bad things, and worked hard every day to earn money, all to buy Stella's freedom. Unfortunately, Stella's price was too high. He had worked desperately for over a year and only earned half. At this rate, he would need to wait another year or more to save enough. That time was too long, filled with variables. Stella could be bought by someone else at any moment, but he didn't want to give up, so he could only continue working desperately. Just as the two were chatting happily, a silver-haired young man walked over, leaned against the iron bars of the display window, and looked at Tesoro. "Yo, buddy. Let me introduce myself. I'm Karl D. Sephiroth." The ash-green-haired young man was momentarily startled, but still politely replied, "Hello, Tesoro. May I ask what you need from me? Your singing is really good. I happened to hear it while passing by," Sephiroth said with a smile. Hearing the compliment, Tesoro shyly scratched his head and smiled. "Thanks for the praise. I also heard you want to buy this beautiful lattice freedom, right?" "Yes, that's right." Hearing this, the green-haired young man's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A flicker of unease crossed his face. He was afraid that the silver-haired young man in the blue suit might steal a march on him and buy Stella first. "How about we make a deal?" "What deal?" "They'll give you the money to buy Miss Stella's freedom. But in return, you'll become my subordinate and work for me. How about it?" Hearing this, both Tesoro and Stella were thrilled, but they also looked at Sephiroth with expressions of disbelief. "Why are you helping me like this?" Sephiroth thought, "Because you're the future Golden Emperor, the richest man in the world, a fighter of Yonko commander level. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be so kind as to invest. If I gain your loyalty to Zoro, building my own power will be much easier. But what he said out loud was different. I've already witnessed a heartbreaking scene today where a celestial dragon trampled on life. So I want to see a comedy where true love finds its way. And I think you have investment value, so I want to give you a hand. Of course, the final decision is yours. If you're unwilling, I won't force you. I agree. As long as you give me the money to buy Stella's freedom, I, Guild Tesoro, will pledge my loyalty to you. A man in love is always passionate and impulsive. Tesoro didn't think twice and directly agreed to Sephiroth without even asking what kind of business he was in. In the world of pirates, the general education level was low and the concept of brotherhood was strong. Therefore, it was not uncommon for people to repay a favor with passionate loyalty, even to the point of dying. For example, Jin Bellamy Brownbeard. These people weren't even necessarily good, but they were very persistent. Thus, Sephiroth was now gambling. He was betting that after receiving his help, Tesoro would be genuinely loyal to him. After all, Tesoro was still young, had not yet experienced the deepest despair and darkness, and Stella kept his heart full of hope for a better life. And even if he lost the bet, he would cut his losses in time and find an opportunity to kill Tesoro. Alright, how much does it cost to buy her freedom? Stella's freedom costs 38 million berries. I've saved 19. 3 million berries. 38 million berries, right. Fine, I'll pay it all. But you'll need to wait an hour or two for me to go back and get them. Sephiroth pretended to agree very readily, but inwardly he was cursing. Is this woman plated with gold or diamonds? So damn expensive. The average price for a regular human was around 1 million, and without any extra value the price couldn't possibly exceed 10 million. Muttering to himself, Sephiroth transformed his body into a vampire form, and with a whoosh he spread his black wings. Tesoro was stunned as he watched the silver-haired young man suddenly transform. I'm a devil fruit user. Wait here, I'll get the money now. With that, Sephiroth flapped his black leathery wings, shot straight into the sky, and disappeared into the night in a few seconds. Great. Stella, you can finally be free. Tesoro's face beamed with a brilliant smile as he looked at the blonde woman in the window. Stella reached out her right hand and grasped the iron bars, her expression worried. But, Tesoro, is it really okay to pledge yourself to a stranger just for me? The ash-green-haired young man covered her hand with his and said sincerely, for you, everything is worth it. Tesoro. Stella looked at the young man outside the window, her heart melting with happiness. Even if he asked her to die for him in the future, she would do so willingly. The young girl silently made a decision in her heart. Late night. Marine Headquarters, the Fleet Admiral's office. Steelbone Kong, draped in a white coat of justice, tall, with snow-white hair and a body of explosive muscles, stood by the window, arms crossed, gazing at the sea outside, seemingly lost in thought. Knock. 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 Suddenly a knock sounded from outside the door. Come in. As his voice fell, Zephyr pushed the door open and entered. It's so late, is there anything else, Zephyr? Steelbone Kong did not turn around. He still gazed out the window, his back to Zephyr, but he identified the visitor merely through sensing his aura. I saw your office light still on, so I came to submit the evaluation report of this batch of military academy students. Oh, are there any young ones worth cultivating? Based on my analysis of the files and their recent performance, 3 of them show great potential with the caliber of an admiral. Oh, which 3? Show me their files. Steelbone Kong raised an eyebrow, turned to look at Zephyr, who was already prepared. He quickly walked over to the window and handed over the top 3 files from his hand. Garp Tsuru Karl D. Sephiroth. Each file was only 3 pages containing data, past experiences, and personal background. The file on Sephiroth clearly recorded his past. Sephiroth was born in Water 7. His father was a purchasing manager and shareholder of a shipyard. Over a month ago, they encountered an attack from the Beast's pirates at sea. His father died, saving him, while he himself survived a shipwreck and coincidentally obtained the animal-type bat devil fruit. The specific variety and form of the fruit are unknown, but it allows full bat transformation and a human-beast hybrid form, preliminarily judged to be a mythical Zoan. After multiple investigations, it can be inferred that he was once captured by a group of slave traders, and after killing them, he escaped back to Water 7 with 3 members of the Kuja pirates. He is suspected of having close ties with the Kuja pirates. After he enlisted in the Marines, Water 7 was attacked by the Watson pirates, and he single-handedly killed 3 of the pirate crew's officers. This young man named Sephiroth. I had high hopes for him, but after sending people to investigate his background thoroughly, am feeling uncertain. I suspect he might be a spy sent by pirates to infiltrate the Marines. Zephyr said cautiously. So that's why you're not sleeping at this late hour, coming to discuss how to handle him, right? Hearing this, Steelbone Kong chuckled lightly, put down the files, and looked at his subordinate. Yes. Zephyr nodded bluntly. His mission was to train talents for the Marines. If he ended up cultivating a spy who knew how much damage it would cause to the Marines. Zephyr, I understand your concerns, but you must understand we cannot stop eating for fear of choking. You must have noticed, right? Except for the first few batches of students you train, the quality of subsequent cadets has been declining generation after generation. Since that guy Roger died, more and more young people unwilling to be ordinary, as well as powerful individuals, have set sail under the pirate flag heading for the Grand Line. This has made our Marine headquarters forces increasingly stretched, and the number of talented individuals we can recruit is also dwindling. You can't just dispose of a promising new recruit based on unsubstantiated suspicion. It would create a bad impression. Zephyr hesitated, but what if? Seeing this, Steelbone Kong could only sigh lightly, raised his hand to stop the other's words. All right. How about this'll take charge of investigating and monitoring this young man. If he shows any signs of trouble, I'll handle him myself. All right. Since the fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong had said so much, Zephyr, only an admiral, had no reason to persist. After Zephyr closed the office door and walked away, Steelbone Kong picked up Sephiroth's file and murmured to himself, Karl D. Sephiroth. D. Is it fate? Or Marineford Military Academy Training Ground. Zephyr walked with his hands behind his back on the training ground, pondering how to deal with the uncertain factor of Sephiroth. As for physical training at his age, it had lost its meaning. His muscles and strength had stopped growing and were gradually declining, getting worse each year. He estimated that in another 10 or 20 years his strength might decline to the point where he couldn't even defeat his own student Borsalino, that guy who over-relies on his devil fruit ability. Suddenly, in his Kinbunshiku Haki perception, a black shadow plummeted straight down from the sky. In his future vision, that shadow was about to land on the dormitory of the military academy. Chafe. In an instant, Zephyr's body broke the sound barrier. Through multiple short-distance high-speed direction changes, he arrived at the dormitory entrance. He looked up, staring at the figure wrapped in black mist plummeting down. His right wrist quickly became covered in a layer of jet-black Busashoku Haki. Soon the figure landed, the black mist dissipated, revealing Sephiroth. Hehehe. Good evening, Master. Sephiroth forced a smile while deactivating his vampire transformation, but inwardly, he was cursing furiously. Why are you old geezer not sleeping at this hour and squatting at the dormitory entrance? Do you think you're the doorman, Uncle Zay? And what's with that Busashoku Haki just now? If I hadn't landed, were you ready to throw a punch? Zephyr looked Sephiroth up and down suspiciously. It's so late, why aren't you asleep? I went out for a walk, bought a book and 2 packs of cigarettes. Sephiroth lifted the 2 paper bags in his hand and shook them in front of the purple-haired old man. As if thinking of something, he smiled and quickly took out a sealed, beautifully packaged box of cigars from the bag and handed it over. Master Zephyr, you've worked hard. This is a small token of respect from your student. Please accept it. Don't give me that. Even if you give me something I won't promise you anything. No. How would I dare to make any requests? It's purely to express my respect for you. After some back and forth, Zephyr reluctantly accepted the cigars and said, this is the last time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sephiroth took his leave and quickly walked back to the dormitory, inwardly feeling heartache. That was a 100,000-berry cigar. Gone just like that. It was originally meant for Smoker. Now, sorry Smoker, your cigar is gone. If you want to go find that old geezer Zephyr. As soon as Sephiroth returned to the dormitory, he pulled his suitcase out from under the bed. After taking out all the clothes, he closed the suitcase, picked up his entire fortune of over 70 million berries, and sneakily slipped out of the dormitory. After transforming into his vampire form, he enveloped his body in a layer of black mist for concealment to avoid being detected by patrolling Marine soldiers. Then he flapped his wings again, flew into the air, and disappeared into the night. The black mist was a recently developed ability of his devil fruit. Those black mists were more like unformed black bats than mist. It was a technique he derived by foregoing shape transformation and biomimicry. In terms of control, the black mist was far inferior to bats. Once he created the black mist, he could no longer perform shape transformation or biomimicry on it. The range of the black mist could be expanded or contracted. The larger the range, the more physical stamina it consumed. Currently, he could release a black mist field with a radius of up to 30 meters. However, besides obstructing the enemy's line of sight, the black mist could not block Kinbunshiku Haki. Therefore, it was a skill that could quickly clear out minor enemies, but against a Kinbunshiku Haki expert, it was better than nothing. Still, Sephiroth was already satisfied. Developing a devil fruit ability is not just about having a big enough imagination, it also requires corresponding strength to support it. Take Doflamingo's Ito no Mi for example. Don't be fooled by how he used the ability to its fullest with manipulation, flight, and even developing a massive AoE birdcage. In the end, it's only because he was already strong. If a weakling with negligible combat power obtained the Ito no Mi, Sephiroth figured that person would be good for nothing except not having to buy thread for sewing clothes in the future. On Island 23 of the Shampoo Archipelago, Tesoro stood before the iron-barred window of a human trafficking shop, still singing, hoping to bring more joy to his beloved. Bang! The door of the human trafficking shop was shoved open from inside. A middle-aged man in a black suit with a thick beard stepped out. "Hey kid, you've been singing all night, and it's almost midnight. I'm closing up and going to bed. If you really like Stella, why don't you just buy her? Spending 38 million berries on a princess from a non-world government allied nation. How could that be a loss?" The middle-aged man yawned. In truth, the man was also eager to get rid of Stella. Although she was a princess from a non-allied nation and skilled in many arts, she was ultimately just a somewhat beautiful woman. For the same price, one could easily buy 4 or 5 women of equal beauty. Lately, he had been considering lowering the price. Stella had been freeloading at his shop for over a year. If he waited a few more years, her looks would fade, and he wouldn't be able to sell her at all. "Boss, please wait a little longer. He'll have the money soon," Tesoro said earnestly. "If you're really serious about buying her, I can knock off 1 million berries. That price is only because you've been coming here every day for over a year. I'm doing you a favor." As they spoke, a figure shrouded in black mist descended from the sky onto the street, startling the shopkeeper. When the black mist dissipated, revealing a silver-haired youth, Tesoro immediately exclaimed joyfully, "Boss Sephiroth, I've brought the money." Sephiroth, having released his vampire form, chuckled and patted the suitcase in his hand. "The money's here. I want to redeem Stella now." Tesoro beamed, gripping the middle-aged man's shoulder. "My 1 million berries." The human trafficking shopkeeper groaned inwardly. Why had he been soft-hearted and lowered the price? Nevertheless, the shopkeeper kept his word. He immediately led Sephiroth and Tesoro into the shop, swiftly processed the purchase documents for Stella, and completed the transaction. Money for goods. When Stella was released from the display window, and the explosive collar around her neck was removed, she instantly threw herself into Tesoro's arms, sobbing loudly, forcing him to comfort her for a long time. Seeing the two endlessly entangled, Sephiroth, who was being force-fed dog food, coughed lightly. "Ahem. You two, that's enough. There are people here." "Oh, I'm so sorry." Tesoro scratched his head awkwardly and smiled sheepishly, while Stella beside him blushed and clung tightly to his arm. "Come on, take me to your place. There are some things I want to discuss with you." Sephiroth waved his hand and left the human trafficking shop first, with the two quickly following. "Boss, what exactly do I need to do when I work for you?" Sephiroth snapped his fingers lightly and said matter-of-factly, "Of course it's doing business and making money." "In what specific areas?" Tesoro probed. "Weapons, medicine, heavy industry, entertainment. And later, I want to venture into intelligence." "So our company is going to be a big enterprise." "Exactly. From now on, I'll be the chairman, and you'll be the vice chairman." Hearing this, Tesoro's eye twitched slightly. He ventured cautiously, "Boss, may I ask how many people are in our company now, and what's its name?" "Including you and me, just 2. As for the company's name." Sephiroth stroked his chin, hesitated for a moment, then laughed heartily. "Let's call it the Umbrella Corporation. Just wait and see. The company's name will eventually resound throughout the world." The company's logo flag will have a white background with an umbrella composed of silver, gray, and red." Hearing this, Tesoro couldn't help but hold his forehead and sigh softly. He felt somewhat uncertain, but since he was already on this pirate ship, he had to see it through to the end. Seeing this, Stella, who was holding his arm, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. "By the way, Miss Stella, there's a question I'm not sure if I should ask." Sephiroth hesitated before probing. Stella blinked and smiled. "Mr. Sephiroth, go ahead. If I can answer, I will. I heard from the shopkeeper that you're a princess. How did you end up in a human trafficking shop?" "Well, it's a long story. Over a year ago, my kingdom of Saldo was attacked by pirates. Our kingdom's army was no match for the powerful pirate crew, and they took over our country running amok. I was captured then and sold as a slave." "Why didn't your kingdom call for the Marines' support?" "Because our kingdom was too poor to pay the heavenly tribute, so it wasn't eligible to become a world government allied nation. Therefore, the Marines would never come to rescue us. However, it can't be helped. Our island is far from others, unreachable by log pose, and requires an eternal pose to find. Yet our land is barren with no valuable resources, so there's little contact with the outside world, and the kingdom never developed." "I see." Sephiroth nodded in understanding, realizing why a princess had become a slave. The world government always treated non-allied nations with an attitude of squeezing what they could and ignoring the rest. Presumably the Saldo kingdom was a godforsaken place, so poor that even the fleas couldn't survive, or else they would have been bled dry long ago. "What was the name of the pirate crew that attacked your kingdom?" "Pirate Admiral Paul Floyd and his Lion Grand Fleet. That man is a big-time pirate with a bounty of 365 million berries." "Huh, that name. Why does it sound so familiar? A bounty of over 300 million. Sephiroth stroked his chin, searched his memory, and then exclaimed, "Oh, right, that guy. He was captured by Garp and sent to impel down." "Really?" "Yes. That man encountered Vice Admiral Garp at sea and chose to fight Hedon instead of fleeing, but he was defeated." Hearing this, Stella burst into tears of joy. She had been worrying about this for over a year. Suddenly receiving this good news, she couldn't hold back her emotions. On Xiangbidi Islands at Island 78, Tai Zoluo's home was a two-story wooden cabin built against a Yerkamin redwood tree. The house was barely spacious enough, but the living room furniture was Spartan. Only the bare essentials, a sofa, cabinet, table, and a few chairs, and it was in disarray with empty bottles, old newspapers, and worn clothes strewn about. "Oh, I'm sorry, I've been so busy with work that I haven't had time to clean up properly." Caught by the woman he cherished most in such a messy home, Tai Zoluo let out a howl of despair and frantically began tidying up. With Shurdailos' help, after a flurry of activity, Tai Zoluo finally managed to tidy the living room. Only then did he invite Sephiroth to his study. A moment later, Tai Zoluo brought a cup of coffee and placed it before Sephiroth, who was seated in an office chair, while he himself stood respectfully at the side. "Boss, how should we start developing our company in the initial phase?" When talk turned to business, Tai Zoluo immediately became serious and earnest, a gleam of intelligence flashing in his eyes. For the past year or more, he had been running some small businesses on his own. Otherwise, he could never have saved over 10 million berries, an amount that would take an ordinary person decades of hard work to earn. This clearly demonstrated just how powerful Tai Zoluo's money-making ability was. Otherwise, he wouldn't have later become the world's richest man, dominating both the lawful and underworld. The early stages of the company require massive capital accumulation, so I plan to work as a bounty hunter for a while. As for business matters, I intend to entrust them entirely to you. Sephiroth began to outline his future plans to Tai Zoluo. He intended to first venture into heavy industry and arms manufacturing. As for weapon research and development, he planned to entrust it to Frankie in Water 7. That guy tinkers with weapons every day. He can even build something that can take down a sea king with one shot, and his passion has never waned. If I extend an invitation, there's a high probability he'll accept. At that time, he would provide the weapon development ideas from his past life. Frankie would be responsible for gradually realizing them, and Tai Zoluo, being a local expert familiar with the situation on Xiangbidi Islands, could help them open up trade routes. Moreover, since the internal combustion engine has already appeared, wouldn't it be a shame not to develop automobiles and airplanes? If all else fails, Sephiroth himself could also fill in as a weapon developer. During his time in the military, he had learned quite a bit about firearms and ordnance. However, all these plans required a huge initial capital investment, so becoming a bounty hunter to quickly earn money became Sephiroth's only option. Xiangbidi Islands is a meeting point for pirates from all four seas, and there are many with bounties in the tens of millions, even over 100 million. Just as well, Sephiroth now needed to hone his swordsmanship, and he had already awakened armament Haki. Improving his strength through real combat was also a good choice. Although his current Haki was limited in quantity, barely enough to fully coat his blade Autumn Leaf, for him, that was sufficient. With observation Haki, armament Haki, and the vampire fruit, hunting down ordinary pirates with bounties in the tens of millions should be quite easy for him. As for pirates with bounties over 100 million, he didn't want to take too many risks. He would play it safe first, and wait until his strength was sufficient before considering them. Boss, the profession of bounty hunter carries a high risk, and easily attracts the hostility and encirclement of other pirates. I advise you to think it over carefully. Tai Zoluo said hesitantly. Sephiroth waved his hand and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry. They'll be careful. Besides, my current profession is a marine of pirates already resent me." "Wait, boss, you're a marine. Then why do you want to start your own company and do business?" A look of surprise flashed in Tai Zoluo's eyes. He couldn't understand why Sephiroth, being a marine, would still want to run his own company. Sephiroth then realized he had accidentally let it slip, but he thought it wasn't a big deal. Since Tai Zoluo was his subordinate and partner, he would eventually find out anyway, so it was better to come clean openly. Thinking this, Sephiroth shrugged and said casually, "Well, I'm just a military cadet now. I plan to spend a few years in the Marines and see how things go. If I find the Marines aren't working out for me, I'll leave to build my own career and develop my power. That's why I'm preparing both options in advance." Upon hearing this, Tai Zoluo waved his hands repeatedly and said excitedly, "No, no, no. Boss, if after graduation you can be transferred to the Marine base on Xiangbidi Islands as a Marine, I think our company can definitely grow big and strong, monopolizing most of the industries on Xiangbidi Islands." Sephiroth raised an eyebrow slightly and said with interest, "Oh, tell me more, tell me more." That night the two talked a lot about the company's future development, and Sephiroth fully realized how sharp Tai Zoluo's business acumen was. At 3 a.m, seeing that Tai Zoluo couldn't help yawning, Sephiroth finally got up to leave. He also handed over the remaining over 30 million berries from his suitcase to him. He wasn't worried that the other would run off with the money. After all, during their conversation, he could tell that Tai Zoluo was not one to settle for mediocrity. He too had ambition. Tai Zoluo and Shurdailos stood at the doorway together, watching Sephiroth's figure gradually recede into the street. The blonde woman gently nestled in her beloved's arms, and whispered softly, "Taizulo, Mr. Safeluosi is truly a good person. In the future we must repay him well. Whether he's a good person or not, I'll reserve judgment for now, but I can always sense the contempt for the world government in his words and the ambition hidden deep in his eyes. This is a man with great ambition and dreams. I look forward to seeing how far he will go in the future." The next day at 9 in the morning, on the 33rd island of the Shampoo Archipelago, the Bubble Amusement Park, after purchasing tickets at the booth, the 6 of them entered the park. Everywhere they looked, the rides were filled with bubble elements: the bubble roller coaster, bubble Ferris wheel, bubble elevator, bubble bicycle. A dazzling array of attractions left them spellbound. The park bustled with visitors' laughter and joy echoing incessantly. Shops selling snacks and toys drew swarms of children. "Come on, let's have a blast today," Jiaji chuckled, waving to the others. At his enthusiastic recommendation, they were dragged along to ride the bubble elevator. As they settled into the seats and fastened their seatbelts, the elevator began its slow ascent. Simoji, 2 cigars dangling from his lips, muttered disdainfully, "What's so fun about this kind of ride? So slow." However, when the elevator reached its peak, 150 meters high, it suddenly plummeted at breakneck speed. The group, caught in the jarring transition from stillness to extreme motion, burst into loud screams. Just before hitting the ground, the elevator began to decelerate, gradually coming to a gentle halt. At that moment, the pink-haired girl Tina glanced at the empty seat beside her and exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Tina finds it strange. Where did Simoji go? Maynard gently stroked his chin and muttered, could he have not fastened his belt properly and flown out? As if struck by a sudden realization, they all looked up to see Simoji having used his elemental ability to transform into a cloud of white smoke. He was drifting slowly downward, his face still etched with fright. Zoan was the first to lose control, covering her lips with a light laugh, which soon triggered a wave of hearty laughter from the rest. Soon Simoji landed with a scowl back on solid ground. Still, they didn't mock him for long. They quickly moved on to the next ride. After a while, Sephiroth rented a large bubble bicycle. Lounging, Half reclined on the bubble seat, a 5-layer ice cream in his right hand, nibbling listlessly, lost in thought. A little later, Zoan approached, also holding an ice cream, and sat beside him. "Little brother Sephiroth, what are you thinking about here alone?" The silver-haired youth turned to the long-legged beauty beside him and said flatly, "Nothing. I'm just not interested." "Oh my, so young and already uninterested in such things. What a pity." She winked at him, her expression teasing and provocative. Seeing this, Sephiroth's eye twitched. He muttered inwardly, "This woman is far too flirtatious." After all, a woman well-versed in all sorts of geisha arts could hardly be as pure as a white lily. That would be a fantasy. With that thought, Sephiroth couldn't help blurting out, "You must be crazy." Seeing his flustered reactions, Zoan was thoroughly amused. She covered her mouth and giggled, "If you like, big sister, confess to me 100 times, and I might reluctantly agree." "Humph." Sephiroth, unwilling to engage further with this flirt, jumped off the floating bubble bicycle and headed toward the nearby haunted house, hoping to calm his mind and dispel the chaotic thoughts. The 6 of them spent the entire day from morning till afternoon before preparing to sail back to Marineford. Sephiroth, citing other matters, bid farewell and left alone. On the 52nd island of the Shampoo Archipelago, inside a shipyard, a robust man 2 meters tall with long gray hair and a gruesome scar on his left cheek led over 20 pirates into the shipyard. Many carried bags and wooden chests, clearly ready to depart. The scar-faced man glanced at the 3-masted sailing ship docked in the shipyard's inner bay, then turned to the 6 shipwrights inside and said, "Hey, it's been 2 days. Have you finished coating our ship?" One of the shipwrights, a burly man with short brown hair and a thick beard, nodded. "The coating is complete. You can sail directly to Fishman Island." "Is that so?" The scar-faced man grinned, drawing his serpentine revolver from his waist and aiming it at the brown-haired man. "Cooperate nicely. Lord Grey Wolf Bellow is now robbing you. Hand over all your money." As his words fell, the 20-plus pirates behind him raised their guns and swords, leering at the 6 men. Yet unnoticed by anyone, a black bat hung upside down on the shipyard's roof, quietly observing everything. This bat was a creation of Sephiroth using the power of the vampire fruit. Before going to the amusement park with the others, he had split off many such bats to patrol the area between the 50th and 59th islands, where shipyards and coating shops were concentrated, searching for pirates. Through his development of the fruit, the bats he created possessed not only the ultrasonic abilities of normal bats, but also vision close to human, and he could share their sight and hearing. Devil fruit abilities grow stronger with use and development. Recently, he had even evolved the ultrasonic vocal organ from his bat form into his vampire state. Sephiroth's approach to developing the devil fruit now mirrored that of other Zoan-type users, integrating and complementing the strengths of the beast hybrid and human forms. Thus, some highly advanced Zoan users could even manifest beastly features in human form using localized changes to compensate for their human weaknesses. Those who achieved this level were on the threshold of Devil Fruit Awakening. Under the pirates' threat, the shipwrights had no choice but to raise their hands. The brown-haired man said grimly, "Mr. Pirate, we just finished your work and now you turn on us like this. Isn't that a bit much? Bah. You blood-sucking merchants charging me 5,000 berries just for coating a ship. Your ship is a medium-sized schooner. The coating fee is standard everywhere. Enough talk. Hand over the money or you all die. We earn our living by hard work and there's hardly any savings in the shipyard." Bang. Before the brown-haired man could finish, Grey Wolf Bellow pulled the trigger. The bullet struck the man's thigh, bursting into a spray of blood. The brown-haired man collapsed to the ground with a thud, clutching his wounded leg, his body curled up. "I'm a big-time pirate with a bounty of 76 million berries. I have no patience for your preaching. I advise you, if you don't want to die, hand over all your money." That's right. These shipwrights deserve it. The 20-plus pirates laughed heartily, their faces twisted with malice like demons crawling out of hell. At the shipyard, squeak, squeak, squeak. Suddenly, a swarm of black bats rushed into the coating facility from outside, and black mist materialized out of thin air, quickly filling the entire factory. Plunged into a pitch-black darkness where they couldn't see even their own hands, the 20-odd pirates grew panicked, and some of the more timid ones even let out a scream. "Don't panic. Whoever has a lighter or any source of light, provide illumination quickly." Grey Wolf bellowed, his body beginning to swell as sharp fangs and claws sprouted rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a werewolf over 3 meters tall. Alerted by his words, the pirates who smoked immediately pulled out their lighters, and with a flick, small flames ignited. Within just 3 or 4 seconds, 4 faint flames flickered inside the factory. Yet blocked by the thick black mist, the range of illumination was so narrow that it couldn't even reveal a single face. In the pitch-black mist, a figure swiftly darted through the crowd. By the dim light of those lighters, a flash of fiery red blade gleamed. Opt. In an instant, a chill wind swept through, and the 4 pirates holding lighters cried out in agony as blood spurted from their necks, and they fell to the ground one after another. Within the black mist, it seemed as if a ravenous beast was reaping the lives of the pirates, causing them to let out screams one after another. Bang, bang, bang. In their panic, the pirates randomly fired into the black mist, and friendly fire and accidental deaths occurred in succession, making the scene even more chaotic. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Amidst the chorus of bats, Grey Wolf Bellow roared, "I said everyone don't shoot. Calm down." Suddenly, the surroundings fell eerily silent. It was terrifyingly quiet. Grey Wolf Bellow quickly switched to holding his gun in his left hand, while his right hand drew the large cleaver hanging at his waist. With a wary expression, he looked around, peering into the black mist, trying to locate the enemy. As the creator of the black mist, Sephiroth's vision was unaffected. In fact, the mist, in a sense, served as an extension of his perception, allowing him to better sense the movements of his opponents. Thus, in the darkness, he moved as if in his element. Sephiroth leaped forward, and as he closed in on his enemy, he gripped the hilt of his sword and drew the long blade from its scabbard with lightning speed. The combination of his extreme movement speed and lightning-fast draw unleashed a terrifically powerful slashing force. Swish! Suddenly, Grey Wolf Bellow felt a cold breeze sweep past his side. Before he could even react, one sword-style instant slash. With Sephiroth's words, blood gushed from Grey Wolf Bellow's neck. He dropped his weapon and frantically pressed his hands against his throat, trying to stem the spurting blood. But alas, it was all in vain. Thump! Grey Wolf Bellow's body crashed heavily to the ground. As his vision blurred, the black mist dissipated gradually, revealing a figure draped in a black hooded cloak. The person wore a half-black, half-white smiling mask with a single white teardrop on one side and a black teardrop on the other, giving it an eerily mysterious appearance. Grey Wolf Bellow slowly lost all signs of life, and his body reverted from its beast form. Yet, his endless resentment and unwillingness kept his eyes wide open in death, still glaring at the black-clad figure. Looking at the 20-odd pirate corpses lying motionless, the 5 shipwrights' faces were filled with shock and uncertainty. Fighting back the pain in his thigh, the brown-haired man struggled to his feet, and gazing at the person in the black robe with the eerie, smiling mask, ventured, "You. Who are you?" "I'm just a bounty hunter who follows his own interests. Regardless, thank you very much for saving us." "No need to thank me. I just saved you while making money." As they spoke, the 5 saw the black-cloaked figure place a black sack beside Grey Wolf Bellow's corpse and open it. Inside were a pile of assorted fruits. Then Sephiroth took out a stack of wanted posters and began cleaning up the battlefield, finishing off those who weren't completely dead by slitting their throats. Grey Wolf Bellow 76 million berries, 2 gun post 23 million berries, Iron Claw Halka, 26 million berries. Their bounties are so high yet they're so weak. This group of pirates lacked combat experience. They were almost complete novices. If they had all huddled back to back in the darkness, Sephiroth would have had a much harder time taking them down. But unexpectedly, they first lost their composure and ended up harming each other, making Sephiroth's task of reaping lives remarkably easy. After tallying the wanted criminals, he searched through the pirates' belongings for anything valuable. Aside from food and water, he only found 2 small locked wooden chests. Sephiroth crouched down and patted Grey Wolf Bellow's body, but found no key. Helpless, he picked up the Anaconda revolver from the corpse and aimed at the 2 chests. With 2 shots, bang, bang, he blasted the iron locks off. Firing 2 shots, Sephiroth found the revolver surprisingly handy and quite powerful. So after engaging the safety, he returned to Grey Wolf Bellow's corpse and stripped off the belt, holding the revolver along with the spare ammunition. As long as one's armament haki reached a certain level, they could wrap armament haki around the bullet fired from a single-shot pistol, greatly enhancing its power and penetration. Furthermore, if one's haki was strong enough, it could even increase the bullet's muzzle velocity. Combined with powerful observation haki, they could even predict and block the enemy's evasive routes, leaving them nowhere to run. Even a haki expert, if hit by a haki-wrapped bullet at close range, would be injured, crippled, or even killed by multiple shots. Of course, whether the theories taught by Old Man Zephyr could harm a Yonka-level haki user remained an unknown. But Sephiroth thought that Zephyr's theories probably had some merit. In One Piece, guns are practically life-reaping tools. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Kozuki, Odin, Fisher Tiger, all formidable figures, were each hit by bullets. Even among the crew of the Red Hair Pirates, known as the strongest Iron Wall pirate crew, many members used guns in battle. Also, he noticed something interesting. When he was in his vampire form, the ultrasonic waves he emitted could interfere with objects, altering their trajectories. This reminded him of the technique used by the artificial devil fruit user Batman in One Piece, who changed the direction of arrows using sound waves. That user must have mixed armament haki into the ultrasonic waves to achieve that effect. As the owner of the bat fruit Mythical Zoan vampire form, which was essentially a superior version of the artificial bat fruit, if someone else could do it, he should be able to as well. When the time came, once he learned armament haki and mastered the skill of curving thrown objects, making his pistol bullets bend. Just thinking about it was awesome. Inside the shipyard, Sephiroth crouched down, casually flipping open 2 wooden crates and glancing in. He found one crate filled with belly notes totaling around 20 million, while the other contained gold coins and jewelry of incalculable value. For convenience, he emptied a large sack from the pirate's luggage and poured all the cash and treasures into it. Having done that, he turned and walked toward the black cloth bag, beginning to rummage through the pile of fruit. Suddenly, amidst the rustling, his hand touched a devil fruit with a gray skin covered in spiral patterns. The Zoan type Inu Nomi model wolf. Sephiroth peered into the black bag and saw which fruit had transformed into this devil fruit. It turned out to be a red apple. He had prepared bananas, red apples, green apples, oranges, tangerines, and a series of common fruits, yet the fruit that finally became a devil fruit was the red apple. To be honest, Sephiroth had initially acted on a whim, selecting this particular Zoan user pirate from among the many he had been monitoring with bats to conduct the devil fruit resurrection experiment. In the world of One Piece, once a devil fruit user dies, the fruit's power randomly resurrects within a mature fruit, and the revived devil fruit, whether in appearance or ability, is exactly identical to the original without the slightest difference. Sephiroth believed that the resurrection of devil fruits could be controlled. Whether it was the jackal and falcon fruits passed down in the Arabasta Kingdom for 300 years, or Caesar's killing of the salamander fruit-imbued gas slime on Punk Hazard causing the fruit to resurrect in a nearby red apple. All these instances indicated that devil fruit resurrection is controllable, provided one identifies the specific fruit type required for the fruit's rebirth. Of course, Sephiroth had only conducted one experiment, which did not prove the truth. This Zoan wolf-type fruit's resurrection could simply have been a stroke of blind luck. The brown-haired shipwright, seeing Sephiroth binding the 3 wanted corpses with rope, kindly asked, Mr. Bounty Hunter, do you need us to get you a bubble handcart? Hearing this, Sephiroth paused for a moment, then nodded and said, Thank you. I could use one. After a moment's thought, he took out another one of the row belly and offered it to the brown-haired shipwright, but the latter quickly refused, insisting it was all to repay his life-saving favor. Nevertheless, Sephiroth forced the money into his hand, explaining that it was payment for the bubble cart and their trouble in helping to dispose of the pirate bodies. Seeing they could not refuse, the shipwrights accepted the money. The young man then loaded the corpses onto the bubble handcart, covered them with a white cloth, and left the shipyard with the devil fruit and treasures. After walking a long distance, Sephiroth found a secluded thicket and parked the bubble handcart inside. He split off a black bat from his body to remain on the handcart as a guard. Then he transformed into a vampire, spread his wings, and soared into the sky with the devil fruit and treasure, heading for the hotel on the 71st island where he was staying. After quickly hiding these valuables in his room, he returned to the 52nd island, pushed the bubble handcart to the 60th island, the Marine base. The Marines stationed here, being relatively close to Marineford, had not been established as an independent GX branch and remained under the unified command of Marine headquarters. As Sephiroth arrived at the gate of the Marine base, 2 sentries immediately raised their rifles and aimed at him. At the slightest suspicious movement, they would pull the triggers and open fire. One of the Marines spoke first with a warning, "Stop. What are you doing here at the Marine base?" At that moment, Sephiroth was still wearing a black hooded cloak and a sinister mask, his whole appearance suspicious. "Easy, Marines. I'm just here to claim bounties." As he spoke, Sephiroth gently pulled off the white cloth covering the handcart, revealing the 3 wanted corpses. Seeing this, the 2 sentries relaxed slightly, but the Marine remained vigilant. "Sir, please remove your mask. We need to confirm you are not a wanted criminal before allowing you into the Marine base." Sephiroth said nothing, calmly taking off the mask to reveal a pale and somewhat sinister handsome face. He also pushed back his hood, showing a head of short messy green hair. To avoid revealing his true identity when collecting bounties at the Marine base, Sephiroth had asked Stella to help him disguise himself with makeup and even dye his hair green. To make life bearable, a little green on the head is inevitable. Earning money, nothing shameful about it. The 2 Marine sentries scrutinized Sephiroth up and down, confirming he was not a wanted criminal, then opened the base's heavy gate, allowing him and the cart to enter. The place to verify bounty identities is on the 1st floor of the office building, the rightmost room. "Okay," Sephiroth nodded. To avoid further trouble, he did not put the sinister mask back on. Pushing the bubble handcart, he crossed the wide training ground, brushing past a group of Marines in training. The ground of the Marine base differed from other parts of the Shampoo Islands, showing clear signs of artificial land reclamation, a deliberate effort by the Marines to strengthen the foundation, making it stand out from the rest of the archipelago. Soon he entered the cold morgue and saw a fat captain wearing a white justice coat and black-rimmed glasses. Sephiroth greeted the captain in a hoarse voice. "Hello, I'm here to collect bounties." "What's your name, young man?" Roronoa Zoro." "All right, let me verify the identities of the wanted criminal." The fat Captain Luther pushed his glasses up with his finger, then picked up a thick stack of wanted posters from his desk and began flipping through them, comparing them to the 3 bodies. Grey Wolf Bellow 7600 belly. Two Gun Burst 2300 belly. Iron Claw Halka 2600 belly. Total 12500 belly. The total bounty exceeds 100 million belly. You'll need Vice Admiral Kazuru to sign off on this. As he spoke, Luther picked up a Polaroid camera, took 3 photos, quickly wrote up a formal document, signed his name, stamped it, and attached the 3 wanted posters. "Sign your name here on the document, then go to the 5th floor's 2nd office on the left to get Vice Admiral Kazuru. With his signature, you can go directly to the 3rd floor 1st room on the left, the finance office, to collect the bounty." Sephiroth casually signed Roronoa Zoro on the document while muttering under his breath, such a hassle. Inwardly, he was reluctant to meet Kazuru. What if Kazuru discovered that a military academy student was out earning extra money during break? Would he report it to Old Man Zephyr? "I'm afraid it can't be helped. Any amount over 100 million requires our Vice Admiral Kazuru's signature before the finance office can pay out." Luther explained with a chuckle, then he lifted the 3 corpses one by one and placed them into the refrigerated storage drawers. Periodically, Marine headquarters would gather all the wanted corpses from the base, transport them back to their places of origin, and display them publicly to deter those planning to become pirates. Sephiroth took the 3 photos and the document, climbed to the 5th floor, stood before the 2nd door, and gently knocked on the closed door. Come in." A slightly lazy, yawning voice came from inside. As Sephiroth pushed the door open, he saw a tall man draped in a white justice coat, wearing a yellow suit with a distinctly lecherous face and a drowsy expression. His back was reclined in an office chair, his feet propped on the desk. This man was Vice Admiral Kazuru, the highest-ranking officer at the Shampoo Islands Marine base, and one of the future 3 Marine admirals. On the wall behind Kazuru hung a plaque inscribed with the words, "Ambiguous Justice." "Hello, Vice Admiral Kazuru, I'm here to collect bounties." Sephiroth's expression was neither servile nor arrogant. He walked to the desk and handed over the document for inspection. 12500 belly, including a 7600 belly pirate. Kazuru picked his left ear with his left hand, while picking up a pen from the desk with his right, scribbled his signature in 2 strokes, and stamped it. "All right, take the document to the finance office and claim your bounty." Saying this, Kazuru yawned wearily and resumed dozing in his office chair. "Truly worthy of you, the Marine Slacker King." Sephiroth muttered inwardly, then turned and left, closing the office door behind him. He proceeded to the finance office to collect the bounty. Zyangabadi Archipelago, Island 78. The sun slanted westward, and the afternoon sunlight streamed down from the sky, piercing through the dense foliage of the Urukuman mangroves, falling upon the emerald green grass. Occasionally bubbles emerged from the soil, reflecting a riot of colors under the sunlight, making the surroundings as dazzling and enchanting as a dreamlike fairyland. In front of Tazrolo's house. Woo. Wait, this won't do. Sephiroth, carrying a large sack of money on his left shoulder, raised his right hand to knock on the door, but after a moment's thought he withdrew it. He turned and sat down on the stone steps in front of the door. From the inside of his blue suit, he quietly pulled out a cigar, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a plume of white smoke. Sometimes having too keen hearing is not necessarily a good thing. He often heard sounds he did not wish to hear. Especially he was a hormone-ridden adolescent youth. Sephiroth felt that he was not a particularly lustful person. His profession as a doctor in his previous life made him subconsciously dissect and analyze the human body whenever he saw one. The muscles beneath the skin, blood vessels, bones, teeth, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and other tissues and organs. In his previous life, he had also had a girlfriend with decent looks and figure. However, perhaps because of his excessive understanding of human anatomy, or possibly due to occupational habit, at that time he was not very interested in matters between men and women, remaining in an overly rational state, to the extent that sometimes he felt his girlfriend was not as exciting as playing online games. Gradually, he began to feel a trace of annoyance towards that woman who often threw tantrums in front of him, spouted boring nonsense, and was very controlling. When she threw a tantrum and suggested breaking up, he naturally agreed. He even felt a sense of relief, thinking that living freely alone was actually quite good. Therefore, when the Boja sisters clamored that they loved him, he remained quite calm and had no intention of going with the flow. For him, physical intimacy was acceptable, but emotional involvement. Please allow him to think it over carefully. After much deliberation, he felt that the root cause of his recent irritability was that woman Zoan. That woman flaunted herself in front of him every day, making him feel pent-up fire. However, he could swear that if he confessed to her like Jaji did, there was a 99.99% probability that she would decisively reject him. She's just playing with you, and you take it seriously. Sephiroth imagined that woman would surely say something similar to mock him harshly. After half an hour of random thoughts, the sounds from the house finally ceased. Only then did he stand up and reach out to knock on the door. After a slightly flustered sound of footsteps, Tazrolo, wearing only a set of purple pajamas, opened the door and appeared before him. Boss, you're here. Come in. Tazrolo quickly invited Sephiroth into the house, and they sat down on the sofa in the living room. They raised over 100 million berries along with some treasure. Take it all as the startup capital for the company. As he spoke, Sephiroth untied the sack, revealing the banknotes and glittering treasure inside. Wow, boss, where did you get so much money? I killed the captain and executives of the Grey Wolf Pirates, and combined with their wealth, it came to that much. Hearing this, Tazrolo gasped in surprise. Chill. Boss, I remember Grey Wolf Bello was a 76 million berry wanted criminal, right? The enemies were unexpectedly weak. Back when Tazrolo was desperately short of money, he also thought of becoming a bounty hunter to make quick cash. That way maybe he could help Sure Dailai redeem herself overnight. Unfortunately, his combat ability was only at the level of a street brawler, and he wasn't good with firearms either. Bounty hunting was a profession of living on the edge with an extremely high mortality rate. After a battle, being covered in wounds was one thing, worse, he might lose his life, and later he might be targeted and hated by other pirates. Therefore, after carefully weighing the pros and cons, Tazrolo ultimately had to give up that impractical idea. As if struck by a thought, Tazrolo suddenly said excitedly, by the way, boss, I have a bold idea. I don't know if you dare to do it. If it succeeds, our umbrella company can rise to prominence. Sephiroth raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, tell me about it. Just yesterday on Zyangabadi Archipelago, the two biggest underground arms dealers clashed over the arms market on Island 25. Late at night, dark clouds obscured the moon. On Zyangabadi Archipelago, Island 21, inside a large villa. On a long table, over 20 men in black suits sat on both sides. At the head of the table was a man in a white suit with a handlebar mustache, holding a glass of champagne, a smug grin on his face. Ha ha ha. After a day of sweeping, the remnants of the Lawrence family have finally been eliminated by us. From now on, our Charlie family will be the biggest arms dealer on Zyangabadi Archipelago. Cheers. 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 The faces of the gang leaders present were also beaming with excited laughter, and they raised their glasses one after another. Zyangabadi Archipelago is a gathering place for lawbreakers from the four seas, with underground industries yielding enormous profits, and arms dealing is one of the most lucrative among them. According to the world government's regulations, ordinary weapon stores can only sell single-shot pistols and rifles, and cannot sell automatic rifles, grenades, rocket launchers, high explosives, and other such weapons. In this turbulent era, apart from the havoc of pirates, many countries themselves were caught in warfare for unavoidable reasons. Some countries were plunged into war due to the greed of their kings. However, some countries, in order to be able to pay the exorbitant heavenly tribute, could only resort to constant warfare to reduce their population and plunder the wealth of other nations, thereby maintaining their legitimate status as members of the world government. For the top experts of this world, heavy firepower weapons are of little use. They are even less practical than the swords or single-shot firearms in their hands. But for ordinary people, heavy firepower weapons are the best choice to overcome the strong with the weak and quickly boost a nation's military strength. Thus, under such immense demand, the world government has always maintained a tacit approval of the arms industry. Of course, they would not openly declare or support it. Therefore, if the Charlie family seized control of the arms business on Xiangbidi Archipelago, they would hold a pivotal position in the underworld. Suddenly, squeak, squeak, squeak. A swarm of black bats poured in through the open window, bursting into the room, startling the Charlie family members, who all stood up and pulled out their pistols. An extremely dense black mist quickly filled the room, obscuring everyone's vision, and even the room's light was compressed into a corner, unable to illuminate the entire space. Opt, bang bang. Opt, bang bang. Gunshots and screams echoed continuously in the room. The gang members standing guard outside the villa, upon hearing the commotion, rushed in one after another. But when they entered the villa, they saw a man clad in black leather, wearing a black hood, holding a watermelon knife in his right hand, and an ordinary pistol in his left, his body stained with blood, standing before them, looking at them with indifferent eyes. Rat-a-tat. Bang, bang, bang. The gang members quickly raised their guns at the black-clad man and pulled the triggers. However, the black mist rose, and amidst their horrified expressions, the black-clad man, like slicing through melons and vegetables, mercilessly and swiftly reaped their lives. The next day, Monday, on Xiangbidi Archipelago, news spread that the two major arms dealers had clashed, but both sides' high-ranking members had been wiped out. Many underground forces seized the opportunity and flooded into the vacant arms market, beginning to carve up the pie. And Tesrolo, with his ample funds, quickly recruited a group of people and seized a part of the market. Monday, in a classroom at the Malinfanguo Military Academy. On the podium, Vice Admiral, he sat on a chair, her hands folded on the lectern, her gaze calmly fixed on the students below. Among the 30 military cadets, some were sprawled across their desks, fast asleep, others held pens and stared pensively at the exam papers before them, still others were writing furiously. The exam had a total score of 100 points, of which 60% were fundamental knowledge taught in class, 30% required some deliberation and calculation, and the remaining 10% were challenging differentiation problems that demanded a combination of military theory and navigation skills from the curriculum to solve. Gazing at the cadets below the podium, Vice Admiral, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. She seriously doubted whether the number of passing students this time could even fill one hand. Less than 5 minutes into the exam, 20 cadets had already collapsed onto their desks, fast asleep. Most of the rest were frowning, hesitating, and pondering hard, uncertain how to begin writing. Jingle. As the bell signaled the end of class, the cadets who had been sleeping immediately awoke refreshed. Vice Admiral, he collected the exam papers, turned, and left the classroom ready to grade them. Jiaji, sitting not far away, called out to the silver-haired youth across Simiji, "Hey Sephiroth, how did you do on the..." Sephiroth answered casually, "Just so-so." The delinquent student Simiji yawned, stretched, and expressed his opinion. Exams are such a nuisance." Simiji yawned and stretched, expressing his opinion. Then he casually took out 2 cigars, lit them, and clamped them between his teeth. Jiaji grinned. I think this exam was extremely difficult. I racked my brains over many questions and still couldn't solve them." Kongming said, "Who told you not to pay attention in class?" Vice Admiral, he has already covered most of the content on the exam. Only the last question was more challenging, which took me a bit more time. Kongming, sitting in front of the 3, turned around with a smug expression, flaunting his intelligence. Zoan, sitting behind the 3, chuckled lightly and said, "This exam was indeed quite difficult, wasn't it, little Tina?" She reached out her hands and kept kneading Tina's oval face. Tina huffed. "Tina is angry and there will be serious consequences." Tina warned Zoan to stop this behavior immediately. The pink-haired girl said discontentedly. Zoan smiled and said, all right. Be good, Tina, don't be upset." She withdrew her hands cheerfully and stopped teasing. Amid their chatter, the short break between classes quickly ended. The bell jangled. Soon the dark-skinned tall Shiozua walked in. Bang, bang, bang. Shiozua raised a palm as large as a fan and slapped the lectern forcefully several times before shouting, "Wake up, all of you. Class is starting. Anyone caught sleeping again, get the hell out and run 200 laps around the field. This statement had an immediate effect. Those who had been sleeping instantly snapped to attention, their eyes wide as they stared at Shozwa on the podium. Shozwa announced, "This lesson we continue with the principles of firearms." In the loud, deep voice of this long-armed tribesman, the cadets below gradually wore blank expressions, letting his words go in one ear and out the other. The bell jangled. After a long hour, the bell finally rang, and Shozwa promptly stopped his lecture. However, he did not leave immediately, but remained standing on the podium. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curved at the corners of his mouth. Soon Vice Admiral, he expressionless, entered the classroom. She placed a stack of exam papers on the lectern and then turned and left directly. Shozwa smirked. The exam results are out. When I call your name, come up and collect your paper." With a wicked grin, Shozwa began calling out the names of everyone below one by one. Simoji. 0 points. Hearing Zizo's slightly mocking tone, Simoji's eye twitched slightly, and a flush of embarrassment crept onto his face. Being known by the whole class to have scored 0 was truly humiliating. Mainade. 0 points. Shozwa continued, Fulier. 0 points. Soon Simoji no longer felt embarrassed. There were plenty of others who also scored 0. He instantly felt much relieved, even feeling that he had perfectly blended into the class. Jaji. 53 points. I really didn't pass, huh? Jaji scratched his head in slight frustration, walked to the podium, and retrieved his paper from Shozwa. However, he suddenly noticed that the gazes of his classmates had shifted. Among them he detected surprise, admiration, and even awe. Jaji. What was this feeling of standing out like a crane among chickens? Fortunately, after Shozwa announced several more scores, that strange sense of dissonance quickly dissipated. Duamino. 66 points. Tina. 59 points. Ziyuan. 72 points. Kongming. 95 points. Zuzo's tone couldn't help but carry a hint of surprise as he read out this score. Wow, he actually got such a high score. Ridiculous. I only got 12, and he got 95. Over 20 cadets exclaimed in unison, almost simultaneously, turning their gazes toward Kongming. They kept whispering among themselves. Alas, I never thought I wouldn't get a perfect score. Is it because I didn't fully answer the... Kongming couldn't help shaking his head and sighing, but the smug smile stretching almost to his ears was impossible to hide. After leaving his seat, walking to the podium, and retrieving his paper, he puffed out his chest and strutted proudly back to his seat with a swagger. We're all classmates, so if you have any questions in the future, feel free to ask me. He'll tell you everything I know without reservation. Kongming waved his exam paper back and forth in front of Sephiroth and Jaji, flaunting his high score, which left everyone speechless. Dottie Citizen. 42 points. Karl D. Sephiroth. 100 points. A sudden intake of breath filled the classroom. All the cadets stared at Sephiroth in shock. No one had expected that just when they thought Kongming's 95 was the highest, a perfect 100 appeared. This is unreasonable. Ridiculous. Terrifying. Amid the exclamations, Sephiroth walked to the podium and retrieved his paper. Inside the classroom, after seeing Sephiroth return to his seat, Ziyuan chuckled softly and teased, "Wow. Little brother Sephiroth, I didn't expect you to be so amazing. Your big sister is utterly stunned by you." It was just sheer luck." Sephiroth gave an awkward smile, sensing the peculiar gazes from those around him, all seemingly saying, "We all agreed to be slackers, yet you snuck off and studied." He scratched his head with a laugh, thinking to himself that next time he should perhaps score lower. Just barely past the line would be enough. Weigh in. 26 points. After handing out the last paper, the smile on Zo's face grew ever more apparent. He said in a booming voice, "Now I'm going to tell you the content for the next class. Listen up, all of you. The test is out of 100. For every point lost, you'll run 10 laps around the track. Now, every last one of you get out there and run." The military cadets erupted into a clamor, wailing in unison. Heavens, 1,000 laps. How long will that take? This could kill a man. We already endured such brutal training this morning. Amidst the chaotic noise, Shozwa raised his right hand and slammed it heavily on the desk, producing a "Shut your mouths. You idiots, dull-witted and feeble. How do you expect to become naval officers in the future? Do you really think Malinfando Military Academy is a place to gild your resume? That you can loaf around for a year and then waltz out with a lieutenant or commander rank? I tell you, no way. Whether it's physical training or other courses, they determine your final rank upon graduation. If you just coast through this year, the best you'll get is a warrant officer. If you can't bear the hardship, then get the hell out of the academy or go to the infirmary and take a year of sick leave." Zayuzuo's words struck them like a thunderbolt. They ceased their complaints, rose from their seats, and filed out of the classroom toward the track. Forget about scoring low. The physical punishment was horrifyingly harsh. Sephiroth watched the dejected Simoji and others leave the classroom and made a decision in his heart. Soon the classroom emptied, leaving Sephiroth alone. He walked to the podium and asked the long-armed instructor, "Instructor Shozua, they've gone to run. What should I?" Upon hearing this, Shozua rubbed his chin thoughtfully and muttered, "You scored full marks, so no running for you. You can go play by yourself. The rest of the afternoon is only for punishment runs. There are no other classes." "Instructor Shozua, could I request something?" "What do you want?" "A low-purity sea stone shackle, the single-cuff kind." "Of course I'll pay for it," Sephiroth said tentatively. "Low-purity sea stone shackles. The Navy only has the highest purity. What do you want that for?" Shozua asked suspiciously. "Haha, to better train my physical strength, of course. Low-purity sea stone shackles suppress devil fruit users, preventing them from using their abilities and putting them in a weakened state, but that allows one to hone the body more effectively." Hearing this explanation, Zizuo's eyes widened in surprise. "Hey, that method sounds promising. How did you come up with it?" "Oh, I once wore high-purity sea stone shackles, but they drained too much strength and weren't practical." Sephiroth laughed awkwardly, brushing it off. He couldn't say he was inspired by the King's Addiction Cure Mining Center of the famed instructor Kaido and the training methods used there now, could he? Lately, with the incredible recovery ability of his vampire fruit, Sephiroth trained without any restraint, never worrying about muscle pulls or overexertion, which allowed his strength to soar. However, he now felt he had hit a bottleneck. No matter how hard he trained, his strength and speed no longer improved as noticeably as before. This feeling was indescribable, yet he could sense some kind of constraint. He felt that only by breaking through that limit could he elevate his power to the next level. That was why he thought of this method. Although he routinely trained in shallow waters, the danger was immense. Once a massive wave struck him on the beach, leaving him completely powerless. Had the water not been shallow, and had the tide not receded, and had he not frantically consumed his stored life force to muster enough strength to lift his upper body, he would have drowned in merely 30 centimeters of seawater. "Your idea is very valuable. He'll definitely mention it to Instructor Zifa and see if he can get the Navy Science Department to rush out a batch. Anyway, they've been researching sea stone lately and have even found a way to trick sea kings. I'm sure they'll be interested in your idea." Shozua laughed heartily, patted Sephiroth on the shoulder, and left the classroom. That day, due to the intense exercise, the infirmary once again housed a large number of cadets. After only 7 days, the low-purity sea stone shackles Sephiroth had requested were rapidly developed and mass-produced by the Navy Science Department under Admiral Zifa's urging. That very day, Zifa cheerfully distributed a pair of low-purity sea stone shackles to every devil fruit user in the academy and ordered them to wear them during all physical training. Then, Sephiroth, Simoji, Tina, and other devil fruit users collapsed after a morning of physical training, feeling as if they had lost half their lives. On the academy's track, Simoji lay on his back like a salted fish. He unfastened the clasp of the sea stone shackle on his left hand, his hands trembling violently as he lit a cigar. "That old bastard Zifa, how did he come up with such a torturous method? Tina feels so awful. Totally worn out." Tina, with long pink hair, sat in a kneeling position, hands on the ground, panting heavily, sweat soaking the hair at her temples. "Want a cigar to relax?" Smoker glanced at Tina, pulled out a cigar, and offered it. She hesitated, then asked suspiciously, "Does this really help?" "Of course. Whenever I'm tired or listless, I light one up." Thus, under Smoker's temptation, Tina gave it a try. Sephiroth listened to the curses of the devil fruit users scattered across the track. He thought to himself that he must never let them know it was he who first proposed the low-purity sea stone shackles, lest he face a beating from the crowd. Training, studying, training. Day after day, occasionally sparring with Ji Yuan. To make full use of each day, Sephiroth reduced his sleep to just 4 hours. His academy life was busy and fulfilling, especially after the introduction of low-purity sea stone shackles, which made physical training brutally difficult, often tempting him to just give up. Fortunately, after removing the shackles, his botus injuries and fatigue quickly recovered, allowing him to maintain peak condition every day. Under constant extreme physical strain, the armament Haki he had awakened gradually increased in both quality and quantity. Meanwhile, Tizaluo, with Sephiroth's continuous financial support, officially established the Umbrella Company on the Sabaody Archipelago, recruiting soldiers and conducting a booming arms trade. The Umbrella Company was on the verge of becoming the largest arms dealer on the Sabaody Archipelago, with Taizo building ties with figures from both the underworld and the legitimate world. To secure the company's early cash flow, Sephiroth visited the Sabaody Archipelago every weekend, hunting pirates with bounties under 100 million berries to gain combat experience and earn money. During this time, he encountered 2 devil fruit users, Zoan-type Cat fruit model leopard and Paramecia-type Net fruit. Unfortunately, perhaps due to bad luck or mismatched fruits he did not obtain a reborn devil. Shampoo Island's 40th Island, Commercial Street. In front of a store selling gold and jewelry. A burly man radiating golden light from head to toe, clad in a full suit of golden armor, standing 2 meters tall, with short blue hair strode inside. This is a robbery. Hand over all the gold to me. Hearing this, 4 clerks in black suits simultaneously pulled out machine guns from under the counter and aimed at the newcomer. Sir, this shop is a small business with limited gold stock. Please go elsewhere. If you want gold, you can go to 69th Island, where the largest gold exchange on the Shampoo Islands is located with a large reserve of gold. Of course, if you have any good business, we can sit down and discuss. The speaker was a fat man wearing a purple suit with a thick beard. He placed his hands on the counter, holding a grenade in his left hand and a revolver in his right. His words were polite, but the threat was obvious. The fat boss dared to run a jewelry business on this island, so he was certainly no ordinary person. He himself was part of the underworld, specializing in fencing stolen goods. He frequently interacted with thugs, pirates, and similar groups. Opening a shop was merely a way to attract more business. Huh? Do you think I'm stupid? In the pirate supernova with a bounty of 150 million, the Golden Warrior Hunter. Island 69 is so close to the Marine base. Before I even get to the gold exchange, the Marines would have found me. The blue-haired man sneered. It seems there's no room for negotiation. The fat boss' eyes turned fierce. His body rapidly expanded, black boar bristles sprouted all over, and 2 huge tusks grew from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a boarman. Kill him. At the fat boss' command, the 4 clerks in black suits raised their machine guns and began firing wildly at Hunter. Rat-a-tat-tat. Amidst the dense rain of bullets, Hunter manipulated his golden armor to instantly cover his entire body. He left only a slit at the eyes for observing the outside with no other openings. The machine gun bullets struck the golden armor like a torrential rain, only sparking large sprays of fire, but they could not harm him in the slightest. Huh. Useless. Useless. The golden armor I create with my ability is even harder. Hunter laughed wildly, completely ignoring the attacks of the 5, and charged towards a nearby counter. He punched through the glass, and his right hand, covered in golden armor, immediately swept across the gold ornaments on the counter. However, something surprised Hunter. The gold ornaments he touched merely shed a layer of gold coating that adhered to his gauntlet, while the ornaments turned into a pile of white metal. Bastard. You're selling fakes. Seeing this, Hunter immediately cursed. Wasn't he causing trouble on the Shampoo Islands, risking capture by the Marines just to replenish gold, a combat resource, before entering the second half of the Grand Line, the New World? The gold fruit's ability was good, but it was too expensive to use in battle. During combat, if he carelessly lost any gold, it could cost hundreds of millions or even tens of millions of belly. On his way to the Shampoo Islands, he had encountered several powerful enemies and consumed a large amount of gold, so he had to replenish his supply. But he never expected to run into a damn profiteer. Are you kidding me? Do you think that cheap stuff is pure gold? Are you out of your mind? The boarman sneered through the grenade in his hand, and it landed at the blue-haired man's feet. Boom. The deafening blast, accompanied by a violent flash of fire, caused everyone's ears to ring. However, Hunter at the center of the explosion was unscathed, not even a scratch on his golden armor. I told you it's useless. The blue-haired man grinned maliciously and immediately charged towards the 4 still firing machine guns. The golden armor on both his arms quickly deformed, forming 2 blades on his forearms. Thump. Hunter swung his arms repeatedly, instantly cutting down the 4 machine gunners, blood spurting from their chests. You bastard. After emptying his revolver's bullets, the fat boss roared, propelled himself with his legs, and charged at Hunter. He threw a punch at Hunter's chest, but Hunter remained unmoved. How many times do I have to tell you? It's useless. Hunter sneered, raised his left hand, and grabbed the fat boss' right wrist. The next moment, he activated the gold fruit's ability, manipulating the gold on his body to quickly wrap around the boarman's entire right arm, binding them tightly together. Die. With a stab, Hunter smelted the golden armor on his right hand into a sharp blade and pierced through the opponent's chest in an instant. Thump. After waiting a moment until the fat boss had completely detransformed and stopped breathing, the blue-haired man withdrew the gold from the other's body, causing the corpse to fall powerlessly to the ground. Wasting my time. Hunter shook the blood off the golden blade in his right hand, then restored the gold to its original form and walked to the other counters in the store, beginning to loot the gold on them. However, to his surprise, he found a large chest of gold treasures in the warehouse behind the store. Just from refining the gold in it, he obtained over 40 kilograms. This trip was not in vain. Those were stolen goods that the fat boss had acquired but hadn't had time to process. Squeak, squeak. Hunter looked towards the sound and saw at the warehouse entrance black bats quickly forming into a person clad in a black robe and wearing a ghostly grinning mask. Pirate Hunter Rorinoa Zoro. Oh, I didn't expect you to know me. Of course. You've been frequently hunting pirates with bounties under 100 million on the Shampoo Islands. This matter has even been reported in the World Economic Journal. What? Are you now planning to take on a pirate supernova like me with a bounty over 100 million? Hunter sneered. He gathered the gold refined from the warehouse on his right hand, forming a large golden sword, and casually twirled it in the air. Well, actually, I didn't want to try fighting a pirate supernova like you so soon. But the gold fruit ability you possess forces me to attempt whether I can take your head. I must succeed in hunting this devil fruit. Sephiroth muttered inwardly. With the rapid growth of the Umbrella Corporation, there are plenty of people who are envious. It's possible that one day they might kill Tesoro, the company's boss of average strength. Therefore, helping Tesoro improve his strength became an urgent matter. There are many ways to become stronger, but eating a powerful devil fruit is the fastest. The main reason Sephiroth could become so strong so quickly was the mythical Zoan vampire fruit. Thanks to the vampire fruit's help, he could ignore and repair all physical injuries, allowing him to reach a level in half a year that would take others years or even over a decade of training. If Tesoro is not destined for the gold fruit, Sephiroth would have to let him eat the dog fruit wolf model. Huh. Want to take my head for the bounty? Then we'll see if you have the skill. Hunter sneered, swung the golden great sword in his hand, and slashed at Sephiroth. Inside the warehouse. Bang. Bang. Sephiroth swiftly drew his revolver from his waist and fired 2 shots at Hung Tae, who was clad in golden armor. However, as if anticipating the attack, Hung Tae evaded the 2 bullets wrapped in armament Haki with slight dodging movements. Whoosh. A flash of sword light, and the golden greatsword instantly descended upon Sephiroth. Yet, the youth's body dissolved into a swarm of bats scattering in all directions. Squeak squeak. A black mist rapidly spread, filling the entire warehouse and obscuring the opponent. Behind Hung Tae, Sephiroth, while manipulating the black bats to reconstitute his upper body, pulled the trigger of his revolver repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. With impeccable timing from 4 consecutive shots, he sealed off all routes of escape. No matter how the opponent dodged, at least 1 bullet would strike its mark. To Sephiroth's slight surprise, the golden-armored giant no longer evaded. Instead, pitch-black armament Haki rapidly enveloped his back, bolstering his defenses. Clang, 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 clang. All 4 bullets struck his golden armor, leaving 4 cracked depressions, yet they failed to pierce through. In the blink of an eye, the cracks and dents repaired themselves. It seems you do have some skill, but compared to me, you're still far off. Hung Tae's slightly mocking voice came from within the helmet. Since the opponent's bullets couldn't break his defense, there was no need to dodge. He regretted having been wary enough to evade the first 2 shots. Through the perception of observation Haki, he instantly locked onto Sephiroth, who had just rematerialized. Turning around, he swung his golden greatsword and charged. The black mist blocking his vision did not cause even a hint of hesitation in his movements. Clang. The dark-robed youth drew his Akimitsu blade from his waist and parried the attack, but his body slid back half a step. In terms of raw strength, Sephiroth was slightly inferior to the blue-haired man. However, combat is not solely determined by who is stronger. After a brief exchange of blows, Sephiroth realized that his opponent was an untrained brawler. Crude, straightforward attacks with little variation, relying entirely on rich combat experience to decide how to strike. Whoosh. Hung Tae raised his greatsword again and swung it downward. Sephiroth, however, spotted the weak point in the attack's force, effortlessly lifted his Akimitsu blade, and at an extremely tricky angle pressed down the opponent's strike, while smoothly slashing toward the neck. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The blade coated in armament Haki managed to cut only about a centimeter into the golden armor, also reinforced with armament Haki, and could go no deeper. The momentary pause after the hit gave Hung Tae an opening. He immediately swung his left fist coated in armament Haki and slammed it heavily into the youth's chest. Boom. The fierce and brutal punch sent Sephiroth flying backward, crashing into the warehouse wall and leaving a human-shaped crater. Blood trickled from the youth's mouth. He brushed the rubble off his body and stood up again, letting out a bitter, "You're wearing such thick armor, yet still move so nimbly. How troubling." "Huh. Of course. The golden battle suit forged with my ability not only doesn't hinder my speed, but also greatly enhances my strength and defense. Brat, prepare to die." With a loud laugh, Hung Tae stomped the ground fiercely and shot toward the youth. Sephiroth, while deflecting the incoming golden greatsword with his blade, began his vampire transformation. In the blink of an eye, his height shot from 1.8 meters to 2.3 meters, a full head taller than the golden-armored giant. At the same time, his strength surged dramatically. When their blades clashed again, he even seemed to gain the upper hand, and his speed was clearly superior. Clang, clang, clang. The crimson blade struck the golden armor repeatedly, leaving scratches, yet still failed to wound the opponent. After Sephiroth adopted his vampire form, Hung Tae could no longer gain an advantage in strength struggles. Had it not been for the armor protecting him, he would have been cut down by now. While the two fought, black mist covered a large area. The pedestrians on the street had no idea what was happening, but their instinct to avoid danger drove them to flee the mist's range. One sword style flash slash. After creating some distance, Sephiroth immediately used Sori, entering a state of high-speed motion. Before Hung Tae could block or parry, he drew his blade and slashed at the opponent's neck. Clang. The pitch-black blade, after cutting through the golden armor, its sharp edge instantly sliced into the neck. However, because the opponent had also coated his skin with armament, Haki, the Akimitsu blade could not sever the neck entirely. Yet, Sephiroth had anticipated this. He did not linger, withdrew his blade, and once again distanced himself from the golden-armored giant. Damn brat. Feeling blood gushing from the carotid artery in his neck, Hung Tae cursed under his breath. He quickly removed the golden armor on his neck and left hand pressing down on the wound to stop the bleeding. The two were locked in a life-or-death struggle. Sephiroth had no intention of giving the other a moment to. Immediately, the youth launched a fierce assault with his Akimitsu blade. With a critical injury, Hung Tae's condition deteriorated, and he could no longer fully mobilize his armament Haki. Before long, Sephiroth had carved several more wounds into his armor. You leave me no choice. As the youth swung his blade again, Hung Tae made a desperate decision. He gathered the over 100 kilograms of golden armor onto his right arm, forming a gigantic golden limb, and poured armament Haki into it, as if there were no tomorrow. Golden explosion. In an instant, the golden armor on his arm collided with the long blade, triggering a violent explosion. Boom. A shower of golden fragments burst outward. The immense impact sent Sephiroth flying, his body riddled with jagged gold shards, making his wounds appear horrifying. Some pieces even pierced through his body. On the other side, in stark contrast, only a thin layer of golden armor remained on Hung Tae's right arm. Cough. Cough. Sephiroth coughed violently, spitting out blood mixed with fragments of internal organ. Had it been an ordinary person, a direct hit like that would have left them lying on the ground waiting to die. Yet, relying on his formidable regenerative ability, he forced himself to stand up. Ignoring the wounds and excruciating pain covering his entire body, he once again used Sori. One sword style flash slash. Whoosh. In an instant, Sephiroth appeared behind Hung Tae. The smug smile on the opponent's face froze, and his head rolled to the ground with a thud, tumbling several times. Under the youth's command, a black sack filled with various fruits was carried over by a swarm of bats and placed beside Hung Tae's corpse. To quickly heal his wounds, Sephiroth split his body into a group of bats after sheathing his blade. Rustle. A small pile of golden fragments fell to the ground, and the bats then reconstituted his scarred body. After waiting for over a minute, all his wounds fully recovered. This victory had been a stroke of luck. Had he not, through the opponent's carelessness, cut the carotid artery, causing Hung Tae to panic and make blunder after blunder, the two would likely have been locked in a war of attrition, perhaps unable to decide the outcome even by the time the Marines arrived. After a moment's pause, Sephiroth emptied the black sack of fruits onto the ground. Red, green, pink, purple, an array of fruits dazzling to the eye. To increase the probability of obtaining a devil fruit, he had even instructed Taizelo to add a fruit shop to the assets of the umbrella company. No matter what kind of fruit, regardless of taste or sales quantity, didn't matter, as long as the variety was sufficiently comprehensive. Soon Sephiroth spotted a fruit on the ground that resembled a gourd in shape, its surface covered with golden spiral, paramecia type, gold fruit. At the entrance of the Navy base on the 60th island of the Sabati archipelago, Sephiroth pushed a bubble cart laden with corpses. After arriving, he removed the eerie, grinning mask from his face. Seeing this, the two soldiers standing guard instantly let him pass without a word. Over the past 4 months, he had periodically brought pirate corpses to the Navy base to collect bounties. The guards on duty had grown accustomed to his disguised face. After exchanging a few casual pleasantries with Lieutenant Luzov, the plump officer in charge of the morgue, Sephiroth proceeded to the 5th floor, Kizaru's office. Yo, it's you again, kid. Kizaru lounged lazily with his legs propped on the desk, absent-mindedly picking his ear. Greetings, Vice Admiral Kizaru. Sephiroth rasped, nodding. After examining the document, Kizaru feigned surprise, dragging out his words. How scary. This time you've actually taken down a pirate supernova with a bounty of 150 million. The youth's eyes twitched slightly, but he suppressed the urge to retort. Kizaru always wore that nonchalant demeanor, making it impossible to fathom his thoughts. By the way, kid, besides coming for the bounty, have we met somewhere before? Sephiroth rasped, a hint of guilt in his voice. Perhaps we brushed past each other on some street. As luck would have it, when Kizaru returned to Marine headquarters in Marineford to report, they had indeed passed each other. Could it be that I've been recognized? Maybe. Kizaru scratched his head in mild confusion, as if recalling something, yet nothing surfaced. After waiting for Kizaru to sign, Sephiroth turned and left decisively, proceeding to the finance office to collect the bounty. He decided to temporarily shelve the alias of Rorinoa Zoro the pirate hunter. Otherwise, if his disguise were discovered, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble for both the Navy and Sabaody Archipelago's 71st Island. Outside a grand villa, one of the Umbrella Corporation's holdings, a group of black-suited bodyguards stood watch in multiple layers, firearms in hand. In the second-floor study, Sephiroth, clad in a white suit and white mask, his hair still dyed green, reclined on a long sofa, legs crossed, gazing at Tesoro across from him. "I need to tell you something." "What is it, boss?" "For certain reasons, I'm putting a halt to bounty hunting for now. From now on, you'll have to handle the funds on your own." Tesoro paused in surprise, but didn't press for reasons. Instead, he began reporting. "No problem, boss. The company is on track now. Cash flow is normal, and we've entered a stable phase. By the way," as if recalling something, his tone grew grave, "over the past 4 months, the bounties from the pirates you've killed and the treasures you've seized total nearly 10 billion berry. That's drawn endless envy. I've heard that 7 pirate supernovas have formed an alliance to take you down and steal your wealth. Their combined forces number over 1,000, a formidable power. Stopping now is the wisest move." Hearing this, Sephiroth's eye twitched, slightly surprised at how much hatred he had incurred from pirates. But could he be blamed? He was just a bounty hunter trying to earn money. Those dead pirates. If they must blame someone, blame Roger. Thanks to Pirate King Roger using One Piece as bait before his death, the Great Pirate Era was ignited, causing the number of new pirates to skyrocket each year, overwhelming the Navy's efforts. In desperation, the Navy drastically raised bounties to attract more civilian fighters to deal with pirates. Just as Whitebeard triggered a second Great Pirate Era, before dying at Marineford, the Navy immediately raised bounties again, only to recalibrate them years later for new pirates. The more pirates there are, the higher the average bounty. Conversely, fewer pirates mean lower average bounties. In truth, the Navy employed subtle tricks with the bounty posters. In the Four Seas, pirates with bounties over 100 million are rare or non-existent. In the first half of the Grand Line, bounties over 100 million are more common, but those over 1 billion are nearly absent. As for the latter half of the Grand Line, anything under 100 million is small fry. Without a bounty exceeding 1 billion, you can't even call yourself a great pirate. For pirates, higher bounties bring greater fame and easier expansion of their influence. Thus, they instinctively strive to raise their bounties. Aside from murder, arson, and plunder, the easiest way is to defeat pirates with higher bounties. This simple yet obvious tactic by the Navy proved highly effective, stirring massive ripples in the pirate world and inciting mutual slaughter among them. This is the final batch of funds, 340 million berry. Sephiroth placed a large chest on the desk and opened it, revealing bundled stacks of cash. Then he took out a small wooden box, placed it on the desk, and opened it. "Furthermore, I want you to eat this devil." "What fruit is this?" Tesoro picked up the gourd-shaped fruit with golden patterns. The gold fruit. By eating it, you can directly manipulate and refine gold. Once you develop it to its awakened state, you can control even gold dust and temporarily transmute other objects into gold. Hearing this, Tesoro felt tempted but hesitated. "This fruit, isn't it too expensive to use?" "I think it suits you perfectly. Besides, as the second-in-command of Umbrella Corporation, if you lack strength, how will you command respect? A good business mind alone won't cut it. In this world, strength is ultimately what matters." Sephiroth sighed, faintly muttering to himself. Indeed, darkness triples strength. Redemption, halves it, is an eternal truth. Without experiencing the pain of losing a loved one or the dark memory of enslavement, Tesoro grew slack in training. Sephiroth had taught him the 6 powers and Haki, yet after 4 months of guidance, Tesoro's strength barely matched that of an ordinary marine soldier. But on reflection, it was only natural. In a sense, Tesoro was at the zenith of his life, successful in both career and love. Had Tesoro not been assassinated a few times, Sephiroth suspected, he wouldn't have bothered training at all. Tesoro nodded, took the gold fruit, and bit into it. The horrific taste turned his face green. "It's awful." "Eat it all. I hear finishing the whole fruit gives a better initial effect." Sephiroth grinned mischievously. "Oh." Forced by the remark, Tesoro choked down the fruit, bite by bite, suppressing his nausea. After finishing, he downed 2 cups of coffee to wash away the lingering taste. After a moment, once he recovered, Tesoro straightened up and spoke cautiously. "Boss, I've been considering expanding into the entertainment industry. However, the entertainment giant on Sabaody Fun Street has unclear ties with the world government. I'm hesitant about competing with them." Sephiroth's cheek twitched, and he quickly advised, "I suggest you don't overreach. Fun Street's influence spans the world, not just Sabaody but other islands, and even the sea. The reason it's so powerful is that it belongs to the CP0 organization under the world government. Fun Street is their intelligence-gathering arm. We can't fight them now. If you don't want to be eliminated by sudden CP0 agents, I advise against forcing competition in entertainment." CP0. The Celestial Dragon's Shield. They even run such businesses. Tesoro felt a chill, his face darkening. He swallowed hard. "Close call. Boss, if we avoid entertainment, the arms trade has hit a bottleneck. We're currently middlemen, wholesale, and to expand further, we need to develop downstream operations and build our own weapons factories for higher profit. That way we can extend beyond Sabaody to other islands. Oh, so what ideas do you have for establishing a factory? This is a plan I expect to implement in a year or two. Tesoro smiled, turned to retrieve 2 blueprints from the desk drawer, and laid them before Sephiroth. One was a rough sea chart of the first half of the Grand Line, the other a map of an island. These are. Meeting the youth's questioning gaze, Tesoro quickly explained, this is the island map of the Sardo Kingdom, and this shows its approximate sea area. From Sardo to Sabaody takes only about 5 days. Since it can only be reached by eternal pose, it offers higher safety and secrecy than most islands. Plus the country is quite poor. If we set up a factory, their recruitment will be much easier, and with Stella, the princess of Sardo, around will enjoy many conveniences. Under Sephiroth's knowing half-smile, Tesoro's voice trailed off until it stopped. Ahem. Alright boss, I admit I have selfish motives in this proposal. If you don't like it, we can find another. Tesoro's face showed awkwardness. Your plan sounds good and feasible, go ahead with it. Sephiroth didn't blame him. A young man in love is always impulsive. Clearly Tesoro had been influenced by his lover Stella to help her home country. As long as it didn't harm the company's interests, Sephiroth didn't want to interfere. Moreover, Tesoro's proposal was indeed sound, benefiting both the company and the Sardo Kingdom. A win-win situation with no reason to refuse. At Marine Headquarters Malinfanguo by the Crescent Bay, 300 military cadets stood in class formations, each with their luggage placed beside them. At the front, Zifa clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping over the crowd one by one. After 4 months of training, half the semester has passed. We've already taught you most of what you need to know. As long as you haven't been lazy, I believe you've gained a lot. Now I will lead you through a midterm exam, into battle against pirates. Those who perform outstandingly will be granted higher ranks upon graduation from the academy. Even if your usual performance has been poor, it doesn't matter. As long as you accumulate enough merits on the battlefield, earning a field-grade officer's rank upon graduation is not out of the question. After Zifa's speech, the cadets erupted in excitement. Even those who had performed abysmally began fantasizing about wearing field-grade officer insignia at graduation. Sephiroth sneered at this. Lacking talent and effort, yet dreaming of making a name on the battlefield. Were they afraid they wouldn't die fast enough? Soon the cadets boarded 10 warships by class. In addition, 120 nautical crew members were also assigned to the vessels. Sails raised, the 10 warships rode the wind and waves, majestically sailing out of Crescent Bay and heading toward their destination. 12 days passed in an instant. A long voyage on the Grand Line always brought surprises: towering waves, whirlpools, updrafts, and enormous sea kings that would appear without warning. However, whenever a sea king emerged, the cadets would cheer, "Extra meal! Extra meal!" Each warship was guarded by at least a rear admiral, and the fleet was led by Marine Admiral Zifa himself. The sea kings were basically free provisions. On the first-class warship, in a dim cabin, Zifa stood before a long meeting table. He pressed a button on the den mushi, and a beam of light illuminated a white projection screen. A sea chart and relevant island photos appeared before the cadets. Zifa pointed with a pointer, explaining the general situation. This time we will support Marine G8 Fortress. Near their jurisdiction lies Hannibal Island. That is the starting point for an underground pirate sailing race held every few years. Nearly 100 pirate crews will participate, including many with bounties exceeding 10 million berries. Therefore, your midterm exam mission is to intercept and engage them en route to their destination. Seated at the meeting table, Maynade raised his hand, puzzled. Zephyr-sensei, since we know the pirate's starting point is Hannibal, why not attack there directly? Hearing this, Zifa massaged his forehead with a sigh. Hannibal has over 4,000 residents. Sending a large force to search would alert them. If the desperados get cornered and take hostages, would be in a dilemma. Moreover, this underground sailing race is far from orderly. It involves mutual slaughter and plunder. Often they wear each other down at the start. Intercepting them midway allows us to reap the benefits with minimal effort. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Deploying a small elite force for interception at sea was indeed more efficient than a large-scale manhunt in town. According to current intel, there are some bounty heads we must particularly watch. Bloodhand Mower bounty 94 million berries. Dual Blade Swosa bounty 81 million berries. Please memorize the relevant information. This is no game, it's real combat. By dusk, the 10 warships arrived at the entrance of Marine G8 branch. It was a massive ring-shaped fortress bristling with cannons. To enter, one needed permission from inside to open the giant gate and pass through the straight channel, or else break in by air. Even if a ship did break in, it would be hard to avoid being sunk or captured, as the interior of G8 was also heavily armed with artillery. One could say this fortress was armed to the teeth, a hedgehog inside and out. After confirming the identity of Marine Headquarters' 10 warships, the G8 Fortress gates slowly opened with a great mechanical roar. The fleet passed through the strait into a spacious inner channel heading toward the docks. On the deck, Zoan gazed at the cannons on both sides of the cliffs. Isn't this fortress firepower a bit excessive? Why so many cannons inside too? Sephiroth looked up at the sky and muttered, maybe. Because there are occasional visitors from above. From above? That can't be. Zoan looked up suspiciously at the half-red sky. This is the Grand Line. Some things can't be explained by common sense. Sephiroth smiled, but didn't know. The existence of Sky Islands 10,000 meters above was often dismissed as rumor fit only for idle chatter, not serious discussion. There were only 2 ways to reach a Sky Island. One near Jaya Island used an updraft to launch a ship directly into the sky. The success rate of this method was either 0 or 100. But in practice it was almost always 0. The second, when first entering the Grand Line, choose a route with steadily increasing altitude, start from the west summit, and overcome various hardships to reach the Sky Islands, entering the Sky Route. However, even after traversing half the Grand Line on the Sky Route, one would eventually descend to the Blue Sea Coast ship at Sabati Archipelago and pass through Fishman Island to reach the New World. Sephiroth suddenly thought at this point in time Ainalu probably hadn't yet become the god of Angel Island and Appiato Island, nor plundered all of Shandora's gold. Perhaps he hadn't even eaten the Goro Goro no Mi. There's potential. He would find an opportunity to go with Tesoro and strip Shandora of all its gold, and also visit Ainula's home island Burka to search for the Goro Goro no Mi. The fleet entered the dock for a brief stop. The cadets did not disembark. After Zifa had a short talk with several G8 officers and the ships had replenished supplies, he ordered the fleet along with 10 G8 warships to leave the fortress and race toward the underground race's destination, Paldea. Over the waters near Paldea Island, dark clouds rolled and blotting out the sky. Lightning flashed and thunder roared across the pitch-black heavens as torrential rain poured down. On the churning sea, several colossal tornadoes connected the sky and the earth, howling with a heart-stopping wind. The raging air currents above constantly battered the ocean's surface, stirring up endless waves. Amid these tornadoes and their eyes, 5 ships struggled relentlessly, engaging in a fierce battle against the natural disaster. Among them, 4 ships flew black skull flags, while the remaining one was a warship bearing a white seagull. Boom, boom, boom. In the raging storm, the 4 pirate ships opened fire on the warship from 4 different directions. Seeing this, Shiozwa was filled with anxiety and shouted loudly, "Teacher Zifo, we are surrounded. What's the panic? Steady yourself. Return fire from the port and starboard. Leave the ship ahead to me, and you guard the rear of the warship." With that, Zifo leaped up, stepping on the air, with Jeppo swiftly charging toward a large sailing ship ahead. Shiozwa gritted his teeth and hurried to the rear of the warship, beginning to intercept the cannonballs fired by the pirate ship. Originally, they had 4 warships here on an interception mission, but the sudden storm at sea had separated them from the other 3 warships. Most inopportunely, the 4 pirate ships en route to Paldea Island discovered this warship and launched. On the deck, a group of naval cadets also took up weapons, standing on both sides of the warship with solemn expressions, staring at the 2 pirate ships charging straight toward them. On those 2 pirate ships stood dozens of pirates, all grinning fiercely, brandishing their swords and blades with a vicious demeanor. Clearly, they felt victory was already within their grasp. After completing his vampire transformation, Sephiroth stood on the starboard side, his chest rising and falling gently with his rhythmic breathing. His right hand gripped the hilt of his blade, his gaze fixed intently on the brigantine, closing in on the Haki within Sephiroth's body continuously gathered in his right hand, condensing and compressing, while his aura began to steadily climb, sharp as a blade. When the brigantine turned, bringing the 2 ships within less than 5 meters for a boarding action, he finally struck. Boom. As a thunderclap flashed through the overcast sky, the overwhelmingly concentrated aura within Sephiroth erupted with ferocity. Shing. To the astonishment of the cadets, as Sephiroth drew his blade at lightning speed, a crimson sword slash over 10 meters long shot forth from the edge, cleaving the opposing brigantine in half at its waist. The broken hull of the brigantine, battered by the waves, quickly sank into the sea, forcing the pirates on board to frantically grab life-saving gear and jump overboard. Phew. Sephiroth let out a long breath, suppressing the weakness from his depleted Haki, and ignoring the sinking pirate ship, he shouted at the still-dazed cadets, "Stop daydreaming. Go support the other side of the warship. Prepare for boarding." Hearing this, the cadets finally snapped out of it and rushed to the left. On the other side, the dozen or so cadets, led by Gion and Gaji, though outnumbered, were naval elites far beyond ordinary pirates. The moment the battle began, the pirates were met with a crushing blow. Since Sephiroth's side ended the fight without any boarding action, the dozen cadets quickly joined the battle on the warship's starboard side. The pirates began to retreat step by step, and the cadets counterattacked onto their ship. Seeing this, Sephiroth did not go to assist the starboard side, but instead headed to the rear of the warship, where Zoan was. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of cannon fire continued without pause. The three-masted ship following the warship showed no intention of closing in it, kept firing broadsides at the warship, forcing Zoan to constantly intercept the cannonballs using the six powers techniques. This can't go on. They have the absolute advantage, Sephiroth said with a frown. We can only counterattack once, Teacher Zifa, and you take care of the other two pirate crews. Zoan side helplessly leaped into the air, swinging his hands to deflect two incoming cannonballs. Forget it'll deal with them. With that, Sephiroth spread his black wings and soared into the sky, charging toward the three-masted ship. Bang, bang, bang. As Sephiroth approached a certain distance, the pirates on the three-masted ship raised their firearms and pulled the triggers, firing at him. Bang, bang, bang. As Sephiroth approached a certain distance, the pirates on the three-masted ship raised their firearms and pulled the triggers, firing at him. Fortunately, his flying speed was not slow either. Within seconds, he reached the skies above the three-masted ship. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sephiroth's body rapidly split into countless black bats in midair, diving down toward the three-masted ship. Simultaneously, a pitch-black mist quickly spread across the deck, obscuring the pirate's vision. Thump, thump. Sephiroth moved like a phantom, swiftly harvesting the lives of pirates one by one under the cover of the black mist. They had no power to resist, only waiting for death to descend. Suddenly, a strong wind swept across the sea surface, dispersing much of the black mist and revealing Sephiroth's form. Among the crowd, a black-haired man rushed toward him, swiftly swinging his right fist towards Sephiroth's temple. Without much thought, Sephiroth turned and slashed at the attacker. Unexpectedly, the man neither dodged nor blocked. Instead, he turned his fist into a claw, coating his palm with dark armament Haki, and firmly caught the autumn leaf blade. Immediately, Sephiroth exerted force with his arm to pull out the long blade. However, to his astonishment, the front part of the autumn leaf blade held by the black-haired man instantly corroded into rust. The remaining fiery red blade tip fell onto the deck. A devil fruit user. In a moment of distraction, Sephiroth took a solid punch to the chest, sending him crashing backward. With a thunderous BOM, he smashed a huge hole through the cabin wall of the three-masted ship. Damn, a slip in the gutter. Sephiroth looked at the autumn leaf blade, now shortened by a quarter, and felt a pang of heartache. 1,500,000 berries down the drain. A swordsman without a sword is a tiger without teeth. My rust fruit is the bane of all swordsmen. A black-haired man, 2 meters tall and powerfully built, Bloodhand Moore, entered the cabin with a mocking grin on his face. Bang! A sudden gunshot rang out. A bullet imbued with Haki instantly struck Bloodhand Moore's chest, piercing a hole. His body collapsed straight onto the deck. Times have changed. Modern swordsmen now carry a pistol as a sidearm. Sephiroth's face darkened. After silently sheathing his blade, he returned the pistol on his left hand to its holster on his outer thigh. Without his long sword, his hands still bore sharp long nails. Enhanced with Shurgon, he continued reaping pirates with swiftness. After clearing the deck, he turned and rushed into the cabin. In no time, he had killed all the pirates on the entire three-masted ship. When the other cadets boarded the three-masted ship, they saw Sephiroth drenched in blood, his white military uniform completely stained crimson, calmly walking out of the cabin. With every step he took, a bloody footprint was left behind. Gulp N. Many cadets swallowed hard at the sight of the silver-haired youth looking like an Azura, a chill running through their hearts. Sephiroth, are you alright? How did you get so much blood on you? Zoan asked cautiously. Sephiroth shook the semi-coagulated blood off his hands and explained casually, I'm fine. My blade was broken by a devil fruit user, and I couldn't find a suitable weapon, so I had to use my hands. After the battle, everyone began cleaning the battlefield, taking pirates into custody and tallying the bounty. Fortunately, the Marines involved in this fight were all formidable. Though some were injured, there were no fatalities. As for the pirates, the casualties were heavy: 101 dead, 172 wounded, and the number missing at sea could not be counted. On the warship's deck, the cadets stood at attention information. Zifa stood at the front, and as he listened to Shio's statistical report, the corner of his eye twitched involuntarily. As the teacher, he had killed none and injured 81. Sephiroth, his student, had been ruthless, leaving no survivors, killing 84. This style reminded Zifa of one of his other students, Sakazuki. That fellow was the same. Every pirate he met, he killed one. If two came, he killed both. Unless ordered otherwise, he never left any alive. Although Zifa did not approve of Sephiroth's bloodthirsty ways, he had to admit that in this battle the youth had made an invaluable contribution, single-handedly neutralizing 2 pirate crews and greatly reducing the pressure on their side. Thus he forced a smile walk through the cadet formation to stand before Sephiroth, patted his shoulder, and said wryly ahem. Sephiroth, could you leave some alive next time? This whole kill them all business is a bit. But overall you performed exceptionally well in this fight. He'll report it to Admiral Kong when I return so he can commend you properly. Seeing Zifa's twisted, uncomfortable old face, Sephiroth curled his lips and retorted bluntly, what good is commendation? Can you offer something practical? For instance, reward me with a supreme grade blade, or at least a great grade blade. I wouldn't say no. Hey, you little brat, give you an inch, and you'll take a mile, won't you? With that, Zifa's face turned stern, and he slapped Sephiroth on the back of the head, making the latter wince in pain. You old geezer. If you're not giving, at least don't hit. Sephiroth muttered discontentedly. He'll report your request for a good sword, but I can't guarantee what grade Admiral Kong will grant you. Zifa walked away with his hands behind his back, his voice drifting back after a distance. Marineford Naval Headquarters, Building Marshal's office. Marshal Kong of the Navy, a towering figure, sat behind his desk, carefully reviewing the documents before him. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. The white-haired old man did not look up, saying in a low voice, enter. Marshal Kong, Military Cadet Karl D. Sa-Fei Luo-Si reporting. The silver-haired young man stood straight as an arrow, giving a very standard military salute to the white-haired elder before him. So you are Karl D. Sa-Fei Luo-Si. Yes, Marshal. That Zifa fellow told me you want a good blade. Your swordsmanship, how is it? Have you reached the standard of a sword expert? Sa-Fei Luo-Si looked calmly at him, speaking with neither humility nor arrogance. I just reached it a while ago. Thump, thump, thump. Kong tapped the table lightly with his right index finger, sizing up Sa-Fei Luo-Si for a good while. Then he stood up, took a rectangular wooden box from the cabinet behind him, placed it on the desk, and casually opened it. In an instant, a fierce and ominous aura was released from the box. In Sa-Fei Luo-Si's observation, Haki perception, the black longsword in its scabbard within the box resembled a beast starving to the extreme, seeming to call out and cry out, wanting him to pick it up. Seeing Sa-Fei Luo-Si's hesitant expression and unwillingness to take the blade, Kong finally explained, its name is Slaughterblade. In terms of quality alone, it is undoubtedly worthy of being ranked among the supreme grade blades, but it is a life-taking demon blade. Whether enemy or user, it will claim their lives, turning them into its wounds inflicted by it are extremely difficult to heal. Those killed by it have the residual life force absorbed from their bodies, causing the corpses to become withered. When the wielder uses this blade, merely gripping the hilt constantly drains life force. The more intense the battle, the greater the absorption until the user's life force is exhausted. However, on the flip side, even someone without armament Haki can have this blade automatically coat itself with. If a person with Haki uses it, the power of their slashes is greatly enhanced. Upon hearing this introduction, Sa-Fei Luo-Si could not help but show a surprised expression. He reached out with both hands, taking the scabbard in his left hand, while his right hand slowly grasped the hilt and gradually drew the long blade from its sheath. The full appearance of the slaughter blade was presented before his eyes. The blue-black blade measured 1.40 meters in length and about 3 fingers in width. Along the spine of the blade ran a slender blood groove. Except for the razor-sharp edge, the entire blade was adorned with patterns like red blood vessels, giving it an eerie beauty. As soon as Sa-Fei Luo-Si gripped the hilt, the life force within him surged like a floodgate, opening madly, rushing toward the blade. He was forced to use the lifespan he had stolen from others to supply its absorption. After a while, the slaughter blade seemed to have had its fill. The speed of life absorption slowed down to a steady trot. Roughly, it would accelerate, aging tenfold. After the blade had eaten its fill, it exuded a sharp and unrestrained aura. Even without testing it, he could clearly feel the terrifying power contained within the sword. This blade is the best in the Navy's inventory, but for decades, no one has been able to truly use it or master it. If you can't either, I can give you another one. At least the Navy's inventory has some good blades. No, I want this one. As he spoke, Sa-Fei Luo-Si's eyes glowed with golden light, and his tone was this blade seemed tailor-made for him. Draining life force, a fatal flaw for others, was something he didn't. Just now the blade had drained over 30 years of his life in one go. For an ordinary person, that would have taken half their life. But for him, as long as he drained life force from 3 or 5 sheep, he could replenish the lost lifespan. Hearing this, Kong nodded solemnly, and said to Sa-Fei Luo-Si earnestly, since you've accepted this blade, I will give you one piece of advice. I hope you will serve the Navy well in the future and not disappoint my expectations. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The Navy generally provides resources to train talented individuals, famous swords, devil fruits, special weapons, etc. But, correspondingly, the Navy needs the loyalty of those they train. Sa-Fei Luo-Si is a sailor who was always ready to quit and whose sense of justice was not strong. Frankly, he didn't want to be shackled by these things. However, the blade in his hand was just too tempting. His action of sheathing the blade hesitated slightly, but soon a brilliant smile spread across his face. All right, I understand. After leaving the marshal's office, Sephiroth walked briskly toward the main building of the naval head. When he reached the beach at the edge of the island, he stopped and swung his blade with moderate force at a meter-high rock. Shwa! A trace of red, cold light flashed through the void. During the slash, he felt almost no resistance as the slaughter blade cut from the top of the rock straight through to the bottom, reaching the sandy surface. Its sharpness was astounding. However, in return, after cutting the rock, the blade absorbed another mouthful of life force from him, as if replenishing its own consumption. Clearly, he had not actively attached Haki to the attack, but the blade automatically attached it. The price for letting the blade use Haki by itself was the direct consumption of 1 day's worth of life force. This was still acceptable to him. After all, his Haki reserves were not large, but life force was something he could waste casually. Exchanging life force for Haki, a good deal. Next, Sephiroth adjusted his stance, holding the blade with both hands in front of his chest. Huh. With a low shout, he swung the sword, and the Haki inside him rapidly poured into the slaughter blade. A blood-red sword aura compressed to the extreme and condensed into a narrow line flew out from the blade, tearing through the air with terrifying momentum. In an instant, it sliced off a huge cliff over 20 meters away. Boom. The massive rock wall crashed onto the sea, splashing countless waves. Sephiroth looked with slight surprise at the clean cut he had made on the cliff. He had just been trying it out, a full-powered flying slash under normal conditions after infusing Haki. Yet this sword aura slash was a notch stronger than the one he had used when he had gathered his strength to cut a ship in that sea battle. Faintly, it even touched the realm of the great swordsman, the cutting of steel. As Sephiroth sheathed his blade, he sighed, "Tisk. If I were to turn this blade into a black blade, wouldn't that be incredible? No wonder every swordsman craves a fine blade." The slaughter blade was an extremely powerful weapon, causing a qualitative leap in his current strength. But he still needed some time to adapt. A swordsman can only fully master his weapon when he can make the blade in his hand swing out the exact force he desires with not even a fraction of error. Under the clear sky devoid of clouds, the white waves rolled upon the sea. A massive, 3-masted commercial cruise ship propelled by the sea breeze sliced through the white waves, sailing at a leisurely pace. Inside a luxuriously decorated cabin on a large bed, Sephiroth sat cross-legged, eyes closed, with his chest rising and falling rhythmically. Suddenly, Sephiroth opened his eyes wide, spitting out a mouthful of blood that splattered onto the carpet of the room. No way. Using this method to mobilize Haki will cause blood to flow backward. Sephiroth grabbed a tissue from the bedside table to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, before picking up a black notebook from the bed, quickly flipping through its pages until stopping at a hand-drawn diagram of human meridians and acupoints. Letting the armed color Haki take a shortcut from the Tanzhong acupoint. This route can indeed accelerate the transportation speed of Qi and blood, thereby generating more armed color Haki. However, it will also suppress the Qi in the body, leading to internal bleeding. Is there a way to expel this suppression without changing the overall direction? Additionally, I currently cannot precisely and delicately control the armed color, often causing the Haki to wander to unrelated acupoints. If I can completely resolve this problem, only then can I research a perfect Qi flow route. He pondered in his mind, while opening a blank page in the notebook, taking a pen from beside him to replan. In this world, although there are theories of traditional Chinese medicine, the lack of communication between islands has rendered its overall theoretical level quite backward, far inferior to the knowledge he possesses in his mind, leaving him with little to reference. The research on armed color Haki and human meridians can only be explored by him alone. Generally speaking, enhancing the quality and quantity of armed color Haki is quite simple. Either constantly temper the body, repeatedly calling upon the armed color during training to slowly elevate its quality and quantity, or in life and death battles stimulate one's physical potential, achieving a significant breakthrough in the quality and quantity of armed color Haki. Sephiroth had been trying the former, but progress was slow. As for the latter, after combining his super regeneration with bat-like pseudo-elemental transformation, as long as he wasn't struck down in a single blow or encountered sea stone or was submerged in the ocean, it would be very difficult for him to be killed. Without the pressure of death in life and death battles, how could one stimulate physical potential? The method of refining armed color Haki from Nine Snake Island is suitable only for awakening the armed color and quickly refining it to the limit the body can accommodate, but it cannot help him break through the upper limit of his own armed color Haki capacity. Therefore, how to steadily improve the quality and quantity of his armed color Haki has become the most pressing issue he needs to contemplate now and in the future. One day, conventional physical training will lose its significance for him. The human body has its limits. When he hones his physical body to its peak state, if he wishes to continue enhancing his strength, using armed color Haki to temper his physique will become his only option. The top powerhouses in this world, after developing the strength of their bodies to the extreme, all instinctively choose this path. Charlotte, Lean Kaido, and Garp are no exceptions. This is akin to using Haki to forge a black sword. Whether it is a great sword or an unparalleled great sword compared to a black sword, there is a significant difference in terms of toughness and the enhancement of Haki attacks. Could it be that the gap between bodies tempered by Haki over the years is also the same? Otherwise, if victories were determined solely by physique, the giant race with an average height of several dozen meters would be the world's overlords. There would be no opportunity for the less than 10-meter tall Yonko to dominate. After redesigning the new chi flow route, Sephiroth took out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and found it was already 11:30. Thus, he did not continue experimenting, but got out of bed, opened the door, and walked towards the restaurant of the cruise ship, preparing to eat something to replenish the nutrients his body needed. After completing their midterm exams, they returned to the military academy to receive both good news and bad news. The good news was that after the midterm exams, each of them had a month of free vacation. During this time, they could apply to follow the naval headquarters warship for a sea cruise. If they were lucky, they might even capture pirates and earn some merits which would be calculated when they graduated from the military academy. Of course, they could also choose to do nothing and enjoy themselves throughout the entire vacation as long as they returned to the military academy on time when school started. As for the bad news, after school starts, there will be a unified test of cultural courses for the first half of the semester, including military theory, navigation, and firearms principles. As a top student, cultural courses were no problem for Sephiroth. Thus, Sephiroth planned to take advantage of the vacation to return to Water City and retrieve the Mera no Mi he buried beneath his villa. After much contemplation, he simply could not bear to let that fruit be used by someone else. If possible, he wanted to keep it for himself. To that end, he had already asked Tezzalo to help him find a way for weapons to consume the devil fruit. In the original One Piece, weapons can consume Zoan-type devil fruits, and cyborgs can possess Paramecia-type devil fruit abilities. He believed that perhaps weapons could also consume Paramecia-type devil fruits. In Crocodile's Baroque works, Mr. For was able to have a cannon that consumed the Inu no Mi, proving that this technology is likely not unique to the Navy and may have been developed during Vegapunk's illegal research team MADS. If all else fails, he could personally go to Vegapunk's hometown Balcamore Island, infiltrate Vegapunk's laboratory, and steal all the technology inside. Upon entering the spacious and bright restaurant, Sephiroth casually found an empty table and sat down. He waved his hand towards a waiter dressed in a black suit with a bow tie who quickly approached. "Sir, what would you like? A fruit salad, a steak, a cheese lobster, and another bottle of champagne. That'll be all." "All right, sir." The waiter maintained a professional smile, nodded, and turned to head swiftly towards the kitchen. Sephiroth leaned back in his chair, leisurely pulling out a cigar from the inner side of his blue suit, lighting it up, and taking a deep puff, exhaling a cloud of white smoke. During this time, he was either training to become stronger or hunting pirates, and suddenly returning to the peaceful life of an ordinary person, he felt an inexplicable comfort and contentment. Indeed, deep down, I am someone who seeks comfort. Only in the harsh environment of the military academy can I maintain daily disciplined training to become stronger. Right now, I just want to relax and do nothing. If only a beautiful lady could cuddle up next to me at this moment, that would be even better. Sephiroth beamed with a radiant smile as he took the champagne the waiter brought and poured himself a glass. He took the cigar out of the corner of his mouth with his left hand and slightly raised the flute with his right, sighing, "To a peaceful and beautiful life." Boom, boom. "Attention passengers, pirates are coming." The sudden roar of cannon fire immediately caused a commotion among the guests in the restaurant, and the captain's shout through the broadcast snail further ignited the fear and panic spreading like wildfire. "What should we do? The pirates are coming. Oh, where can we hide? Mom, I'm so scared." "Wah. If the pirates board, we'll put on life jackets and jump overboard to escape." Listening to the cacophony of voices, Sephiroth couldn't help but let out a sigh. Damn it. Even the wine has become harder to drink. A flock of seagulls flapped their wings, gliding across the sky, leaving graceful and beautiful arcs above the azure sea. Not far away, on a two-masted sailing ship, a black skull flag fluttered in the wind. On the deck, over 20 pirates wielding swords, guns, and rifles were howling with excitement. At the forefront of the crowd, a bald giant standing 2.5 meters tall raised his right hand and shouted to his men before him, "Brothers, see that commercial tourist sailing ship ahead. In a moment, we'll pull alongside, seize the money, the supplies, and the women." Oh, oh, oh. The over 20 pirates glared with vicious intent, their faces brimming with excited grins. The bald giant before them was their captain, a rogue named Chris with a bounty of 84 million belly. Their captain was a gum fruit user able to ignore all bullet and blade damage. Even if someone struck him with fists, they would get stuck in his body and be unable to break free. Thanks to this, Captain Chris always charged forward first and after dismantling the enemy's offensive his crew could swarm in and swiftly defeat the opponent. Fire the cannons. Block that ship's path, and then we'll close in. Aye, Captain. Upon receiving the order, the gunners immediately launched a bombardment at the distant three-masted sailing ship. If the other ship refused to change course, the solid cannonballs they fired would damage the hull, or even cause it to take on water and gradually sink, allowing them to sail over and engage in boarding combat. However, just as everyone was jubilant, a figure soared into the sky from the distant three-masted ship, hurtling toward them at great speed. Captain, someone is flying over from the sky. The lookout, perched on the mast after clearly spotting Sephiroth with wings sprouting from his back, immediately shouted. What's there to panic about? That guy must be a devil fruit user too. Watch me take care of him. As he spoke, Chris' right hand abruptly stretched and elongated, transforming into a green longsword. That's right. That's right. The captain will surely take that guy down. Our captain is invincible. While the pirates were still extolling Chris, Sephiroth had already flown to the vicinity above the pirate ship. Keen as he was, he naturally spotted the green longsword in the bald giant's right hand, so he immediately judged that the opponent was a devil fruit user. Thus, with the intention of testing, he reached his left hand into the inside of his suit, drew out a revolver, and coated the bullets with armament Haki. When Chris saw the silver-haired youth draw his revolver, a flicker of contempt crossed his face. He stood still motionless, using his gum fruit ability to transform his body into a soft. He intended to take the bullet directly, showcasing his invincible prowess before his subordinates. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, Chris had burst apart like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter onto the faces of the pirates standing before him. Thud! When the headless corpse crashed heavily onto the deck, the stunned pirates finally began to register what had. Their invincible captain was dead, just like that. Was that it? What the hell? Sephiroth silently cursed in his mind. In the blink of an eye, his feet landed steadily on the ship's railing. He slowly retracted the black wings on his back and said in a flippant tone, "Yo, scum pirates, have you had your lunch yet?" A few pirates in the crowd shook their heads instinctively. Is that? Then you'll have to set sail on an empty stomach. With his words, Sephiroth drew the longsword from his waist, his form like a speeding arrow blurring into a trail of afterimages through the crowd and stirring up a gust of wind. Shing! 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 Crimson blade flashes flickered repeatedly, and before the pirates could react, Sephiroth's figure had already appeared behind them. One sword-style consecutive slashes. Sephiroth's voice was cold like the whisper of death. At that moment, he was slowly sheathing his blade. What's happening? He got behind us. A wave of horror washed over the pirates, bewildered by what had just occurred. Thud! Thud! Among the crowd, those pirates trying to turn and fight suddenly collapsed onto the deck, their bodies severed in two with blood gushing from the wounds. Only then did searing pain surge through their bodies. They realized with sheer terror that they had been caught. Even more horrifying was the rapid wrinkling and withering of their skin, as if some entity had drained their. Sephiroth paid no heed to the wails and screams of the pirates behind him. He unhurriedly entered the cabin, systematically finishing off any stragglers in the lower decks, while searching for the room where the treasure was stored on the two-masted ship. Before long, the silver-haired youth found the captain's quarters. With a casual slash, he cut through the lock, kicked the door open, and walked inside. The first thing he saw was a large wooden chest conspicuously placed in a small room enclosed by iron bars within the captain's quarters. Drawing his longsword, Sephiroth coated it with armament Haki and slashed 3 times, cutting a triangular opening in the iron bars. He stepped through the gap and swung once more, severing the massive iron lock on the chest. Click! Using the back of his blade, the silver-haired youth gently pried open the chest. Inside, besides 2 stacks of 10,000 belly notes, there was a devil fruit connected by a heart-shaped stem. No, it was actually one devil fruit. 2 halves, one blue, one red, both covered in heart-shaped. This is, although not recorded in the devil fruit encyclopedia due to its extremely distinctive appearance among devil fruits, Sephiroth recognized it. The Marrow no Mi. He had no idea what effect it would have if someone else ate it. But he knew that if Boa Hancock were to consume the Marrow no Mi, it would become a strategic weapon of mass destruction. Well, against those whose lust remains unquenched regardless of gender, it was basically a one-hit kill. Sephiroth naturally included himself in that. After finding a cloth sack and packing the devil fruit inside, he left the captain's quarters, returned to the deck, unfurled his black wings, and flapped them as he chased after the commercial tourist sailing ship that was nearly vanishing over the horizon. When he reboarded the 3-masted ship, the captain of the commercial tourist ship, a middle-aged man in a purple suit with a handlebar mustache, hurried over and bowed deeply to him. "Thank you so much, young sir. You've truly resolved a huge problem for us. No need to be polite. It was just a small favor." After exchanging a few courteous words with the captain, Sephiroth returned to the dining room and leisurely enjoyed his lunch. The steak was delicious and the wine was excellent. The silver-haired youth silently praised in his heart. For days later, in the water city at the port, young man walked slowly. Next time take my boat, I guarantee it's free, no charge for you. On the deck of a commercial tourist sailboat, a middle-aged man with a mustache smiled and waved at the silver-haired youth descending the gangway. Thinking about being asked to be a bodyguard like this? I haven't even accepted your money. Sephiroth muttered to himself. The silver-haired youth holding a suitcase in his right hand gazed at the expansive waterways before him, pondering that renting a fish arrow would cost money, and it would be better to fly back directly. With that thought, a pair of black fleshy wings suddenly unfurled behind him, flapping a few times. Amidst the astonished gasps of passers-by, he soared into the sky, heading in the direction of his home. Before long, he arrived at Central Street No. 136, crossed over the wall, and landed at the entrance of a 3-story garden villa. As he took out the key from his pocket, ready to unlock the door, his ears twitched, and a hint of confusion and peculiarity appeared on his face. Click. As the silver-haired youth inserted the key and opened the villa's main door, he saw Boa Hancock wearing a white high-slit cheapao, adorned with a white apron, holding a feather duster and cleaning the living room. Thud. The feather duster in the hands of the tall, straight-haired girl fell to the floor as she stared blankly at the visitors standing at the door. Long time no see. Hancock. The silver-haired youth smiled, raised his right hand, and waved to greet her. Sephiroth. Suddenly Boa Hancock lunged at him, burying herself in his embrace and rubbing against him like a spoil. I missed you so much. As she spoke, the tall, straight-haired girl took the initiative to wrap her arms around Sephiroth's neck, her soft lips immediately brushing against his in a gentle kiss. Boa Hancock's overly enthusiastic surprise attack left him stunned for a moment, his heart racing With her hands around his left arm, the tall, straight-haired girl nuzzled against him, while curiously asking, Sephiroth, why did you suddenly return? I came back for a vacation. But more than that, I want to ask you, where did you learn all this? Sephiroth, with a forehead full of black lines, looked at Hancock, who was still gently rubbing her ample chest against his arm. Captain Haki taught me. She said men like it this way. Sephiroth, don't you like it? No. Looking into the girl's water-like big eyes, he could only helplessly reveal his true feelings. All right, I like it very much. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Sephiroth learned that due to Boa Hancock, the Nine Snakes pirate crew had transformed the originally planned resupply and vacation island into Water City, so she would return to the villa for 3 to 5 days each month and help clean the house. The silver-haired youth carried the suitcase up the wooden stairs in the living room to the second floor, pushed open the door, and entered his bedroom. When he pulled open the wardrobe door, various short skirts, kipeos, and some thin fabric pieces caught his eye. How could there be such things in my wardrobe? Outside in the corridor of the bedroom, Boa Hancock raised her hands in front of her chest, looking hopeful, and said, Sephiroth, have you eaten lunch? Would you like me to make you lunch? Lunch? I haven't eaten yet. But didn't you say you couldn't cook? The silver-haired youth said suspiciously. Since we parted, I have been practicing cooking. After all, I really want to be an excellent wife. As she spoke, Boa Hancock's cheeks flushed, her hands cradling her face, seemingly lost in some fantasy. Seeing the tall, straight-haired girl's appearance, Sephiroth couldn't help but sigh softly in his heart. He was a normal man, and to say he wasn't moved would surely be a lie. He couldn't guarantee that he would always like her, love her, as any emotion would fade with time. But deep down, he could never refuse Boa Hancock's feelings. With that in mind, Sephiroth no longer wished to dwell on it. He chose to follow his heart and let things happen naturally. Hancock, I happen to obtain a sweet fruit that can make you even more beautiful. Do you want it? As he spoke, the silver-haired youth placed the suitcase he was holding on the nearby bed. Inside the box, apart from a few sets of clothes, there were also 2 fruits covered in heart-shaped spiral patterns. He cupped the sweet fruit in his hands and offered it to Boa Hancock. Is this fruit really for me? The tall, straight-haired girl asked, slightly surprised. Yes. After receiving an affirmative reply, the girl showed no hesitation whatsoever. She didn't even inquire about the fruit's specific abilities, reaching out to take the sweet fruit, peeling off its skin, and biting into it. The incredibly unpleasant taste of the devil fruit made Boa Hancock's delicate brows furrow, and a fleeting expression of pain appeared on her charming face. But she finished eating both fruits one bite at a time. Only then did the tall, straight-haired girl let out a sigh of relief and smile sweetly, saying, Sephiroth, thank you. In an instant, the silver-haired youth's pupils widened, and he couldn't help but inhale a sharp breath. In his eyes, Boa Hancock's facial features had not changed at all, but she exuded a captivating aura, making her charm possess the power to captivate anyone with every smile and movement. The sweet fruit was indeed terrifyingly potent. This woman, I will never let go of her for the rest of my life. Sephiroth roared in his heart. What's wrong? Why are you staring at me like that? Under his intense gaze, the tall, straight-haired girl shyly lowered her head, raised her right hand, and touched her fair, delicate face. Sephiroth's eyes burned with a fiery intensity as he grasped Boa Hancock's soft, fair hands, speaking in a deep voice word by word, "I'm hungry. Let's make dumplings." In the Water City on Commercial Street, at the Bolton Bar. Cheers. Cheers. Keep going. Drink her under the table. She's about to give up. The bar was filled with the clamorous voices of women. Many men, upon hearing the commotion from within, could not resist pushing open the door to peek inside. The bar was packed with women dressed in scant battle-ready attire, exuding an untamed and daring aura. Those with keen eyesight, upon seeing the women's outfits and recognizing a few of them from wanted posters, instantly identified them as the female warriors of the Nine Serpent Pirates. Consequently, most people adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble quickly turned and left the bar. Of course, there were also some bold or oblivious men who entered the bar and attempted to flirt with the attractive. Xiachi, sitting by the bar counter, observed all of this, but did not intervene. In the Amazon Lily Kingdom on Nine Serpent Island, all citizens were female. To ensure the nation's continuity, they primarily increased their population by taking in orphan girls. Of course, as a supplementary measure, female pirate crew members who sailed out would sometimes bear children with men from other lands. Due to the unique ecology of Nine Serpent Island, women who lived there long-term gave birth exclusively to daughters. Thus, all those children became citizens of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. In Xiaqi's view, being attracted to the opposite sex and developing feelings was not something to be forbidden. Even she herself had failed to resist falling for a man. Therefore, she naturally would not force her subordinates to stay away from men. She had always adopted a tacit, even encouraging attitude. Just like with the Boa sisters and Sephiroth, she had even given them a gentle push. Thinking of this, Xiachi turned to look at Malajalud and Sangdijwania sitting beside her, and said in a slightly teasing tone, "By the way, I heard that young man named Sephiroth joined the Marines, didn't he? He's a Marine, and you three are pirates. It feels like your future relationship might be a bit problematic, huh?" No way. Sephiroth said he would never be our enemy. Malajalud recalled with a smile. "That's right." Sangdijwania nodded in agreement. Let's hope so." Xiachi picked up the cigarette pack on the counter, took one out, placed it between her lips, and lit it with a lighter, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. The reason she had agreed to Hancock's request to relocate the Nine Serpent Pirate supply and rest location to Water City was because she saw the immense future potential in the young girl. Initially, Xiachi had taken the Boa sisters aboard not because Nine Serpent Island was short of people and needed immature sprouts to fight for the nation. In truth, there were plenty of women on Nine Serpent Island who mastered armament Haki and were stronger than the Boa sisters. However, sisters like the Boa trio who awakened armament Haki at such a young age were rare in the history of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. This indirectly reflected the sisters' extraordinary talent in armament Haki. Xiachi recalled that a certain man had once told her that only by continuously pushing one's limits in battle could one's Haki be greatly enhanced. Thus, with the intention of nurturing the Boa sisters, she had them board the Perfumed Serpent and become members of the Nine Serpent Pirates. After all, given the sisters' displayed potential, they would eventually board the ship anyway, and they already possessed the foundational qualities of a warrior. A few years of early training wouldn't hurt. However, what Xiachi never expected was that during a recent battle with another pirate crew, Hankook, in her attempt to save her two sisters from danger, unconsciously awakened Conqueror's Haki, knocking out most of the enemies. To be honest, the scene of Hankook awakening Conqueror's Haki had truly astonished Xiachi. As an expert proficient in two types of Haki, she naturally recognized Conqueror's Haki. On the contrary, she understood very well that Hankook, who had awakened this power, would undoubtedly achieve great heights. After all, possessing Conqueror's Haki was a prerequisite to becoming a top-tier world-class powerhouse. Thus, Hankook, with her Conqueror's Haki, would inevitably draw the attention of the Marines who would target her specifically. Hence, she had made that remark just now. It seems that the next time I take a long break, I'll have to bring Hankook to that guy for some help. Xiachi thought silently. Outside the three-story villa, the sun was bright and birds in the trees chirped incessantly. Making dumplings. Boa Hancock tilted her head, a trace of confusion flashing in her eyes. She had only heard Captain Xiachi mention this before, but she had no idea how to actually do it. "You don't know how to make dumplings." Hearing this, the girl shyly lowered her head and murmured, "I don't know." Sephiroth looked puzzled, assuming she already knew how. He chuckled softly and leaned close to Boa Hancock's ear, whispering, "All right, let me teach you carefully. Make sure you learn well." Hankook nodded repeatedly, her heart filled with anticipation. The two busied themselves for an entire afternoon, and finally Boa Hancock learned how to make dumplings. The setting sun painted the sky in a deep orange-red hue. Flocks of seagulls soared through the air, calling and flapping their wings as they swept past. At the entrance of a three-story garden villa at 136 Central Street, Boa Marigold and Boa Sandersonia, two young girls carrying large bags of ingredients, struggled to push open the iron gate and entered the villa's front yard. When the two reached the villa's main door, they found the mahogany door only slightly ajar. With a gentle push, the door swung open. Safe Luosi, how did you come back? Sandersonia's eyes flickered with surprise as she stared in astonishment at the silver-haired youth who was now reclining on the long sofa, holding a cigar with a languid expression as if contemplating life. It's you too, Sandersonia Marigold. He still lay on the long sofa, waving weakly at the two Safe Luosi, are you feeling unwell? Why does your voice sound a bit strange? Marigold, no, I'm fine. I feel great, my mood is light, my mind is clearer than ever. The silver-haired youth smiled and waved his hand. In fact, he simply didn't want to use his fruit's ability to recover his stamina. He just wanted to lie there and laze around. After the two girls placed the ingredients they were holding in the kitchen, Sandersonia looked around the first floor, but didn't see Boa Hancock. So she asked Safe Luosi, who was still lying on the sofa, where is big sister? Where did she go? She said she would clean, but I see the kitchen hasn't been cleaned at all. Hancock. She's tired, not feeling well, sleeping in bed. The silver-haired youth scratched his head, his tone sounding a bit odd. Forget it. Let's not talk about this. What do you want for dinner? They'll cook for you. Really? Hearing this, Marigold instantly put aside the thought of asking if her sister was sick and began listing dishes. I want crispy fried squid balls, sweet and sour fish, garlic spare ribs. Slurp. I like anything Safe Luosi makes. Sandersonia, what do you want to eat? The silver-haired youth turned to look at the green-haired girl. Never mind, what Marigold ordered is already enough. Sandersonia put her hand to her forehead and sighed lightly, thinking to herself that her sister was becoming more and more gluttonous. Safe Luosi nodded and placed the nearly burnt-out cigar in the ashtray. He stood up, stretched lazily, used his fruit's ability to recover a bit of stamina, then hummed a tune as he walked into the kitchen and started bustling about. He. He'll help you. Marigold giggled and came over to assist him with preparing the ingredients. Sandersonia went up to the second floor and gently pushed open the bedroom door. She found Boa Hancock sleeping soundly on her side. The black-haired, straight-haired girl shifted slightly, changing her position, and the blanket slipped off her snow-white shoulders. When she saw Boa Hancock's breathtaking sleeping face, the green-haired girl's heart treacherously skipped a beat. She gently closed the door and turned to walk toward the kitchen on the first floor. Since her sister was sleeping, she decided not to disturb her. She gently closed the door and turned to walk toward the kitchen on the first floor. Since her sister was sleeping, she decided not to disturb her and went downstairs to help Safe Luosi prepare dinner. Thanks to his improved physical condition and the assistance of the two girls, Safe Luosi's cooking efficiency was much higher than before. He prepared 18 dishes in just over an hour and set them on the table. The tantalizing aroma of the food kept tempting Marigold and Sandersonia, stirring up the greedy bugs in their stomachs. They would occasionally reach out, pick up some food, and sneak a bite or two. The sight of the two beauties drooling over the food was truly amusing to Safe Luosi. You go ahead and eat. He'll go call Hancock down. Go ahead. Go ahead. The two girls nodded repeatedly. After receiving his permission, they no longer suppressed their craving for the delicious food, quickly picking up chopsticks and wolfing it down, their eating manners extremely unrefined. Safe Luosi went up to the second floor, pushed open the bedroom door, and arrived at Boa Hancock's bedside. He reached out and gently shook her shoulder. Safe Luosi, I'm so tired, let me rest a bit. Don't sleep now, get up and eat. I've made a lot of Eat. Boa Hancock reached out and touched her smooth stomach, which was sending waves of hunger, and she immediately perked up. Oh, eat. I love the food Safe Luosi makes. Saying this, the black-haired, straight-haired girl cheered, threw off the blanket, and jumped out of bed. Safe Luosi, why are you bleeding from the nose? Hearing this, the silver-haired youth, struck by a strong shock, stared blankly and raised his right hand to touch the crimson blood flowing from his nose. It's nothing, just too much internal heat lately. As he spoke, he turned around with a slightly hunched posture, covered his nose, and quickly walked out of the bedroom, saying in a muffled voice, hurry up and get dressed, come downstairs to eat, or else the food will be finished by Marigold and Sandersonia. Damn it. Boa Hancock's charm is ridiculously strong, even though I'm doomed. Safe Luosi took a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped his nose, calmed his mood, and then walked to the dining table and sat down. Soon Boa Hancock, wearing a purple high-slit cheongsam, slowly descended from the second floor. Big sister, you look so much more beautiful. Upon seeing the black-haired girl's captivating beauty, Marigold couldn't even hold her chopsticks, and they fell onto the table with a clatter. Yeah, it feels like we only went out shopping for half a day, and big sister has become so much more beautiful. Sandersonia also remarked with some emotion. After consuming the love fruit, Boa Hancock's charm reached an outrageous level, captivating everyone from the elderly to children regardless of gender or age. Those with weak will or pure hearts would involuntarily develop feelings of affection for her. It's all thanks to Sephiroth. He gave me a devil fruit to eat, so I became more beautiful. The black-haired girl giggled sweetly and wrapped her arms around the silver-haired youth's left arm, causing him to stiffen slightly and stop the motion of picking up food with his chopsticks in his right hand. Hearing this, Sonia immediately pouted. She also sidled up to Sephiroth, wrapped her arms around his right arm, and said in a coquettish tone, "Hey, I also want to eat that kind of devil fruit." Sephiroth was utterly speechless. He just wanted to have a quiet meal. Why was it so hard? As the night deepened, the moon quietly climbed over the treetops. After finishing dinner, Sephiroth and the others tidied up the villa, restoring it to its spotless state. After bathing, Sephiroth lounged on the long sofa in the living room, picking up a book and flipping through it. In this world, there were no computers or smartphones. Once night fell, people's pastimes were mostly bars and casinos. Given his current circumstances, none of those seemed suitable, so he had to resort to reading to pass the time. Before long, Hancock finished her hot bath. She emerged from the bathroom, drying her waist-length black hair with a towel still half damp. She wore a pair of black hot pants and a white short-sleeved top, perfectly accentuating her graceful figure, radiating youthful vitality. Vaguely, Sephiroth caught a sweet, faint fragrance that intoxicated and stirred him. The sweet fruit had not only perfected Hancock's appearance, but also granted her this unique natural scent. Sephiroth averted his gaze and lowered his head to the book, but his mind was elsewhere. His eyes kept drifting unconsciously back to the young woman. Hancock noticed his gaze. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly, revealing a barely perceptible smile. For a woman, knowing that the man she loved was utterly captivated by her was a matter of great comfort. And Sephiroth, ever since I ate the devil fruit, I feel completely weak and unable to move when I soak in the bath now. The weakness of the devil fruit seems far too obvious. If you strengthen your physical training, you should be able to mitigate that negative effect to some extent. When I have a chance, I'll get you a low-purity sea stone shackle. Training with it will not only improve your resistance to sea stone, but also rapidly unlock your potential. Is that so? Hancock murmured softly as she kicked off her slippers, swung her legs onto the long sofa, leaned back against the armrest, and continued drying her black hair with the towel. The young woman's legs were perfectly proportioned, neither too plump nor too slender. Her skin was fair and smooth, her feet flawless, the delicate veins on her instep clearly visible through the pale, translucent skin. Anyone who saw them would instinctively think these are not feet. They are the most exquisite, flawless works of art in the world. "Hey, Sephiroth, my toenails are a bit long. Could you trim them for me?" Hancock said with a playful grin, her tone coquettish as she placed her feet on his thighs. Sephiroth found it hard to resist the young woman's cajolery. Thus, without a second thought, he agreed. He put down the book, fetched a nail clipper, cradled Hancock's feet in his lap, and carefully trimmed them, as if afraid of damaging a masterpiece of God. Gradually, Sephiroth felt his blood begin to stir. He leaned close to the young woman's ear and whispered, "Hancock, let's go upstairs to sleep." With her consent, he took her hand and led her toward the bedroom on the second floor of the villa. 1,000 words omitted here. The joyful 4 days passed in an instant. In the early morning, Sephiroth, reluctant to part, saw the 3 Boa sisters off at Feichuan Island. Afterward, he returned to Shueiji-do, and riding a swordfish, he arrived before an ordinary shipyard bearing a sign that read, "Tangmas Workshop." Dong dong dong. With a listless expression, the silver-haired boy yawned as he extended his right hand and knocked on the closed workshop door. "Coming, wait a moment." Soon an elderly yet still remarkably voluptuous middle-aged woman opened the door. She had light green wavy long hair and wore gaudy heavy makeup. From the contours of her face, one could faintly see that she had been a great beauty in her youth. "Hello, Granny Kekalo." Sephiroth smiled and greeted the middle-aged woman, but his gaze slightly glanced. It was said that after reaching the age of 30, female mermaids could split their tails into 2 legs. The silver-haired boy was quite curious about the legs of this mermaid, Granny Kekalo. "Are you the young master Sephiroth who contacted by phone?" "Yes. Where are Falanki and the others?" "They were busy late last night, so they're still sleeping in the bedroom." Granny Kekalo invited the silver-haired boy into the house and had him sit at the dining table. Then she turned around, went back to the kitchen, and continued busily preparing breakfast. "Young master, what would you like to drink?" Sephiroth propped his left hand on the table, yawned, and asked instinctively, "Do you have goji tea?" "What's that?" "If not, just give me a cup of coffee, thank you." Soon Granny Kekalo placed a steaming cup of coffee. "Young master, you have heavy dark circles and a bad complexion. Have you been staying up?" "Yeah, overworked. Exhausted." Sephiroth sighed emotionally, picked up the coffee, and took a sip. During those 4 days, he played day and night with the 3 Boa sisters. Apart from sword practice, he did not engage in any other daily training. As for the Boya sisters, although Sapphalosi had written down the 6 styles techniques in detail for them to study after reading them, they cast them aside and insisted on dragging him to play. After waiting for a while, he finally saw Tongmu Falanki and Asibigu walk out of the bedroom one after another. "Young Master Sapphalosi, you came to our workshop so early." Tongmu yawned and rubbed his eyes with both. "This time I have come with something very important to discuss with you all. However, the main reason is to find Falanki." "Me?" Upon hearing this, Falanki's face showed a puzzled expression. He had little interaction with the silver-haired boy and did not understand why he was being sought. "I have founded a weapons company and would like to invite you to be a weapon designer responsible for the company's weapon development. I wonder if you are interested." "Weapon designer?" Hearing this, Falanki's eyes flashed with a golden light, and his heart surged with it. He had an inexplicable love for weapons since childhood. At the age of 10, he used parts from Feichuan Island to assemble a cannon. After that, he became unstoppable, pouring more effort into weapon development. Unfortunately, everyone around him were shipwrights who had little interest in weapons, and no one recognized his talent. Now Sapphalosi had affirmed his talent and extended an invitation. It was impossible for him not to be tempted. Asibigu quickly shook his foolish junior brother's shoulder and scolded loudly. "Wait. Falanki, you need to think carefully. Do you want to create more killing weapons?" "Killing?" Asibigu's rebuke was like a blow to the head, awakening him from his fantasy. Falanki truly enjoyed developing and manufacturing weapons, but he had never thought of using those weapons to take others' lives. With this thought, the blue-haired boy's expression immediately drooped. His hobby clashed with the cruel reality, plunging him into hesitation and indecision. Sapphalosi keenly noticed the change in the other's emotions. Before the other could speak, he said, "First, you don't have to give me an answer right away. You can take your time to consider." Falanki did not accept his invitation. Although Sapphalosi felt a little regret, he was not too troubled. Talents in weapon development with Falanki's aptitude might be hard to find, but if he were willing to spend more money, he could probably find slightly less excellent talents. "By the way, Mr. Tongmu, I have a presumptuous request. I would like to purchase the design drawings for the sea train. Would you be willing to sell them to me?" "Of course, the price is negotiable." "Young master, why would you want that?" "To be honest, I also want to build a sea train for my own company. This way I can transport the supplies my company needs in a safer and faster manner." Upon hearing this, Mr. Tongmu, patting his large belly, laughed heartily. "Ha, I see. The sea train can run so smoothly on the sea thanks to the internal combustion engine design you gave me, young master. As a true man, how could I possibly take your money? He'll just give it to you." This." Upon hearing this, Sapphalosi showed a surprised expression. He hadn't expected the other to be so generous. He had actually prepared to spend over 1 billion berry to buy the sea train technology. Of course, if Falanki had accepted his invitation, he would have saved the cost of over 1 billion berry for the technology. Sapphalosis' calculations were quite shrewd. Soon Mr. Tongmu handed him a thick stack of design drawings. "Our sea train has been connecting to Spring Queen City St. Papua for some time now. There have been no problems in operation. You can use it with confidence, young master." "Thank you, Mr. Tongmu." Sapphalosi chuckled as he took the design drawings and held them in his hands. Then he chatted with them for a good while. He discussed future development ideas with them, such as merging all the shipbuilding companies in Shueiji due to jointly develop the shipbuilding industry, and also proposed that various islands participate in investment and sponsorship to help accelerate the completion of the sea train project. After hearing these ideas, Asibigu found them highly feasible. After breakfast, he went out enthusiastically to discuss with the shipbuilding companies in Shueiji-do. Having obtained the sea train design drawings and retrieved the door fruit, Sapphalosi had no reason to stay in Shueiji-do. Therefore, he took a commercial tourist sailing ship to Xiangbidi Islands, using it as a transfer point, bypassed the Zhengyi Gate, and returned to Malinfanduo Marineford Military Academy dormitory building. Upon opening the door to his dorm room, Sephiroth found the air thick with the scent of cigar smoke. White plumes drifted lazily, shrouding his vision in a hazy mist. Smoker lay sprawled on the bed like a salted fish, 2 cigars dangling from his lips, his body forming a large X shape. On the bedside table, the ashtray overflowed with cigar, but some even scattered across the surface. "Did you just laze around on the bed during the entire break?" Sephiroth walked to the window and pushed it open. A gust of winter wind carrying white snowflakes instantly swept into the room. Unbeknownst to him, Marineford had already transitioned from summer to winter. The year was drawing to a close. What else could I do? The leave was only a month long. I couldn't possibly go back to the East Blue, could I? True. Don't you already have a new sword? Why haven't you thrown away that old one on the desk? Do you still plan? Hearing this, Sephiroth gazed at the autumn leaf blade resting on the sword stand atop his desk. He reached out and gently stroked the hilt, sighing faintly. "It was the first named sword I ever used, and I've wielded it for so long. I've grown somewhat attached to it. Though I can no longer use it in battle, it feels a shame to discard it. You could consider removing the rusted parts and forging it into a short sword." Then you'd be able to use it again. A short sword. What would I do with it? Cut cigars. That could work. Smoker propped himself up, removed the 2 nearly finished cigars from his mouth, and reached for the cigarette box on the bedside table to grab another pair. But he found the box empty. I picked up some premium cigars in Sabaody Archipelago. Want to try them? 100,000 berries per box. As he spoke, Sephiroth placed an elegantly wrapped bag on the bedside table. 100,000 berries. That's almost a month's salary for me. Smoker grumbled under his breath, yet his hands moved without hesitation, swiftly tearing open the exquisite packaging, pulling out 2 cigars, lighting them, and placing them between his lips. Just go catch a few pirates. With your Logia ability, bullying those small-time pirates would be a piece of cake. If it were just for money, I might as well become a bounty hunter. In truth, I've been pondering lately whether I should remain in the Marines, upholding justice. Then why are we Marines acting as lapdogs for the celestial dragons? Even the highest combat strength of Marine headquarters, the 3 admirals, have to take turns stationed at Mary Geos to protect those bastards. And their behavior is utterly repugnant. Sephiroth casually tossed his suitcase under the bed, grabbed a chair to sit down, and lit a cigar for himself. That's a decision you have to make yourself. The Marines are an organization under the world government. It's understandable that they prioritize the interests of the celestial dragons. Think of it this way: if you were the boss and hired a bodyguard who didn't listen to you, would you keep employing him? However, the Marines aren't entirely useless. They do maintain order on the seas, capture pirates, and protect civilians. Everything has 2 sides. How you perceive and accept it is up to you. Smoker remained silent, but a thoughtful expression crossed his face, as if he were pondering something. There's nothing much to do cooped up in the dorm room. How about heading to the training ground to exercise? No. Without a second thought, Smoker refused, still lying in bed puffing on his cigars, showing no intention of getting up. Fine. Keep lazing around then. Sephiroth retrieved a pair of sea-stone shackles from the storage cabinet and fastened them around his left wrist. After changing into a short-sleeved summer uniform, he leisurely left the dormitory building and headed toward the training ground. During the round trip to Water 7, aside from daily sword drills, he had barely trained properly, especially when spending time with the Boa sisters. Consequently, he had recently felt a slight dulling in his physical reactions. On the Academy's training ground, white snowflakes drifted down from the sky, blanketing the world in a layer of silver. 932, 933, 934. Sephiroth pressed his palms against the ground, performing push-ups one after another. Sweat dripped from the tip of his nose onto the ground, melting a small hole in the accumulated snow. A cloud of white steam rose from his body. Through prolonged hellish training, his body was no longer as frail as before. Beneath his uniform, defined muscles showcased both explosive power and aesthetic grace without appearing bulky or cumbersome. After wearing the low-purity sea-stone shackles for some time, he had gradually adapted to their suppression of his physical strength. His next consideration was whether to switch to high-purity sea-stone shackles. The stronger a devil fruit user becomes, the less effective sea-stone is at suppressing them, even to the point of negating the weakening of their stamina. Otherwise, why would Queen of the Beasts pirates, after placing high-purity sea-stone shackles on Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, still need to frantically administer 100 shots of super-strength anesthetic? Hence, Sephiroth set a long-term goal for himself. He would forge his physique to the point where, even if bound by sea-stone shackles, he could still wield Busashoku. Of course, that was destined to be a distant, perhaps even unattainable goal. Tap, tap, tap. A pair of black high heels crunched through the snow, coming into the silver-haired youth's line of sight. With his hands still on the ground, his gaze traveled upward, meeting a set of long snow-white legs and a spider tattoo exposed on the outer side of the right thigh beneath black shorts. Guion, with a long sword at her waist, covered her mouth and chuckled. Little brother Sephiroth, long time no. Where have you been off to recently? I went back to my hometown, Water 7. Sephiroth didn't pause his movements, continuing his push-ups. I heard. You took the slaughter blade from Fleet Admiral Kong. Is this sword suiting you well? Guion's gaze unconsciously fell upon the long black sword in its sheath lying in the snow beside the silver-haired youth. In truth, she had known about this sword for a very long time. When she earned military merits and was promoted to Corporal, Vice Admiral Tru recommended her to the higher-ups of the Marines, noting that although she was a woman, she possessed swordsman-level strength at a young age and had great potential for development. Thus, Vice Admiral Tru took her to the Marine Armory, allowing her to choose a sword from among many famed blades as her weapon. At that time, Guion's swordsman instincts led her to immediately notice the slaughter blade, exuding a After learning of the slaughter blade's mysterious properties, she did consider trying to tame and master this cursed sword. But when her hand coated with Busashoku Haki touched the hilt, the terrifying speed at which it drained vitality made her instantly abandon the thought of using this blade. No matter how good a sword is, it is ultimately just a weapon in the hands of a swordsman. Gion, who considered herself not lacking in talent and had already become a swordmaster, felt no need to forcibly wield that cursed blade at the cost of her own lifespan just to take a shortcut to becoming a grandmaster. Even if that sword were comparable to a Seijo o Wazamono, it still held true. Vice Admiral Tsuru had once told Gion that the last swordsman able to fully master this blade was a dual-wielding grandmaster who appeared briefly decades ago. He possessed strength that could challenge the world's greatest swordsman, yet he faded away in that era without leaving a lasting name. Presumably that dual-wielding grandmaster had been drained of life by this cursed sword. Hence in the armory, she ultimately selected a Wazamono named Kenpira. Among the many famed blades, Kenpira was the only one that refused to suppress its own aura under the intimidation of the slaughter blade. This sword is very powerful. I haven't fully adapted to it yet. After completing 1,000 push-ups, Sephiroth let out a long breath, casually picked up the slaughter blade lying on the ground, and stood up. Finally, he clapped his hands to shake off the dust. Take a big sister's advice, this cursed blade is far too baleful. Once you find a substitute, return it to Fleet Admiral Kong. No, I like this sword a lot, so I have no intention of giving it back. Sigh. To become a grandmaster you indeed need a good sword. But wielding a cursed blade at the cost of your life isn't... Exactly. You make a valid point. Sephiroth nodded earnestly, clearly agreeing with her. Hearing this, Gion pressed her hand to her forehead and sighed lightly. Then why don't you hurry up and swap with Fleet Admiral Kong? There are many truths in the world, but I don't have to follow every single one of them. With that, Sephiroth gave a carefree smile, reattached the slaughter blade to his waist, turned, and walked away, clearly not wanting to continue this discussion with the long-legged beauty. Sigh. Fine, suit yourself. Gion put her hands on her hips and shook her head gently. As a friend, she had said what needed to be said. Good words are wasted on a doomed soul. Let him be. Night stars dotted the sky, dazzling and brilliant. This evening, the Navy headquarters held a grand New Year's Eve party at the Oris Square of Marineford. The biting cold wind swayed the blazing orange flames atop the bonfire unsteadily. The slightly chilly temperature could not dampen the enthusiasm of the naval soldiers. They were seated at long tables laden with sumptuous food, toasting and clinking glasses, creating a lively atmosphere. At the center of the square, on a makeshift stage, one after another people came up to perform, singing, dancing, and other entertainment acts. This bonfire party was actually organized by the Navy headquarters for those naval soldiers whose families were not in Marineford and who could not return home for the new year. Therefore, the number of participants was not large, only a little over 3,000. On a long table filled with military academy students, the sounds of clinking glasses, laughter, and banter filled the air. At the end of the table, Sephiroth, holding a knife and fork, was intently focused on the steak before him. Opposite him sat Maynade, while Simage sat beside him. Zifa, with a cigarette in his mouth and black sunglasses on his face, wore a cheerful expression. With his hands behind his back, he walked to the long table where the military academy students were seated, stopping beside Sephiroth, and loudly addressed the students. Tonight is New Year's Eve, you little rascals. You must have fun and enjoy yourselves to the fullest tonight. You are my students. I've thought about it, and I must give you a New Year's gift. Suddenly, silence. Gulp. When Zifa mentioned the word gift, the smiles of the military academy students instantly froze. Their hearts inexplicably sank, and many wore expressions of unease, swallowing their food with difficulty. This old scoundrel always finds new ways to torment them in every class. Who knows if this time he might make them do a temporary extra training session on New Year's Eve. My favorite drink is sherry. Though it's not something expensive, it's a token of my appreciation. They'll give each of you a bottle as a New Year's gift. As he spoke, Zifa waved his hand behind him. The next moment, Shiozwa pushed a cart carrying over a dozen boxes of sherry to the long table. Phew. Seeing this, the military academy students collectively breathed a sigh of relief, their hearts returning to normal. The atmosphere at the long table became lively again. Even some who were already slightly drunk began to urge Zifa to drink with them. The latter did not refuse, but amiably accompanied them in drinking. Sephiroth reached out, took the sherry brought by Shiozwa, and poured a third of it into a wine glass. He gently swirled the pale golden liquid in the glass before bringing it to his lips and taking a light sip. The wine had a subtle fruity aroma with a complex taste, fresh, dry, yet full, salty with a hint. Overall, it was decent, but compared to the red wine that Jiaji had treated them to some time ago, a bottle worth 500 belly, it was a grade or two lower. After a frenzy of drinking, Maynade, sitting opposite Sephiroth, was already tipsy. Bang! Bang! Maynade raised his right hand like a palm leaf fan, repeatedly slapping the long table, while yelling, "The most humiliating fight I've ever lost from childhood to now was that time on the warship with Sephiroth. I'm not convinced. If I hadn't been careless and underestimated you, I definitely wouldn't have been one shot. Sephiroth, do you dare to have a rematch with me? This time? Well, arm wrestle. The loser drinks this whole bottle. As he spoke, Maynade slammed an unopened bottle of tequila onto the table between them with a thud. You're drunk. Stop messing around, Sephiroth said helplessly. Let's have a match. A match. A match. Seeing this, the military academy students who loved nothing more than to watch a spectacle immediately began to cheer and instigate. The silver-haired youth looked around at the people, then glanced at Maynade sitting across from him. He let out a light sigh and nodded, saying, all right. A match it is. Come on. First we agree no armament Haki. Maynade, as if remembering something. Hearing this, Sephiroth twitched. He thought to himself, this dark-faced big guy looks honest and simple, but unexpectedly, he plays these little tricks. Without the enhancement of armament Haki, just in terms of height and build, Sephiroth was barely 201 centimeters, while Maynade was 252 centimeters. Sephiroth's well-proportioned muscle physique simply couldn't compare visually to the other's heavily muscled fit body. This guy was clearly trying to trick him. After clearing away the food plates and glasses from the long table, to make enough space, they each placed their hands on the table-locked wrists and began to exert force. On the other side, on the makeshift stage, Zoan, wearing a loose pink kimono and holding a folding fan, walked gracefully onto the stage to the sound of soothing instrumental music and began to dance elegantly. Go! 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 Amid the shouts of the military academy students, the arm wrestling between Sephiroth and Maynade gradually reached a fever pitch. Veins bulged on their foreheads, their teeth clenched, and even the entire long table began to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Sephiroth showed a surprised expression, raised his left hand pointing at the stage and shouted, look! Zoan is showing something indecent. Shoo! 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 Hearing this, the military academy students instinctively turned their heads toward the stage, including Maynade, who was in the middle of arm wrestling. Where is she exposed? Could it be that she's not wearing underwear? Wow, what a pity. A bunch of perverts. Sephiroth muttered silently in his heart. After he shouted that, Zoan, who was dancing on the stage, stiffened immediately, and even her movements became somewhat unnatural. The next moment, taking advantage of Maynade's distraction, Sephiroth suddenly exerted force on his wrist and slammed the back of Maynade's hand heavily onto the table with a bang. It was only then that everyone realized they had been tricked by Sephiroth. Maynade slapped the table with both hands. Bang! He snapped angrily. Wow. You cheated. I protest. Nonsense. Zoan really did show something. You just didn't see it. Just because you didn't see it doesn't mean it didn't happen. Besides, who told you to turn your head and look? Sephiroth, wore a smug expression, slammed the bottle of tequila heavily in front of Maynade, signaling him to quickly fulfill his promise. Hearing this, Maynade gritted his teeth in anger, but he didn't renege on his promise. He opened the bottle cap, and then gulp, 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 he chugged the entire bottle of tequila into his stomach. Then he let out a loud burp and collapsed onto the table, mumbling indistinctly, I'm not convinced. We'll have a rematch next time. Having eaten and drunk his fill, Sephiroth socialized with the other cadets for a while before standing up from his chair, humming a tune, and walking away from Aura Square toward the military academy dormitory. Clang, clang, clang. The resonant and heavy bell slowly rang through Orland Square, reaching the ears of the crowd, heralding the arrival of the new year. At the dormitory of Marineford Military Academy, Sephiroth was walking with his head down, lost in thought, when Zoan, clad in a loose pink kimono, appeared before him without warning. The long-legged beauty wore a sullen expression, a cold sneer curling at the corners of her mouth. She clutched her folding fan tightly, her entire being shrouded in a menacing aura. Gulp! Ahem! What a coincidence! Sephiroth's face betrayed his guilt. He sidestepped and tried to walk around Zoan to return to the dorm. Whish! Zoan's fan cut through the air with a sharp sound, swinging toward the back of Sephiroth's head. Without thinking, he instinctively sidestepped and ducked to dodge. What are you doing? A chill flashed in Zoan's eyes. With a flourish, she opened her fan, coating it with a layer of pitch-black armament Haki, and slashed it swiftly toward his chest. Had the strike landed, it would have left a wound on Sephiroth's body. Thus, he quickly raised his hand to parry, punching the side of the fan to knock it away. However, Zoan did not relent. Instead, she lifted her left foot, clad in a wooden clog, and kicked. Left with no choice, Sephiroth swiftly reached out and caught her ankle. What the hell is wrong with you? You really aren't wearing anything. As he spoke, his eyes subconsciously glanced downward, and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Hearing this, Zoan was first stunned, then her face rapidly flushed crimson. She gritted her teeth and enunciated each word. You go to hell. In an instant, Sephiroth understood. So this was about that offhand remark Head made back then, which Shed overheard, making her genuinely believe Shed been exposed. That's why Shed come to vent her anger on him. As for now, what a disaster. Hey, it was an accident. Sephiroth looked flustered, quickly let go, and turned to run away. Wish, A long, narrow blue flying slash shot out from Ji Yuan's fan, hurtling toward his back. In a panic, Sephiroth stomped hard on the ground, leaping high into the air. But Ji Yuan was relentless. She swung her fan repeatedly, unleashing several flying slashes at him, forcing him to quickly execute moonwalk to change direction and dodge in midair. With a few agile moves, Sephiroth landed on the slanted roof of the dormitory. He glanced back and saw that the madwoman had also used moonwalk to pursue him. What exactly do you want? Fine. They'll let you look at me instead. Hearing this, Ji Yuan's expression darkened even further. Fuming with rage, she barely steadied herself on the roof before swinging her fan at Sephiroth again, as if she would never stop until one of them was dead. Hey, that's enough. The silver-haired boy cursed under his breath, no longer holding back. The two began exchanging blows, parrying and countering each move. Ji Yuan, already agitated and flustered, attacked with reckless abandon. Her observation Haki was completely forgotten, and she fought purely on anger, launching a continuous barrage of strikes at Sephiroth. The silver-haired boy had already drunk quite a bit, his blood boiling. As the exchanges continued, genuine anger welled up within him. He spotted a flaw in the long-legged bowtie's attack, gently pulled her hand aside, and used a clever push to her lower abdomen, sending her stumbling back several steps. However, neither of them expected that Ji Yuan would step on empty air and tumble backward off the roof. Seeing this, Sephiroth rushed forward and caught Ji Yuan's slender waist, halting her fall and pulling her back. Clang. The final bell of the new year from Orleans Square slowly faded into the distance. On the dormitory roof, the two embraced, locking eyes, immersed in an atmosphere of ambiguous intimacy. Sephiroth's deep eyes gazed at Ji Yuan's beautiful face as he slowly leaned in. Her heart suddenly fluttered, and a rosy blush spread across her cheeks. She gently closed her eyes, her long lashes trembling slightly, as if waiting for something. She could even feel his breath brushing against her face. Suddenly, boom. A streak of fire shot into the sky, exploding high above into a colorful boom, boom. One after another, brilliant fireworks soared into the sky, bursting open their multicolored lights, illuminating the entire heavens. The sudden spectacle dispelled some of Sephiroth's drunkenness, reawakening a shred of his reason. Now their noses were almost touching. He could clearly smell the faint fragrance emanating from Ji Yuan. Just a few centimeters more, and he would be kissing her soft pink lips. Yet, Sephiroth forcibly restrained himself, suppressing the rising desire within him. He brushed past Ji Yuan's nose and whispered softly into her ear, "I'm truly sorry. That was really an accident. Now we're even, right?" Hearing this, Ji Yuan's eyes snapped open. Her face flashed with embarrassment and anger. She reached out and shoved the silver-haired boy away. Finally, she lifted her right foot, still wearing a wooden clog, and stomped hard on Sephiroth's right foot, making him wince in pain. Now we're even. With that, Ji Yuan leaped off the roof, using moonwalk twice to slow her descent, landing steadily on the ground from the 6th floor. Sephiroth watched the long-legged beauty sway her hips as she walked away, and he muttered softly, "I lost. If I hadn't changed my mind at the last minute, maybe I could have fired the first shot of the new year." The next day, 6 in the morning, on the training ground of Marineford Military Academy, Sephiroth, wearing seastone shackles, jogged briskly along the track. When he saw Ji Yuan running beside him, he smiled and greeted her, "Good morning, Ji Yuan." However, the long-legged beauty responded with only a cold humph and ignored him, speeding up to run past him. At some point, Ji, with a lecherous grin, also ran up beside him and asked gossipily, "Sephiroth, my friend, did you two have a fight?" "Oh, it's complicated. Can't explain in a few words. Tell me all about it. Let me give you some advice. I know women's hearts best," Ji said with a nosy. Hearing this, Sephiroth shot him a sidelong glance and ruthlessly retorted, "You know women's hearts best. May I ask, do you even have a girlfriend?" Thud. At this remark, Ji instantly broke down, dropping into a pose of utter defeat and kneeling on the track. Yesterday, Ji had confessed his love to Miss Liliano again, but she told him she was getting married and asked him to stop harassing her. Heaven have mercy. He was just trying to express his love, so how did that turn into harassment? The Sabaody Archipelago, Island No. 71. In the study of a grand villa. Sephiroth, dressed in a white suit with a black cloak draped over his shoulders, raised his hand to remove the white mask from his face and sat down on the couch, leisurely crossing his legs. Taizolo sat on a single sofa, buttoning his white shirt as he complained, "Boss, why do you always come wrapped up so tightly and enter through the window? Can't you find a more normal way? Is it my fault I interrupt you two lovebirds?" The silver-haired youth shrugged helplessly. As he transformed into a swarm of black bats and arrived at the balcony of the study, he saw Taizolo embracing Stella affectionately. The scene was awkward for all three. Fortunately, Stella was the first to react. She quickly donned an indifferent expression, hurriedly left the study, and closed the door behind her. Taizolo, feeling embarrassed, cleared his throat and changed the topic. "Ahem. Boss, let's get down to business. You asked me some time ago to help you find the technology to allow weapons to consume devil fruits. I have, through some connections, found a seller. Sephiroth picked up an exquisite porcelain teapot and poured red tea into a cup, casually inquiring, "Oh, who is the seller?" You might not believe it, but the seller is Vegapunk, your Navy's chief scientist. Huh. Hearing this, Sephiroth was taken aback. His hand holding the teacup paused. He had considered that the seller might be Vince Smoke Judge, or Queen the Plague, or even some underground organization, but he never imagined it would be Vegapunk. What? How much did they ask for? 200 billion berries. Sephiroth spewed the high-grade red tea he had just sipped, startling Taizolo, who hurriedly dodged to avoid the spray. What did you just say? 200 billion berries. Taizolo replied weakly. What the hell? Why doesn't he just rob a bank? After confirming the price, the silver-haired youth began to curse angrily. After all, devil fruits are not common items, but rare treasures that can only be encountered, not sought. In other words, the technology to allow weapons to consume devil fruits is merely a niche technology that appears grand, but has low practical value. I don't understand why they would quote such an outrageous price. They also mentioned something about the principles of bloodline factors. How about I look for others to see if anyone else has this technology? Taizolo tentatively said no. What, are you sure it's really Vegapunk selling this technology? With the Navy around, he shouldn't be short on money, right? I'm not sure. I heard that he wanted to research a certain project, but the Navy rejected it and didn't provide the relevant funds. It just so happened that I found him through connections, and that's when he quoted this price. If we can connect with Vegapunk, spending 200 billion would definitely be worth it. How much capital can the company allocate right now? Without affecting the company's operations, we can allocate 150 billion berries. But 200 billion would be more challenging. If that happens, the company may not be able to pay salaries to employees, and repayment for goods would also need to be postponed, which would affect the company's credibility. So, I need to raise at least 50 billion berries. Sephiroth gently rubbed his chin, and in fact he had ways to raise that much money. Taizolo had already consumed the gold fruit. As long as he took Sephiroth to Sky Island and thoroughly looted Golden Country Shandora, he would definitely get more than 200 billion berries. The idea was good, and the feasibility was high. But his vacation was coming to an end. If Sephiroth took Taizolo from the Sabaody archipelago to the vicinity of Gyra Island, riding the knock-up stream to reach Sky Island, and then returning to the Sabaody archipelago. They didn't mention that. Alright, I must obtain this technology at all costs. They didn't mention that. Alright, I must obtain this technology at all costs. But we still need to raise the money quickly. Boss, what do you plan to do? Taizolo asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Sephiroth grinned. Irorinoa Zoro will raise the funds. This. Boss, are you planning to be a bounty hunter again? Isn't that a bit too risky? Rest assured. I have my own measures. How is the company's recent development status? Sephiroth waved his hand, showing a carefree expression, and changed the subject to something he was more concerned about. Upon hearing this, Taizolo seemed to remember something, and slapped his thigh, saying, Right. Boss, I recently found a great talent in the human sales store. That guy is called Fortis Jim. He was originally a weapon designer for a small kingdom. However, he was quite unfortunate. When that small kingdom was attacked by pirates, he was captured and sold to the Sabaody archipelago. After I redeemed him, he became the head of the newly established weapon workshop in the company, developing new weapons for us. Thanks to him, I no longer have to worry about establishing an arms factory in the Sardo kingdom in the future. I see. Looks like I won't need to personally get involved in weapon design anymore. By the way, he'll give you some weapon design concepts, and you let that. Jim try to develop them. After discussing with Taizolo, Sephiroth reactivated the persona of the bounty hunter Rorinoa Zoro. During the remaining time before his vacation ended, he spent all day lurking in the Sabaody archipelago, using bats to patrol back and forth, searching for traces of pirates. From supernovas with bounties over 100 million to small pirates with bounties of 1 million, he spared none. Every one of them was cut down and their bodies sent to the Navy base to collect the bounty. To maximize profits, he even took the time to find those pirate cruise ships, looting every berry he could from them. In no time, the news of bounty hunter Rorinoa Zoro reappearing in the Sabaody archipelago and hunting pirates spread again in the World Economic News, causing some timid pirate crews to halt their advance toward the New World and choose to stay in the first half of the Grand Line. This situation continued until the military academy opened, at which point Sephiroth returned to a busy and fulfilling life at the academy. On the 52nd island of the Zyangbaty archipelago, 3 pirate ships, flying different flags, slowly docked at a hidden coastline. On a two-masted sailboat, a long-armed tribeman with dreadlocks, a height of 2.5 meters, and a full beard, wearing a serious expression, said to the pirate crew members, Brothers, we have plenty of food and fresh water, and the pirate hunter Rorinoa Zoro often appears on Zyangbaty Islands, so you all stay on the ship. After I find a coating craftsman and get the ship coated, we'll head directly to Uran Island. Huh. Victor, I never expected you to be such a coward. Did that pirate hunter scare you out of your wits? No wonder you sought an alliance with the two of us. You said back then that we would join forces to claim territory in the New World. Actually, you're not just simply cowardly, are you? The speaker was a fat man 2 meters tall with a round figure. As he spoke, he actually took a long sword and crack, crack. A few times he swallowed it into his belly. While taunting the bearded man Victor, he led his men off a 3-masted sailboat wrapped in iron plates and walked ashore. Huh. Jones is right, Victor. You're so timid that I seriously doubt how you got your 160 million. How about this? Considering your bounty is decent enough, why not just join my pirate crew? The speaker was a burly man with a bare upper body wearing black shorts 2 meters 9 tall, with rippling muscles and a short black crew cut. This man was named German, a pirate supernova with a bounty of 210 million belly and a user of the paramecia type quick-cut fruit. The fat man who taunted the long-armed tribe man Victor alongside him was named Yadala Cheongsi, with a bounty of 180 million belly, a user of the paramecia type swallow fruit. If you insist on taking your crew into danger, then go ahead. I am responsible for my men. Victor cast a cold glance at the 2 pirate crews that had already disembarked, his tone filled with chill. Temporary alliances among pirates were inherently fragile. If not for the need to establish a foothold in the New World where monsters roamed, and to seize a territory as a base, he would never have teamed up with these two. Suddenly, after the 2 pirate crews, over 100 people, had walked some distance, a dense black fog suddenly billowed around them, obscuring their vision. A dark domain over 100 meters in diameter instantly formed. What is this? Cheongsi showed a look of terror. Subconsciously, he activated his swallow fruit ability, combining the stored swallowed matter within his body with himself, transforming into a metal mecha. 2 cannons grew from his shoulders, his left hand became a machine gun, and his right hand turned into a large cleaver. Among them, German was the calmest. He quickly turned his entire body into blades and used observation Haki to perceive the surroundings. Seeing this, Victor, still on the pirate ship, frowned deeply with a grave expression. After thinking it over, he finally decided to go down and give the 2 a hand. After all, they were allies. If he stood by idly once the 2 defeated the intruder, they would likely hold him accountable. Victor leaped down, landing steadily on the ground with both feet. Then his body rapidly swelled and expanded, transforming into a green mantisman. His originally slender hands became 2 massive forelimbs, the mantis sides glinting coldly. Quick, support them. The crew members on the ship, though reluctant in their hearts, had to accept the captain's orders and hurriedly jumped off the ship. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the black fog, a tall figure holding a standard-issue bladed weapon swiftly dashed through the crowd of pirates. With each flip of the blade, one life after another was reaped. The opponent's attacks were clean and decisive, without any unnecessary movements, and every strike hit vital points, truly a killing machine. Enemy, kill him. Over 100 pirates trapped in the pitch-black fog, their hearts filled with... Hearing the noise beside them, they instinctively raised their guns and opened fire. Bang, bang, gunfire erupted everywhere. Many bullets struck German's blade body, sending sparks flying. Furious, he roared, "Everyone stop. Calm down." Compared to German and Cheongsi, who both had steel-like bodies, Victor was unlucky. Bullets from all directions left 5 gunshot wounds on him. Though not life-threatening, his movements were affected. Just as he was cursing inwardly and preparing to retreat back to the ship, to stand idly by, a figure in a black robe wearing a sinister smiling mask suddenly appeared before him. The newcomer, wielding a standard long sword coated in pitch-black armament, Haki swung down, fiercely slashing across his chest, causing blood to splatter and him to fall to the ground unconscious. Just as Sephiroth was about to deliver a finishing blow to the neck, German moved. The crew-cut man's figure shot toward the youth like an arrow, and the 5 blade-like claws on his right hand were covered in pitch-black armament. Haki. Clang. Sephiroth quickly changed his move and parried the claw strike, but under the haste he stepped back. At this moment, Cheongsi, who was a beat slower, finally reacted. He quickly raised the machine gun in his left hand and unleashed a barrage of bullets at the 2. Sephiroth knew that if he continued to grapple with the crew-cut man, he would be riddled with bullets. Shave. He endured a claw strike to his chest, leaving 5 deep wounds that reached the bone, just to dodge the fat man's machine gun fire and appear over 10 meters away. Before he could fully regain his footing, German, braving the fat man's machine gun fire, charged at him again. This time, prepared, Sephiroth let out a low shout, emitting an invisible sonic wave, while his left hand drew the revolver, holstered on his right waist, and coated the bullet with armament. Haki. Bang. The pitch-black bullet shot from the muzzle, aiming directly at the crew-cut man's forehead, but the latter's observation Haki had already predicted the bullet's trajectory, and he evaded by slightly tilting his head. However, something bizarre happened. The bullet could actually turn. The bullet, originally fired in a straight line, had its trajectory curved under the ultrasonic wave emitted by the youth, changing direction and flying toward the opponent's chest. Observation Haki is indeed the power of hearing, but unfortunately, when an attack approaches the speed of sound, it can only predict the general trend of the trajectory, not make real-time dynamic adjustments. When a supersonic bullet interacts with a sonic wave, low-level observation Haki becomes completely useless. To detect such changes, at least a high-level observation Haki capable of seeing the future is required. After hitting German, the bullet only penetrated his clothes, leaving a shallow mark on his chest and sparking a... Seeing this, Sephiroth frowned slightly. He hadn't expected that even after using a sonic wave imbued with Haki to alter the bullet's trajectory and hitting the target, it would fail to inflict damage. After sensing the anomaly of the sonic wave with his observation Haki, German was initially tense, but then realized the bullet's attack power was too weak. He could simply ignore it. On the other side, the fat man Chongsi walked over to Victor. Upon finding that he was not yet dead, he immediately grinned. He opened his mouth to an extremely terrifying size, at least over a meter wide and 2 meters long. Then with one fierce gulp, he swallowed Victor whole into his stomach. On the islands of Xiangbidi on the coast of Island No. 52, a sudden change occurred in the figure of the Fat Jones after he swallowed the mantis man Victor. He transformed from a 2-meter-tall fat man into a slender, over 4-meter-tall metallic mantis man, equipped with cannons, machine guns, long knives, and thrusters. Buzz. The 2 thrusters on the back of the metallic mantis man suddenly ignited, producing intense flames and powerful thrust, propelling him towards Sephiroth and Gilman, who were locked in fierce combat. Swish. Swish. The metallic mantis man swung the 2 alloy mantis axes on his forearms, striking at the boy's neck and chest, forcing the latter to retreat. Gilman's quick slash fruit ability was quite troublesome, and his opponent's armed color Haki was formidable as well. Using a standard long knife, Sephiroth could only leave white marks on his opponent's body, failing to break through his defenses. Now, with the addition of a metallic mantis man stirring up trouble, the battle became even more intense. Seeing the metallic mantis man attacking against, Sephiroth had no choice but to discard his useless revolver. His left hand quickly reached for his waist, where a butcher knife hung, which suddenly drew out a flash of blood-red blade light. The metallic mantis man's right arm was instantly severed, blood gushing out, causing him to quickly retreat a distance. If he could help it, Sephiroth actually did not want to use the butcher knife to hunt pirates. This was not because he couldn't afford to lose his life, but because those killed by the butcher knife would show signs of withering, with wrinkles appearing on their skin, a mark of life force being drained. Therefore, if someone were to investigate with intent, his identity as the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro would be hard to conceal. Reluctantly, he had to equip himself with a second ordinary long knife. Alt. Pain. 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 After several screams of agony, the metallic mantis man finally realized that he was a user of the swallow fruit ability and could substitute his right mantis axe with other items. In an instant, his bleeding right arm was replaced by a machine gun. Die, you bastard. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets rained down, and Sephiroth, who was battling the crew-cut man with dual knives, had to divert part of his focus to dodge the bullet attacks. Although with his current armed color Haki strength, he could form an invisible armor over his body, it was still insufficient to withstand machine gun bullets. To directly ignore machine gun bullets, one would need at least extremely powerful armed color Haki, covering their body, forming a layer of black substance on the surface to have enough defense to resist. Of course, Sephiroth could also use his bat transformation to evade, but ultimately that ability was not elemental. He required a certain amount of buffer time to reorganize his body and could not attack with full force. Thus, it would be easy for Gilman to completely suppress him, even severely injuring him. First, eliminate that damn metallic mantis. The opponent only had observation Haki and no armed Haki, and with the sharpness of his butcher knife, he could easily cleave him in two. With this in mind, Sephiroth immediately transformed into a vampire, his original 2-meter height suddenly skyrocketing to 3 meters, greatly enhancing his speed and strength. Then, before Gilman could react, he quickly spun around and charged, disregarding the bursts of blood flowers that erupted on his body from the machine gun bullets. Two-sword style slash. In the astonished expression of the metallic mantis man, the boy's figure flickered and appeared behind him, while his body was cleaved into 4 segments, falling to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Not far away, a group of black bats flapped their wings, carrying a black cloth bag and placing it beside the metallic mantis man's corpse. Soon the corpse returned to human form, turning into chunks of severed limbs. On the other side, the pirates, who were already diminished by Sephiroth's attacks, suffered even heavier casualties due to the battle between the three, leaving only a few who lay on the ground moaning in agony. After dealing with the metallic mantis man, Sephiroth did not let his guard down. He instantly split into numerous black bats, evading the crew-cut man's claw strikes. Clang, clang, clang. Machine gun bullets fell to the ground, and the black bats flapped their wings, quickly reorganizing the boy's figure not far away. What a strange ability. Are you a Zoan type? Or a Paramecia type? Gilman's brows furrowed, his voice full of confusion. I say it's a Logia type. Do you believe me? Sephiroth adjusted the position of his dual knives, switching the butcher knife to his right hand. Then why don't you say you're not a user of any abilities? The crewcut man scoffed and continued, forget it. It's all just a little trick. In the face of absolute power, everything is an illusion. Buzz. As he spoke, a series of spiral blade edges grew from his arms, spinning rapidly, and the pitch-black armed color Haki coiled around his arms, making his blades appear even sharper. Spiral slash. Gilman's body erupted with a furious and astonishing aura. He stomped hard on the ground, and like a fierce tiger pouncing, he swung his arms at Sephiroth. Clang, clang, clang. The silver-haired youth continuously swung his dual long knives to parry and block, and the weapons of both sides collided, creating countless sparks. Taking advantage of the enemy's moment of changing tactics, he swung the butcher knife and struck the opponent's body several times. However, what left Sephiroth feeling somewhat helpless was that Gilman's Haki strength far surpassed his own. After the two Haki clashed, he could only leave a shallow cut on the surface of his opponent's body. Clang. Are you giving me a scratch? The crewcut man showed a mocking expression, and as he spoke, he surprisingly grabbed Sephiroth's standard long knife with both hands. The pitch-black armed color Haki through Gilman's rapidly spinning arms began to quickly spiral and wrap around, ultimately bursting forth from his claws and rushing into the long knife. Bang! In the astonished gaze of the silver-haired youth, the long knife in his left hand was impacted by the spiral Haki, collapsing from the inside, causing the blade to be instantly crushed into several segments, falling to the ground. This is an advanced technique of armed color Haki. Armed color Haki can generally be used for body hardening and enhancing weapons. This technique can be utilized by anyone with a certain amount of Haki, differing only in strength. In addition, releasing armed color Haki from a distance, forming shockwaves that can harm from afar and cause internal damage, is its advanced application. To perform this technique, if the quality and quantity of the armed color Haki are insufficient, either it cannot be executed, or even if released it would cause no harm. It's like Kozuki Odin using advanced armed color Haki with the technique Flowing Cherry Blossom to cut Kaido, each slash being lethal, while the Akazaya 9 using Flowing Cherry Blossom to cut Kaido only results in scratches. Sephiroth, who has trained in the Haki of Amazon Lily, is not unable to use armed color Haki to release at a distance, but if used for attack, the effect is simply unspeakable. The quality and quantity of the Haki are insufficient, no matter how fancy the technique, it is all swish, swish. The chilling gleam of the blade flashed repeatedly as Gilman swung his arms, slashing towards Sephiroth. After discarding the standard longsword that had snapped in his left hand, the youth switched to a two-handed grip to parry the assault. The crewcut man's attacks were unrefined, riddled with flaws. Yet, relying on his iron-like physique and formidable armament Haki, he cared little for being struck, seeking only to finish Sephiroth quickly. Clang. The youth once again seized a flaw in Gilman's attack, coating his butcher knife with pitch-black armament Haki and slashing it fiercely against his opponent's chest, leaving a shallow gash. Yet, the wound was less than a centimeter deep. At his current level of Haki, Sephiroth was unable to project it outward. Thus, attempting internal destruction against Gilman was nothing short of wishful thinking. Gradually, the surrounding black mist began to thin and dissipate, revealing the trees, grass, and the scattered corpses of pirates. What's the matter? Out of stamina to sustain these petty tricks. Gilman glanced around, and upon seeing the bodies of his men, rage surged within him. An endless killing intent erupted from his body, so dense it seemed to thicken the air. Bang! In his fury, the crewcut man suddenly raised his right leg, sharp as a blade, and stamped it heavily, carving a massive, bottomless fissure into the ground. Shave. Sephiroth vanished and reappeared over 20 meters away. Instead of pressing the attack, he took a long breath and slowly sheathed his blade. It's not a lack of stamina. I just need to focus all my attention on the fight now, and can no longer spare concentration to manipulate the black mist. With attacks like tickling, I advise you to stop struggling and accept your death. An old codger once told me, armament Haki, observation Haki. They're all hollow if your attack is strong enough and your speed fast enough. Now I want to test if his words hold true. As he spoke, Sephiroth clasped his hands together, and fine strands of armament Haki flowed across his palms, surging into the muscles of his arms. Life return arm strength enhancement. A crimson hue swiftly spread, saturating both arms. His biceps swelled as if pumped with air, muscles bulging, veins popping. A dreadful sight. Lately, he had been pondering how to let Haki circulate and strengthen within his meridians like the Chi in wuxia novels, thereby enhancing his physique. Though he had yet to create an internal energy technique, he had accidentally developed a method to use flowing haki to stimulate acupoints and reinforce muscles. Temporary localized muscle enhancement, given his current haki reserves in vampire form, could last at most about a minute and a half before his haki was depleted, leaving him unable to use it for a while. Adding the consumption for coating his weapon, the time would be even shorter. Hence he decided not to drag the fight. Once his haki was spent, regardless of the outcome, he would retreat through the air. He refused to believe that Gilman, a slice fruit user, could chase him in the sky. Humph. More petty tricks. Gilman sneered, stomping the ground and shooting forward like an arrow from a bow. One sword style flash cut. A crimson flash of the blade, and the two figures crossed. In midair, a spray of blood erupted. Impossible. How could you hurt me? The crew-cut man stared down in shock at the bloodline across his chest, from his left shoulder to his right waist, his eyes filled with disbelief. Seems that old codger's words carry some truth. A cold smirk curled on Sephiroth's lips as he turned to face the enemy, once so confident, now lost in panic and confusion. Brat, don't get cocky. Gilman roared, spun around, and charged at Sephiroth again. But this time hesitation flickered in his eyes and his attacks lost their former fierceness and dominance. However, Gilman, having lost his composure, now bore a massive mental flaw. How could he still use observation haki to predict attack trajectories? The combat skills of the two were never on the same level and now deprived of observation haki's aid. Soon the tide turned. In the offense-defense rhythm Sephiroth had laid out, Gilman began to retreat step by step, repeatedly wounded on the chest. Two successive strikes hitting the same gash, deepening it into a gruesome wound. One sword style flash cut. Sephiroth, like a relentless demon, sped past him and slashed again at the same repeatedly injured wound. Thud. Gilman's body was cleaved in two, collapsing onto the grass, dark red blood spurting from the Sephiroth slowly sheathed his blade and let out a long breath. His arms swiftly shrank back, the crimson color fading from his limbs. The final blow had managed to cut through Gilman's body solely because the man's spirit had collapsed, his will to fight gone, and even the intensity of his armament haki had dropped drastically. Otherwise, Sephiroth reckoned he'd need another 7 or 8 strikes. Sephiroth strode quickly to the black cloth bag in the distance, lifted it, and set it beside Gilman's corpse. He opened the bag, rummaged through it, and found a purple spherical fruit covered in spiral patterns with a serrated barb. The Munch fruit. After waiting a while longer, he found no other devil fruits in the black bag. He wasn't disheartened, though. Getting one of the 3 fruits to respawn in the bag was already decent. The Munch fruit's ability was practically broken. After consuming this fruit, the user could eat other devil fruit users to gain their powers or merge and modify living and non-living things they swallowed. With proper development, it could be godlike. Wait, merge and modify. A flash of inspiration struck Sephiroth's mind, and an irrepressible expression of delight spread across his face. On Sabaody Archipelago at Grove 52. After plundering the treasures from 3 pirate ships, Sapphira found 2 bubble carts to transport the corpses and the loot separately. This haul was exceptionally bountiful. Gilman at 210 million, Jones at 180 million, Victor at 160 million, plus the bounties of their crew members. The total bounty alone reached 840 million. This was the biggest profit Sapphira had made in over a month. Including the treasure, it should be over 1 billion bear. This way he had finally gathered enough money to buy the technique that allows weapons to consume devil fruits. Lately, due to his notorious reputation, few small-time pirates dared to come to Sabaody Archipelago. Only those with bounties over 100 million or those who had committed grave crimes and were relentlessly pursued by the Marines would come with a stroke of luck to coat their ships and head to Fishman Island. Even Tesoro complained to him that the number of pirates visiting Sabaody had plummeted. Apart from wholesale arms, the Umbrella Corporation's retail arms sales were almost stagnant. Thud, thud. A man appeared before Sapphira without warning. He wore a black hat adorned with white fluff, a Wynard patterned shirt, a black trench coat, white trousers, and black boots. On his back was a massive black sword and his head was bowed. Pirate Hunter. Rorinoa Zoro. Are you interested in taking my head with a bounty of 600 million berries? As he spoke, the newcomer slowly raised his head, his sharp yellow eyes like an eagle's fixed on Sapphira's face, hidden behind a sinister mask. After recognizing the face, Sapphira's eyes twitched slightly. He had never expected to encounter this man, the newcomer. Hawkeye Dracula Myhawk. Years ago, Hawkeye had already risen to fame, seeking out strong opponents to fight, whether pirates or Marines. As long as the opponent was powerful enough, he was interested. His strength had long reached the acknowledged realm of a great swordsman. However, it is worth noting that Hawkeye had never entered the New World in the latter half of the Grand Line for many years, instead roaming the first half. Sapphira had once secretly speculated that part of the reason Hawkeye chose to become a warlord might be to use the high-altitude elevator at Mary Geos to reach the New World. Hawkeye trusts hardly anyone, so he always travels alone. Descending from Sabaody Archipelago to Fishman Island 10,000 meters underwater is impossible with just a coffin boat. He could row across the calm belt with Yoru, but he couldn't possibly row underwater with Yoru, could he? Seeing Hawkeye about to reach for the sword on his back and draw Yoru, Sapphira quickly shook his head and refused. Not now. I've just been through a fierce battle. Exhausted, not in peak condition. Unless my hawk, you just want to take advantage of my weakness to claim my head for some empty fame. I care nothing for such trivial things. I only seek to pursue a higher realm of swordsmanship. In that case, how about we fight another day? Sapphira tentatively suggested. Hawkeye stared deeply at the slaughter blade hanging at the young man's waist, then lowered his right hand from the sword hilt. In a calm, flat tone, he said, time and place. 10 days from now at this same time and place. Good. Hawkeye nodded in agreement and turned to leave without hesitation. In his view, a man capable of wielding such a malevolent demonic blade surely possessed a formidable spirit and would not break his word easily. Moreover, Sapphira's clothes were torn and stained with blood, clearly just fresh from a bloody battle. Not even if he defeated such an opponent, Hawkeye felt it would be meaningless. After watching him leave, Sapphira breathed a sigh of relief. He pulled the 2 bubble carts and quickly left Grove 52. As for the duel in 10 days. Sorry, he had no intention of throwing his life away or being dominated. With the boost from the slaughter blade, he had to go all out and use every trick just to barely defeat a pirate with a 210 million bounty. Fighting Hawkeye was still too early. He would consider it after a few more years of training. Sabaody Archipelago, Grove 60. After delivering the treasure to the hotel where he was staying, Sapphira changed into fresh clothes, pushed the bubble cart with the corpses, and headed to the Marine base. 2 Marine soldiers on guard at the gate recognized him. One of them greeted him after he removed his mask, revealing his slightly gaunt and somber face. Mr. Zoro, it seems you've hunted quite a few pirates again. But lately fewer and fewer pirates are coming to Sabaody. Haha, that's all thanks to your fearsome reputation. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the soldiers, Sapphira continued pushing the bubble cart into the Marine base, heading to the morgue. There he met Captain Luther, a fat officer. Whoa, Mr. Zoro, you're truly amazing. Bringing in so many wanted corpses at once. Luther yanked off the gray cloth covering the bubble cart, studied the heads, and exclaimed in surprise. After flipping through the wanted posters and identifying the bodies, the fat captain signed some documents and said, Gilman Victor Atul Jones. Total 840 million berries. Take this to the 5th floor, get Major Doro's signature, then go to the finance department to claim the bounty. Major Doro. Vice Admiral Kazuru has been promoted to Admiral Candidate and transferred to manage G2 branch. The new base commander is Major Doro. Luther casually explained, handing over the documents. Hearing this, Sapphira narrowed his eyes, a flicker of concern rising in his heart. Major Doro belonged to the faction of Admiral Akainu Sakazuki. He also believed in absolute justice and employed extremely ruthless methods. Once to kill pirates, he ordered a warship to fire on the pirate ship, completely disregarding the civilians held hostage on board, sinking the entire vessel. For this, Doro had been disciplined by Marine headquarters. If not for Sakazuki's backing, he would have been court-martialed. If this man were to take command of the Sabaody Marine base once Sapphira graduated and applied for a post here, some of the Umbrella Corporation's affairs would become difficult to handle. The Umbrella Corporation's arms sales operated in a gray area, inevitably entangled with violent groups like pirates. Given Major Doro's style, he would likely target the Umbrella Corporation as well. Strange. Why would the Marines send a hawkish figure to manage Sabaody? Had they finally decided to crack down on the chaos here? But wouldn't the world government stand idly by? Many nobles, even celestial dragons, had shady dealings. Never mind, they'll deal with it later. I need to find a chance to humble Major Doro and set him up. Sapphira made a silent decision in his mind. Though Sapphira was a Marine, he only saw it as a platform for development. Having long seen through the world government and the Marines, he would never be bound by the positions of either side. Karl D. Sapphira would be the villain who stirs the tides of this era. At the Shampoo Archipelago Marine Base 5th floor commander's office. A knock sounded. Come in. A young man's voice came from within the office. Sephiroth pushed the door open and entered, then saw a man with a stern and serious countenance. The room's layout was little different from when Kazuru was present. The only notable difference was a plaque hanging on the wall inscribed with the words, Absolute Justice. Seeing that plaque, Sephiroth couldn't help but wonder whether absolute meant extreme and whether extreme meant. As for killing pirates, he didn't mind ruthless and brutal methods. After all, in Sephiroth's view, those pirates who hoisted black skull flags and set sail should have already embraced the resolve to be swallowed by the sea. Being a pirate was no child's play. If one sought freedom and adventure, one could simply set sail. Why raise a black sail? Thus, Sephiroth never showed mercy when fighting pirates. Well, when battling a certain female pirate, his legs did go weak. Anyway, back to the point. Pirates could be dealt with in any way, but what was the meaning of involving innocents? To put it bluntly, they were taxpayers who paid the heavenly tribute every year, and yet you wanted to kill them. What a joke. Major General Dualuo, hello. Please sign this document. Sephiroth, neither humble nor arrogant, wore a calm expression as he discreetly appraised the man draped in a justice cloak. Gilman Victor, a true Jones. 840 million belly. Rorinoa Zoro. The young man confirmed the corpse photos and wanted posters, then quickly signed his name. I appreciate your way of completely annihilating pirates. Pirate Hunter Rorinoa Zoro, are you interested in joining the Marines? With your strength, you'll soon make a name for yourself and eventually become an officer. I've always been too free-spirited and undisciplined. Thank you for the offer, Major General. Alright, if you don't want to join, so be it. His invitation directly rejected. Major General Dualuo's face immediately showed displeasure. He flung the documents onto the desk and waved his hand, signaling Sephiroth to leave quickly. I have accurate intelligence about a great pirate. Would you be interested, Major General? Hearing this, a glint of sharp light flashed in Major General Dualuo's eyes. He said sternly, what news about a great pirate? I have reliable information that Dracul Myhawk with a bounty of 600 million belly will appear on Island 52 at noon 10 days from now. Are you sure this is true? No. Why are you telling me this? Because I want to make friends with you, Major General, and also, I know my limits. My strength is insufficient. I cannot defeat Dracul Myhawk on my own. Therefore, I'm offering this information to you as a favor. I assume you just appointed urgently need military achievements to prove yourself. Isn't this a great opportunity? Sephiroth's words, like the whispers of a demon, lured the other into the abyss of death. Major General Dualuo narrowed his eyes, slightly tapping the desk with his right index finger, and said in a serious tone, this information better be true, or else you'll suffer the consequences. Of course. Sephiroth nodded with a smile, took the documents, turned, and left the office, heading to the finance department to claim the bounty. The trap had been set. Whether Major General Dualuo would fall into it and die depended on his luck. After all, Sephiroth didn't think that Hawkeye would be killed by this small fry. If that happened, the future world's greatest swordsman would be too much of a joke. As for Dualuo and the Marines who would be killed by Hawkeye, sorry, they were in his way. For those who obstructed him, Sephiroth, even if he felt a pang of conscience, would still set them up. Being soft-hearted had to be done at the right time. Besides, since those people chose to be Marines, didn't they already have the resolve to risk their lives? After leaving the Marine base, Sephiroth contacted Tesoro, saying he wanted to visit the company's weapons factory and meet the weapons designer Jim. Tesoro immediately said he would arrange everything and take him to the factory. Shampoo Archipelago Island 27, a lawless zone. Wearing a white suit, carrying a briefcase, and donning a white mask, Sephiroth, under Tesoro's guidance, arrived at the entrance of a large courtyard surrounded by high walls. At the metal gate, two burly men in black suits and sunglasses with bulging waists indicating concealed firearms quickly bowed and opened the gate upon seeing Tesoro letting them in. In the spacious square, many bubble carts were parked. One group unloaded raw materials from the carts while another loaded finished weapons onto them. After establishing our own weapons factory, our company has gradually freed itself from the constraints of suppliers. Now our weapons are sold across the 4 seas and the second half of the Grand Line, and our company has carved out a place in the underground arms trade. Sephiroth raised an eyebrow, slightly somewhat surprised. Wait, I can understand selling arms to the second half of the Grand Line, but how did you manage to sell to the 4 seas? Hearing this, Tesoro chuckled lightly and pointed upward. Through the CP organization, of course. Ridiculous, isn't it? When I contacted a certain high-ranking government official, I initially just tried to bribe him for a backdoor. But I never expected him to agree without hesitation. Thus, with the aid and cover of the CP organization, our arms can be shipped through the Red Line to the 4 seas without even being inspected. A thoughtful expression appeared on Sephiroth's face, reminding him of how in the original story CP0 sought to acquire Doflamingo's arms trade list and take over his business. He murmured to himself, perhaps they're pursuing a certain balance. If the entire sea were peaceful and tranquil, the world government couldn't demonstrate its authority. Who would listen to them? Who would continue to pay the exorbitant heavenly tribute to maintain a world government that's practically a shell? As they walked and talked, they had just entered the weapons factory when a young man about 1.9 meters tall, as thin as a bamboo pole, with a handlebar mustache and a monocle on his right eye, came running over. This humble one greets the 2 lords. With that fortes, Jim bowed deeply to them. Today he had suddenly received a notice from Tesoro that the big boss wanted to see him, which made him feel flattered. All middle-level cadres of the Umbrella Company knew that Tesoro was the second-in-command, but no one knew who the top boss was. Half a year ago, Tesoro had been just a small-time thug on the Shampoo Archipelago, but after gaining the appreciation of the big boss, he had risen to prominence and become a major figure on the islands. Boss, this is the gym you wanted to see. How are those weapon concept drawings I gave you last time coming along? Hearing this, Jim said with a look of shame. Well, due to craftsmanship and material issues, I've only managed to complete the sniper rifle called AWM from among the many weapon blueprints you provided. Heaven knows he could make prototypes of many of the blueprints, but the actual parameters were a long story. After studying for a long time and spending a fortune on new machine tools, he had barely managed to replicate the power and range of the AWM sniper rifle. As for durability, constrained by material technology, let's not mention it. Oh, bring it to me and let me see, Sephiroth said with interest. Jim quickly turned and ran into the factory, returning from his personal workshop with the pitch-black AWM sniper rifle. After taking the rifle, Sephiroth fiddled with it for a few moments before asking, "Is there a place to test fire it?" "Yes, there's a dedicated shooting range in the factory, but we can't test the range outdoors. However, I can guarantee that the effective range of this gun is over 1100 meters. Under Jim's guidance, Sephiroth and Tesoro arrived at the factory's shooting range. Without really aiming, Sephiroth raised the AWM and fired at a target 50 meters away. In an instant, the bullet pierced a 20mm steel plate and embedded itself into the wall behind. "Boss, I'll go fetch the target." Jim bowed and scraped about to walk toward the distant target. "No need. The power of the gun is excellent. I'm very satisfied." Through training during this period under focus state, his observation Haki's coverage had reached over 100 meters. Without obstacles, he could quickly perceive any movement within that range. If he used vague perception, he could expand that range threefold. In normal state, he didn't fully activate his observation Haki. Generally, he only retained a certain danger sense to respond to sudden attacks. After all, who would stay fully alert, observing every rustle and movement around them? That would be too many. In a truly evenly matched battle, he would only use observation Haki to track the opponent's every move, not bother with distant irrelevant matters. A person's attention has its limits. He couldn't maintain high awareness of the surroundings while engaging in a fierce fight with a powerful enemy. It felt like playing a mobile game while simultaneously trying to solve advanced math problems and also watching a live football match. The more distractions, the lower the focus, the slower the reaction. This was a path to death in intense combat. After confirming through observation Haki that the bullet had pierced the steel plate and embedded into the wall, Sephiroth fully verified the rifle's power. This rifle created by Jim could already pose a threat to him. If used in sufficient numbers, it could even kill him. If coated with armament Haki, its power would increase by another notch or two. The range and power of this AWM sniper rifle were far superior to any sniper rifle current. Sephiroth wore a satisfied smile. He placed the sniper rifle on the table and turned to the green-haired young man beside him, saying, "Tesoro, don't sell this type of gun to outsiders for now. Keep it for internal company use only. In the future, you can consider training some sharpshooters for our company. That way the overall strength of the company can be elevated significantly." Currently, the Umbrella Company only had Tesoro as a formidable combatant. Whenever there was a firefight, he had to lead the charge, or Sephiroth had to personally carry out assassinations. This made the two high-level executives appear rather undignified. After testing the sniper rifle, Sephiroth went to visit Jim's personal workshop. The 20-plus square meter room was filled with design drawings as well as tools and gun parts. "Fortes, Jim, I recognize your talent." As he spoke, Sephiroth placed the briefcase he was carrying on the table in the room, opened it, and took out the Baku Baku no Mi. "This is the Baku Baku no Mi. Once you eat it, you'll gain the ability to devour and synthesize any object. Of course, once you eat it, it means you will be loyal to me and work for me. Are you willing?" "Willing, of course I'm willing. From now on, I will follow your lead, my lord." Jim's expression was excited without hesitation. With a thump, he knelt on one knee and lowered his head. After being abducted by pirates and then reduced to slavery, a burning desire for strength had been kindled in his heart. Now, with an opportunity to become stronger before him, how could he remain indifferent? "Good. Remember what you said today. Later, remember to give me some of your fingernails. I'll use them to make a Viver card." Sephiroth nodded with satisfaction and handed the Baku Baku no Mi to Jim. A Viver card is a special paper that is neither afraid of water nor fire. After incorporating body parts like fingernails, it can not only reflect the vitality of the owner, but also track and locate them, constantly moving toward them. In other words, it's a location tracker that ignores distance. No matter where the owner flees, they will be found. Many organizations in this world use this method to restrain their members, preventing them from easily betraying. After all, if they didn't get their Viver card back, they might face relentless pursuit. Ugh, it tastes awful. After taking a bite of the Baku Baku no Mi, Jim's face twisted. "Eat it all." "Understood." Hearing this, Jim gritted his teeth and swallowed it bite by bite. At that moment, Sephiroth slowly removed his mask, revealing his true face, letting Jim see it clearly. Since he had decided to take Jim as a subordinate, he had to let him know what he looked like, otherwise misunderstandings might develop. "And utilize your devil fruit ability well. You can try fusing metals like copper, iron, and chrome together, or even fusing living and non-living things. In a week, I have an important task for you. Don't disappoint me. Sephiroth patted Jim's shoulder and put the mask back on. After obtaining Jim's fingernails, he turned and left the workshop. Finally, before parting with Tesoro, he urged him to quickly complete the technology purchase deal with Vegapunk. A week later, on the 71st island of the Sabaody archipelago, in the living room of a large villa, Sephiroth, dressed in a white suit, sat leisurely on a single sofa with his legs crossed. Beside him, Taizwala and Shurdila sat on the long sofa. In just a week, Jimu's figure had swelled from a lean bamboo pole to a round ball, his weight gain alarmingly rapid. At that moment, Jimu stood opposite the three, holding a heavy rocket launcher over 1.5 meters long. He patiently introduced this javelin rocket launcher after being reinforced with the special alloy I created with my ability. Not only has an effective range of 1,000 meters, but when loaded with specially made armor-piercing shells, even a medium-sized sailboat can be blown to pieces instantly. Although it hasn't reached the effective range of 2,500 meters you requested, boss, and the parameters aren't quite up to standard. For now, it's the most powerful weapon in our factory. Oh, then let's go with this one. Sephiroth smiled, leaning forward slightly to open the box on the table, revealing 2 devil fruits inside. One was the Inu Nomi wolf model, and the other was the Doe Nomi. He picked up the gray Inu Nomi and handed it to Jimu. Try to fuse this fruit with the rocket launcher, just like making an alloy. However, I suggest you swallow it whole without chewing. Gulp. Hearing this, Jimu shuddered, and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He was no fool ignorant of devil. He knew that if a person ate 2 devil fruits at once, the different powers would clash inside the body, causing it to explode. Jimu glanced at Sephiroth sitting on the single sofa, his heart filled with anxiety. Clearly this was a test of his loyalty. If he didn't comply, Sephiroth would surely not let him off easily. Finally, Jimu sighed inwardly. His body began to swell and grow, reaching over 3 meters tall. A wooden door appeared on his abdomen, and a chimney sprouted from the top of his head. Then he opened his mouth wide, turning it into a blood-red maw over 1 meter wide. Jimu Factory. This was the ability of the Baku Nomi. He had carved out a separate space inside his body, allowing him to transform and fuse living beings and objects. But this was his first time processing a devil fruit. Jimu tossed the Inu Nomi into his stomach without chewing, then raised the rocket launcher with both hands and shoved it down his throat. Whoosh! Black smoke billowed from the chimney on Jimu's head, while clanking sounds echoed from crack. As Jimu opened the wooden door on his abdomen, a gray wolf with fur like steel and a body 2 meters long stepped out. A whoa! The wolf howled once, then opened its mouth to stick out its tongue, plopping down on the ground with its tail wagging incessantly. Though majestic in appearance, the gray wolf exuded an inexplicable air of foolishness, much like a certain breed known for wrecking homes. Huh! Sephiroth stepped forward and crouched down to examine the wolf closely. He was astonished to find no trace or part of the rocket launcher on its body. So he tentatively asked the simple-minded creature, "Can you turn into a rocket launcher?" A whoa! With another howl, the wolf's form shifted instantly into a rocket launcher, which clattered to the ground. "Can you do a semi-beast form?" The moment Sephiroth finished speaking, the rocket launcher on the ground began to tremble, sprouting limbs, a tail, and a wolf's head from its surface. The Baku Nomi's fusion and transformation ability was truly bug-like. It could perfectly merge 2 completely unrelated items. Good, very impressive. From now on, you'll be called Era. After casually naming the gray wolf, Sephiroth stood up excitedly, drew the longsword from his waist, and picked up the Doe Nomi from the box. "This demonic blade is too sharp and ferocious. Better you don't touch it. Just open your mouth wide." Having successfully fused the devil fruit once, Jimu was now confident and no longer panicked. He opened his mouth wide, waiting to be fed. Sephiroth pinched the blade with his right hand and slowly slid the butcher knife down Jimu's throat, starting from the hilt. Once the entire blade was inside, he casually tossed in the Doe Nomi. After a short while, Jimu opened the wooden door on his abdomen, and the blue-black longsword clanged on him. Sephiroth crouched down, picked up the butcher knife, and gripped it in his right hand. After carefully sensing the changes in the blade, he made a gentle slash through the air. Suddenly, the front half of the butcher knife vanished, reappearing beside the table next to him. Taizwala couldn't help but show a look of surprise upon seeing the blade split in 2. "It's just the power of the Doe Nomi. I used the blade to open a spatial passage, allowing the blade to appear in a different place, creating an unexpected attack trajectory." The three looked closely and noticed a very faint pale green fissure where the blade had disappeared. Sephiroth had temporarily constructed a separate space by distorting space with the Doe Nomi, bypassing the relative positions of objects in normal 3-dimensional space. Seeing both devil fruits successfully fuse ties will amused boss, since Jimu can fuse devil fruits with weapons, do we still need to buy that technology? After all, the other party hasn't delivered it yet. We could just back out. No. We still need to acquire the technique for feeding weapons devil fruits, but not purely for the technique itself. It's for the principle of bloodline factors it contains. What use is that? Taizuo asked, puzzled. If we can thoroughly understand bloodline factors and apply them, we can mass-produce devil fruits. Hearing this, the three of them froze, disbelief written on their faces. Aren't devil fruits naturally formed? Sure, Dyla murmured. Sephiroth chuckled and shook his head. I'm not entirely sure about that. But with bloodline factors, we can artificially create Zoan and Paramecia devil fruit abilities. In theory, Logia types can also be created. Taizuo rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If bloodline factors can artificially produce devil fruit abilities, does that mean the devil fruits we use now were also created by someone? Well, Sephiroth smiled enigmatically, raising his hand to point upward. Then you'd have to ask the ancient moon people. Although Vegapunk speculated that devil fruits arise from the various possibilities of human evolutionary wishes, this unnatural power is rejected by the mother of life, the sea, rendering ability users unable to swim. But the ability to manifest imagination always requires a technology as a medium. Believing makes it real isn't something achieved by pure imagination alone. Thus, no matter how Sephiroth pondered, he could only trace the origin back to the moon people. In the living room of the villa, Sephiroth looked at the three pairs of eyes brimming with curiosity. He did not elaborate, but instead replied perfunctorily, "Forget it, let's not talk about this. There are some things. It's not good for you to know too much." Sephiroth did not take the husky away. Instead, he left it behind to serve as an enforcer for the Umbrella Corporation. After finishing the company matters, the silver-haired youth put on his mask again and used the butcher knife to gently carve a rectangular air door in the air. As he pushed the door open with a gesture, the light green world inside the door was revealed. Sephiroth stepped inside and carefully sensed his surroundings. He discovered that the alternate space temporarily constructed using the door fruit could expand or contract at his will, and he could also observe everything in the outside world. It must be said that the door fruit was highly suitable for infiltration and assassination. With this in mind, Sephiroth first used his observation Haki to perceive the area, then carved another door within the alternate space using the butcher knife. He pushed open the door and stepped out, appearing in a narrow alley over 100 meters away from the villa. A first-class escape ability. After a heartfelt exclamation, as if remembering something, he opened his palm, and a black bat instantly split from his body, fluttering its wings and flying into the air. After waiting for a moment, he shared the bat's vision and sensed that it was on the coast over 2,000 meters away. Then he swung the butcher knife again, opening an air door that connected the two spatial points where he and the bat were located through the alternate space. Crack! As he gently pushed the door with his hand, the coastline on the other side and the vast blue ocean appeared before his eyes. With a single step, Sephiroth crossed a distance of over 2,000 meters, appearing on the coast from inland. With the BU level ability of the door fruit, as long as I want to escape, who can stop me? Ha ha ha. Sephiroth stood on the coast facing the sea, one hand on his hip, and the other raising his long sword, laughing heartily at the sky. Using the door fruit's ability came at a cost. Every time he opened a door, he consumed physical strength. However, as a user of the vampire fruit, he had no shortage of stamina. As long as he was willing to consume the lifespan he had absorbed, his stamina could be replenished endlessly. After finding a small trick for spatial positioning and estimating his physical consumption, Sephiroth attempted to send a bat flying toward Marineford. After waiting half an hour, he used the connection between himself and the bat that had already arrived at Marineford to open an air door, instantly returning from the Sabati archipelago to Marineford. Now that stamina was no longer a limiting factor in using his ability, the factor restricting Sephiroth's spatial movement was the strength of his connection with the bat. He had never deliberately measured the maximum distance he could control a bat, but he had tried it out of boredom once. He commanded a bat to fly non-stop in one direction, and it was only after about 2 hours that he lost the bat's connection. The bats he created with his ability flew at speeds exceeding 80 kilometers per hour. In other words, his current maximum spatial movement range was about 160 kilometers. It seems I still need to strengthen my development of the vampire fruit, Sephiroth silently resolved in his. 2 days later at noon, on the Sabati archipelago 52nd Island, Hawkeye arrived punctually at the place agreed upon with Sephiroth. However, waiting for him was not the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro, but over 1,000 marine soldiers surrounding him under the lead of Rear Admiral Duo Luo. Through the bat's shared vision, Sephiroth broadcasted the battle from his dormitory at the Marineford military. In response, he could only describe it with one word. Damn. Under the heavy encirclement of over 1,000 marine soldiers, Hawkeye slowly drew the black blade Yoru from his back with his right hand. A sharp and overwhelming aura emanated from him, freezing the void and pressing heavily on the hearts of the many Marine soldiers. Plopped, plop. Like falling dominoes, over 1,000 Marine soldiers lost consciousness, one after another, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, only a dozen or so soldiers remained barely standing among the thousands. The ensuing battle had no suspense at all. Rear Admiral Duo Luo and those dozen Marine soldiers didn't even have a chance to resist before they were cut down on the ground, their fate unknown. After finishing all this, Hawkeye expressionlessly sheathed his sword behind his back and turned to leave the 52nd Island. Marineford Military Academy Dormitory. Sephiroth lay on the top bunk of a single bed, his hands behind his head, his eyes half closed. The release and coding of Conqueror's Haki were both extremely powerful abilities. This power, because no one had taught him, he had yet to master. When hunting pirates, he had also released Conqueror's Haki a few times due to emotional excitement, but the effects varied. Sometimes it could knock enemies unconscious, other times it only served as a deterrent, and after releasing it, he would feel a sense of mental fatigue. Although he had been pondering how to actively release it, the Conqueror's Haki in his mind was like a proud little cat, somewhat aloof. Whenever he tried to release it actively, it would stir restlessly, but only teased him. Sephiroth had also considered telling Zifa about his Conqueror's Haki potential. That way he estimated he could receive corresponding training from the Marines and learn the techniques of using Conqueror's Haki. However, once he exposed his Conqueror's Haki potential, it would not be easy for him to leave the Marines, and the next day, with the help of journalists that Sephiroth had arranged in advance, the incident of Rear Admiral Duo Luo leading over 1,000 Marine soldiers to surround Hawkeye only to be easily routed by him made the front page of the World Economic News. In the newspaper, the photo of Marine soldiers lying unconscious in droves contrasted sharply with the image of Hawkeye's receding figure. Below the photo, the journalist used very sharp and slightly mocking words to comment on the Marines' loss of composure and questioned Rear Admiral Duo Luo's ability. That same day, the current Marine Fleet Admiral Steelbone Kong, upon seeing the news report, darkened his old face and immediately issued a disciplinary decision for Duo Luo, who was still lying in the hospital bed. He directly demoted him from Rear Admiral to Lieutenant Junior grade and sent him to the Marine branch in the North Blue. Later, Sephiroth deliberately inquired about who the new commander of the Sabaody Archipelago Marine Base was. It was said to be a Rear Admiral transferred from the Staff Department named Kaisha, seemingly a Dove faction figure. At the same time, Hawkeye's bounty symbolically increased, becoming 650 million berries. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. Since being targeted by Hawkeye, Sephiroth had directly abandoned his alias as the pirate hunter Roronoa Zoro. Now he was not yet ready to face Hawkeye. The technology to feed devil fruits to weapons had been successfully traded at a price of 20 billion. Therefore, in his spare time, Sephiroth began self-studying the biological knowledge of this world, aiming to master the bloodline factor. As for the Umbrella Company, Jim, utilizing his devil fruit ability, had created a memory alloy metal that could not be artificially synthesized, which possessed extremely high industrial value and could greatly enhance weapon performance when incorporated into weapons. Thanks to this, Umbrella Company's revenue began to soar, making up for the funding shortage caused by the 200 billion expenditure on purchasing the technology. On the other hand, Tesoro, after reaching secret deals with certain government officials, also began to venture into the gambling, entertainment, and intelligence industries. Overall, all of Umbrella Company's businesses were developing in a positive direction, leading Sephiroth to consider whether, after graduating from the military academy, he should simply resign from the Navy and focus on his career. However, this was ultimately just a thought. For now, he still needed the Navy as a platform to provide convenience and opportunities. Inside the classroom of Class 1 at Marineford Military Academy. After the grueling morning training, most of the cadets in the class were sprawled over their desks, fast asleep. Even though it was already class time, the podium was empty with no instructor standing there to give a lecture. Next week would be the final unified exam for cultural theory courses, and the relevant classes had already ended last week. Therefore, the afternoon classes had all been changed to self-study sessions, allowing the cadets to review freely. Sephiroth. Tina, sitting behind the silver-haired youth, extended her slender, fair right index finger and poked him. "What is it?" Sephiroth, who had been lying on his desk flipping through his textbook listlessly, showed a puzzled expression as he turned to look at the pink-haired girl sitting to his left behind him. Tina, holding her textbook, said shyly, There are some questions I don't quite understand. Could I ask you for help?" "What questions?" "It's like this. In a naval battle, there are 3 ships of different types chasing each other heading towards Island A, but a sea tornado appears on the way." The pink-haired girl opened her textbook and pointed to a comprehensive exercise. "Oh, this. It's actually quite simple." After roughly glancing at the problem, Sephiroth already had a solution. Then he turned around, placed his hands on Guillaume's desk, grabbed scratch paper and a pencil, and started explaining to the pink-haired girl. "I see. Tina understands. What about this question? For this problem we can first make a hypothesis. Gion looked at the two before her, a feeling of displeasure rising inexplicably in her heart. Little brother Sephiroth, I also have many things I don't understand. Why don't you explain them to me? If worst comes to worst, I'll repay you with meat. Sephiroth glanced at Gion, who sat directly behind him, and upon hearing her cutesy words he bluntly retorted, get lost. Sephiroth could guarantee that with the long-legged bowtie's malicious personality, the meat she mentioned would probably be chicken, duck, fish, beef, lamb, and other meats, but definitely not her own flesh. Rejected mercilessly, Gion was not angered. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand and said plaintively, humph. Men are indeed heartless creatures. You often do this and that to me, but in the end you always draw your sword heartlessly. Hey, what nonsense are you talking about? When I duel with you, am I supposed to just let you hit me without fighting back? Sephiroth's face darkened as he retorted immediately. This woman's toxicity was getting stronger and stronger. He truly couldn't handle it. He felt like he was about to suffer internal injuries from holding back. Maybe this weekend of Gaji, that old veteran, take him to Joy Street for a spin. After all, the umbrella company was now on track and money was no issue. As the big boss, he should start splurging and enjoying life. He would rather go to Joy Street than deal with Gion. It's not that she wasn't beautiful or anything. Sephiroth simply felt that if he really provoked this woman and something happened, it would definitely bring great trouble in the future. What if one day his affairs with the Boa sisters were exposed? Given this woman's future strength and status, he couldn't guarantee she wouldn't use the pretext of eradicating pirates to cause trouble for them. After spending this time together, he knew well that Gion was a woman with strong opinions and very proud. She would never be like Boa Hancock, who would agree to any outrageous request for his sake. Gion opened a problem in her textbook and said to him again in a half-joking, half-cutesy tone, Little brother Sephiroth, I really don't understand this problem. Suddenly, Sephiroth felt a weight on the back of his hand on the desk. Gion leaned forward slightly, pressing her upper body onto his hand. The heavy pressure made it impossible for Sephiroth to pull free. He struggled a few times, but failed. This woman Gion was really too ferocious. Oh, I've really had enough of you. Let me see. After finishing solving a problem for Tina, Sephiroth turned to Gion's textbook and began to explain. Hee. Little brother Sephiroth, how about we go to the school's grove tonight for extra tutoring? Sephiroth opened his mouth, almost agreeing, but he held back forcibly. If he dared to say, okay, Gion would definitely stand him up for the whole night, making him blow cold wind in the grove. Time had eventually worn away all his edges, turning him into a person of all sorts. Decision made. Tonight after school, he would go to Joy Street, on the Xiangbidi archipelago in the area of Grove 49. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun spilled over the Yerkaman Hongshu trees, and bubbles rising from the ground from time to time refracted the sunlight into a myriad of colorful lights. Huanla Street, a street brimming with the scent of money and perfume. Any normal man would be irresistibly drawn to venture inside and explore its secrets. Under the dazzling multicolored lights, the broad street was lined with bars, hotels, clubs, casinos. Many scantily clad women came and went, while others sat directly in glass show windows displaying their alluring figures. On the street, it was not uncommon to see couples embracing and kissing, their intimacy filling the air with a palpable sense of hormones stirring a vague restlessness in one's heart. Here, as long as you had money, you could enjoy treatment fit for a god. On the surface, Huanla Street was merely a special zone in the underworld that aggregated all kinds of entertainment industries. Places with the same name existed in hundreds of locations, large and small, around the world. In truth, however, Huanla Street was an intelligence collection post established by the world government's intelligence agency, the CP organization. No wonder that guy Jiaji comes here every week on his day off. Sephiroth, wearing a black leather jacket over a white t-shirt and black leather pants, strolled down the street with his hands in his pockets. He cast critical glances at the long legs, ample chests, and heavily made-up pretty faces of the young women on the street. Many of the scantily clad, curvaceous young women cast provocative looks at Sephiroth. But they weren't really drawn to his handsome, fair face. They were calculating how to drain his wallet and empty every last berry from his pockets. Money was king. That was the true face of Huanla Street. Many men with fat wallets stepped in with passion and desire, only to leave with empty pockets and unsteady steps, having lost both money and women. Sephiroth, who had been aimlessly wandering, was drawn to the glass window of a shop. He quickened his pace, crossed his arms, and carefully admired the young woman dancing inside. On the bustling street, 3 men walked side by side. The man on the left, wearing a blue cotton jacket, carrying a cane with a plum blossom emblem, sporting small sunglasses, and with a runny nose, spoke cheerfully. I say, leave the business negotiations to Diamanti and Daffy. I want to play around on the street first, yeah. The man on the right, wearing a brimmed hat with 2 face stripes and a red cloak, immediately scolded, Treble, we didn't come here to play. Fufufu. Forget it. Since we're spending the night here and leaving tomorrow morning. Treble, go ahead if you want. The speaker was a young man with a pink feather coat, cropped pants, short golden hair, sunglasses, hands in pockets, a cynical smile, and an arrogant stride. The leader of the North Sea Mafia, the Don Quixote family, Don Quixote Doflamingo. Since Umbrella Company also had business dealings with the Don Quixote family, Sephiroth had long seen photos of Doflamingo. Thus he recognized him at first glance. As the three men passed by Sephiroth, their conversation piqued his curiosity, planting the thought in his mind to follow and investigate. He casually pulled a 10,000 berry note from his pocket and slipped it into the donation box in front of the glass window. The young woman dancing on the pole inside was truly pitiful, unable to even afford clothes, yet having to dance so hard. As an upright man, Sephiroth couldn't help but feel sympathy and subconsciously gave her a tip, hoping she could buy herself a dress. Sephiroth unhurriedly followed behind Doflamingo and Diamante, watching where they were headed. As for Treble, that guy had already pulled out his wallet and entered the same shop where Sephiroth had just watched the dancer, ready to negotiate a loveless, fleeting romance. Soon the two men walked into a five-star European-style luxury club named Joyous. Sephiroth also followed them unhurriedly into the club's lobby. Soon a mature woman in a black, strapless evening gown with long black hair reaching her waist and a seductive face approached them, exuding a sweet fragrance. Her dress featured an open neck at the chest, exposing a vast expanse of snowy white skin to the air. Her figure was exceptionally proud, such that she couldn't see her own toes when she looked down, and as she walked, her movements caused Sephiroth's gaze to bob involuntarily. Unfazed by his somewhat intrusive glance, the black-haired mature woman wore a professional smile. Sir, do you have an appointment with someone? What if I said, I came for you? Sephiroth teased casually. Of course. As long as you have money, you are my god, and I would be delighted to serve you. As she spoke, the black-haired woman, slightly provocative, licked the corner of her mouth, evidently hinting at something more. What a money-grubbing woman. But I like it. Sephiroth silently praised in his heart. Could you tell me what interesting things you have here? The first floor has hot springs and a bar. The second floor is dining and lounge. The third floor is the casino area, and the fourth floor is the VIP area. And the fifth floor? That floor is not open to the public. Oh. Sephiroth's face showed a thought. Through his Kinbunchika Haki, he sensed that Doflamingo had already ascended to the fifth floor, so following them seemed impossible. With that in mind, he pretended to say, I've had a long day. I think I'll go soak in the hot spring first. If you don't mind, I could accompany you for a soak, the woman said with a seductive tone. Sephiroth had originally planned to use the door fruit to create a temporary space within the door world to eavesdrop on Doflamingo's deal. But he looked at the woman before him with skin fair as snow, a graceful figure exuding a mature charm, like a ripe, juicy peach, enticingly delicious. Forget it. Better let the bat handle the eavesdropping. After all, the room Doflamingo is in is close to the outer windows of this building. The bat can easily eavesdrop and monitor the conversation. With that, Sephiroth reached out his right hand, pulled the black-haired bowtie's slender waist close, and walked to the lobby counter to pay for a private hot spring room. On the way to the hot spring area, he excused himself to use the restroom, casually releasing a black bat from the restroom window. On the Sabaody archipelago in the 49th Grove district, the Pleasure Street, a joyous club. Under the night sky, beneath the dazzling multicolored lights, a black bat fluttered its wings and alighted on the five-story building of the club on the outer wall of a room, stopping on a carved relief with hollow patterns, pressing close to the wall to listen intently to the conversation within. Inside the room, there were 3 men and 1 woman, 2 standing and 2 sitting. The Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy, wearing a white hat with a flower, a pink dress, with short golden curly hair, a youthful and delicate face, sat with her legs crossed in a single sofa, leaning back. She wore a half-smile as she gazed at Doflamingo, who was lounging on the long sofa. Though this was clearly her territory, he acted as if he were at home, sprawling carelessly, his face bearing a cynical expression. Regarding this, former celestial dragon Stussy adopted an attitude of neither pleasing nor offending him. She spoke in a calm, indifferent tone. Doflamingo, that person is very satisfied with the slaves you provided, and he has agreed to your proposal. From now on, your Don Quixote family's drug arms and human trafficking operations in the North Blue will be tacitly permitted. Of course, this cannot be brought completely into the open. I hope you understand. If the matter becomes public, the agreement reached today will be voided. Hearing this, Doflamingo immediately burst into a wide grin and laughed. Fufufu. Since you've agreed to my proposal, where are the things I want? Stussy snapped her fingers lightly. The man behind her, dressed in a white suit and white mask, set down a large suitcase he was carrying onto the table and opened it. Inside the suitcase were 2 devil fruits with spiral patterns on their skins, one white and round, the other gray and square. Stussy pointed to each fruit in turn and introduced. These 2 fruits are the Logia type snow fruit, and the paramecia type stone fruit. What? Didn't I say I wanted 2 logia types? Why is one replaced with a paramecia? Logia types are so scarce that they aren't easy to find. Besides, the stone fruit behaves very similarly to logia. It allows the user to assimilate the appearance, hardness, and other properties of rock into their own power to merge with rock and hide within it, and to manipulate rock for attacks. Of course, if you're not satisfied, you'll have to wait a while until we find a second logia fruit. With the resources of the world government's intelligence agency, collecting devil fruits isn't too difficult, but finding a specific type, or even a specific ability, is quite challenging. Doflamingo pondered for a moment, weighing the pros and cons before speaking. Forget it, I'll take these 2. At the Joyous Club on the first floor in a private hot spring room. White steam filled the entire room. Sephiroth lay by the edge of the hot spring pool, his eyes half open, half closed, as if dozing off. Is this pressure okay, sir? A long-haired, black-haired beauty pressed her hands on his shoulders with a gentle, steady massage. Not bad. Sephiroth replied absent-mindedly while his mind began to ponder the next steps of his. He hadn't expected that just by casually strolling through Pleasure Street, he would encounter Doflamingo and CP0 engaged in a shady transaction. Those 2 devil fruits. He would take them. Deep in the night, stars twinkled in the sky, a bright moon hung above, and silver light spilled over the earth. Pleasure Street reached its most lively and raucous hour with dazzling lights, noise, and clamor as people on the streets indulged themselves freely. At the Joyous Club on the 4th floor in a VIP suite, Doflamingo, wearing sunglasses, lay on a large bed, a woman in his arms, sleeping soundly. In the bedroom, a metal suitcase rested quietly on a table. Outside the normal, 3-dimensional space of the bedroom, within the light green door world temporarily constructed using the door fruit ability, Sephiroth held a butcher knife, gently and very slowly cutting through the spatial barrier, careful not to use too much force and accidentally cut the devil fruits inside the suitcase. At the top of the inside of the suitcase, the tip of the butcher knife appeared abruptly in the air, slowly cutting through the space within the suitcase. After cutting an air door, Sephiroth gently pushed the door inward into the door world. Seeing the 2 devil fruits before him, his heart raced with excitement. He reached out carefully, avoiding any noise from contact. When Sephiroth took the 2 devil fruits out of the suitcase, placed them into the door world, and closed the air door, Doflamingo, lying on the large bed, seemed to sense something and abruptly woke from his slumber. What's going on? The threads I placed near the suitcase seemed to have trembled slightly. Doflamingo looked puzzled, lifting his hand to push aside the woman's arm resting on him. He got out of bed, took a few quick steps, and flung open the suitcase. Shock, confusion, fury. Seeing the empty suitcase, Doflamingo's rage erupted. He slammed his fist heavily onto the table, shattering it into pieces, reducing it to a pile of splintered wood. The sudden loud noise jolted the woman on the bed awake from her sleep. She didn't understand why the man was so furious that his face was almost twisted. Who did this? Boom. A violent wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from Doflamingo, radiating outward. Within a 100-meter radius, most people were struck unconscious by the overwhelming force. Still in a rage, Doflamingo didn't know that the thief who stole his devil fruits had already returned to Marineford through the spatial door. In the military academy dormitory, Sephiroth casually tossed the password suitcase containing the 2 devil fruits into his locker, then lay down on the bed with a satisfied smile, closed his eyes, and slept in. He planned to give the snow fruit to Stella once the heat died down. As for the stone fruit, he had no suitable candidate for now, so he set it aside for future use. The reason Sephiroth gave the snow fruit to Stella wasn't because he had any romantic intentions, but because with the rapid growth of the Umbrella Corporation in about half a year, they would have enough funds to build their own industrial park in the Kingdom of Sardo. Stella, as the princess of that country, had a natural and legitimate claim to the throne. However, during the 2 years of her disappearance, the direct royal bloodline had died or disappeared, and the country had elected a collateral branch of the original royal family to inherit the throne. However, during the 2 years of her disappearance, the direct royal bloodline had died or disappeared, and therefore it was necessary to give Stella the ability to protect herself and gain strength. With Tesoros' help, Stella would have money, people, and her own strength, making it easy to reclaim the throne. After all, he couldn't have the big boss of the Umbrella Corporation personally handle every obstacle for his subordinates, could he? What would be the point of having those subordinates then? In the classroom of Class 1 at the Malinfando Military Academy, Zifa stood on the podium with his back to the cadets, picked up a piece of chalk, and wrote with a swish. Swish. He inscribed a line of words, "The justice in your hearts." Then he turned around, his expression stern as he gazed at the students below the podium. This is the final exam for the cultural courses. I didn't care whether any of you submitted blank papers in the previous exams. But this time, no matter how mediocre your literary talent may be, I do not wish to see a single blank paper. Write down what you think in your hearts, write down the justice you yourselves believe in. This exam result will not be counted toward your total score, but I hope you can answer this question earnestly, because this holds profound significance for your military career and the path of your future lives. Hearing this, the cadets lowered their heads to gaze at the blank paper on their desks. The pristine white paper was utterly empty, much like the lives of some among them that remained mired in confusion and hesitation, demanding that they use the pen in their hands to script the direction and faith for their future journey. Sephiroth leaned back in his chair, his right hand resting on the desk, as he gently twirled the pen in his fingers. Gazing at the blank paper, he could not help but sink into deep contemplation. What was the justice in his heart? If he wished to fill the paper with various platitudes from his past life, he could easily produce thousands of words brimming with fervor and literary flair. For the sake of the world, for love and peace. Yet to be candid, those sentiments were utterly hollow, though they served admirably to deceive others. Sephiroth slowly closed his eyes, examining his inner self. He realized that he was no longer innocent, no longer pure, with one foot planted on the boundary between black and white. Now kindness still resided within him, yet that kindness could not impede his steps toward his goal, as evidenced by the time he deceived Major General Dorado. Nevertheless, if this kindness posed no obstacle along his path, or even proved advantageous, he would be more than willing to display it. What a refined egoist I am! Sephiroth silently mocked himself in his heart. After pondering for a long while, he eventually transferred the pen from his right hand to his left, and scrawled the words "Flexible Justice" crookedly on the paper. Then he switched back to his right hand and wrote his name. Ring, 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 ring. The bell for class dismissal rang, and the cadets erupted in cheers. From Monday to Friday, a full week of cultural theory exams, the grueling days had finally ended. Many began discussing where to go for entertainment the next day. However, tomorrow, Saturday at 6 in the morning, everyone assemble at the military port. I will take you for the final practical assessment. Hearing this, the joyful expressions on the cadets' faces instantly froze. They began to sigh and groan, lamenting the loss of their rest day. Zifa paid no heed to the students' grimaces. After collecting the exam papers, he turned and exited. The next day, at the crescent-shaped military port bay, the cadets of Class 1 carrying their luggage boarded a small warship under Zifa's command. This time their journey did not require passing through the Gate of Justice. Instead, they sailed toward the distant red line. On the warship's deck, Jiaji, with a toothpick dangling from his mouth, looked up at the towering red line and asked with a puzzled expression, "Teacher Zifa, where are we headed this time?" Zifa stood at the bow with his arms crossed, not turning his head, and replied, "To Redport. Well, take the high-altitude elevator to the New World." Huh, the New World. Hearing this, the cadets' faces displayed a mix of emotions. Some were excited, others worried. Could it be that our final practical exam involves battling pirates in the New World? Murmured Kouming, shaking his white feather fan and stroking his beard. Ever since mastering armament Haki in the latter half of the semester, this fellow had, while honing his control over the power, independently discovered the technique of using armament Haki to alter the shape of objects. Since then, he never let go of his fan, claiming it allowed him to train armament Haki at any moment. However, Sephiroth and the others knew the real reason. He simply thought it made him appear cool and stylish. What sane person would wave a fan idly in such cold weather? The temperature was barely over 10 degrees, not indeed. Marine Headquarters received a distress call from the Kingdom of Dressrosa. I was contemplating what final practical exam to arrange for you, and since this coincided, I chose it. So I requested Fleet Admiral Kong to assign this support mission to our class. Zifa nodded, and after nearly an hour of sailing, the small warship finally sighted a port town carved into the red line in the Red Port. It serves as the official passage to Mariewa, where many merchants and nobles use the high-altitude elevator to cross to the other side of the Red Line, the New World. Due to the importance and uniqueness of Red Port, Marine Headquarters at Malinfando had directly dispatched tens of thousands of Navy soldiers and 2 vice-admirals to guard it. A similar town existed on the opposite side of the Red Line at the entrance to the New World, guarded by the Navy's G1 branch. Thus, unless they were completely insane, ordinary pirates would never appear near either of these towns. When the small warship was still 3 kilometers from Redport, 2 patrol warships on the nearby sea approached. The commanders of the 2 warships, upon seeing that the leader on board was Admiral Zifa, allowed the small warship to sail unimpeded into the harbor. Led by Zifa, the cadets walked along the straight and spacious central avenue toward the depths of Redport to the platform of Elevator No. 1. The high-altitude elevator was a bubble lift cage with a giant bubble at its base, secured by 4 metal ropes. Pulled by the ropes and buoyed by the bubbles lift, the elevator could ascend and descend between the port and the summit of Mariewa. After Zifa presented his officer's identification, the guards stationed on either side of the platform opened the elevator entrance, allowing everyone to board the spacious lift. Rumble. With a mechanical roar, the elevator, bound by 4 metal cables and carrying over 30 people slowly lifted off the ground, ascending into the sky until it disappeared into the clouds. Soap bubbles drifted and floated around the cage, refracting a myriad of brilliant colors in the sunlight. So beautiful. Tina loves it. The pink-haired girl gripped the elevator railing with both hands, gazing at the distant clouds and the radiant sun. Zoan, with her arms crossed accentuating her chest, softly echoed, "Indeed, it's a rare and magnificent scene. Ordinary people rarely get the chance to witness this." Sephiroth glanced at Simoji beside him. At that moment the latter had his eyes closed, 2 cigars clamped between his lips, arms folded, and his right heel tapping incessantly against the floor. "Simoji, are you feeling unwell?" Simoji did not even open his eyes and replied curtly, "I'm fine." Seeing this, Zoan covered her mouth and chuckled teasingly. "Giggle. Could it be acrophobia? Did you develop a phobia from the elevator ride at Shampoo Islands last time?" Simoji. After about 10 minutes, the high-altitude elevator finally ascended from Redport to the sacred land of Mariehua. Then everyone walked a considerable distance along the edge of the city until they reached the platform of elevator No. 2. They took the high-altitude elevator again, arriving at Redport in the New World on the second half of the Grand Line. There they boarded a warship that had been waiting for them and set sail for Dressrosa. In the latter half of the Grand Line, the New World. The kingdom of Dressrosa is a tropical island blessed with abundant rainfall and a vacation-like ambience. Across this island, the fragrance of blossoms permeates the air, and it is renowned worldwide for its exquisite cuisine. Beyond its culinary delights, music and gladiator contests, the passionate and uninhibited nature of its young women, along with their sultry and fiery dances, have also earned global acclaim. Thus, Dressrosa is also known as the land of love and passion. This country harbors a legend known as the fairy tale, where if something inexplicably goes missing, it is attributed to the fairies. People are encouraged not to investigate the lost items, but instead to regard it as a stroke of luck, a peculiar tradition. In truth, the origin of the fairy tale lies in the atonement made by the current royal family, the Riku clan, to compensate the Tontata tribe known as the Dwarf tribe, who were enslaved for a century by the former ruling family, the Don Quixote family. 800 years ago, the Don Quixote family left the kingdom of Dressrosa to reside at Mary Geos as celestial dragons. Upon assuming the throne, the Riku royal family pledged, "In this country the Tontata shall toil no more, they may take whatever they need for their livelihood without restraint." Thus the king attributed the mysterious disappearance of goods to fairy mischief, hoping his subjects would accept it. In later generations, as the citizens gradually came to understand the truth behind the so-called fairies, they unanimously embraced the king's pact, choosing to silently protect this race that had once suffered so greatly. Hence the fairy tale of Dressrosa gradually spread, fostering a unique tradition within the country. Not only are lost items not investigated, but they are instead considered a blessing. On the other hand, moved by the kindness of the Riku royal family, the benevolent Tontata tribe set aside past grievances, striving to transform the nation into a land of lush greenery and blooming flowers, ensuring the island perpetually brims with floral fragrance. Gradually, these tiny unseen fairies became the special guardian spirits of Dressrosa. However, due to the Riku royal family's promise, the kingdom of Dressrosa lost the diligent and inexpensive labor force of the Tontata tribe, leaving the country far poorer after the Don Quixote family departed. Yet, the kingdom of Dressrosa is one of the member states of the world government. To maintain its legal rights and standing, it must pay a hefty sum of heavenly tribute each year, forcing the nation to impose heavy taxes. Thus, while the citizens of this country live relatively happily, they are by no means wealthy. It is merely that the average person lives above the subsistence level. The kingdom of Dressrosa falls under the jurisdiction of the Marine G5 branch. However, because this branch is specially designated by the Marines to exile and reassign problematic soldiers awaiting discharge, its personnel count has always been far lower than that of other glitter branches. Consequently, maritime security in these waters is far from ideal, with pirates frequently appearing to plunder passing ships. Further ahead beyond these waters lies the region dominated by the major pirate factions of the New World: Kaido, Charlotte, Lean Lean, Whitebeard, Wang Ji, and other great pirates who have divided the islands and nations of the New World into their own spheres of. Due to the unique circumstances of the New World, most nations are simultaneously ruled by both pirates and the world government, while those not allied with the world government fall entirely under pirate dominion. Aside from the one piece that Roger spoke of before his death, another crucial reason pirates rush into the Grand Line is to carve out their own territories in the chaotic New World, even to proclaim themselves kings and establish nations. Is nobility a matter of birth? This roughly captures the mindset of pirates in the New World. If nobles can reign, why can't they? Thus, in the New World, aside from looting supplies from rival factions, pirates also need to maintain security within their own territories. Take, for example, the strongest pirate crew on the seas, the Whitebeard pirates. They plunder islands or ships not under their protection, yet when islands or nations that pay them tribute are invaded by other pirate forces, they must retaliate to uphold the crew's prestige. To some extent, this somewhat absurd pirate code has caused major pirate crews to transcend the mere definition of pirates. Indeed, they develop a certain contempt for pirate crews from the first half of the Grand Line. Those in paradise who engage only in murder and plunder without establishing their own territories, dismissing them as playing pirate house. In Sephiroth's view, the four Emperor's pirate crews, while still within the pirate category, have already taken on the embryonic form of a nation. However, such a nation is built upon the absolute strategic strength of each emperor. Therefore, in the eyes of the five elders, the four Emperor's pirate crews are at most merely another form of state. With so many nations in the world, including numerous non-world government member states, four more is hardly a major problem, and they pose no real threat to the Celestial Dragon's rule. Thus, they simply ignore the four Emperor's pirate crews, letting them play in the new world as they please. A century later, the Emperors will have turned to dust, while the world government still stands firm. Compared to small-time pirate skirmishes, the Revolutionary Army founded by Dragon is the world government's true headache. They pursue freedom and equality, seek to overthrow Celestial Dragon rule, and continuously propagate these ideals. All mortals perish, but ideas endure. The world government spent a full century erasing the ideology of an ancient kingdom, even setting back world civilization, and implementing an obscurantist policy to gradually make people forget those yearnings for freedom and equality. Returning to the main point, due to poverty after paying the enormous heavenly tribute and joining the world government, the kingdom of Dressrosa could no longer afford to be a tributary to any pirate force. As a result, their country frequently suffers intrusions from other pirate crews. Were it not for the Riku royal family's benevolent rule, relatively frugal, never extravagant, and never imposing excessive taxes, the nation would certainly have fallen into utter poverty and starvation. This time Zephyr led the cadets to provide support, aiming to eliminate a pirate alliance. The eastern coast harbor of Dressrosa flanked by mushroom-shaped rocks. A warship slowly sailed in from the sea, dropping anchor at the shore. Under Zephyr's lead, the group of cadets quickly descended the gangway and stepped onto the pier. Not far off, the commander of the Dressrosa army, the three Turtle Kairos, approached with 10 soldiers. You must be Admiral Zephyr, correct? I am Kairos, commander of this country's army sent by King Riku to welcome. Then I appreciate your trouble, Commander Kairos. A hearty smile appeared on Zephyr's face as he nodded to the other. Led by Kairos, everyone walked along the straight King's Avenue, passing through the central plaza and heading toward. After a long walk, they arrived at the Grand Hall and saw King Riku, a robust man in his prime with black hair, seated upon the throne. Admiral Zephyr, welcome. King Riku suddenly rose from his throne, taking a few quick steps forward, his face beaming with joy as he shook Zephyr's hand. Though he was a monarch, Zephyr was one of the 3 Marine admirals equal in status. Greetings, Your Majesty. King Riku, Zephyr replied with a cheerful nod. King Riku scanned the 30 cadets behind Zephyr and tentatively asked, May I ask how many people you have brought this time? Counting those remaining on the warship, we have a total of 51 people. Oh, but... Hearing this, King Riku's expression shifted dramatically, his voice laden with worry. When I requested reinforcements from Marine headquarters, I stated that the pirate alliance threatening Dressrosa to surrender numbers over 3,000. Yet you have only 51 here. Even with the 1,500 soldiers of our Dressrosa army, we are still at a numerical disadvantage. Huh. Rest assured, King Riku. With me here, a mere 3,000 pirates can't stir up any trouble. Moreover, every one of these students behind me is a super elite from the military academy, no weaklings. Set your mind at ease. Additionally, the G5 branch will be deploying 100 men for support within these 2 days. Zephyr laughed heartily, thumping his chest with a loud bang. Bang. But, very well. King Riku's face showed signs of distress, but ultimately, he could only acquiesce helplessly. For days earlier, a group of pirates had invaded the kingdom of Dressrosa, declaring to King Riku that the entire nation must surrender and submit to their rule. Naturally, King Riku could not accept this, so he had Kairos drive them back. But as they left, they boasted that they were a pirate alliance formed by 7 super rookies with over 3,000 men. They threatened to return and attack Dressrosa, and if the kingdom still refused to surrender, they would drag the entire nation into war. After verifying the pirate crew's flags and the information in their words, King Riku promptly requested reinforcements from Marine headquarters. He wanted the Marines to dispatch a large force to support Dressrosa, thereby minimizing casualties among the royal army and civilians during the conflict. It seemed now he could only have Kairos organize defensive measures and emergency evacuation plans. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zephyr, King Riku ordered that each Marine be assigned separate quarters within the palace. In the kingdom of Dressrosa on Lover's Avenue, Sephiroth, dressed in a navy uniform, strolled along the street with his hands tucked in his pockets, feeling utterly bored. On both sides of the bustling street, various flowers were in full bloom, their fragrant aromas lingering in the air around him. As Sephiroth watched the couples lost in love on the street, he felt a profound sense of solitude, as if he were out of place in this vibrant scene. He quickened his pace, eager to leave this place. After checking into the palace, the military cadets were informed by Zifa that they had a half-day of free time for activities. However, starting tomorrow, they would enter a state of readiness to confront the pirate alliance that could appear at any moment. Upon learning about their precious half-day break, the cadets rushed out of the palace in jubilation, eager to explore the land of love and passion. A large group of cadets headed straight for the bullfighting arena, hoping to witness the gladiators' competition. Sephiroth pondered, unable to grasp the appeal of watching gladiators fight. Those guys weren't even top-tier warriors, and there was little to learn from their combat skills. Moreover, the current gladiatorial contests in Dressrosa were not as brutal and bloody as during Doflamingo's reign. They lacked the thrill. Now the gladiators used blunted weapons, focusing on honing their swordsmanship and combat skills. Even if they lost, they wouldn't die. At most, they would sustain some injuries, perhaps even suffer a broken limb. Given the average physical prowess of people in the world of One Piece, a broken bone could heal in a few weeks. However, recovery did not mean they would be free from hidden injuries and ailments. As they aged, these would gradually consume their bodies like maggots. Suddenly, Sephiroth's footsteps faltered slightly as he received a vision from the bats he had dispatched to scout the terrain of Dressrosa. One of the bats spotted two pirate ships. On the southern coast of Dressrosa, chaos reigned at the dock, where the crowd had descended into panic and fear, with many lying on the ground unaware of their fate. Oh no, Lord Scarlet has been abducted. It's pirates. Where are the guards? They've all been taken out by the pirates. This is bad. Someone help. The princess has been kidnapped. Crack. Amidst the shocked gazes of those around, a long sword suddenly appeared in the air, cleaving a spatial doorway. A beautiful silver-haired boy in a navy uniform, holding the long sword, stepped through the air gate. Gazing at the two pirate ships setting sail on the sea, Sephiroth murmured, "At this distance, I can still sense them with my observation Haki." He swiftly swung his long sword, cutting open another air doorway, and stepped inside. Sephiroth didn't mind revealing his door fruit ability. Using it so recklessly could provide cover for his vampire fruit abilities. After all, the slaughtering sword had been stored in the Navy's warehouse for decades, and had been attempted by others, making many aware that it was a notoriously difficult weapon to master. Thus, no one would suspect that the spatial powers exhibited by Sephiroth actually stemmed from the slaughtering sword, as people would instinctively believe it was the power of his own devil fruit. In this way, Sephiroth achieved a level of misdirection, and coupled with the fact that he never revealed his special ability to drain blood and vitality in front of others. Unless one was very familiar with the vampire fruit, it would be hard for anyone to discern what kind of ability he had. On the rolling blue sea, aboard one of the pirate ships, Scarlet, wearing a pink dress and with her long pink hair tied in a ponytail, looked anxious as she stared at the grinning pirates on the deck. The pink-haired girl leaned slightly back against the ship's railing, her gaze instinctively drifting towards the sea. Clearly, Scarlet was unwilling to be abducted by the pirates, whose thoughts of jumping overboard to escape had already begun to form in her mind. "You better behave yourself." One of the pirates on the deck immediately saw through the pink-haired girl's intentions. He quickly grabbed her wrist, pulling her away from the edge of the ship. "Let me go." Scarlet struggled desperately, using her nails to scratch the back of the pirate's hand, causing him to flinch and release her. Seeing this situation, the other pirates raised their weapons, long swords, daggers, and pistols, forcing the pink-haired girl into immobility. "No one will come to save you. Let's extort a hefty sum from Kiku Wong first, then sell her off." Hehehe. That's a great idea. Absolutely. This genuine princess will fetch a pretty penny. The 7 captains will surely reward us handsomely. Just as Scarlet contemplated whether to risk her life and jump overboard. Crack. An air doorway suddenly appeared on the deck, and a remarkably handsome silver-haired boy holding a long sword stepped out from the gateway. Hey, do you lowly pirates only know how to bully a weak girl?" Sephiroth smirked coldly, his tone dripping with disdain. "It's a devil fruit user. Kill him." Bang, bang, bang. Gunshots rang out, yet Sephiroth moved with a nonchalant grace, evading most of the bullets, while those he couldn't dodge were sliced apart with his long sword. However, seeing this scene, one of the pirates on the deck suddenly grew ruthless and fired a shot at the pink-haired girl. "Damn!" Sephiroth cursed internally as he swiftly moved to shield Scarlet. Bang! A spray of blood exploded from the silver-haired boy's chest, staining his white navy uniform red. Seeing this, the pirates immediately followed suit, firing repeatedly at the pink-haired girl, leaving Sephiroth no choice but to absorb the bullets with his body. Although Sephiroth could use armament Haki to coat his body for increased defense, doing so would significantly reduce its strength. Consequently, his armament Haki could only minimize the bullet's kinetic energy, preventing deeper wounds. For someone with his rapid regeneration, this was entirely unnecessary. Rather than wasting his Haki on defense, he would be better off using it to enhance his attacks. Ultimately, Sephiroth's relatively short training time with armament Haki, barely half a year, meant that its quality wasn't powerful enough to disregard bullets. No, stop. Please stop. Scarlet cried as she saw this unfamiliar boy using his body to shield her from the bullets, tears streaming down her face. A wave of guilt and sorrow washed over her heart. Looking at the 7 bullet wounds on his body, Sephiroth murmured, "Indeed, I seem more suited for killing than for protecting others." In this situation, it was not the right time to escape through a door with his sword. The door fruit ability could only open doors where the blade touched, meaning he couldn't redirect the bullets coming directly at him, and while he opened a door, those bullets would hit the pink-haired girl. Unlike him, Scarlet was not as resilient. A single gunshot to a vital area could lead to her immediate demise. Realizing this, Sephiroth quickly sheathed his sword, turned around, and embraced the pink-haired girl in a princess carry. Then a pair of black fleshy wings erupted from his back as he stepped on the ship's deck, launching upward with Scarlet. Sephiroth felt quite helpless about only being able to create air doors by swinging his sword. Recently, he had been contemplating alternative methods such as folding doors or spatial wormhole invasions. However, all of this still depended on the fine manipulation of his abilities. His half-baked techniques were currently unsuitable for practical combat, requiring a long time of training. Scarlet, cradled in his arms, saw the blood-soaked white Navy uniform and panicked, exclaiming, "Navy officer, are your wounds serious?" "I'm fine, I'm not dying. Just a little painful." Amidst the hail of bullets, Sephiroth carried the pink-haired girl swiftly to the southern coast of Dressrosa and was about to turn to leave after setting her down. "Wait. Navy officer, don't go back. Tend to your wounds first." Scarlet urgently grasped the silver-haired boy's wrist, her tone filled with concern. "I'm really fine. You can rest easy." As he spoke, Sephiroth transformed into a swarm of black bats, darting toward the 2 pirate ships in the distance, dropping over a dozen blood-stained bullet casings to the ground, which left Scarlet stunned. After reconstituting his body, Sephiroth dashed back to the previous pirate ship in mere breaths. "Yo, pirates now. The second round begins." Sephiroth smirked coldly as he drew the slaughtering sword hung at his waist. In the next moment, the chilling blade flashed repeatedly as he moved with incredible speed, cutting down pirates on the deck. In the midst of his onslaught, he suddenly remembered that these guys might be related to that pesky pirate alliance. He needed to leave some alive to interrogate for relevant information. Thus, he had to sheath his sword again, switching to hand-to-hand combat, his black armament Haki enveloping his hand. Like a tiger among sheep, Sephiroth knocked out the pirates with one punch after another, causing them to lose consciousness and collapse. The sea breeze caressed the azure ocean. On the deck of an anchored pirate ship that had ceased its voyage, a multitude of pirates lay fallen. TCH. Indeed, my fists serve me less than the blade. Sephiroth, standing on the deck, shook the bloodstains from his right hand before pulling a den mushy from his pocket and dialing a number. Strangely enough, although he had merely transformed his own body into a bat-like form, the den mushy had also transformed into a bat. The den mushy was an independent life form, so in theory it should not have undergone such a change. Moreover, his case was not unique. Just like Logia users such as Kizuru, who could elementalize their bodies along with the den mushy they carried. He could not comprehend the underlying principle at all. Hello, is that old man Zephyr? Sephiroth, you brat, what do you want ringing me up? I'm on the southern coast of Dressrosa. I encountered 2 pirate ships and dealt with them. Send someone over to handle the aftermath. You dare order me to clean up your mess? Fine then. Since you refuse to send men to detain these pirates, I'll just sink them along with their ships. What? Wait, do you mean you left survivors? At that moment, the den mushy in Sephiroth's hand perfectly mimicked the shock and bewilderment on Zephyr. Yes, I suspect these guys might be connected to that pirate alliance. We can take them back to the prison and interrogate them one by one to see if we can extract any information. Alright, I'll send someone to bring them back. After hanging up, Sephiroth looked toward the chaotic coastline in the distance. After a moment's thought, he unfurled his black leathery wings behind his back and swiftly flew to the shore. He scanned the wounded who were being placed on makeshift stretchers for transport, then spoke, "Gather them all quickly. I'll open a shortcut to get them to the hospital." With that, Sephiroth drew the long sword at his waist, traced a door in the air, and pushed it open, revealing a pale green world within. This time he did not immediately close the first door. Instead, he opened another door inside the inner. The crowd peered inside and were astonished to find that it was the largest hospital in the kingdom of Dressrosa, the Iris Medical Institute. What are you waiting for? Lives are at stake. Hurry up. At the young Marines shout, the people snap to action, lifting the wounded and filing through the spatial door into the hospital. To ensure the critically injured could survive until treatment was complete, he infused some life force into each of them to staunch bleeding and strengthen their vitality. Princess, are you injured? Do you need to see a doctor? Sephiroth turned to look at the pink-haired girl outside the door. I'm not hurt. More importantly, Marine sir, I think you should go to the hospital for treatment yourself. Scarlet frowned, her expression filled with concern. Sephiroth shook his head with a nonchalant look. I'm fine. No need for the hospital. Hearing this, the pink-haired girl pouted angrily. Liar. Your clothes have so many tears, you're bleeding. She reached out, and to his surprise pulled up the hem of the silver-haired youth's shirt. Huh, how can this be? Scarlet's slender fair left hand gently brushed over Sephiroth's chest, and then as if by some strange impulse, she also felt his six-pack abs and the lines of his obliques. Sephiroth, had he just been copped a feel? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Sorry. Realizing her inappropriate action, the pink-haired girl blushed furiously, quickly withdrew her hands, and began apologizing repeatedly. Ahem. It's fine. Princess, you were just worried about my injuries. My name is Scarlet. Marine sir, what is your name? Karl D. Sephiroth. Oh, Sephiroth, thank you for saving me earlier. I'm a Marine, it's my duty. After all the wounded had been taken into the hospital, Sephiroth closed the double doors. On the shore they waited only a short while before Zephyr and King Riku arrived hastily with two teams. Scarlet, I heard you were kidnapped by pirates. Are you alright? Were you hurt anywhere? King Riku rushed over, anxious for his daughter. I'm fine. I wasn't injured. It's all thanks to Sephiroth. King Riku examined his daughter thoroughly and assured she was unharmed, let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. This middle-aged monarch without any airs grasped the silver-haired youth's right hand and shook it repeatedly, speaking sincerely. Young man, thank you. I will write to Marine headquarters to commend your heroic act today. Seeing this, Sephiroth scratched his head awkwardly and smiled. I just did what I had to do. Meanwhile, Zephyr had already jumped into the sea with several Marines, swum to the two pirate ships and bound the surviving pirates. After the pleasantries, King Riku, concerned about the wounded, took Scarlet to the hospital to check on them and comfort. Zephyr and his men docked the two pirate ships and escorted the pirates to the prison of the Kingdom of Dressrosa, aiming to extract useful intelligence from them. Sephiroth returned to the palace to change into clean clothes before continuing to enjoy the remainder of his night. Fell with a young moon rising and a cloudless sky. Two warships from G5 base carrying 100 Marines arrived at the Kingdom of Dressrosa and headed directly to the palace. Zephyr then gathered all the Marine trainees and officers for a meeting in a conference room. Zephyr placed a din mushy on the long conference table and pressed it gently, projecting an image onto the wall. Now I will introduce you to the Pirate Alliance, formed by 7 supernova pirates. I hear these rascals originally intended to band together to hunt down the famous bounty hunter Roronoa Zoro. However, their prolonged stay on the Sabaody archipelago drew the attention of the Marines. Originally, Marine headquarters planned to annihilate them all, but they were prepared. Their ships were already coated. When the Marines surrounded them, they submerged and headed for Fishman Island. These 7 supernova are all devil fruit users with bounties over 100 million. Quite formidable. Next, I'll show you their latest bounties since entering the new world. Dylan Jarrett bounty 170 million. James Cloud bounty 190 million. Peter Nork bounty 200 million. Joseph Coote bounty 220 million. Hildo Monroe 230 million. Robert Victor 235 million. Matthew Eunice 260 million. Looking at the profiles of those supernova and the bounties of their officers, Sephiroth's eye twitched slightly. He muttered to himself, good thing I temporarily retired back then. Otherwise I might have capsized in a ditch. In the royal palace of the Dressrosa Kingdom, within the kitchen, Scarlet, adorned in a light yellow dress with a pink apron, hummed a cheerful tune while preparing a lavish bento. At the kitchen doorway, Violet cautiously peeked out, half her head, her face full of astonishment as she watched her. Just then King Riku passed through the corridor. The black-haired girl quickly pulled her father to her side and whispered, look, sister is actually cooking. What wind has blown this way? Seeing this, King Riku's face also showed surprise, and his tone held a hint of inexplicable emotion. It wasn't that Scarlet couldn't cook or could only produce dark cuisine. On the contrary, the dishes she made were absolutely delicious. However, because Scarlet had to study various royal etiquettes and knowledge every day, she had limited free time, and she disliked getting her clothes dirty or stained with oil. Thus, she rarely cooked. Even King Riku, her father, could count on one hand the number of times he enjoyed her cooking in a year. Out of curiosity, Violet used her paramecia ability, the glare fruit. She raised her right index finger and thumb, bringing their tips together to form an OK sign, circle, and a thin purple membrane instantly appeared. The black-haired girl's right eye peered through the purple film, reading Scarlet's current thoughts. To capture a man's heart, first capture his stomach. This bento I'm making for Sephiroth will surely move him. Whom should I fry 2 heart-shaped eggs? But wouldn't that be too straightforward? Perhaps I should be more subtle. Yet after he finishes his mission, hell leave. If I don't take the initiative, will I ever have another chance? Yes. Yes. Be decisive, you can do it, Scarlet. Once he falls for me, we'll get married directly, and then have 2 little babies. Suddenly, a series of indescribable scenes abruptly appeared, blushing Violet's face crimson as she lowered her hand. Then she tugged at King Riku's cloak, and he immediately understood and crouched down. Sister has fallen for the Marine big brother who saved her yesterday, and listening to his daughter's words, King Riku's expression shifted repeatedly, his heart a turmoil of complex emotions, joy mixed with sorrow. He never imagined his little treasure would be snatched away so soon. No, his daughter wanted to throw herself at him, and he didn't even know if the man would accept. Thinking of this, King Riku felt even more distressed. In the kitchen, Scarlet turned around to pack the bento box. Catching sight of the 2 sneaky figures at the door, she tilted her head in confusion. Huh? Father, sister, why are you at the door? We were just passing by. Huh? King Riku scratched his head, awkwardly took Violet's hand, and hurried away from the kitchen. How strange. The pink-haired girl muttered softly under her breath before quickly wrapping up the bento. After parting with Violet, King Riku walked restlessly into the palace garden. His gaze casually swept across and landed on the burly figure of Zifa. The latter stood by the low garden wall, taking advantage of the palace's elevation to overlook all of Dressrosa, taking in the entire country. King Riku cleared his throat, walked over to Zifa, and said, Ahem, Admiral Zifa, I would like to ask about Sephiroth. Hearing this, the purple-haired elder raised an eyebrow, a puzzled look on his face. Why are you suddenly asking about him? Nothing. Just curious about the man himself. That rascal said, among all the students I've taught overall, he is quite commendable. High talent and cultivation, remarkable strength, a very sharp mind, and hardworking. There's just one thing that gives me a real headache. Hearing this, King Riku's body stiffened, and he thought to, here comes the crucial point. A man with so many strengths would be too perfect without a flaw or two. That brat, I can't quite figure him out. His attitude towards pirates is somewhat too indifferent. My, Admiral Zifa, what do you mean? Does your student Sephiroth not harbor justice in his heart? King Riku frowned, his tone unconsciously laced with worry. I didn't make myself clear. How shall I put it? I have a student named Sakazuki, currently a Marine Vice Admiral, who upholds absolute justice. He detests pirates vehemently. Without orders from above, no pirate can survive in his hands. Sephiroth's situation is very similar, yet different. When he kills pirates, it's as if... How to describe that feeling? It's like eating or drinking, so ordinary and natural, so casual. He can kill or not kill entirely depending on his need. I've racked my brains and can only describe it as indifference. King Riku frowned and mused, so is that good or bad? At this, Zifa shook his head with a wry smile and muttered to himself, I don't know either. We'll have to see Sephiroth's future actions. What neither of them knew was that the reason for Sephiroth's attitude was simply that during his time as a pirate hunter on the Sabaody archipelago, he had killed far too many pirates. Killed too many and numbness sets in. He hadn't really counted the number, but it had to be at least 2 to 3. This terrifying kill count surpassed that of most Marines at headquarters. Scarlet, carrying a large bento box, had just walked a short distance from the palace when a burly man quickly caught up to her. The pink-haired girl turned around with a displeased expression, glaring at Kairos following behind her. Please don't, but King Riku said I should stay by your side to protect you and prevent what happened yesterday from recurring. Then kindly stay 3 meters away from me. Scarlet huffed, shook her hair, turned around, and continued walking toward the distant streets. She had never really taken a liking to Kairos. 10 years ago, Kairos was just a thug from the slums, brawling and roaming the streets all day. Once one of his fellow thugs was beaten to death in a fight. So he took a wooden club studded with nails and beat the murderer to death. Scarlet's father, King Riku, was also struck on the forehead with that club, leaving a hideous scar. However, King Riku did not execute Kairos outright. Instead, he threw him into the Korea Coliseum, making him a prisoner gladiator. Moreover, King Riku promised that after Kairos achieved 40 consecutive victories, he would regain his freedom. During that time, Scarlet had watched one of Kairos' fights. His ferocious, beast-like demeanor left a deep shadow in her young heart. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, after reaching 40 wins, the man didn't leave the arena. Instead, he stayed there for 9 consecutive years, winning 3-0-0 matches without a single loss. Unbeknownst to her, as Kairos kept winning, he transformed from a murderer into the kingdom's darling. Scarlet had always been indifferent to what kind of person he really was. But a year ago, Kairos somehow wormed his way into the royal army and became a captain. The childhood shadow and the scar on King Riku's forehead constantly reminded Scarlet, making her wary of Kairo's never treating him kindly, believing he was merely concealing his true face with ulterior motives. Scarlet believed that one day when Kairo's achieved his goal, he would drop his mask and reveal his true. After being scolded, Kairo's bound by duty could only follow cautiously 3 meters behind Scarlet, vigilant against any potential danger. On Lover's Avenue, light music lingered in the air, permeated with the fragrance of fresh flowers. Beneath a parasol outside an open-air restaurant, a table was set. Dressed in casual attire, Sephiroth sighed dejectedly as he took a seat. His gaze swept across the restaurant, taking in the couples flaunting their affection. Then he cast a glance at the burly, dark-skinned Maynard sitting across the table. Bloody hell. Why am I stationed here? And with you of all people? Maynard, could you kindly move to another table instead of mine? Why? The dark-skinned man in shorts and a baseball cap scratched his head in confusion. Hearing this, Sephiroth pressed a hand to his forehead, his tone full of exasperation. Because even if I'm mistaken for a single dog, I'd rather not be mistaken for a gay. This is a couples-themed restaurant. Could you please sit at another table? If he had a choice, he would have picked a different eatery for lunch. However, to his dismay, every restaurant on this street was a couples-themed one. So no matter which one he chose, the result was the same. Cough. Maynard looked around, noticing the peculiar glances from nearby couples, then gave an embarrassed laugh and moved to another table. Sephiroth let out a soft sigh, picked up the menu, and fell silent again. The dish names reeked of romantic cliches, making him uncomfortable. Humans are creatures easily swayed by crowds and atmosphere. When he hadn't seen the couples around, he felt fine, but after spending a morning on Lover's Avenue, emptiness, loneliness, coldness. Now all he wanted was a soft, fragrant girl to hold tightly, and Sephiroth, so you're here. Sephiroth lifted his gaze from the menu and looked up at the pink-haired girl who had appeared beside him. Sephiroth, so you're here. Sephiroth lifted his gaze from the menu and looked up at the pink-haired girl who had Sephiroth exclaimed delightedly. Great. Finally, he wouldn't be seen as an out-of-place singer. Yes, sure. I happen to make a bento, let's share it. Scarlet was pleasantly surprised at how smoothly things were going, a bright smile spreading across her face. She pulled over a chair and quietly sat beside Sephiroth. At that moment, as the pink-haired girl settled down, the stone-faced Cyrus, standing 3 meters away, came into Sephiroth's view. Seeing this, Sephiroth's mouth twitched slightly, and a single word roared in his mind: damn. Was this a case of cuckolding before one's eyes? While he was stunned, Scarlet had already opened the bento box, rich with shrimp, chicken legs, fried fish, pork cutlet, oysters, seasonal vegetables, cut fruit, and 2 heart-shaped fried eggs. Cough. Are you sure it's okay for me to eat this? Sephiroth looked guiltily between Scarlet and Cyrus in the distance. Now he seemed to have snatched someone else's couple's bento, leaving that person without lunch. What a fine way to draw out. Of course it's fine. Consider it a small token of gratitude for saving me yesterday. The pink-haired girl shyly lowered her head, twisting her skirt, unable to meet his eyes. Wait. Though I spoke presumptuously earlier, I didn't mean to hold a favor over you. You don't have to hate me so much that you tear your skirt. Sephiroth muttered inwardly. Cough. Well, I appreciate your kindness. This bento should be for you two to enjoy. I can't take what's meant for another. Huh. Sephiroth scratched his head apologetically, a hint of remorse in his tone. Huh. Scarlet's big eyes went blank, question marks popping over her head. Wait. You too. In an instant, the pink-haired girl latched onto the keyword. She slowly turned her neck, shooting a hostile glare at the burly man standing 3 meters away. Scarlet stood up, a treacherous smile spreading across her face as she strode over to the burly man. Huh. Cyrus, have you had lunch? No. Cyrus was unnerved by her stare and quickly shook his head. Oh, then you wouldn't be thinking of having lunch with me, would you? Scarlet's voice grew deeper, laced with barely contained emotion. No. Absolutely not. Then go back and have your lunch. But His Majesty ordered me to protect you. With Sephiroth here, I don't need your protection. But Cyrus wore a troubled expression. Captain, please go have a proper lunch. Scarlet's smile grew more menacing, her aura pressing down. Gulp. Cyrus swallowed hard, hurried over to Sephiroth, and pleaded, I entrust Her Highness' safety to you, Mr. Sephiroth. My deepest gratitude. With that, Cyrus dashed off as if a ferocious beast were on his tail. Now it's just the two of us. This time Scarlet gave Sephiroth no chance to refuse. Her smile was radiant as she picked up chopsticks, took a piece of pork cutlet, and brought it to his lips. Sephiroth's eyelids twitched slightly, but he didn't resist. He opened his mouth and ate the food. The texture was unexpectedly excellent. The flavor and heat were perfectly balanced, achieving a sublime. At the same time, from Scarlet and Cyrus' exchange, he pieced something together. It seemed the two hadn't gotten together. Having spent so long in this world, he only remembered major events from one piece, the finer details. He wasn't a genius with eidetic memory, so how could he recall everything? Hence he had mistakenly assumed Scarlet and Cyrus were already a couple. However, judging from the current situation. Here, try my fried egg. Scarlet smiled, sweetly picking up a heart-shaped egg with her chopsticks and bringing it to his mouth. Sephiroth opened his mouth again, quickly downing the heart-shaped egg. Sephiroth, how is it? It's delicious. Hee, that's good. The pink-haired girl's heart felt as sweet as honey brimming with joy. On the other side, Maynard watched the affectionate display, then looked at the couple's meal set before him, a faint melancholy rising within. He was so envious. Outside an open-air restaurant on Lover's Avenue, Sephiroth reached out to take the lemonade handed by the waiter, took a sip, then picked up a napkin from the table to wipe the greasy corner of his mouth. Gazing at the now empty lunchbox, he fell into deep thought. Most of the food in the box had been eaten by him, as Scarlet only had a small portion. By the way, if the two of them continued developing at this pace, what would happen? In any case, it would be something terribly thrilling. So he raised the question. What were his true feelings towards Princess Scarlet of the Dressrosa Kingdom beside him? The young lady was tall and slender, with a graceful figure and exquisite curves. Her waist-length pink hair was tied into a ponytail. Her delicate fair skin seemed so tender that it could be broken by a gentle touch, and in her sparkling watery eyes there seemed to harbor a burning emotion. Scarlet's beautiful and ethereal face was radiant with a bright smile, and a faint floral fragrance emanated from her. She seemed like a dewy pink rose, stunningly beautiful, pure, and elegant. In a word, terribly thrilling. Sephiroth did not mind having a relationship with her that involved physical intimacy, but not emotional attachment. But, given that the women of the Dressrosa Kingdom were excessively devoted to love with a spirit of daring to love and hate, if he did so, would Scarlet stab him in the back? Or even worse, Gigi. Although he wouldn't die in either case, it would definitely leave a psychological shadow. As for both physical and emotional involvement, Scarlet was not like Boa Hancock, who had eaten the marrow no me and possessed a natural charm that was lethally alluring to normal men. Sephiroth could swear on his own lust that he would never grow tired of Boa Hancock. Moreover, he didn't think he would lack a woman who temporarily interested him. After all, such women were everywhere on the streets of pleasure. Therefore, he decided to first see how compatible the two of them were before making a decision. Thank you, Scarlet. You've let me enjoy a hearty and delicious lunch. Let me escort you back to the palace. With that, Sephiroth stood up, placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword ready to draw his long blade, and opened a spatial portal directly to the Dressrosa Palace. Wait, before that, I'd like to stroll around the street first. Sephiroth, can you accompany me? But I need to keep watch over this street to prevent pirates from disguising themselves and sneaking in. The silver-haired youth looked somewhat hesitant. If he abandoned his post, that old man Zephyr would surely come at him with fists as big as a wok. Upon hearing this, Scarlet smiled sweetly and said in a cheerful tone, "We won't leave this street, just wander around here casually." Upon hearing this, Scarlet smiled sweetly and said in a cheerful tone, "We won't leave this street, just wander around here casually." Lover's Avenue was filled with couples in love, making the air seem saturated with a sweet atmosphere. Occasionally one could even see couples embracing and kissing passionately, completely unabashed by the gaze of passers-by. Alright, you're unhappy, are you? Fine, go and kiss your lover. What, you don't have one? Heh, then why are you here? Therefore, Sephiroth strongly suspected that Lover's Avenue should also be called Dog. Sephiroth and Scarlet walked side by side along this street. Influenced by the environment, the atmosphere between them began to gradually heat up. Unknowingly, the two arrived in front of an open-air stage play, where stood a man dressed as a soldier and a woman dressed as a princess. Beautiful princess, from the moment I first saw you, I have fallen deeply in love with you. It's impossible. Our statuses are too far apart. We can never be together. Unless you stand guard outside my window every night protecting me, and only leave after I turn off the lights and go to sleep. If you can persist for 100 days, I will agree to marry you. Alright, princess. I will prove my love for you. On the stage, a story was being performed of a soldier falling in love with a princess. After the soldier agreed to the princess' conditions, 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 20 days. Every night the princess looked out, the soldier remained standing through the night, undeterred by wind or rain, waiting and waiting. By the 90th day the soldier had become pale and emaciated. Tears flowed from his eyes. He could no longer hold on, not even having the strength to sleep. The princess kept watching him. Finally, on the night of the 99th day, the soldier stood up. He gazed deeply at the princess' darkened window, then turned around and left. He walked away. On the 100th day the soldier did not come. When the princess saw the soldier again, she asked, "Why did you leave when only the last day remained?" The soldier smiled at the princess and said, "Because I hope you can find the person you truly love." Curtain call. The two actors exited and slowly went backstage. Applause. Beneath the stage, enthusiastic applause rose like a tidal wave expressing the audience's praise for the two performers. By the way, the stage play performance nowadays is really behind the times. People's lives are so monotonous and dull. Perhaps after returning I should discuss with Tesoro and get movies started. This project should be quite profitable, and it could even use live streaming Den Mushi to project images, but copyright issues were not guaranteed. A troublesome problem. As Sephiroth applauded, he carefully pondered in his mind how to develop the film industry in this world and make a huge profit. Sephiroth. Scarlet turned to look at the silver-haired youth beside her. There seemed to be something brewing. Sephiroth replied absent-mindedly, his eyes still fixed on the stage, as he continued making rough plans in his mind. I like you. Upon hearing this, Sephiroth's applauding hands immediately froze. Just moments ago he had been thinking about how to make money. He completely failed to react. What was she up to? Ahem. Scarlet, it's too noisy here. I didn't quite catch what you said. The silver-haired youth put on a bewildered expression and turned around, preparing to bluff his way through. The pink-haired girl stared straight at him, gathered her courage once more, and said in a voice a bit louder than before, word by word, I said, I like you. Damn it. Why was this girl making such an aggressive move? I haven't even made up. Sephiroth thought it over. Finally, he decided to create more confusion. With a grin on his face, he said, I like you too, Scarlet. The food you cook is really delicious. The pink-haired girl lowered her head, her right hand clutching her skirt, muttering to herself, no. That's not what I meant. As the saying goes, first vigor, then decline, then exhaustion. Under Sephiroth's wave of banter and feigned ignorance, the emotions that Scarlet had built up while watching the stage play were instantly drained away. In the bedroom of Scarlet within the Dressrosa Royal Palace. So embarrassing. Did he respond to me, or did I misread his intentions? Scarlet collapsed onto the pink bed, clutching a pillow and burying her flushed cheeks deep into it. The pink-haired girl kicked off her shoes, revealing delicate white feet. Overwhelmed by shyness and anxiety, she continuously swung her slender calves in midair to vent her emotions. Sister, what are you doing? Violet gently pushed open the bedroom door, peeked in, and glanced at her sister, who was in a state of embarrassment. I confessed to Sephiroth. Really? Upon hearing this, the black-haired girl's face immediately showed surprise, as she hadn't expected her sister to progress so quickly. Scarlet still buried her face in the pillows, speaking in a muffled voice, yes. But I feel like he responded, yet at the same time he didn't. What does that mean? With a puzzled expression, Violet pushed open the door and walked to the edge of the pink bed. She once again activated the mind-reading ability of her glare fruit to examine Scarlet's thoughts. Oh, so you're not sure whether Sephiroth was confessing his love for you, or simply expressing appreciation for you. Violet, the pink-haired girl pouted, sat up from the bed with a huff, supported herself with her hands, and glared at her sister to express displeasure at having her thoughts invaded. Wait, if I use my sister's mind-reading ability? A flash of inspiration struck Scarlet's mind, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. Nightfall arrived with a bright moon hanging high and stars twinkling. The silvery moonlight streamed through the open window into a single room. By the window, Sephiroth, who had finished his daytime patrol duties, sat leaning back in a chair. By the light of a kerosene lamp on the table, he gently flipped through a book. On the table also sat a bottle of red wine and a goblet. The silver-haired youth casually picked up the goblet, swirled the reddish-brown liquid, and took a light sip. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded. Sephiroth's observation, Haki subtly extended outward. Sensing who it was, he let out a resigned sigh. Why is she here again? If this keeps up, I might just go all the way and make a baby with her. The silver-haired youth set down his glass, stood up, walked to the door, and opened it. What brings you here so late? Standing in the corridor, Scarlet's long pink hair cascaded over her soft shoulders. She wore a white spaghetti-strap slip dress that perfectly accentuated her delicate collarbone and full chest. Below the hem of her dress, her pale calves boasted perfect curves, and her snow-white feet were adorned with crystal high heels. The pink-haired girl's exquisite makeup, the perfume emanating from her, and her entire attire all indicated that she had come prepared. Sephiroth, would you accompany me for a walk in the garden? There's something I want to tell you. All right. The silver-haired youth nodded without refusal. He followed the pink-haired girl through several twists and turns in the corridor until they finally reached the palace garden. Under the bright moonlight, the quiet garden was draped in a hazy beauty. At the center lay a fountain pool with water cascading from the top and splashing into the pool. Beside it, vines intertwined over an ornate trellis blooming with flowers. The neatly trimmed flowers in the garden were a delight to the eyes. A gentle breeze blew, carrying waves of refreshing floral fragrance. A sweet smile spread across Scarlet's exquisite face, her eyes tender as water as she gazed at the silver-haired youth before her. She raised her hands, clasped them together over her chest, and spoke in a gentle, moving tone, Sephiroth, perhaps this will seem abrupt, but I must tell you something. Ever since you saved me yesterday, I have harbored romantic feelings for you. Sephiroth gazed into Scarlet's eyes moved within. However, I want your body. That was his most genuine thought. Sephiroth gazed into Scarlet's eyes moved within. However, suddenly, his brow furrowed slightly, and his expression turned serious as he looked into the distance. Scarlet, this is not the time. Pirates are coming. Once this is over, he'll respond to your. Never mind, I want set flags. With that, the silver-haired youth drew the long blade at his waist, slashed open a door of air, and stepped through. After the door fully closed, Scarlet lifted her skirt, hurried to a room with a window facing the garden, opened the door, and came before the black-haired girl. Sister, how did it go? Did you see what Sephiroth was thinking just now? Violet tilted her head, her tone ambiguous. Sister, in his heart, he said, I want your body. But whether he likes you or not, even he doesn't know. Upon hearing this, the pink-haired girl's pretty face flushed deeply, her heart in turmoil, both shy and annoyed, yet with a trace of barely perceptible delight. Although she didn't get a reply overall, she still had hope. Besides, at noon today, he had said he liked her. Sister, more importantly, Sephiroth just said pirates are coming. Shouldn't that take priority? This. Then sister, quickly use your ability to get a bird's eye view and see where the pirates are so we can inform father. Violet nodded, closed her eyes, and activated the power of the glare fruit, rapidly enveloping Dressrosa. The black-haired girl's devil fruit ability granted her true clairvoyance, allowing her to observe everything within a radius of 400 kilometers from herself. Due to her stamina and the extent of her ability development, she could only perform a simple bird's eye view in a highly focused state, and she could not see through objects. Strange. There are no pirate ships at the kingdom's ports or coasts. Sephiroth is flying out to sea. I see it. So many pirate ships. Except for the green bit to the north, pirate ships are appearing from the other three directions, all heading toward Dressrosa. On the eastern coast of Dressrosa, beneath the moonlight, a large mushroom-shaped rock suddenly revealed a spatial portal. A tall figure stepped out through the door. The bright moonlight illuminated the face of a silver-haired youth, showcasing his handsome features. Sephiroth took out a snail phone from his pocket and dialed a number. Bulu. Hello? Sephiroth, you brat. What brings you to call me at this hour? Pirates are coming. They are splitting into 3 groups from the east, south, and west. It seems they don't intend to attack from the port directly, but want to land from a more secluded coastline. How do you know the pirates have reached the nearby sea? I discovered it by accident. Snap. Sephiroth casually brushed it off and hung up the snail phone. Meanwhile, in the Dressrosa royal palace, Zephyr stared at the disconnected snail phone, his teeth clenched. Nevertheless, Zephyr did not believe the silver-haired youth would joke about such matters. Pirates are attacking. Assemble everyone at the square in front of the royal palace. The booming roar of the purple-haired elder resonated throughout the palace. Upon hearing Zephyr's roar, the Navy soldiers immediately armed themselves and rushed towards the palace square. Before long, King Riku arrived at the square with his 2 daughters, coming face to face with the purple-haired elder. General Zephyr, my second daughter Violet used her Dingeki fruit ability to detect a pirate fleet in the nearby sea. Upon hearing this, a hint of joy flashed across Zephyr's face as he hurriedly said, quickly tell me the specifics so I can arrange the troop deployment. Violet nodded and closed her eyes, overlooking the pirate fleet, while reporting to the purple-haired elder. The enemy fleet is approaching the Dressrosa kingdom from 3 directions. After understanding the distribution of the pirate ships, Zephyr immediately began troop deployment. Meanwhile, King Riku also began dispatching the urgently assembled royal army towards the coastal areas where the pirates were about to land, preparing to resist the enemy's attack. Dressed in armor and wielding a great sword, Gyrus stepped up to King Riku and respectfully said, Your Majesty, I will leave 300 soldiers here to protect your safety. Hearing this, King Riku shook his head. There's no need for that many soldiers here, 30 will suffice. With Violet here, we can monitor the pirates' movements at any time. As long as we are careful, the enemy won't be able. Gyrus, the task of repelling the pirates and protecting the safety of the citizens is entrusted to you. Understood, Your Majesty. Soon the Navy soldiers and royal army dispersed, preparing for the impending war. At the same time, King Riku also broadcasted an evacuation through the snail phone for residents in areas possibly affected by the battle, directing them to designated locations that had been arranged beforehand to temporarily avoid the fire of war. To be prudent, King Riku sent 20 of the 30 royal guards stationed behind to assist with the evacuation, keeping only 10 guards by his side. Under the starry night sky on the surging sea, 10 pirate ships with black flags fluttering in the wind sailed towards Dressrosa under the cover of darkness. Captain Monroe, we are now 2 kilometers away from the landing point. Good, inform the crew to be fully alert. As long as we take Dressrosa tonight, we can celebrate for 3 days. Oh. Upon hearing that they could celebrate for 3 days, the pirates on board the ship could hardly contain their excitement, thinking of wine, food, and women. As soon as the war was over, they could indulge in everything. Captain Monroe, there are only over 3,000 of us. The population of Dressrosa is vast. Even if we conquer it, it will be difficult to hold it right. Hearing this, Heldo Monroe glanced at his pirate crew's battle captain Rob, chuckling as he replied, "Don't worry. This time the number of participants is not the key to victory. Even if we ultimately cannot take Dressrosa, we can still make a fortune." Speaking of making a fortune, I remember that Rorinoa Zoro, the pirate hunter from Sabati Archipelago, has hunted so many pirates, he must have amassed a mountain of treasure. It's a pity that the affairs of the Seven Supernova Alliance drew the Navy's attention, otherwise we could have made a significant profit. By the way, why are there so many bats over the sea? Heldo Monroe looked up at the black bats flying across the night sky, a sense of unease beginning to seep. On a pirate ship in the distance, a slender red light flashed by in an instant. Silently, the entire ship was split in half, severed cleanly. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! In the dark of night, a figure wielding a long knife swiftly zipped through the air, swinging the knife in a powerful strike that cleaved through the sky and into the ship's hull, causing pirate ships to be severed and sinking into the sea. In just a few breaths, 5 pirate ships had already been sunk. Heldo Monroe's gaze locked onto the transformed Sephiroth in the sky, and his own figure began to change rapidly. Majestic, powerful wings unfurled from his back, sharp claws protruded, and even his mouth became sharp. In the blink of an eye, Heldo Monroe transformed from a 2-meter tall, muscular blonde man into a 3-meter turtle vulture man. Zoan type, bird fruit vulture form. Standing on the deck, the vulture man drew a long sword from his waist. With a powerful flap of his massive wings, he created a strong wind and soared towards Sephiroth. Clang! The clash of blades resonated with a metallic sound. Aerial combat is not like land combat. If one strike misses, they immediately separate and adjust their positions to attack again. Below, the pirates on the ships, seeing Sephiroth's assault being held back, hurriedly sailed away while taking potshot. His successive attacks were all blocked by the vulture man, who showed no intent to engage seriously. It was simply a matter of delaying. As long as Heldo Monroe could delay until the remaining 5 pirate ships landed, Sephiroth's threat level would significantly decrease, and he could easily be shot full of holes by hundreds of pirates. The 2 weapons clashed again, and after separating in midair, the silver-haired youth let out a cold laugh as invisible sound waves spread out. He then swiftly drew the revolver from his waist and aimed at the eagle man, who had not fully adjusted his position, pulling the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 shots. Heldo Monroe sensed the trajectory of the bullets with his observation Haki and hurriedly twisted his body, changing direction in midair. However, a strange thing happened. The 2 bullets, as if possessing self-awareness, curved midair, striking him in the forehead and left chest, exploding into 2 blooms of blood. Everything was within calculations. Sephiroth lightly blew at the gun's muzzle before reholstering the revolver. The vulture man had anticipated the bullet's trajectory, but what he never expected was that the sound wave imbued with Haki would cause the bullet's path to deviate. This feeling of achieving 100% accuracy through prior calculations was simply exhilarating. He almost considered changing his profession to a gunslinger. However, this technique could only bully those who had not mastered advanced observation Haki, or those with low defensive capabilities, to be so effective. As Sephiroth watched Heldo Monroe plunge into the sea completely submerged, he refocused his gaze on the pirate ships below. The bright moon hung high, casting its cold light upon the surface of the sea. In midair, Sephiroth raised his butcher knife and swung it down fiercely. Swish! A long streak of blood-colored sword energy imbued with an incredibly sharp aura slashed towards the center of a pirate ship. If the flying slash hit, the entire ship would be split in 2. Bang! A massive rectangular transparent barrier suddenly appeared, blocking the sword energy strike. As long as I'm here, you will never destroy this ship. Standing at the edge of the ship was Joseph Cut, a man with a height of 6 feet and a beard, who had a bounty of 220 million. He intertwined his middle finger and index finger, laughing triumphantly. His superhuman barrier fruit could withstand all attacks, whether bullets, explosives, cannonballs, or sword strikes. Perfectly defended. Suddenly, Joseph Cut felt a sharp pain in his neck. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked down to see a long knife that had appeared out of nowhere, piercing through his neck. Swish! As the long knife was withdrawn from his neck, blood gushed out like a fountain. Thud! Joseph Cut died, without ever understanding how the opponent's long knife had bypassed his barrier and pierced his neck. Sephiroth expressionlessly retracted the long knife and unleashed another sword energy strike that split the pirate ship below into 2. The barrier created by the barrier fruit had a strong defensive capability, and even a 4 Emperor's level powerhouse might not be able to break it. If Zephyr encountered this guy, it would be quite troubling. Unfortunately, Joseph Cut ran into Sephiroth. The ability of the door fruit perfectly countered him, and coupled with the opponent's blind confidence, he couldn't withstand even a single strike from Sephiroth. His technique of slashing the air, cutting through space, and making the high-speed blade instantly appear at another location required a high level of perceptual precision, thus it was limited by the range of his observation haki. The further his observation haki could perceive, the further he could attack. However, recently Sephiroth had been researching how to enable the bats created by his fruit ability to also possess observation haki and connect their perception to his own. If he could successfully develop this derived ability combined with the door fruit, the effect could only be described with one word: terrifying. The enemy couldn't even see his shadow and was directly killed from over 100 kilometers away by his blade. Enel's lightning punishment wasn't as vicious as he was. After sinking 10 pirate ships, the boy's haki had already consumed more than half. Now his total haki amount was not extravagant enough to treat the haki-infused flying slash as a basic attack. In fact, if it weren't for the butcher knife helping to compress and refine his haki, he wouldn't have been able to casually unleash a swordmaster-level cutting flying slash. Wait, compressing and refining haki. A flash of inspiration crossed the silver-haired youth's mind. The issue he had been grappling with was precisely his inability to perform precise control over his armament haki, which prevented him from refining it within his body. If he could utilize the characteristics of the butcher knife to infuse haki into the blade, and then absorb the haki back once his body restored enough, just like Zoro forcibly reclaiming the haki from Enma. All this time, due to the peculiar nature of his vampire fruit, which provided him with nearly exaggerated stamina, Sephiroth had never considered that the blade could siphon life and armament haki, thus falling into a cognitive blind spot. If his body could withstand it, wouldn't the refined armament haki's burden on his body be equivalent to the butcher knife tempering him as a black blade? There's potential. From now on I will use this method to temper my physique. Sephiroth temporarily suppressed the eager thoughts in his heart and calmed himself. Next, he shared vision with the bats to survey the other two directions of the pirate fleet. In just this short time, 10 pirate ships had already docked at the remote western coast. One by one, armed pirates jumped down from the ships, rushing into the town of Dressrosa under the cover of. On the other side, Zephyr and Kaji led 50 naval soldiers and 200 kingdom troops towards the southern. Jew Smoker and other military academy students rushed towards the eastern coast with other naval soldiers and 300 kingdom troops. Under the leadership of Cyrus, nearly 1,000 kingdom soldiers swiftly headed towards the western coast. Above the sea, the silver-haired youth with black meat wings quickly waved his long knife, cutting open a spatial door and stepping inside. Due to his trust in the old man Zephyr and his classmates, he chose to head towards the western coast to support those kingdom troops. As for the pirates who fell into the sea on the eastern coast, they would still need some time to swim ashore, and the two most troublesome guys had already been dealt with by him, leaving the rest to the reinforcements who were on their way. Western coast of Dressrosa. The bright moon hung high and the pure moonlight spilled onto the earth. At the entrance of the canyon leading to the town stood a silver-haired youth holding a blue-black long knife. He was tall, and his handsome face betrayed no emotion. His gaze was filled with indifference, and his aura was deep and cold, as if he were a reaper from hell. Tap, tap. A chaotic sound of footsteps arose as thousands of armed pirates quickly appeared at the entrance of the canyon. Upon seeing the silver-haired youth standing in the moonlight, the pirates unhesitatingly raised their firearms and pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. Sephiroth wielded the long knife, repeatedly sparks flying as he deflected the bullets. At the same time, his figure charged into the crowd of pirates like a tiger among sheep, his long knife tracing eerie red arcs as it ruthlessly harvested lives, each slash precise and deadly, leaving even the wounded at death's door. Before long, a pitch-black mist rose, engulfing the moonlight in the canyon, making it impossible for the pirates to see their hands in front of their faces. Even their torches could not illuminate their sides. When Cyrus and nearly 1,000 kingdom soldiers reached the edge of the town at the entrance of the canyon, he quickly raised his hand to halt the troops behind him. With his observation haki, he sensed a dangerous aura akin to an ancient ferocious beast rampaging through the pirate crowd, stirring unease within him. Form a defensive formation. We are unclear about the situation within the black mist, so do not advance recklessly. Out of caution, Cyrus issued his command to the kingdom troops behind him. At the edge of the canyon beyond the black mist, a man dressed in a black cloak wielding twin blades stood at 6 feet tall, with a handlebar mustache bellowed loudly. Everyone step back, get out of my way. Let me deal with him. Don't hinder me here. Yes, Captain Victor. A group of pirates previously hesitant and afraid immediately felt as if they were granted amnesty, and they quickly made way. The newcomer was Robert Victor with a bounty of 235 million berries, nicknamed the Storm Swordmaster, a user of the superhuman scythe fruit capable of compressing air to create invisible vacuum slashes. Dual blade style tornado. Victor stood before the black mist, his twin blades waved in the air, creating sharp currents that began to spin and entwine, accompanied by a low roar. Go! A tornado over 30 meters tall instantly took shape and surged toward the black mist. Sephiroth immediately felt a surge of alarm in his heart. He activated Shave and dashed towards the town, appearing before Cyrus and the nearly 1,000 kingdom soldiers. Boom! Amidst a shaking of the ground, rocks flew in the canyon, dust billowed, and many pirates caught in the blast could only let out a wail before being cut into bloody pieces by the wind blades. The black mist created by Sephiroth's ability was also instantly blown away, vanishing completely. At the edge of a pile of rubble on the outskirts of the canyon on the west coast. Hey, Waikijuo, aren't you going too far? A young man with short green hair, 1.80 meters in height, stared at Lubo Waikijuo with a displeased. Hearing this, the mustached man holding two swords sneered with contempt. Nook, stop talking nonsense. If you had a way, why didn't you go just now? Stop pretending to be so righteous. TCH. Hearing this, Bide Nook with a bounty of 200 million Bailey let out a cold snort. Not that he was truly angry, but among those killed by the wind blades were his own men. He had to say something, otherwise it would be unreasonable. Even if it was just for show, it was necessary. However, he didn't expect that Lubo Waikijuo wouldn't even say a single word of courtesy, completely disrespecting him. Roar! The green-haired youth let out a roar, and his body began to rapidly expand. Sharp spines grew from his spine and lumbar vertebrae, and a thick tail emerged from his coccyx. Claws and fangs appeared as well. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a half-human, half-dinosaur form. Zoan type Ryu no Mi, ancient model Spinosaurus form. Boys, charge with me. With that, Nook led the way and rushed towards the rubble pile. Just now, over 1,000 men had been blocked and killed in the canyon by Sephiroth. The pirates' morale was shattered. If they were ordered to scout ahead and die again, the army's spirit would collapse at any moment. Helplessly, Nook had no choice but to transform into his human beast form and lead the charge. At least this could forcibly boost morale. Additionally, he also wanted to stop that Waikijuo from indiscriminately killing their own men. Waikijuo could rely on his wide-range devil fruit ability to be an army of one. To him, his subordinates were basically only useful for chores. But Nook was different. Although Nook possessed the ancient Zoan type Ryu no Mi, he only had formidable physical strength and high defense. In terms of attack methods, he lacked large-scale area clearing ability. Therefore, he still needed his men to share the pressure on the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, Nook had climbed over the rubble pile and charged towards Sephiroth and the royal army. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets from ordinary guns struck Nook's body, but couldn't penetrate his tough skin, only causing a slight sting. Roar! The dinosaur man let out a furious roar, exerted force with his legs, and shot forward, intending to charge into the royal army and slaughter indiscriminately, killing those ants who dared to attack him. However, Sephiroth flashed his body, swung his blade, and slashed at Nook's neck. Clang! Two dragon claws wrapped in pitch-black armament Haki clashed with the sharp long sword. But, to Nook's surprise, his dragon claws, which were coated with armament Haki, were actually cut and began. How is this possible? His claws were comparable to steel, and he had also coated them with armament Haki. However, Nook did not hurriedly pull his hands away. Instead, he grasped firmly and locked the long sword in place. The next moment, steel tail. The thick tail coated with armament Haki ripped through the air and slammed towards the silver-haired youth's waist. Finger pistol flick. Iron body. Localized armament Haki hardening. Sephiroth executed 3 moves in the blink of an eye, planning to trade blows rather than block. The blue energy infused with armament Haki shot from his left index finger, striking the dinosaur man's right eyeball, instantly causing blood to splatter from the eye. Meanwhile, his left side, covered with armament Haki, was struck by the dinosaur's tail. Thump! Sephiroth remained standing still, unmoved. It doesn't hurt much. This was his first time using Iron Body for defense, but the effect was surprisingly good. Oh, no. I must not become addicted to the 6 powers strongest illusion Iron Body. Those guys who always have misplaced confidence and use Iron Body to take hits probably got addicted because they tasted the sweetness of it, and that's why they get knocked down directly. On the other side, Nook's right, I took that blow and his vision in that I instantly went pitch black. He abruptly released his claws and quickly retreated backward. Seeing this, Sephiroth sneered and immediately prepared to swing his blade and charge forward to kill the dinosaur man. However, whoosh! Several wind blades abruptly appeared beside him, not only blocking his path forward, but also sealing off his route to retreat and dodge. The silver-haired youth frowned slightly. He immediately swung his butcher knife, slashing out a long, narrow, blood-colored flying slash horizontally. Boom! At the point where the wind blades and the blood-colored slash intersected, an invisible shockwave suddenly erupted, spreading outward, causing everyone's robes to flutter and their eyes to be unable to open. The blood-colored slash, still carrying residual momentum, shot towards the man with 2 swords, forcing him to unleash another wind blade to completely cancel out the silver-haired youth's attack. Sephiroth glanced at the mustached man who appeared on his right. Noticing his stance, he said with interest, "Your attack isn't a pure flying slash. A devil fruit. But my wind blade slashes are far more powerful than ordinary flying slashes. Why bother about such things?" Waikijuo chuckled scornfully. His two blades slashed out even more wind blades, covering not only Sephiroth, but also the 1,000 royal soldiers. The mustached man was already a swordsman, but after obtaining the sickle fruit's power, his flying slashes reached a new level, touching the realm of a great swordsman's steel-cutting sword energy. Moreover, both the physical consumption and difficulty of execution were far lower than ordinary flying slashes. How troublesome. Sephiroth muttered a word, then held his butcher knife horizontally on his left side. Iajutsu. The moment he swung the blade horizontally, a blood-colored slash over 40 meters long burst from the tip of the sword, sweeping everything in its path and blocking most of the wind blades. As for the few wind blades that slipped through, let the royal army fend for themselves. Another raging wave of air and storm spread outward. Sephiroth had no intention of continuing to stand still and exchange long-range sword energy attack. The other could frequently unleash wind blades because of a devil fruit ability, while he himself needed to consume a large amount of Haki to release flying slashes just to counter the opponent's attrition attacks. If he kept playing like this, he would be finished sooner or later. Whoosh. The silver-haired youth dashed forward, dodging the dense wind blade attacks while charging at the mustached man. Clang. The two long swords clashed together, producing a sound of metal striking. As the two were locked in a stalemate, Waikijuo suddenly took a deep breath. Sephiroth's pupils suddenly contracted. A strong sense of crisis instantly appeared in his mind. He instinctively pulled back and rolled on the ground. Boom. A fast wind blade suddenly shot from the mustached man's mouth, slashing diagonally into the ground and carving a gully over 10 meters long. On the west coast of the Dalai-Si Luo-Sa kingdom, over 2,000 pirates and royal soldiers had already descended into a chaotic melee. At the heart of the battlefield, two areas were cordoned off, one for the battle between Zhu Lushi and the one-eyed dinosaur man, and the other for the clash between Sephiroth and the storm sword master Waikijuo. Because the enemy had lost one eye, Zhu Lushi gained the upper hand from the very first exchange. As for Sephiroth, he was locked in a war of attrition. Bang! The silver-haired youth raised his revolver and fired 2 consecutive shots. The curving bullets streaked toward Waikijuo at an extremely cunning angle. However, the foe merely waved his long blade casually, and a wind blade imbued with armament Haki split the bullets in two, deviating them from their original trajectory. "You really are a troublesome bastard," Sephiroth muttered with a sigh. "Likewise." The mustachioed man sneered, then swung his dual blades again, unleashing a barrage of wind blades that blanketed a vast area. This time Sephiroth did not block with a flying slash. Instead, he used shave and appeared at a distance. Opt! Opt! Why, Captain Waikijuo? Cries of agony erupted among the pirate ranks. Wherever those wind blades passed, blood-splattered limbs were severed and countless perished. Truly a strike of friendly fire. Oomph. The mustachioed man snorted coldly, completely indifferent to the fate of his underlings. He continued to relentlessly assault Sephiroth with wind blades, heedless of the carnage. "Damn, I'm about to puke from this fight." The silver-haired youth cursed under his breath, swinging his cleaver. A long blood-colored flying slash tore through the air, dispersing the wind blades that closed in on him. Roar! A beastly growl escaped his throat as he activated vampire transformation. His physique swelled rapidly. In the blink of an eye, his height shot up from 2 meters to 3, his entire body bursting with explosive musculature. Life returned Kami martial body. As Sephiroth infused his will into every part of his body, his flesh began to shrink and tighten. From 3 meters, he shrank to 2.5, and his muscles flattened as if deflated. The reduction in strength, however, brought a massive boost in speed and bodily coordination. This was a Rokushiki's secret technique he had mastered only a month ago, all for the purpose of unleashing a particular move. "Are you performing a magic trick? Growing bigger and then shrinking?" Waikijuo taunted, but after these exchanges he too was growing restless. Sephiroth's combat experience was far too rich. After fighting for so long, the man hadn't even scratched him. "That's right. I am indeed showing you a trick just to make you laugh before you die. Now it's time for you to hit the road." With that, Sephiroth stepped forward into a lunge, raised his long blade behind his right hand, and assumed a slightly odd sword-drawing posture. "You boast shamelessly. Who dies remains undecided." Waikijuo crossed his 2 swords in front of his chest, pitch-black armament Haki coiling around the blades. After fighting so long, it was time to reveal his ace in the hole. Wind Spear. As he swung both swords simultaneously, 2 overlapping high-speed, rotating giant wind blades howled as they flew off his blades, plowing a huge trench into the ground. However, Fierce Dragon Skybreak, slash. Roar. Accompanied by a resounding dragon's roar, Sa-Fei Luosis figure flickered. His cleaver danced at incredible speed and streams of crimson, sword energy burst from the blade, coalescing into the phantom of a blood-colored dragon head. Boom. The high-speed spinning giant wind blades were torn apart in an instant, turning into a gale that staggered those nearby, even sending some crashing to the ground. Under Wei Kuduo's horrified gaze, Sa-Fei Luosi and the dragon head phantom charged at him with unparalleled speed, leaving him no chance to dodge. He could only frantically raise his dual blades to block, covering his entire front with armament Haki. The next moment, Sa-Fei Luosi flickered and appeared behind Wei Kuduo. With a bang, the dual blades shattered into metal shards, scattering on the ground. On Wei Kuduo's front from top to bottom, dozens of wounds of varying sizes and depths covered his entire body, hideous and terrifying. All of them spurted blood without exception. On Wei Kuduo's front from top to bottom, dozens of wounds of varying sizes and depths covered his Phew. Sa-Fei Luosi let out a long breath. He shook his right hand, which was tingling with numbness and pain. It took several seconds before the tearing sensation in his muscles completely vanished. That move just now was one he could only execute by pushing his devil fruit swordsmanship Haki and speed to their absolute peak. Ever since he encountered that blade fruit user, he had been pondering. How could he increase the output ceiling of armament Haki when his own Haki strength was insufficient to use advanced techniques to deal effective damage? How could he increase the output ceiling of armament Haki when his own Haki strength was insufficient to... With the aid of his cleaver, his sword energy slashes had already reached the level of a great sword master. Even the most highly defended foe could suffer considerable damage. What if, using the door fruit to warp space, he could append an additional slash behind each sword energy strike he sent out? Add to that his own sufficient moving speed and enough slashes per swing, then, when the sword energy attacks hit the target, those strikes would accumulate and explode within an extremely short time. He could unleash this technique entirely thanks to the door fruit and the daily sword swinging training, where he continually compressed the time for 10,000 and 3,000 swings, making his attack speed faster and faster. Now he had already compressed his sword swinging time to just over an hour. Just now, if the spinning giant wind blade hadn't consumed most of his sword energy, and if not for the protection of armament Haki, that Wei Kuduo's body would have been torn to shreds, reduced to a pile of minced flesh. Once I can release Fierce Dragon Skybreak slash in my normal state, I'll study whether those sword energies can be simultaneously superimposed into a single one to increase the instant output ceiling. Using dual blades would greatly lower the difficulty of this technique, but unfortunately, having grown accustomed to the cleaver, I've come to look down on ordinary famous swords. If I'm going to use a blade, I'll use the best. I might as well ask Tazwa Luo to keep an eye out for any supreme grade swords on the market. If not, get him to track down Mo Liya and snatch the great grade sword Black Blade Shusui. That wouldn't be a bad option. Sa-Fei Luo mused inwardly. The moment he and Wei Kuduo decided the victor, the morale of the pirates plummeted while the royal soldiers cheered, launching even fiercer attacks against the enemy. Zhu Lushi had been suppressing the dinosaur man throughout the duel, but his opponent was thick-skinned and tough. Even when he struck with his sword, it only inflicted a superficial wound. However, after Nuaku saw Wei Kuduo slain by Sa-Fei Luosi, he lost his will to fight. Having already lost one eye, he could barely handle Zhu Lushi. If he had to face Sa-Fei Luosi too, the one who had wounded him with just 2 moves, he would be as good as dead. Thus, after putting some distance between himself and Zhu Lushi, Nuaku immediately bellowed, "Lads, let's retreat for now." With that, he flicked his tail, turned around without looking back, and bolted away at full sprint. The pirates were nothing but a rabble held together solely by greed. They had no discipline or loyalty, and certainly no resolve to fight to the death. Wave when winning, flee when losing. Now one leader was dead, and the other had run away. In an instant, a huge crowd turned and fled like beaten dogs, while those who couldn't escape simply knelt and surrendered. Sa-Fei Luosi, driven by a desire to eradicate evil, completely wanted to chase down and kill the other leader. However, after the fierce battle, when he finally had a moment to examine the images relayed by his bats, he exclaimed, "Damn." Inside the grand hall of the Dressrosa Royal Palace, King Riku paced back and forth by the window, his hands clasped behind his back. He cast frequent glances into the distance, his face etched with anxiety and unease. Scarlet and Violet stood by the window, as well, accompanying the king. The dark-haired girl closed her eyes, providing a live verbal report of the events unfolding. Amazing. Sephiroth injured that dinosaur man's eye the moment they clashed. But then that dual-blade wielder suddenly intervened. Though the scenes of war and slaughter in her mind caused some discomfort, Violet, with her clairvoyant ability, was no stranger to death and battle. Thus she was not frightened by the bloody spectacle. Instead, she strove to translate what she saw into words for her father and sister to understand the current situation. Wait, what's happening? Why are so many civilians heading toward the palace? Are those pirates? The dark-haired girl was about to shift her focus to the east coast to check on Zephyr's battle, but she was stunned to find hundreds of kingdom civilians being herded toward the palace by over 100 armed pirates. How did they break through the outer defenses and reach the heart of the kingdom? King Riku's brows furrowed as he immediately asked, what? Pirates have broken in. From which direction? This way. Violet pointed outside the hall. Worried, King Riku hurried out and climbed to a vantage point on the palace to scan the surroundings. Soon he saw the civilians being corralled by armed pirates at the square in front of the palace gate. A young man in coarse linen clothes dressed as a commoner wielding a standard longsword and sporting short blue hair stood at the front of the crowd and shouted loudly, King Riku, do you see this? Your people are in my hands. If you don't want them all killed, come out and negotiate with me now. They'll give you 2 minutes. If I don't see you by then, it'll slaughter these civilians. The captain of the royal guard who had followed the king out of the hall recognized the blue-haired man and exclaimed in shock, that's Zoan Yilike with a bounty of 170 million. How did he get into the heart of the kingdom, leading over 100 pirates? King Riku clenched his fists, his expression dark. This is not the time for that. I'm going to negotiate with him. He turned and strode toward the palace gate. No, your majesty, that's too dangerous. You can't succumb to his coercion. We have only a dozen men. They have over 100. If they open fire on you. Be quiet. Do you want me to abandon my people? King Riku snapped, cutting off the guard captain. The king, who had always ruled with benevolence, could never tolerate the innocent civilians of his kingdom dying before his eyes. He knew such soft-heartedness was unbefitting a monarch, but knowing and doing were two different things. Soon King Riku stood on the city wall above the palace gate, flanked by 10 armed guards appearing before Zoan Yilike. Scarlet and Violet cautiously followed, hiding in a corner of the wall to spy on the square. Protected by the 10 guards, King Riku called out sternly, Zoan Yilike, what must you do to release my people? The blue-haired man burst into laughter, a hint of contempt in his voice. This is going more smoothly than I expected. I never thought you'd fall for it so easily. What exactly do you? King Riku furrowed his brow, but before he could finish, Zoan Yilike, who had been standing below the square, vanished in an instant. The next moment, King Riku felt a chill at his neck. A blade pressed against it. Nobody move, or I'll kill him. The blue-haired man sneered, seizing the king. The belated guards raised their guns, aiming at him. Father! 2 Scarlet and Violet jumped out from the corner, their faces tense with worry as they looked at their father. Yilike glanced at the guards and the 2 girls on the wall, his smile widening. In another flash, to the astonishment of the guards, he vanished from the wall with the king and reappeared in the square. Is this a devil fruit ability? King Riku's eyes widened in shock, scanning the square and the city wall. That's right. I'm a teleport fruit user. I can instantly move to any place I set my eyes on. Yilike's face beamed with unrestrained arrogance. He waved for a subordinate to bring rope and bind the king. After the princess kidnapping incident, Dressrosa had been placed under martial law. Foreign ships were banned from entering, and soldiers patrolled all ports and major streets to prevent pirates from infiltrating. Those carrying weapons were especially scrutinized. Yet all this was rendered useless by Zoan Yilike's teleport fruit ability. He easily made his way from the sea into Dressrosa, disguised himself, and secretly gathered intelligence on the royal family. The Riku royal family now had only 4 members: King Rikudoled, 3 his queen, and his 2 daughters. The younger daughter was a user fruit user capable of overlooking the entire nation. Recently, the queen had left to visit another country, leaving only 3 royal members in the kingdom. Because the Riku family had always governed with benevolence, and the current king was diligent and loved the people, the royal family enjoyed immense prestige and trust. Thus, a straightforward and effective plan took shape in Zoan Yilike's mind. After the other 6 pirate supernovae launched attacks from different directions, drawing the attention of the kingdom's army and the navy, he seized the opportunity to strike. As for the hundreds of civilians, he had taken them hostage along the way to lure out King Riku, forcing him to not rely on his youngest daughter's clairvoyance to evade pursuit. Once they held the country's king hostage, even the navy would not dare act rashly. They would have to retreat and negotiate. Then, even if they couldn't claim Dressrosa as territory, they could extort a huge ransom. On the front square of the royal palace. What exactly do you want? After binding Riku King's hands behind his back, the pirate did not relax his vigilance. Instead, he ordered one of his men to pull out a pistol and press it against the king's temple. What do I want? Of course, I want Dressrosa to surrender to our pirate alliance and become our territory. Hearing this, Riku King's heart swelled with fury. He immediately rebuked, You're dreaming. Even if you kill me, I will never hand over the entire kingdom to you. A sneer curled on Yilike's face, and his tone turned mocking. Oh, is that so? I advise you to think it over carefully. Shua. With that, his figure vanished from the square and reappeared on the city wall above the palace gate beside two young women. He pointed his long blade at the two women. Violite was so frightened she hugged Sika Lite tightly. Shua, shua, shua. The guards turned their guns in unison, aiming at Yi Ku. Hey. You need to understand the situation. Your king is in our hands. If you fire, your king is dead. Hearing this, hesitation flickered across the guards' faces, and they instinctively lowered their muzzles. Shua. Yi Ku reached out and grabbed Sika Lite's wrist. The next moment, the three of them instantly appeared on the square. Tie them up too. The blue-haired man waved his hand, and immediately two pirates stepped forward to bind the two young women with ropes. He also ordered the soldiers on the city wall to come down and surrender. Restrained by the king's captivity, the guards exchanged helpless glances before obediently complying, descending the wall, dropping their weapons, and allowing themselves to be bound by the pirates. Riku King, I'll ask you one more time. Are you willing to let Dressrosa surrender to our pirate alliance? Yi Ku wore a contemptuous expression as he patted Riku King's cheek. Hearing this, the king of Dressrosa clenched his fists and ground his teeth. You're dreaming. I would rather die than hand Dressrosa over to you. Oh, it seems you won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. A flicker of malice flashed in Yi Ku's eyes. Every second of delay meant more deaths for their pirate alliance. He had to act quickly and break the king's psychological defenses. His gaze swept over and landed on the two princesses. My men, who wants to taste the flavor of a kingdom's princess? At these words, Riku King's eyes flew wide open. The fury in his heart surged, uncontrollably threatening to consume him entirely. Me, Captain, I want to. Yi Ku's words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, stirring up 1,000 ripples. The pirates responded eagerly, their eyes undisguisedly filled with greed. You bastards. Sika Lite shielded her sister behind her, biting her lip hard as anxiety and fear rapidly spread through her heart. Those pirates actually wanted to do that to them. Looking at the twisted faces of the surrounding pirates, Sika Lite was already considering biting her tongue to end her own life. Witnessing this, Riku King's eyes turned red, tears welling up. His family and his country were placed on a scale, tormenting him and leaving him unable to make a choice. If he had not always adhered to the philosophy of rejecting war and kept the kingdom's military at a minimal level, barely enough to maintain public order, this scene would never have occurred. Regret, humiliation, anger. These emotions filled Riku King's chest, but he could not bring himself to utter the words that would make Dressrosa surrender to the pirate force. The citizens of this country were already struggling to pay the heavenly tribute, barely surviving at the subsistence level. If they were to be ruled by pirates, how could they bear such an additional burden? The tens of thousands of commoners in Dressrosa would die of hunger and poverty, and they might not even be able to afford next year's heavenly tribute. Thus, Dressrosa would become a non-member state of the world government, degenerating into a lawless zone overrun by pirates and human traffickers. Crack. Just as the atmosphere reached its most oppressive point, a door of air opened on the square. Safe Luo, holding a long blade and wearing a naval uniform, emerged from the pale green world. Inside the door, his face grim beyond measure. The pirates immediately raised their guns and aimed at him. After the two young women, Sika Lite and Vio Lite, were bound, he had arrived at the square through the spatial door, but had not revealed himself directly. There were over 100 armed pirates on the scene. Besides hundreds of civilians, Sika Lite, Vio Lite, and Riku King were also in their hands. If Safe Luo rashly appeared, it would be hard to guarantee that the pirates in their panic would not open fire indiscriminately and kill the hostages. However, what did he see? How dare you? You actually want to cuckold me. Although he had been hesitating whether to accept Sika Lite's feelings. But he was actually someone who said he didn't want it, but was very honest with his body. Seeing this, how could Safe Luo, with his hair standing on end in rage, maintain his rationality? Heh, a marine. I advise you not to act rashly. You don't want the royalty and civilians to die, do you? Yi Ku glanced at the blood-stained naval uniform on Safe Luo, and a cold sneer curled on his lips. It was true that there were Marines who would disregard civilian lives and kill both pirates and civilians together. But a Marine who would directly attack pirates without considering the life of a king of a world government member state definitely did not exist. If the king died because of the Marines' reckless actions, it would be a world-class political incident that would disgrace the world government. Even the Marine Fleet Admiral might not be able to cover it up. The kingdom paid so much heavenly tribute every year, yet the Marines simply ignored the king's life to kill pirates. What a joke. Then they might as well just quit the organization and join the pirate forces. Hearing their captain's words, the two pirates who had stopped resumed their actions, walking toward the two princesses to threaten Riku King. At this moment, the fury in Safe Luo's heart reached its peak. He wished he could slaughter every pirate before him. His aura, stirred by his emotions, became increasingly wild. As if sensing the turmoil in his heart, the conqueror's haki that had been dormant in his mind, indifferent to him, finally, boom. An overwhelming, majestic aura erupted from Sephiroth's body, and dark red lightning flashed through the air. Thud, thud, thud. One after another, except for Yi Liku Riku King and Sika Laite, everyone else, civilians and pirates alike, rolled their eyes and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Even Yi Liku, despite his considerable strength, experienced a brief blank in his consciousness. At that moment, as murderous intent blazed in Sephiroth's eyes, he swung his blade through the air. Half of the long blade's body suddenly vanished. Shwa! Immediately after, Yi Liku felt a sharp pain in his neck. As his vision tumbled, he saw a familiar, yet unfamiliar headless body. Isn't that my body? How did he cut me? We were more than 10 meters apart. With endless confusion, Yi Li's head slowly closed its eyes, completely losing its vitality. Sephiroth walked among the hundreds of unconscious figures, using his blade to cut the ropes binding Riku King and Sika Laite, freeing them. Whoa! Sephiroth. I was so scared. Whoa! The moment she regained her freedom, Sika Laite threw herself into his arms, wrapping her arms around him and burying her face in his chest, crying loudly, venting her fear and joy intertwined. There, don't cry. I have blood on me, it's dirty. Let go of me first, okay? Sephiroth raised his left hand and gently patted Sika Laite's back, comforting her softly. Hearing this, the young woman refused to let go, crying with pear-shaped tears and pouting, no. Anyway, my clothes are already dirty. Let me hold you a little longer. At the front plaza of the Dressrosa Royal Palace, after Sephiroth used his conqueror's haki to knock out the pirates, the remaining matters became much easier to resolve. He directly opened a spatial door, allowing the West Coast Kingdom's army to return instantly to the Palace Plaza, where they apprehended all the unconscious pirates. Sephiroth, I truly thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter and for rescuing the entire nation. King Riku strode swiftly before the silver-haired youth, bowing deeply from the waist, his tones saturated with. Sephiroth swept his gaze over the surrounding royal soldiers, who were also bowing, and a faint twitch occurred at the corner of his eye. Damn! Anyone who didn't know would think you were mourning my death. Though he cursed inwardly, he glanced at Scarlet, who clung persistently to his side. In the end, he could only resort to polite pleasantries. King Riku, no need for this. Eliminating pirates and upholding justice is the duty of the Marines. After the royal army had imprisoned all 100+ pirates in the kingdom's jail, the battlefields on the south and east coasts also reached their conclusion. On the south coast, Zephyr charged at the forefront, unleashing a one-man rampage. One punch per pirate, with only the two captains managing to endure a few extra blows before collapsing. Meanwhile, Gaji and the other Marines and royal soldiers provided support, avoiding direct confrontation. With 250 against over 1,000 troops, the battle resulted in only 22 deaths and 31 wounded on their side. On the pirate side, over 100 were killed and the rest were captured. Those pirates who attempted to escape by ship found no chance before they could set sail. Zephyr used a single tempest kick to cleave the entire vessel in two, leaving them no avenue of flight. As for the very few pirates who desperately swam into the sea, whether they would sink to the bottom, survive, or find an island in the vast ocean depended solely on their luck. Of course, some pirates harboring hope might swim a distance and then sneak back onto Dressrosa from other secluded shores, but Zephyr had already arranged personnel to search and capture them. Meanwhile, on the east coast battlefield, Sephiroth had sunk 10 pirate ships at sea. The pirates swam a grueling distance before reaching the shore. Seeing that Gion Smoker and the others totaled only about 300, while their own force still numbered nearly 1,000, the pirates had no retreat and chose to fight with their backs to the sea, unleashing formidable combat power. However, with 28 naval cadets, the supreme elite of the Marines, leading the charge, the pirates could not tilt the war's balance through numerical advantage. After a fierce and chaotic clash, the cadets suffered 4 dead and 5 wounded, accompanying Marines 15 dead and 20 wounded, royal soldiers 43 dead and 18 wounded, while the pirates saw 342 killed and 723 captured. War means death. For the Marines and royal soldiers to achieve such results was no small feat. Suppressing their grief, they collected their comrades' remains and temporarily imprisoned the pirates in the kingdom's jail. After the war, Sephiroth did not rest, but hurried to Iris Medical Center, resuming his old trade to treat the wounded and critically injured Marines and royal soldiers. Sephiroth's gaze swept the corridor and landed on Zephyr, who sat on a bench with arms crossed, brows furrowed. At the door of an operating room in Iris Medical Center, after completing the last surgery, Sephiroth, clad in blue surgical scrubs and a medical mask, pushed open the door and stepped out. Sephiroth's gaze swept the corridor and landed on Zephyr, who sat on a bench with arms crossed, brows furrowed, as if deep in thought. Sephiroth merely glanced at the old man and prepared to leave without acknowledging him. However, Sephiroth, come with me. Zephyr suddenly stood up and placed a heavy hand on his shoulder. Sephiroth sighed helplessly and obediently followed the purple-haired old man up the stairs to the hospital. The bright moon hung high, casting cold moonlight upon the rooftop. Zephyr clasped his hands behind his back, gazing down at the hospital's central garden. Sephiroth, you possess Conqueror's Haki, don't you? Otherwise there's no way you could have saved those hundreds of civilians in that situation. No. Old man, I think you've got it wrong. Maybe King Riku burst out with his own kingly aura in that critical moment. Of course it could also be Scarlet. A young girl awakening her potential under such pressure isn't unusual. Sephiroth looked up at the moon in the night sky, grinning and laughing, ready to deny everything obstinately. If things went south, he would just bolt. With a vampire's flight ability combined with the Door fruit's spatial movement, he didn't believe that old bastard Zephyr could catch him. Gradually a certain tension settled between them. Zephyr slowly turned around, locking eyes with Sephiroth, and spoke with a slightly warning tone. If you don't want others to know you have Conqueror's Haki, then try not to use it in front of people in the future. Otherwise what? Sephiroth narrowed his eyes, a hint of doubt coloring his voice. Otherwise, you will catch the attention of the 5 elders. Would someone of their caliber take notice of me? The 5 elders will never allow someone with Conqueror's Haki potential to slip out of their control. You must have heard certain rumors about Fleet Admiral Sengoku, right? He awakened his Conqueror's Haki during a battle that was extremely disadvantageous for the Marines, and it turned the tide. However, he has been under the 5 elders' scrutiny ever since. The world government assigns him all kinds of shady missions that cannot be made public. Either obey orders and carry out the missions, or leave the Marines. The Sengoku of the past. To use a phrase you once said, he was a goofball. But now it's hard to see the temperament of his youth anymore. Silence and solemnity are the impressions he gives all his subordinates now. This time, considering you are my student, it'll help blur the records. As for the future, you handle it yourself. With that, Zephyr turned and left the rooftop directly. Sephiroth stood in place, silent for a moment, then murmured softly, "You old bastard." Actually, alright, fine, I owe you one. Truth be told, he had never really liked the old scoundrel Zephyr, not because of the brutal training at the academy, but because of his noble philosophy. From the time Zephyr enlisted, he had fought countless pirates, but never killed a single enemy. In life or death combat, he would still show mercy to his enemies. Are pirates' lives precious while his marine comrades' lives are not? Zephyr's strength was unquestionable. Without absolute power, one could never become a marine admiral. Moreover, he was the youngest admiral in history. But his noble principle became a shackle, preventing him from ever unleashing his full potential. Take his battle on the south coast, for instance. As a master who had honed the 6 powers to their peak, if Zephyr had let loose and used wide-area tempest kicks from the start, the 1,000 pirates would have been nothing more than chickens and dogs. After a few rounds, fewer than 100 would have survived. But the old man insisted on charging and knocking pirates unconscious while his comrades died and got injured. Mercy to enemies is cruelty to your own comrades, not killing your enemies. This kind of pointless mercy must be applied according to the situation, not as a blind insistence. Thus, Sephiroth could never fathom what was going on in that old fool's head. If he were strong enough to beat the old bastard, he would have slapped him twice and told him he needed a brain treatment. Now indebted to him, Sephiroth felt somewhat irritated. But what could he do? In the future, the Umbrella Corporation would need his marine identity to develop, and he couldn't just resign immediately. 2 days later, the eastern coast of Delacy Luosa. The harbor was now teeming with people besides the royal family of Liku, over 1,000 royal soldiers, and a group of naval forces led by Zephyr. There were also more than 1,000 captured pirates. On the distant sea, 8 large warships lined up in a straight formation, sailing toward the shore. Due to the sheer number of prisoners captured in this war, transporting those pirates to the naval prison could not be completed in a single trip. With just 2 warships, multiple round trips were required. Additionally, over 1,000 pirates had escaped into the vast ocean, their whereabouts unknown. For the sake of security, the Navy headquarters decided to dispatch 8 warships along with a rear admiral candidate to oversee the transport of these prisoners. After waiting for a while, one warship finally pulled into the harbor, dropped anchor, and extended its gangplank onto it. A 3-meter figure emerged, draped in a white justice cloak, wearing a yellow wand, white striped suit, and sunglasses. Huang Yuan. With a languid expression, hands tucked into his pockets, he strolled down the gangplank. Though this man did nothing, said nothing, and merely walked, he somehow exuded an inexplicable aura that made him seem utterly punchable. Safe Luosi, standing among the crowd, muttered inwardly, "Long time no see, Master Zephyr." Huang Yuan raised his right hand, picking his ear with his little finger, then let out a yawn. "Bolu Salino, you are now a rear admiral candidate and the supreme commander of the Navy G2 branch. Can't you show some decency?" Zfa's temples bulged with veins, his face dark and stern as he scolded. He had been dissatisfied with this student's behavior since their academy days, and as his student climbed higher in the Navy, that dissatisfaction only grew more pronounced. Hearing this, Huang Yuan immediately raised his hands, feigning surprise. So scary. So scary. Master Zfa, you're still so strict. Watching this master and disciplined pair, Sa-Fei Luoxi's mouth twitched slightly. He couldn't help but think, you say so scary, but when you used Yada no Kagami, Hachiju no Mado, against Zfa, you didn't hold back at all and riddled him with holes. If that wasn't personal, nobody would believe it. After a few formal exchanges between Huang Yuan and Zfa, over 1,000 pirates were gradually escorted onto the warships. Zfa watched Huang Yuan lead the 8 warships away swiftly and efficiently, then turned to the black-haired middle-aged man beside him and said, all right, King Liku. This mission to support de Lacy Luo Sa and eliminate the pirate alliance has been successfully completed. It is time for us to depart. With that, Zfa shifted his gaze to the naval soldiers ready to give the order to return. However, Admiral Zfa, please don't leave in such haste. King Liku grabbed the wrist of the purple-haired old man, meeting his puzzled gaze with an explanation. You see, since the end of that war, you've been hunting down the fleeing pirates all over the country tirelessly until now. If I let you leave without holding a banquet to properly reward you, my conscience would be uneasy. Moreover, if such a discourteous act were to spread, it would tarnish the reputation of our de Lacy Luo Sa kingdom. Well, Zfa hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded in agreement. Very well. I'll trouble King Liku. We shall depart tomorrow. Oh, let the banquet begin. Hearing the exchange, the naval soldiers burst into cheers. Though their comrades had fallen on the battlefield 2 days prior, they had already mourned when morning was due. Now it was time to be joyful. People cannot dwell forever in past sorrow, especially for those in the Navy where mortality is high. No one knows if their next mission at sea will be their last. At the de Lacy Luo Sa Royal Palace, the banquet hall buzzed with lively music from a band on the stage. Long tables were laden with abundant food and wine for the attendees. Sa-Fei Luoxi held a white plate in his left hand and a serving tong in his right, helping himself to a rose cake and 2 pieces of roast suckling pig. Finally, he grabbed a bottle of red wine and a goblet. His eyes swept across the hall, instinctively ignoring those whose table manners were atrocious, Jia Ji Mainada and others. His gaze eventually settled on the round table, where Ji Yuan and Tina sat, and he walked over to sit down casually. Sa-Fei Luoxi glanced at the stack of over a dozen plates beside the long-legged beauty and remarked, tisk tisk tsk. Say, Ji Yuan, has your appetite grown lately? Hearing this, Ji Yuan paused her rapid knife and fork movements on the roasted lamb leg and retorted, Heh? Little brother Sa-Fei Luoxi, you eat so little. No wonder you're not growing tall. Bah, I'm barely 16 and already quite tall. I've nearly hit 2 meters 10 lately. You're the one who's too tall, aren't you? The silver-haired boy widened his eyes, arguing back indignantly. This woman Ji Yuan, her height was simply absurd. Throughout the year at the academy, she kept growing and was now 2 meters 70. A veritable oversized vehicle. I wonder what it would feel like to drive. Maybe I should try an oversized vehicle next time in Pleasure Street. Oh dear, barely 2 meters 10. Big sister here is 2 meters 72. Hee. The pink-haired girl maintained a deadpan expression as she cut the steak on her plate, then warned Tina is very upset. Tina feels hurt. Please stop this topic immediately. Sa-Fei Luoxi coughed lightly and shifted his gaze. Ji Yuan glanced sideways at the petite Tina beside her, then smiled apologetically and popped a piece of lamb into her mouth. This roast leg of lamb is delicious. Calling Tina petite was relative. At 16, she stood over 1 meter 70, hardly short. But in this world, people's heights were absurdly arbitrary, ranging from 20 or 30 centimeters to over 100 meters, entirely dependent on genetics. One could grow to any height. Of course, training could also influence height to a degree, but there was a limit, so genetics ultimately determined it. Sa-Fei Luoxi savored the delicacies on his plate, while admiring the dancing figures of the beautiful women of de Lacy Luo Sa on the dance floor, feeling an inexplicable sense of contentment. After enduring all sorts of bloody carnage, his heart always felt a strange weariness, and he would seek the fleeting peace and joy, immersing himself in it, unable to resist. He knew that prolonged slaughter had given him a mild psychological condition. But such a thing was normal. Post-war trauma was a common affliction for soldiers who had been on the battlefield. His case was nothing serious. If a person could kill on the battlefield and remain entirely unaffected, then that person's mental state would have already transcended humanity.